Chapter 1038, Yun's Dao Fruits. Chapter 1038, Yun's Dao Fruits. What's going on with the divine tree?
The sight was seen by not only felicitous Rain Lord but also by the retreating Shishwanji and demonic Eye Divine Lord. The world tree that stood tall and formidable had produced a fruit covered in Dao patterns.
Isn't that a Dao fruit?
Both Shishwanji and demonic Eye Divine Lord had seen countless juniors condensing Dao fruits throughout their lives.
Quite a number of them were even their disciples.
As the Dao manifestation realm was an indicator of a warrior's future accomplishments, they would attend the breakthrough of any of their important disciples. The process of a warrior manifesting his Dao was something they were particularly familiar with.
First, a heaven ascending Dao tree would be projected.
Next, Dao fruits would condense one after another on the Dao tree's branches.
However, the heaven ascending Dao tree was at best 99 decafeet.
Although the height wasn't a ridiculous exaggeration, that was the limit. It was impossible for it to go higher.
But now, the one in front of them,
Shishwanji and demonic Eye Divine Lord, were on the threshold of cursing.
Was this even called a Dao tree?
This was the divine tree of the Azure Wood Great World. It was a divine tree that could prop up a great world like a celestial pillar. Due to the perfection in height, a 9-9 Dao tree was a Dao tree that paved the ascent to heaven. However, in front of the divine tree, a 9-9 Dao tree was like a shrub. How could a person use the divine tree to manifest a Dao fruit?
Could it be that someone is breaking through to the Dao manifestation realm? Exclaimed demonic Eye Divine Lord in disbelief.
However, he shut his mouth the moment he said the sentence. He had come to the realization that the only people inside the divine tree's core were Yun and Yuingsha.
The latter was already at the Dao manifestation realm, while the former was still at half-step Dao manifestation. Could it be Yun? Shishwanji had clearly come to the same realization as demonic Eye.
He said with knitted brows, "It's only a Dao fruit."
It's still an unknown if it's someone breaking through to the Dao manifestation realm.
Even if it's that punk, it can only prove that he can partially merge with the divine tree, allowing his heaven-ascending Dao tree to be projected on the divine tree.
However, he still hasn't awakened the divine tree. Now, with the Azure Wood Great World already collapsing, what's the point of having a breakthrough here?
Just as Shishwanji finished his words, a rumbling bang was heard as a huge, shocking crack opened up in the ground. It was like an invisible god had split open the ground with a single strike.
Who?
Black apocalyptic fumes were expelled from the rift like flames. There was not much time left for the world they resided in.
Shishwanji, my brethren, you are right.
With the bronze giant here, felicitous Rain stands no chance at entering the restricted zone. There's no way to save that punk. He is destined to be destroyed along with the Azure Wood Great World.
His efforts of attempting to break through to the Dao manifestation realm is ludicrous.
That bit of strength is like an ant trying to shake a tree in the face of a world's destructive power.
How lamentable and laughable. Demonic Eye Divine Lord said scoffingly.
Yun's death would greatly delight him. However, his expression gradually stiffened after a few chortles. He had seen the Dao fruit on the divine tree grow bigger in size and become plump. It had already produced 8 leaves and it was in the midst of condensing the 9th. A Dao fruit's grade went from 1 leaf to 9 leaves. It was already pretty good if a Divine Lord's disciple was able to condense an 8-leaf Dao fruit. As for a 9-leaf Dao fruit, it was exceedingly rare. Even in powerful sects like the Immortal Rain sect and the Fey Phantasm sect, it was only occasionally seen once every few hundred millennia.
The moment one appeared, it was celebrated by the sect with lavish banquets. Overlords from every corner would send their best wishes.
And even so, a genius with a rare 9-leaf Dao fruit would typically cultivate in an ordinary Dao. The difficulty of condensing a 9-leaf Dao fruit with a great Dao was 10 times higher. What Yun was condensing was the pure Yang Great Dao. As yin-yang laws had existed since the universe's inchoate beginnings, it was something that stood beyond the reach of many.
However, Yun had managed to attain perfection in the pure Yang Great Dao.
Such a 9-leaf Great Dao fruit was something not seen in several million years.
With Yun's Dao fruit quickly reaching 9 leaves, an accomplishment that could affront millions of years of the Fey Phantasm sect's achievements, how could demonic Eye Divine Lord feel at ease?
Pa! At that moment, the 9th leaf had finally developed.
The speed at which the Dao fruit went from coalescence to formation exceeded expectations.
This was because Yun had once attempted Dao manifestation, condensing a nascent form of the Dao fruit, before entering the Azure Wood Great World.
Chie!
The moment the 9-leaf Dao fruit took form, it immediately emitted a resplendent radiance. It was like a tiny sun that had just risen, spreading its golden rays into infinity. Pure Yang nomological runes began to carve themselves on the Dao fruit. It was a dazzling and astonishing sight.
This was an exemplary perfect Dao fruit. At the same time, pang! With a loud explosion, a pitch-black axe beam flashed. Felicitous Rain Lord had been sent flying by the bronze giant's cleave. Despite parrying with the 3-foot passage sword, Felicitous Rain Lord was still left injured. He was not the bronze giant's match after all. Felicitous Rain Lord's hair was disheveled, while blood seeped from the corners of his mouth. However, his eyes were filled with burning fighting spirit. When he looked at the perfect 9-leaf pure yang Dao fruit on the divine tree, he suddenly broke out into a boisterous laughter. His long black hair danced in the stormy winds that could rip apart a massive world. Wonderful! Fate had determined that you and I enjoy a master-disciple relationship. If you are able to be like the golden carp that evolves into a dragon under stormy winds, I am willing to be the wind and give you that opportunity. Felicitous Rain Lord's voice resounded through the heaven and earth. As he brandished the sword in his hand, his body transformed into a stream of light as he shuttled through the tempestuous winds. His figure was like a petrel flying through the tempest with the bronze giant as its destination. Boom! 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 The ground ruptured as the sky trembled, causing large swaths of the void to begin fracturing. However, Felicitous Rain Lord ignored all of that. He battled the bronze giant with all his strength. From afar, the bronze giant whose massive figure could crush a mountain under its feet was in stark comparison to Felicitous Rain Lord, who was as minute as a speck of dust. This scene seemed to be fixed in time for all eternity. Felicitous Rain is mad. He is actually risking his life to battle the bronze giant at this point in time. Is he not concerned for his life? Sure, Xuanji's expression sank. Although he was not on good terms with Felicitous Rain Lord, the latter was still someone from the immortal Rain sect. He always felt that Felicitous Rain Lord was a person of value that he did not want to see perish. Felicitous Rain is courting death. If not for me knowing that his disciple is attempting to break through to the Dao manifestation realm, I would have mistaken it as his disciple attempting to become a divine lord. What use is a Dao manifestation realm? A 9-leaf Dao fruit may be rare, but a powerful faction can produce such a genius every few million years. In the entire 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven, there would be even more of such examples. However, it is still highly improbable that a warrior with a 9-leaf Dao fruit can become a divine lord. Demonic Eye Divine Lord said disgruntledly. What he said was the truth. There were too few divine lords in existence, or the immortal Rain sect would not have gone through such great effort to persuade Felicitous Rain Lord to return. However, just as Demonic Eye Divine Lord said those words, the second half of his sentence was left stuck in his throat because he had witnessed with his own eyes another Dao fruit condensing from the extremely magnificent divine tree. The Dao fruit was filled with a charm that seemed to flow with the passage of time. It was as though an invisible river of time was watering the fruit, allowing it to rapidly grow. The leaves began to unfurl like flower petals that had been nourished by rainy dew. The speed at which they unfurled was unbelievably fast. Typically, a young junior's Dao manifestation realm breakthrough would require a long period of time. However, the spreading out of the leaves only took Ian a few seconds. 1 leaf, 2 leaves, 3 leaves, 6 leaves, 7 leaves, 8 leaves. When a tiny corner of the 9th leaf began unfolding itself, Demonic Eye Divine Lord and Sure Xuanji were completed astounded. A 9-leaf Dao fruit, a Dao fruit of the nomological time Great Dao. Another one. Even a peerless genius could not cultivate in too many Dao. A warrior's time in his youth was too precious. Cultivating in 3 Dao would be the limit even for a personal disciple of a divine lord. Furthermore, amongst the 3 Dao, one of them would be the main focus, while the others would be supplementary. The Dao that was mainly focused might not even condense a 9-leaf Dao fruit, let alone the supplementary Dao. However, Yun had condensed 2 9-leaf Dao fruits in one shot. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1039, Major Destruction Dao Fruit. Chapter 1039, Major Destruction Dao Fruit. One of the 2 Dao fruits was shimmering with the golden brilliance of pure yang that radiated to infinity like a tiny sun. As for the other fruit, it was lingering with the aura of time laws. It was like an ancient treasure that was eventually born after absorbing the infinite worldly essence after several epochs. At that moment, the world was still on its path towards destruction. However, the 2 hanging Dao fruits on the branches had attracted the attention of everyone. I don't believe that the punk is able to condense 2 9-leaf Great Dao fruits. The Dao fruits on the divine tree are not necessarily the punks. Yu Feihua muttered to himself through clenched teeth. Back then, the Dao fruit that he condensed was only an 8-leaf Great Dao fruit. Furthermore, it was the law in which he focused in. As for his supplementary law, it was only a 6-leaf Dao fruit. Compared to the divine tree in front of him, his results were nothing but garbage.
Yufeiwa found it unacceptable, but at that moment, his eyes had completely glazed over as he saw with his own eyes sword chi gathering on a branch. A third Dao fruit had suddenly appeared on the Dao tree. There was a tiny sword in the Dao fruit that exuded an inherent sharpness which could be detected at a glance. The third fruit, a sword Dao fruit. In the Pure Yang Sword Palace, Yi Yun had seen and gained insights from a shocking sword scar. It was a strike that could split a world apart, one that far exceeded the realm of a divine lord. And in the 10,000 Fey Empyrean Heaven, he had also learned the 3-foot passage sword from Felicitous Rainlord. Time flies like an arrow and the lives of people curve like bows. Yi Yun's sword Dao was about being indomitable. It contained the Pure Yang Sword Palace's supreme sword intent, and it could break through all obstacles with a single sword strike. Dazzling sword beams began emitting from the Dao fruit as one leaf after another began to unfurl consecutively. Every leaf was like a tiny lustrous sword. Finally, the sword-shaped leaves reached a final count of 9. 9 sword beams, it's another 9-leaf Dao fruit. When Shi Xuanji saw the third 9-leaf Dao fruit appear, his face twitched. It was nearing numbness. With the cultivation level of a divine lord, such a loss of composure should not have appeared on his face. Furthermore, it happened while in a situation of extreme danger. 3 9-leaf Dao fruits. If it wasn't for the inopportune timing, he might have begun trying to recruit such a talent for the Immortal Rain sect. Unfortunately, such a monstrously talented disciple was Felicitous Rainlord's disciple. What's more, Felicitous Rainlord did not acknowledge the Immortal Rain sect at all. The sword Dao fruit hung on the divine tree's branch and was lined beside the other 2 Dao fruits. The sword chi lingering above the sword Dao fruit was extremely sharp. Its 9 leaves appeared as though they could fly out at any time. Just a simple glance at it could result in injuries. 3 9-leaf Dao fruits were unprecedented. Shi Xuanji and Demonic Eye had never heard of anyone from a major faction that had attained such heaven-defying accomplishments. But at that moment, a scene that made Shi Xuanji and Demonic Eye Divine Lord completely petrified happened. Right above the 3 Dao fruits, a black vortex appeared at the peak of the divine tree. The vortex had gathered unknown amounts of heaven-earth yuan qi. Even a land of doom like the door to the 33 skies could not stop it. A black wheel of existence appeared from the vortex, and on the wheel, there were countless of demon gods undergoing nirvana, the deaths of all entities and the destruction of a major world. This was the 10,000 demon wheel of existence. It's the laws of destruction. Shi Xuanji and Demonic Eye were knowledgeable, so they immediately recognized it as the laws of destruction. Destruction was also a great Dao, but other than the legendary Dao of major destruction, it would be on par with spacetime, yin yang, if it were an ordinary Dao of destruction. As for the possibility of Yi Yun having gained insight into the Dao of major destruction, that was something that did not occur to Shi Xuanji. But even so, a great Dao that was not inferior to yin yang or spacetime was something that left Shi Xuanji and Demonic Eye Divine Lord's hearts twitching. This was the 4th Dao fruit. Why was everything that Yi Yun had insights in a great Dao? Oh. This Dao fruit's energy is not stable. Why does it feel like it's about to explode? Shi Xuanji sensed that the 4th destruction Dao fruit was on the brink of collapse. The great Dao of destruction was the annihilation of everything. Condensing such a Dao fruit was easier said than done. It could even destroy a person's Dao tree. Ha, this punk is being too greedy with 4 great Dao. Isn't he afraid that he will gorge himself to death? How can a tiny body of his be able to withstand it? He can't control the Dao of destruction. Something bad is about to happen. Demonic Eye Divine Lord was secretly gloating at Yi Yun's misfortune when he realized that the 4th Dao fruit was problematic. The collapse of the laws of destruction was not a trifling matter. He greatly wished that Yi Yun would have a chi deviation during his breakthrough. It would be even better if his cultivation was left crippled. However, just as the 4th Dao fruit was about to explode, a grey-colored gas suddenly appeared from the middle of the 10,000 demon wheel of existence. As if it was giving the wheel a finishing touch, it merged into the core of the 10,000 demon wheel of existence. Instantly, all the demons and gods undergoing nirvana in the 10,000 demon wheel of existence, the deaths of all entities and the destruction of a major world had a fresh breath of vitality infused into them. Demons and gods could undergo nirvana, but rebirth was possible through nirvana. All entities could die, but when their corpses returned to the soil, they would give birth to bustling new life. A world could be destroyed, but it was the beginning of a new world. Under the nourishment of the grey-colored mist, the Dao fruit that appeared to be on the brink of explosion stabilized. Following that, it began to constantly coagulate and unfurl its leaves. At that moment, Shi Xuanji and Demonic Eye Divine Lord could no longer be bothered to count the number of leaves. They were staring intently at the grey-colored mist that had been infused into the 10,000 demon wheel of existence. A tumultuous wave had been stirred in their minds. They did not recognize the laws of major destruction, but they could recognize that grayish gas. It was the nebulous primordial chaos. It represented the laws of chaos at the beginning of the universe. The nebulous primordial chaos was an unattainable opportunity for any warrior. Yi Yun had managed to use the nebulous primordial chaos to attune the final Tao fruit. Destruction and chaos had perfectly fused together. Could it be that he had not only grasped the laws of destruction, but he had also gained insights into the Tao of chaos from the nascent state of the universe? Shi Xuanji held his breath as Demonic Eye Divine Lord watched that sliver of nebulous primordial chaos with great envy. A tiny sliver of nebulous primordial chaos was able to crush mountains, and a wisp of it was as heavy as a star. Be it absorption, refinement, or using it to construct weapons would make it a paragon of all supreme treasures. However, he was now watching helplessly as the nebulous primordial chaos was being completely absorbed by the constantly burgeoning black Tao fruit. Finally, the nebulous primordial chaos became a pattern that resembled a wisp of flowing clouds as it landed on the surface of the Tao fruit.
7, 8, 9. 9 leaves. It was another 9-leaf Tao fruit.
And every single one of these 9 leaves was about half the size of the other 3 Tao fruits. They were completely black in color and veins covered the surface of the leaves like blood vessels with pulsing blood. In addition, there was a dark red luster below the 9 leaves. With the passage of time, the luster turned increasingly clear and defined. It was a 9 transformations red lotus.
9 transformations red lotus.
Shi Xuanji and Demonic Eye Divine Lord both knew that people had seen a mark left behind by that peerless woman when they previously entered the Azurewood Great World. The mark was so astounding that it made everyone believe that the Azurewood Great World was a land of great opportunity. It was possible that heritage had been left behind by the peerless woman. And that mark was a 9 transformations red lotus. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1041, Awakening. Chapter 1041, Awakening. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. Yi Yun had condensed his Tao fruit.
A 9 transformations red lotus propped up the 9-leaf Tao fruit, with every petal matching a Tao leaf.
The symbolization of 9 flower petals and 9 Tao leaves could be considered perfection. However, how could the mark the peerless woman left behind appear on Yi Yun's Tao fruit? Could it be that Yi Yun had inherited her heritage? Even if the restricted zone had any heritage, it was bound to be extremely profound. How could a junior like Yi Yun be able to gain insights into the laws left behind by the peerless woman? Neither Shi Xuanji or Demonic Eye Divine Lord could figure it out. From their point of view, even if the black-dressed woman had really left behind heritage, they were the only ones qualified to receive it. And after receiving it, it was necessary for them to expend a great deal of time to gain any insight from it. At that moment, the 9 flower petals had condensed into a physical form. It was a phenomenon to see a red lotus propping up a Tao fruit. It was already a miracle for a typical peerless genius to condense a 9-leaf Tao fruit, but now, with Yi Yun's last 9-leaf Tao fruit, it was not only more than twice the size of an ordinary Tao fruit, it was also accompanied by the phenomena of having a 9-petaled red lotus. This made people suspect that there were 2 9-leaf Tao fruits fused into one. Ha ha ha. Good. Well done.
Felicitous Rain Lord slashed through the bronze giant's gigantic axe beam. His azure-colored clothes were already stained red with blood. In the tempest, he had seen Yi Yun's Tao fruits as he laughed boisterously.
Primordial chaos laws. Yi Yun has really gained insights into it.
Felicitous Rain Lord had previously suggested bringing Yi Yun along to the Azurewood Great World in order to allow him to pursue his own martial path. It was a way for him to act in accordance with his actual wishes. It was simply an attempt, but the chance of success was undoubtedly extremely minute. However, he never expected for Yi Yun to succeed in gaining insights into the primordial chaos laws in such a dire situation. Yi Yun's laws of destruction and laws of primordial chaos complemented each other. They were both the universe's great Tao of origins. Yi Yun had merged with the divine tree and he had condensed his Tao fruits. The immense energy of the divine tree began to steadily surge into his body. Yi Yun, who had previously attempted to manifest his Tao, had easily succeeded in one fell swoop on his second attempt. The Tao fruits were hanging on the Tao tree. They were like the heavenly Tao and they could only be described by immaculate perfection. A total of 4 9-leaf Tao fruits, with the Tao fruit of major destruction at the crest. The 3 Tao fruits beneath it formed a triangle, as though they were surrounding and protecting the Tao fruit of major destruction. Such a phenomenon of Tao fruits was something completely unheard or unseen in the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven. Shi Xuanji felt the skin on his face constantly twitching, as though he had been ruthlessly slapped several times in the face by someone. How ludicrous was Felicitous Rain Lord's disciple! When compared to Iyun, the geniuses he had nurtured in the Immortal Rain sect were a completely unbearable sight.
Demonic Eye Divine Lord's expression was equally ugly.
The geniuses of his Fey Phantasm sect were not much better than the Immortal Rain sect.
But in an instant, Demonic Eye Divine Lord realized that even if Iyun had displayed his magnificent talent, so what? The world they were in was about to be destroyed. So what if there are 4 9-leaf Dao fruits? The Azure Wood Great World is about to be destroyed at any moment. No matter how much a genius he is only at the Dao manifestation realm. He will still die here. Felicitous Rain, what's the point of continuing such arduous persistence?
Your disciple is destined to perish. A short-lived genius is not called a genius. Demonic Eye Divine Lord's words tore through the Yuan Qi storms and entered Felicitous Rain Lord's ears. Shi Xuanji revealed a sneer as well. What Demonic Eye Divine Lord said was the truth. Regardless of how astounding or spectacular Iyun was, he would die here today.
Felicitous Rain, come back. You can't persist any longer. If this goes on, you will be severely injured.
You will not have any remaining strength to withstand the storms produced from the explosion of the world.
There is still time if you retreat now.
Although you have depleted 90% of your Yuan Qi, I will guarantee your safety. After this, return with me to the Immortal Rain sect.
That is where you belong. Where I belong? Humph. My actions have always been to have a clear conscience.
Our pursuit of martial arts was always about going against the heavens. It's to blaze a way through all obstacles and to make sacrifices without any heed for safety.
A martial path is forged out of thin air from impossibility.
As for the both of you, all you do is scheme daily, weigh the pros and cons of everything and remain jealous of geniuses.
Your martial arts is only this and nothing more.
Felicitous Rain Lord said in an unbridled manner. With a loud roar, he spat a mouthful of blood essence onto his sword.
I have practiced martial arts my entire life. My path exists in my heart.
There is no need for the advice of others. With a sword in hand, sourcing from his intent, the 3-foot passage sword slays all that is unjust. Shi Xuanji was stupefied when he saw Felicitous Rain Lord ignore the effects of burning his blood essence while charging at the bronze giant once again.
Madness. This was complete madness.
Although Felicitous Rain Lord had said those words in an extremely unbridled manner, he would die if he continued fighting in such a manner. The bronze giant was extremely terrifying. Rime Divine Lord had no relationship with Iyun, so all she did was partially restrain the bronze giant. More than 80% of the pressure was on Felicitous Rain Lord. A sword beam flashed as it tore through the tempest.
Demonic Eye Divine Lord said with a sneer, what an impenetrable thick head.
Then die with your disciple here.
Let's go. Sigh.
Shi Xuanji let out a long sigh. With the situation developing to that point, he could no longer stop it either. It was not worth it to risk one's life for a junior that was fated to die. However, just as Shi Xuanji retreated while Demonic Eye Divine Lord summoned the blood-colored skull in preparation to stow his disciples inside, he suddenly heard a series of pleasant chimes. It was like a wind chime producing melodious tinkles in a gentle breeze. If they were in a young lady's classic boudoir, such a series of sounds would have been exceedingly normal. However, there were no gentle breezes in the land of doom known as the door to the 33 skies.
With only the tempest that was annihilating the world, how could there be such a pleasant-sounding tinkle of a wind chime? Ding ding ding.
The chimes that sounded as though they came from ancient times sounded once again. Even in a world that was crumbling everywhere, it could be heard clearly.
At that moment, a faint halo bloomed from the tip of the divine tree.
It was like the break of dawn, with the first light coming from the east, penetrating the endless darkness. The halo turned from a weak glow to an intense luminescence. It was like a roaring inferno that was consuming the firmaments.
This is...
At the boundary of the battlefield, an old hunched figure of a woman that looked like a withered piece of wood lay on bloodstained rubble. Her body was covered in blood and her skin had been drained of its color. There was not much life left in her. The drawn-out sounds of the chimes resounded in her ear, but to her, it sounded like the sweet music from paradise. At the moment before her death, she suddenly regained a bit of vitality as she attempted to reach out her withered palm. However, she was too weak to lift her quivering hand. All she could do was rummage the blood-stained soil.
Chimes, chimes.
A final indignation and obsessiveness had lingered in Granny Yin's heart. She knew that the sect's canon mentioned of the result of winds blowing at the divine tree. Chimes in the door to the 33 skies would be like the music from paradise that extolled throughout the Azure Wood Great World. However, she had never heard the sound before.
She once believed that the chimes would not sound again forever.
But today, with her at death's doorstep, she had heard the chimes from the divine tree. She tried hard to open her eyes, in the hopes of seeing the divine tree that met the wind. However, her eyes were already blind, for there was only blood in her sockets.
There was no way to open them.
But even so, she no longer had any regrets left. She had heard the chimes. The corners of her wizened mouth suffused a peaceful smile. As she listened to the melodious chimes, she fell into an eternal sleep.
Was it really him?
That youth had finally awoken the divine tree that had been slumbering for eons. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1042, Returning You an Ocean. Chapter 1042, Returning You an Ocean. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Chimes.
Why are there chimes?
The tinkling chimes were completely unaffected by the storm. It was baffling. Sound or not, we should be leaving. Anyone that remains will die.
Yufeihua looked towards the divine tree as a sinister smile suffused across the corner of his lips. What a pity that someone with 4 9-leaf Dao fruits would end up being buried here.
Are you appeased with that? So what if you aren't?
Revealing such talent only before your death would not change your destiny of never being able to develop this raw talent to its full potential.
What was despair? This was it.
At that moment, the huge world they were residing in was facing destruction. The rifts in the ground had already formed countless deep abysses. The sky had already shattered and the black water had dried up.
Apocalyptic fumes filled everything else.
In this broken world, Felicitous Rain Lord, who had just burned his blood essence, was already covered in injuries. Felicitous Rain Lord was no match for the mighty bronze giant alone. Felicitous Rain, I have to leave too, said Rhyme Divine Lord. Although she had been responsible for suppressing the bronze giant, she had also been injured, albeit slightly. With the clear indication that Felicitous Rain Lord was continuing his deathly struggle, her beautiful eyebrows pricked up. She was still baffled over the reason for Felicitous Rain Lord's persistence.
Did he truly believe that Yi Yun would save the world inside the restricted zone? Your disciple is only at the Dao manifestation realm. Even if he is a genius, do you actually believe that he can save such a massive world?
The corner of Felicitous Rain Lord's mouth was seeping with blood and he could no longer speak. His voice could only be transmitted using his Yuan Qi from his Dantian.
So what if I believe him or not?
He risked his life, allowing me to fight to the final moment.
How can I abandon him? What if you end up being nothing but ash from your battle? Then ash I shall be.
Felicitous Rain's Yuan Qi voice resounded throughout the heaven and earth. Rhyme Divine Lord's gorgeous eyes were visibly shaken when she heard those words. It was a tough and arduous process to become a Divine Lord. In the entire 12 Empyrean heavens, every Divine Lord would particularly cherish their lives.
To Divine Lords, their lives were extremely valuable. Anything below a Divine Lord was an ant.
She was a faithful person and she had paid a great price for her promise, but she was nothing when compared to Felicitous Rain Lord. She looked at Shi Xuanji and Demonic Eye Divine Lord, who had already escaped into the distance, before looking back at Felicitous Rain Lord. She was momentarily at a loss, for the stark contrast was just too overwhelming.
And at that moment, Felicitous Rain Lord's Yuan Qi voice resounded through the apocalyptic tempest in an unceasing manner. To what end do we practice martial arts for? If we can't depend on the sword, so what about death? One's true richness of heart is not to be annihilated.
Felicitous Rain Lord made a prolonged bellow and with his sword in hand, conjured a torrential rain that filled the sky. Countless drops of rain interweaved through the tempest, forming a massive rain formation that filled the heaven and earth. The silhouette of his back left Rhyme Divine Lord mentally shaken. It was extremely difficult for a warrior to practice martial arts. The path of martial arts was an act of defiance against the heavens. Just as Felicitous Rain Lord had said, if one could not overpower the heaven and earth, what use was practicing martial arts for? To fight for one's belief and not for one's interest, that was the martial path a warrior should take. It was also the path that Felicitous Rain Lord had chosen. Felicitous Rain Lord had reached the level of a Divine Lord at a young age. His future was limitless, and not all of this was dependent on his talent, it was also reliant on his determined mindset for martial arts. Felicitous Rain Lord's battle was not only for Yi Yun but also a proof of his conviction towards the pursuit of martial arts. But even so, it was unlikely that anything could be changed.
Was a generation's proud son of heaven about to perish here?
While Rhyme Divine Lord ruminated, the chimes from before turned increasingly clear at that moment.
It was like the shriek of a phoenix that penetrated straight to the peak of the firmaments. These chimes?
Rhyme Divine Lord faltered for a moment. She had heard the chimes previously, but she did not know what it represented. But now, the chimes had overwhelmed the crescendo of the destruction of the world, striking straight into her heart. At that moment, the massive divine tree began to tremble gently. Rhyme Divine Lord looked at the divine tree as she felt that some form of energy was gradually awakening in the deepest depths of the land where the tree's root network was. This is... Rhyme Divine Lord widened her beautiful eyes as she stared intently at a moving tree root that was the thickness of a mountain. Boom! 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 A large amount of rock shattered as mud poured down like a waterfall. A divine root had finally woken up from hundreds of millions of years of slumber. Boom! The land quaked, swinging the mountains along with it. The gigantic root was like a dragon that had been lying dormant in the land as it thrust itself ruthlessly at the bronze giant. This strike was enough to rend the heaven and earth asunder. The bronze giant's aloof expression changed for the first time. He glared at the divine root with a solemn expression. Roar! The bronze giant let out a terrifying roar as he sent the heavily injured Felicitous Rain Lord back 1,000 feet in order to face the hefty root of the divine tree. With his enormous bronze axe, he cleaved forcefully at the divine root. Boom! 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 A terrifying impact seemed to tear apart at everything. Dozens of metallic chains suddenly turned taut from the impact as they produced tumultuous clanging sounds. A terrifying blast of energy emanated in every direction from the impact. Demonic Eye Divine Lord, who had felt safe after retreating a great distance away, was alarmed. Could it be that the divine tree had been awoken? How could it be possible? Bam! 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 Beside Demonic Eye Divine Lord, his blood-colored skull trembled violently. In just an instant, the skull had suffered a heavy blow from the energy shockwave. It was nearly torn apart by the immense energy. This made Demonic Eye Divine Lord feel incredulous. This was just an aftershock, but it was so powerful. What would happen if one was directly hit by the divine root? And at that moment, Demonic Eye Divine Lord had already seen the divine root strike a second time after deflecting the bronze axe. Its speed was stifling fast. Even the mighty bronze giant could not defend against the second strike in such a short period of time. Boom! The strike from the divine tree made a direct hit on the bronze giant's back. It ripped apart his skin and shattered his vertebrae. With a muffled grunt, his body took a few steps back, with each fracturing the ground. Black blood began spewing out of the bronze giant's body like a black torrential rain. Felicitous Rain Lord was stunned when he saw the scene. In the distance, Shishwanji and Demonic Eye Divine Lord were left even more dumbfounded. They were certain of a single thing. The divine tree had really awoken. Yi-Yun had awoken it? With his Tao Manifestation Realm cultivation, he had managed to awaken the world-astounding divine tree that had been slumbering for hundreds of millions of years? Rhyme Divine Lord experienced shock piled on top of shock. Felicitous Rain Lord had risked his life to create an opportunity for Yi-Yun, and the latter had really managed to grasp it. Yi-Yun really did it. His cultivation level was indeed insufficient at awakening the divine tree. However, he managed to fuse with the Tao of primordial chaos in such a short period of time, producing a 9-leaf destruction Tao fruit, breaking through to the Tao manifestation realm in one shot. He then managed to shake the world with the divine tree. Rhyme Divine Lord failed to calm her stormy feelings despite taking several deep breaths. There were too many warriors that acted in bad faith. Few people showed valor and passion. Felicitous Rain Lord had managed to do it, while his disciple had really evolved into a dragon from a golden carp after the encountering of a storm. Felicitous Rain Lord had given Yi-Yun a river, but Yi-Yun had returned him an ocean. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1043, Covetous Intentions. Chapter 1043, Covetous Intentions. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. The divine tree has been awoken. Yi-Yun, you have truly given me a pleasant surprise. Ha ha ha. Felicitous Rain Lord broke out into a boisterous laughter in the sky. He was feeling elated because he believed that it was likely for Yi-Yun to perish in the door to the 33 skies. He had never expected Yi-Yun to awaken the divine tree at the final, crucial moment. Boom! On the lands beneath him, an entire mountain cliff had collapsed. As people stared at it intently, they realized that it was not a mountain, but a second divine root covered by rock. It rose up into the sky and struck the bronze giant. 2 divine roots began striking the bronze giant from both sides with the might of the heaven and earth. Rumble! Like a divine dragon thrashing its tail, all the impact landed on the bronze giant's massive back that resembled a vast plain. It sent the bronze giant flying out. The giant, who was a few hundred kilometers tall, could easily send the combined forces of 4 divine lords in retreat despite having most of its strength sealed by the chains. But now, he had been sent flying by the humongous divine roots.
Clang! Dozens of chains tightened simultaneously as the bronze giant grunted in a deep tone.
The parts of his body that had been tethered to the chains had been mangled into a bloody mess. The ends of these chains were embedded deep into his bones, and with the forceful tug, his body began to convulse as he spat out a mouthful of black blood. The bronze giant fell heavily to the ground, flattening a large swath of a mountain range. The divine tree's roots began to extend out from underground, and like an orderly chain, it wrapped the bronze giant in layers.
Roar! The bronze giant let out an angry bellow of disgruntlement. He grabbed the gigantic axe that had fallen to the ground and cleaved at the divine root once again. The bronze giant's might was formidable, so a single divine root was cleaved into two with a single strike of his axe, but at that moment... Shoo! 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 More and more roots drilled out from underground, and soon, the plain of despair was destroyed. Amongst the countless tree roots that began wrapping around the bronze giant, some had a girth that resembled a mountain, while others were as thin as a human's arm. The bronze giant's muscles bulged as veins protruded. It was as astounding as a roaring river. Despite having used a strength that was sufficient to destroy a star, he was still unable to extricate himself from the roots. Rumble! With a loud crackle, the ground split open. The bronze giant was dragged down into the ground by the divine roots along with the chains that were tethered to him. Regardless of his frantic struggles, his body continued to sink into the land. Finally, he was completely buried underground. Rumble! With the quaking ground's tumultuous rumbles, the land closed up once again, burying the bronze giant completely. It was over. Everyone was extremely surprised that despite being extremely powerful, the bronze giant was eventually sealed by the divine tree's roots before being dragged underground. People had previously believed that they were in a crumbling world which could not withstand the energy blasts from the battle between the divine roots and the bronze giant. However, they never expected that while the divine roots launched one attack after another, the world that was on the brink of destruction was gradually slowing down its collapse. Now, the shocking land had slowly mended the cracks in the ground, while the tempest gradually weakened to a halt. The entire world instantly turned a lot more peaceful. The Azurewood Great World, which was on the brink of destruction, had apparently been saved. It was truly impressive that the divine tree could hold down a world and abate its destruction. Ha ha ha! Demonic Eye Divine Lord suddenly broke out into laughter.
He no longer had the thought of escaping on his mind. The destruction of a great world was a calamity for him after all. Although he was confident of surviving it, the Azurewood Great World was a very strange world. It had the divine tree, the bronze giant, and it was supposedly connected to something known as the 33 skies. Only the heavens would know what mishaps could happen during the collapse of such a world. It was obviously best if he did not need to experience it. Felicitous Rain Lord, that disciple of yours truly has some skill.
He actually managed to awaken the divine tree.
Demonic Eye Divine Lord was standing on the blood-colored skull as he slowly flew toward Felicitous Rain Lord.
Indeed, indeed. I'm surprised as well.
He did not squander the risk I had undertaken to create an opportunity for him, said Sir Xuanji as he flew over too. The two had deserted during battle, but now, with the bronze giant subdued and the world no longer collapsing, there was naturally no reason for them to flee. Upon seeing Sir Xuanji and Demonic Eye Divine Lord, Rhyme Divine Lord raised her elegant eyebrows.
The duo was truly thick-skinned.
They had previously fled at such a rapid pace, but now, with everything safe, they actually came back all smiles. It was as though the ones that had fled weren't them.
Rhyme Divine Lord was a person who abhorred injustice. Just as she wanted to mock the two old fogies. Boom! Boom! Boom!
The ground experienced gentle tremors once again.
It changed everyone's expression slightly.
Rhyme Divine Lord was unable to deride them at that moment as she said with a solemn expression, "It looks like that bronze giant has not been vanquished.
He is only trapped underground and he is still struggling." She could sense the pulsations from deep underground that came one wave after another.
Like a surging sea tide, every wave stirred her blood flow. The bronze giant has been trapped for hundreds of millions of years, yet he still possesses such a powerful life force. The divine tree can only temporarily imprison him, but in that case, there might be a day when he will escape. It's not that it's impossible, but I believe that even if it were to happen, there is no way to know how many years more it will be, said Sir Xuanji as he stroked his beard. He was not worried because he could sense that the bronze giant was clearly being repressed by the divine tree. Old man sure is right. Demonic Eye Divine Lord stroked his chin as he looked at the core of the divine tree as a strange glint flashed in his eyes. It would be great if the divine tree and the bronze giant could be subdued by him. Just extracting a bit of the tree's essence would be sufficient for the refinement of an elixir or enchanted artifact. If the divine tree and the bronze giant were used as guardians of the Fey Phantasm sect, they would ensure a prosperous future for the sect for hundreds of millions of years.
Of course, those were only wild thoughts.
Scheming for the divine tree or the bronze giant was completely impossible, but if he schemed against Yun, who had entered the restricted zone?
Many thoughts flashed through Demonic Eye Divine Lord's mind.
He glanced at Xuanji and noticed that he was also looking at the divine tree's restricted zone where Yun was. He was similarly pondering over something. Ignoring the possible heritage left behind by the black-dressed woman, just the nebulous primordial chaos was enough to cause divine lords to come to blows. If the 10,000 Fey Empyrean Heaven were to know that Yun had obtained real nebulous primordial chaos in the restricted zone, many divine lords might end up swarming here like bees in a bid to capture a wisp of the nebulous primordial chaos for study. Not only could nebulous primordial chaos be refined into artifacts or used as supreme treasures to temper one's body, there was also an opportunity to gain insights into the Tao of primordial chaos.
That would be an impressive opportunity. Felicitous Rain, the divine tree has already been awakened. Why isn't your disciple coming out? Xuanji suddenly asked.
Top credit goes to Yun for the preservation of the Azure Wood Great World. Furthermore, he has broken through to the Tao manifestation realm and he condensed so many 9-leaf Tao fruits. He has also obtained a great life-changing experience. Now that he's in the restricted zone, who knows what the situation is in there?
Let's go and see how he is. As Demonic Eye Divine Lord spoke, a teasing smile suffused at the corners of his lips as he swept Felicitous Rain Lord with a glance.
At that moment, Felicitous Rain Lord was covered in serious injuries. He had less than 10% of his Yuan Qi, so he posed no threat. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1044, The Miracle in the Stonehouse. Chapter 1044, The Miracle in the Stonehouse. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin.
At that moment inside the divine tree's restricted zone, Yun's body was swathed in a greenish halo. An indescribable spiritual and ethereal aura suffused through his entire being, as though he would return to the land of immortals with the wind. Yuengsha and Chu He were still outside the Chaos Stonehouse, but they had sensed the tremendous change in Yun's aura. It was not simply increased, but it had undergone a qualitative leap. This leap made Yuengsha even have a feeling that Yun was about to ascend to become immortal.
Yun must have manifested his Tao already. Yuengsha could not see Yun's Tao tree projection, but she had a vague guess that Yun's Tao manifestation was likely extraordinary.
At that moment, an immense blast of energy suddenly spewed out from the ground like a fountain. It surged into Yun's body, and as he was inundated by the energy, his muscles, bone, and flesh seemed to turn transparent. As the energy surged up along the divine tree's root network, Yuengsha saw a faint halo rising up from the ground.
Soon, the light gushed beneath Yun's feet.
The divine tree's root network transported energy to its main trunk, and since Yun was merged with the divine tree, the energy surged through his body. And at that instant, a primordial aura of immensity burst out from Yun's body suddenly. The clear chimes were still resounding throughout the restricted zone. At that moment, Yun gradually opened his eyes. His eyes were bright and profound.
During the process of merging with the divine tree, Yun's perception had extended to the divine tree's every leaf.
Through it, he could sense the entire world. He had seen everything that had happened in the door to the 33 skies, including Felicitous Rain Lord's bloody but valiant battle.
He had also seen Xuanji and Demonic Eye Divine Lord desert the fight.
He had also perceived the restricted zone clearly, as well as everything inside the stonehouse that was constructed from chaos stones.
This stonehouse. Yun's mind stirred as he was surprised to find a grey plot of land in the backyard of the stonehouse. It was likely a tiny herbal garden.
Yun was rather excited when he first discovered the herbal garden. He believed that he might find some herbs, but soon, he was left disappointed. It might have had herbs planted in the past, but all of them had withered by now.
After hundreds of millions of years, without anyone tending to them, any spiritual plant would die. Just thinking of it ached Yun's heart.
Such a miraculous ground with more than 100 million years would have resulted in heaven-defying herbs.
Just the thought of it could drive people into a frenzy.
But now, the herbal plants had turned to dust and they had returned to land. It did nothing but advantage the grey soil. After absorbing so much spiritual energy from the spiritual herbs, it was unknown how incredibly fertile the soil was. Yun was even considering if he should take a bit of the soil for the cultivation of herbs. Just as he was thinking of that, he exclaimed lightly as he suddenly discovered that the grey soil was in no way ordinary. The feeling the soil gave was identical to the chaos stones of the stonehouse. After a detailed sifting through the soil, Yun had even seen tiny chaos stone particulate.
Could it be that someone had ground chaos stones into powder and added some fertilizer to eventually transform chaos stones into soil? Could it even be possible that the spiritual herbs which had withered and rotted had become fertilizer for the soil? Upon realizing this, Yun held his breath. How impressive was that? Perhaps only the black-dressed woman was capable of doing such things. However, it was such a pity that such a good herbal garden had been left to waste for hundreds of millions of years. Yun could not help but investigate the herbal garden. If it were any other time, the sand that was ground from chaos stones was not something Yun could probe. Chaos stones screened all perception, so even a divine lord was unable to probe the internals of a chaos stone. However, having merged with the divine tree, Yun's perception could probe within. And the probe left Yun astonished. He saw a lush green ball buried deep inside the gray herbal garden. It was about the size of a peach core and its surface was not smooth. Instead, it was patterned like a peach core and the patterns were formed with an indescribable auric charm. What gave Yun a greater pleasant surprise was that there was a large amount of gray gas gathered inside the tiny ball. After making contact with chaos laws, Yun was certain that the gray gas was the nebulous primordial chaos. Back when Yun broke through to the Tao manifestation realm, he had already absorbed a portion of the nebulous primordial chaos, but now, he discovered that in the tiny ball, the amount of nebulous primordial chaos contained within was more than 10 times what he had absorbed. Nebulous primordial chaos was absolutely rare in the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven. Even divine lords would covet it. If a tiny amount of nebulous primordial chaos was infused during the refinement of a treasure, it would increase the grade of the treasure by several grades. But in fact, almost no one would be willing to use nebulous primordial chaos for the refinement of artifacts. If they tempered the nebulous primordial chaos into their body, fusing their flesh and blood with the nebulous primordial chaos, it would result in an unimaginable increase in strength. What was this peach core? Why had it condensed so much nebulous primordial chaos? As Yun pondered over the questions, he carefully observed it. He realized that it contained the same aura as the divine tree that held up the Azure-wood great world. Could it be? A thought flashed through Yun's mind. It was a suffocating thought, for he came to a realization that the peach core could very likely be a seed born from the world tree. Everything had its birth and end. The universe was no different, therefore, the divine tree also had a birth and end. After experiencing the immense river of time, it would eventually die. And this seed was likely the new life of its future. A seed produced by the divine tree that could hold up a world was grown in the herbal garden. With chaos stone powder as soil and rotten 100-million-year-old spiritual herbs as fertilizer. Its value was completely unimaginable. Yun was momentarily stunned. If that was the case, it was definitely the most heaven-defying treasure other than the purple crystal which he had even seen ever since he began practicing martial arts. Yun could not help but touch the herbal garden's soil. At that moment, Yuangsha and Shui were still outside the stone house and they did not know what Yun was doing. The nutrients in the soil appear to have been absorbed clean by the divine tree's seed. The divine herbs that had withered here had long devoted its essence to the divine tree's seed. Even the primordial chaos essence contained within the soil made out of chaos stone powder had been gathered by the divine tree seed. If the seed continued staying in the herbal garden, it was unlikely it could mature. Yun took a deep breath as he shook his head. He gently swept away the soil that had its nutrients drained. Then, he realized that his bloodline seemed to be connected to the divine tree seed that was buried deep within the soil. Oh! Yun swept aside some more soil and then, without Yun needing to do anything further, the divine tree seed had taken the initiative to push the soil aside and float out of the soil before landing slowly in Yun's palm. Yun was astonished as he held the seed. He realized that the seed was willing to stay close to him, likely because of his act of awakening the divine tree and the possession of an aura that was mutually similar to the divine tree. Perhaps, he could bring the divine tree seed away. Upon thinking of that, Yun experienced mental undulations. Yun would not have taken it away if the divine tree seed could mature in the herbal garden. It would affect the growth of such a divine item if it was taken away too early. But the present situation was completely different. The ground was already infertile, and the divine tree seed had taken the initiative to follow him. This was totally an unparalleled opportunity for him. Yun held the divine tree seed with both his hands meticulously with extreme focus. He felt that the seed was the world's most perfect item. Perhaps only the purple crystal and its profoundness exceeded the seed. Just as Yun was admiring the seed, he suddenly felt a cold killing intent. Oh! Yun's turned apprehensive. His perception was fused with the divine tree, so he knew that the killing intent came from outside the restricted zone. Yun glanced over and immediately wrinkled his brows. He saw Shirshwanji and Demonic Eye Divine Lord standing at the cave entrance outside the restricted zone. They were thinking of ways to enter.
Although they had ordinary expressions, there was a clear covetous glint in their eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1045, Sneak Attack. Chapter 1045, Sneak Attack. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Oh. The restricted zone is sealed shut.
As Sher Xuanji looked at the entrance to the restricted zone, he realized that the restricted zone was a completely sealed-off world, making it extremely difficult to crack it open. Demonic Eye Divine Lord stroked his chin as he considered the entry options available to him. He knew that the restricted zone was remarkable, but after hundreds of millions of years, many array formations would lose their energy provisions and weaken. It was not necessarily impossible for him to gain entry.
Sher Xuanji. Demonic Eye.
Felicitous Rain Lord's face sunk when he saw the scene unfolding before him. Previously, the duo had taken on a doubtful and obstructive stance on Yi Yun's entry into the restricted zone. Later on, they had fled the battle with the bronze giant.
They had not expended any of their strength, but now, with the bronze giant sealed again and the danger alleviated, the duo was back again.
Their motives were obvious.
When Yi Yun broke through to the Tao manifestation realm, the duo had seen him use nebulous primordial chaos to condense his Tao fruit. Demonic Eye Divine Lord said with a sinister smile, "Felicitous Rain, what's the panic? We are only concerned about your disciple's situation. The door to the 33 skies is so strange and your disciple's cultivation level is so low.
Having him inside the restricted zone without any guardians could have him suffer mishaps.
If there's any danger, we will be able to save him in a timely fashion."
Disparaged the heavily injured Felicitous Rain Lord. At that moment, Rhyme Divine Lord said, "Demonic Eye, I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen someone as shameless as you. The reason why we can stand here so safely is all because of Yi Yun and Felicitous Rain's efforts."
Are you planning on burning bridges?
Rhyme Divine Lord's voice was cold and austere. She was infuriated over the shameless behavior of Demonic Eye Divine Lord and Sher Xuanji as well.
Demonic Eye Divine Lord glanced at Rhyme Divine Lord and said with a teasing tone, "Fairy Rhyme, you are injured too, right?
Calm down, or your injuries might give you a lash back." Rhyme Divine Lord had indeed been injured while fighting alongside Felicitous Rain Lord.
Upon hearing Demonic Eye Divine Lord's unmarred threat, her expression turned cold as she said, "Demonic Eye, you plan on fighting? Hee, why are you so angry? We are still not out of peril yet. Let's enter the restricted zone and see Yi Yun's situation first."
As Demonic Eye Divine Lord said that, he no longer bothered with her and began to study the restricted zone's entrance. Divine Lords were people that stood at the upper echelons of the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven after all.
Their insights and techniques were all extraordinary.
Sher Xuanji was especially well versed in array techniques, so he was very confident. As for the restricted zone, despite it being impressive, Sher Xuanji still had certain ideas that could work considering the long amount of time that had passed.
Xie. Dao patterns flew out from Sher Xuanji's hand as he attempted to crack the array. He was in no way worried about Yi Yun.
From Sher Xuanji's point of view, the process in which the divine tree sealed the bronze giant may have rendered the heaven and earth asunder, but the divine tree was the divine tree while Yi Yun was Yi Yun.
Although Yi Yun had awoken the divine tree, sealing the bronze giant was the divine tree's mission. It had nothing to do with Yi Yun. Sher Xuanji.
Felicitous Rain Lord was incensed. Just as he wanted to move forward to stop him, Demonic Eye Divine Lord, who was standing behind Sher Xuanji, suddenly turned around and struck out with his palm.
Who?
More than 10,000 ghastly shadows burst out behind Demonic Eye Divine Lord as his palm transformed into a gigantic ghostly claw. The claw swiped at Felicitous Rain Lord.
This strike was tumultuous and extremely fast.
Clearly, Demonic Eye Divine Lord was already prepared to sneak an attack on Felicitous Rain Lord. At that moment, Felicitous Rain Lord was already severely injured and he had burned his blood essence. It was extremely difficult for him to withstand a strike from Demonic Eye Divine Lord, who was in perfect condition.
Phew!
At that split instant, a blue ribbon band flew out and struck the ghastly claw.
Rhyme Divine Lord had attacked. Boom!
The ghastly claw and the blue ribbon band clashed, but they were unequal. On one side, it was a prepared attack while the other was a reactionary response. Furthermore, Rhyme Divine Lord was injured, so the clash deflected the blue ribbon band as the ghastly claw came to a slight halt before continuing its trajectory toward Felicitous Rain Lord.
Want my life? Not that simple.
Killing intent appeared in Felicitous Rain Lord's eyes. Although he had less than 10% of his Yuan Qi left, he still had his blood essence. He burned his blood essence once again and a dazzling luster bloomed from the sword in his hand. The sword conjured the power of time. As though it was severing time itself, it struck the ghostly claw. Cha! The ghostly claw was torn apart, but Felicitous Rainlord's sword beam had shattered as well. He was exhausted after all. The violent blast sent his body flying backward a few hundred feet. His face turned pale as fresh blood seeped out from the corners of his mouth. Felicitous Rainlord's injuries had been aggravated. With such serious injuries, it was likely to affect his future achievements. Pa! 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 Demonic Eye Divine Lord began clapping. Impressive! Impressive! Felicitous Rain, you indeed live up to your reputation. Despite such severe injuries with less than 10% of your combat strength left, you were still able to withstand my attack. I thought that strike could have almost killed you. At that moment, Sir Xuanji stopped his attempts at cracking the array. He was unaware that Demonic Eye Divine Lord would suddenly sneak an attack. Demonic Eye, aren't you going overboard? Sir Xuanji still did not wish for Felicitous Rainlord to die. Humph. Old man Xuanji, do still hold hopes that Felicitous Rain will return to your immortal Rain sect? Stop being naive. You have already terribly offended him today. By deserting the battle and by having nefarious thoughts about his disciple, it would be pretty impressive if Felicitous Rain doesn't wipe out your immortal Rain sect. As for that punk, Yun, he has condensed 4 9-leaf Dao fruits. His future is completely unimaginable. What we have done today will form a grudge he has against us. In order to prevent revenge to be sought on us, we naturally have to curb any future troubles. As for Felicitous Rain, he is our obstruction. By not killing Felicitous Rain while he is injured, are we to wait for him to recover from his injuries and allow him to come charging at our doorstep? Demonic Eye Divine Lord's words made Sir Xuanji fall silent. He knew that what Demonic Eye Divine Lord said was very likely to happen. He said in a solemn tone, Felicitous Rain, if you were to swear on the heavenly Tao and are willing to return to the immortal Rain sect, never to betray the sect, I can guarantee the safety of you and your disciple. Of course, your disciple has to return to the immortal Rain sect as well. Furthermore, he has to swear on the heavenly Tao. As for the nebulous primordial chaos he received, he should split it. It is extremely hard for nebulous primordial chaos to be put to good use in the hands of a junior at the Tao manifestation realm. Sir Xuanji did not want Demonic Eye to be the vanguard. It would be the best outcome if he could take the opportunity today to urge Felicitous Rainlord's return. However, the nebulous primordial chaos was something Sir Xuanji was bent on receiving. It could even push him another stage further. Ha ha ha! Felicitous Rainlord roared with laughter. Sir Xuanji, stop leading the life of a whore and expect a monument for your chastity. I, Felicitous Rain, shall stand here. You can kill me if you want, but as a result, I promise you that even if I'm emptied of my blood essence, I will absolutely make you be relieved of a layer of skin. As Felicitous Rainlord spoke, his eyes revealed an awe-inspiring killing intent. He was not someone who feared for his life. That was his martial path. Upon hearing Felicitous Rainlord's words, Sir Xuanji's expression sunk immediately. He, old man Xuanji, you are still bent on wasting your efforts here. What did I say? It's already an irreconcilable situation. Stop being a hypocrite and attack. As Demonic Eye Divine Lord spoke, he took a large stride forward as black demonic flames burned from his body. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1046, Desperate Struggle. Chapter 1046, Desperate Struggle. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Demonic Eye Divine Lord, who was covered in burning demonic eyes, was twice as strong compared to the time he fought the bronze giant. Back then, he had been conserving his strength, but now, he naturally could attack Felicitous Rainlord with all he had. Seeing the situation get out of hand, Rhyme Divine Lord's expression turned stern. She wanted to be on Felicitous Rainlord's side, but she knew all too well how likely she would perish if she did so. Fairy Rhyme, I appreciate your thoughts. At that moment, Felicitous Rainlord's Yuan Qi transmission rang in Rhyme Divine Lord's ears. I am extremely grateful that you are considering to help me, but I cannot implicate you. If it's possible, find a chance to escape the door to the 33 skies with my disciple. Outside, my maidservant, Shui Ningxuang, will receive him. You can hand Ian over to her, and I, Felicitous Rain, will remember the favor. Not everyone could risk their lives for strangers out of principle, and neither did Felicitous Rainlord wish for others to sacrifice themselves for him. With the present situation, even by joining forces with Rhyme Divine Lord, it was impossible to defeat the combined forces of Sir Xuanji and Demonic Eye Divine Lord. It was more hopeful to get Rhyme Divine Lord to save Yun. Felicitous Rain, I promise you that even if there's a silver of chance, I will risk my life to save Yun. As Rhyme Divine Lord said those words, she felt melancholic.
Was a talent like Felicitous Rain going to perish here? At that moment, Yun was feeling extremely anxious in the restricted zone.
He was aware of what was happening outside and that his master was in grave danger.
Felicitous Rain Lord was no match for the combined forces of two Divine Lords even if he was in his best condition, much less now.
Yun was greatly indebted to Felicitous Rain Lord, so he could not turn a blind eye toward the attempted murder. His cultivation level was still low, so he was completely no match for Demonic Eye Divine Lord and Xuanji. The only possibility he had was to borrow the Divine Tree's strength.
Divine Tree, Divine Tree. Yun interfaced his mind with the Divine Tree's roots.
Although he felt that his thoughts had fused with the Divine Tree, it did not mean that Yun could control the Divine Tree to act as he pleased. The Divine Tree could almost be considered a god spirit.
As for Yun, he was only a junior at the Tao Manifestation Realm.
It was unimaginable for someone at the Tao Manifestation Realm to control a god spirit. No matter how much he injected his will into the Divine Tree, Yun was unable to receive any response. The Divine Tree had sealed the bronze giant only out of instinct.
What should I do? Yun began to panic.
Felicitous Rain Lord's life was on the line, but he had not accomplished anything.
At that moment, Yun's mind lit up in a flash of brilliance.
He looked at the Divine Tree seed in his hand. Perhaps. In such a dire situation, Yun ignored everything else as he swallowed the Divine Tree seed. He did not eat the Divine Tree seed, but instead, he had attempted to fuse with the Divine Tree seed.
Phew! Under Yun's control, the Divine Tree seed tunneled into his Dantian. Upon entry, it immediately sank into his Yuan foundation.
The Divine Tree seed had surprisingly fused with Yun's Dao Tree. It made his Dantian burn as though it was about to explode. The next moment, Yun felt that the seed was like a bottomless vortex. It sucked all his Yuan Qi, mental energy, will, and lifeblood. Under such circumstances, it would only be a matter of seconds before Yun was sucked dry. He was alarmed, but at that moment, he steeled his heart and gave up resisting the suction. He allowed the Divine Tree seed to suck all that he had. At that critical moment, he can only choose to trust the Divine Tree seed and leave the rest to fate.
Boom!
Outside the restricted zone, Xuanji and Demonic Eye Divine Lord had jointly launched a fatal strike on Felicitous Rain Lord. Xuanji's eyes flashed coldly. All these years, he had been attempting to get Felicitous Rain Lord to return to the Immortal Rain Sect. He had already lost his patience after countless failures. With him determined to obtain the nebulous primordial chaos today, Xuanji had finally decided to kill him. Felicitous Rain, your betrayal of the sect has been tolerated by me all these years. Today, I'll rid the scourge of my sect and let you die under the Nine Heavens Rain Annihilation Array. The Nine Heavens Rain Annihilation Array was the #1 combat array formation of the Immortal Rain Sect.
At the realm of Divine Lord, it could be completely powered by a single person.
As for Felicitous Rain Lord, he had left the Immortal Rain Sect at a young age, so with his low cultivation back then, he had yet to learn the combat array.
Betray the sect? Rid the scourge? Ha ha ha. Xuanji. I truly despise you.
At this point in time, you are still spewing such hypocritical words. Even if you kill me today, I'll make you pay the price. In the future, your Immortal Rain Sect will be vanquished.
Courting death.
Xuanji was enraged as he brandished the sword in his hand, causing rumbles. Countless dark clouds enshrouded the lands as a rain of annihilation that had gathered the power of the heaven and earth poured down. Even the world of the door to the 33 skies that had stabilized began to quake because of the rain of annihilation. Felicitous Rain Lord brandished his sword as well. Swish! A brilliant sword beam tore through the world.
At that moment, Felicitous Rain Lord was burning life force. He was prepared to die in battle. Rumble!
The brilliant sword beam struck the screen of rain that blotted out the sky directly. As Felicitous Rain Lord's long hair flared, he gave up any form of defense as he only attacked. The sword in his hand came straight for Xuanji's head. He was prepared for an internecine outcome. At that moment, a sinister laugh suddenly rang in Felicitous Rain Lord's ears. Felicitous Rain, my 6-streak blood banner happens to be short of a main soul.
Be my main soul after your death.
With a Divine Lord main soul, my 6-streak blood banner's strength will be enhanced by 10 times.
Demonic Eye Divine Lord roared with laughter.
In the middle of his forehead, a purple ghostly eye opened. In his hand was dark red 6-streak blood banner. It had been formed through the slaughtering of a billion lives, some warriors, some commoners, some fae, and some humans. These billion souls were held in the blood banner, and by taking the banner out, specters began to spread out everywhere. On one side was the rain of annihilation, while on the other side, there were endless wailing specters. Felicitous Rain Lord was stuck in the middle with no room to escape.
Felicitous Rain, this is your end. Demonic Eye Divine Lord had summoned 800 million specters at a go.
It was a strike that was determined to complete its mission.
Just as the 800 million specters were about to devour Felicitous Rain Lord, an immense sense of danger inundated him.
Ha!
Demonic Eye Divine Lord was alarmed as it was a feeling that his life was on the line.
Without even thinking, he quickly retreated.
So,
with an ear-piercing reverberation, a shadow that resembled a black worm struck out like a whip.
It was as fast as lightning. Pa!
A tumultuous explosion was heard as the black shadow struck Demonic Eye Divine Lord's blood banner. It shook violently as wanton energy leaked out of it. With a grunt, Demonic Eye Divine Lord was sent flying. As for the 800 million specters that had been released from the blood banner, nearly half of them had been destroyed by the explosive strike.
Woo 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 woo!
The specters wailed with dreary cries. Instantly, the heaven and earth were filled with sinister energies that dissipated due to the evisceration of the spirits.
What? At that moment, Demonic Eye Divine Lord was completely left dumbfounded.
He had spent 1,000,000 years to complete the refinement of the six-streak blood banner. It was his intrinsic enchanted treasure.
If a powerful main soul was added to it, the power of the blood banner would be unimaginable. However, his enchanted treasure had its power halved from a single strike of the black shadow? Instantly, fury overwhelmed Demonic Eye Divine Lord.
With his intrinsic enchanted treasure damaged in the backlash of energy, he immediately spat a mouthful of blood.
Who?
Demonic Eye Divine Lord cast his gaze over as he discerned the black shadow to be a gigantic tree root. The tree root had dissipated his blood banner's specters. The tree root did not lose its momentum. When it flew in front of Felicitous Rain Lord, countless root filaments spread out and formed a solid wall.
Boom!
Right after Shi Xuanji's 9 Heavens Rain Annihilation Array clashed with Felicitous Rain Lord's strike that was produced at the cost of burning his life, the remaining energy surged to the wall of roots and exploded. Countless raindrops that were filled with killing intent exploded onto the root wall, turning into boundless vapor. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1047, All-Powerful. Chapter 1047, All-Powerful. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. What's going on? An alarmed Shi Xuanji chose to retreat immediately.
He noticed that when the 9 Heavens Rain Annihilation Array that he was always proud of struck the wall of roots, a large number of roots were severed. However, these torn roots were regrown and restored in a blink of an eye. In a few seconds, the roots had been restored to their original state. The divine tree's roots are protecting Felicitous Rain.
How is that possible?
Shi Xuanji muttered to himself. The divine tree was a paragon existence. It was a god spirit of a world that had managed to repress the bronze giant and slow down the destruction of the Azurewood Great World. How could such a god spirit take the initiative to save Felicitous Rain Lord? Shi Xuanji obviously refused to believe that Felicitous Rain Lord was anyone special.
The only possibility was Yi Yun.
He had made the divine tree save Felicitous Rain.
Yi Yun could control the divine tree? Upon realizing that point, Shi Xuanji's heart chilled. How could a junior at the Tao manifestation realm control the divine tree?
Just as Shi Xuanji was pondering over the turn of events, the divine root had once again hurled itself at him. The divine tree's attacks were only simple lashings. However, the way it attacked inflicted pressure on Shi Xuanji.
Dodge! Shi Xuanji did not wish to clash with the divine tree.
He dodged at an extremely fast speed, allowing the strike to hit the ground.
Boom!
The ground tore apart and was instantly reduced to a valley. Upon seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded from shock. Yi Yun was controlling the divine tree to aid Felicitous Rain Lord.
Felicitous Rain, your disciple is certainly amazing.
Rhyme Divine Lord was extremely shocked. It was a battle between divine lords that she was powerless against. Yi Yun, a junior, had managed to budge into a battle between divine lords, influencing the battle situation.
Regardless of what strength he had borrowed, it was probably unprecedented.
That little bastard destroyed my blood banner. I will definitely extract your soul and refine it into the blood banner and then rip your body into 1,000,000 pieces, lashed out Demonic Eye Divine Lord as he leaped. There was blood still seeping from the corners of his mouth while the 6-streak blood banner in his hand had lost a great deal of its power. Yi Yun's strike had nearly halved his blood banner's might and it would take a few 100,000 years to restore it through a refinement process. But despite being incensed, he did not dare approach the divine root. So, the divine root hurled at Demonic Eye Divine Lord. Although he had just uttered vicious words, his heart shuddered when facing the divine tree. Without putting up any form of resistance, he kept the six-streak blood banner and fled in a sorry manner. He was afraid that his intrinsic enchanted treasure would suffer another mishap.
Boom!
After being somewhat prepared, Demonic Eye Divine Lord managed to barely dodge the Divine Root's pursuit.
Its attack speed isn't that terrifying.
Demonic Eye Divine Lord quickly discovered that despite the Divine Root possessing indomitable strength, it had a weakness of having a slow attack speed.
Yes.
The Divine Tree is controlled by that little bastard after all.
What is his cultivation level at? How fast can his reaction be? No matter how powerful the Divine Tree is, it would be a waste in his hands.
Upon realizing this point, Demonic Eye Divine Lord became relieved.
Old man Xuanji, let's join forces. Yi Yun can't hit us at all.
Furthermore, I refuse to believe he doesn't pay a price while controlling the Divine Tree.
He might not be able to last long. Demonic Eye Divine Lord's Yuan Qi transmission rang in Shi Xuanji's ears.
Shi Xuanji's heart stirred as he said with a nod, "That's right.
How can the power of the Divine Tree be controlled by any ordinary person?
It's likely that this punk has paid quite a non-trivial price." Having realized the salient point, Shi Xuanji and Demonic Eye Divine Lord began complimenting each other in a bid to dodge the attacks. They wanted to try their best to get the Divine Tree to attack them. The Divine Tree might not be drained of its strength, but it was likely that Yi Yun would be drained of his lifeblood.
Ha 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 ha.
Little bastard, you are still too young to have any hopes of killing me. Such a powerful god spirit is only this and nothing more in your hands.
Demonic Eye Divine Lord said with a hearty laugh. He was deliberately trying to provoke Yi Yun, hoping that Yi Yun would attack him without any considerations. So, the Divine Tree charged straight at Demonic Eye Divine Lord, but he had predicted Yi Yun's attack trajectory. He dodged with a remarkable movement technique. I have already seen through your attack trajectories. The Dao Manifestation Realm is after all the Dao Manifestation Realm. It's too weak.
Demonic Eye Divine Lord mocked wantonly, but at that moment, there was an abrupt change in his expression. He watched helplessly as the Divine Tree did not retract after missing him. Instead, it continued in a powerful strike at the gigantic blood-colored skull. That was Demonic Eye Divine Lord's abode, also the spirit cruiser that all the members of the Fey Phantasm sect had ridden to the Azurewood Great World. Previously, Demonic Eye Divine Lord had kept all his disciples and grand disciples, including the Supremacies, Yufeihua and company into the blood-colored skull because of the Azurewood Great World's impending explosion. But now, the Divine Tree had chosen to attack the skull after missing him. It was indescribable how horribly powerful the strike was. Demonic Eye Divine Lord's ability to dodge it did not mean that his disciples and grand disciples could do likewise.
Little bastard, how dare you! Demonic Eye Divine Lord's eyes seemed to crack as he went into a frenzy.
But in that split second, the Divine Tree's root had slammed heavily onto the skull's frontal bone just after he managed to finish uttering the first word. Although Demonic Eye Divine Lord's blood-colored skull was powerful, how could an abode-type enchanted treasure be comparable to an offensive or defensive treasure like blades, armor, or array flags? Even the six-streak blood banner was unable to withstand the strike, not to mention the skull.
Rumble!
The blood-colored skull's frontal bone directly exploded.
The Divine Root hurled straight into it in an indomitable fashion.
Every structure in the skull abode was destroyed in a clean sweep. Energy storms swept wantonly through it and some juniors were immediately pulverized from the explosion. Although Yufeihua was remarkably powerful, he was too weak in the storm that ensued. He was powerless to resist against it.
Patriarch, save me! Yufeihua uttered a tragic cry, but in an instant, he had been swept into the storm.
He felt his body constantly tearing apart as a spray of blood burst out from his flesh. Yufeihua felt his body being snapped and he even saw both his legs fly off.
No! No!
Yufeihua yelled in despair, but he could no longer make a sound as his consciousness began to fade away. He never expected that at the moment Yi Yun was definitely doomed, he had suddenly controlled the Divine Tree to turn the tide of battle. Just a simple thought of Yi Yun had smashed him to pieces.
I can't accept it.
That was Yufeihua's final thought. In the next instant, he had been reduced to a mist of blood as he completely exploded apart. There was neither bone nor corpse left behind. In just an instant, all the Fey Phantasm sect juniors that had entered the door to the 33 skies were dead.
Even Supremacies were severely injured from the explosion.
Although they were powerful people, they had been injured during the battle with the Bronze Giant while in battle formation.
Feihua. Taoist Yuming spat a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying dozens of kilometers back.
As he watched his son die tragically, eventually turning into a mist of blood, his eyes flushed with killing intent as they turned red. Yufeihua was the son he thought most highly of. But he had died in such a tragic manner.
It was an instant kill.
As for Taoist Yu Ming himself, the strike had hurt his life essence due to the previous injuries he had incurred.
It was enough to affect his future attainments. Taoist Yu Ming was truly incensed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1048, Vanquishing a Supremacy. Chapter 1048, Vanquishing a Supremacy. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin.
Yun, you little bastard, Yu Ming, swear upon my life that I will kill you by peeling off your skin and plucking out your tendons so as to avenge my son.
Taoist Yu Ming had a rich sinisterine attribute but weak yang attribute due to the cultivation of the Fey Phantasm sect's techniques. By lacking in yang, it made his reproductive abilities limited. After all, to give birth to new life, one needed life force and lifeblood. How could a person filled with an air of death produce a child? It resulted in Taoist Yu Ming thinking very highly of Yu Feihua. The vendetta of his son's murder was absolutely irreconcilable. Upon hearing Taoist Yu Ming's words, Yun's gaze turned cold. You want to peel my skin and pluck my tendons? I'll kill you first. Yun's killing intent amplified as the sword of the will, which was fused with the divine tree as one, suffused from his glabella. The divine root hurled to the side and whizzed over at the next instant. Its target was clearly headed for Taoist Yu Ming. Taoist Yu Ming was lacking compared to Demonic Eye Divine Lord after all. Combined with the severe injuries he had received from before, there was no way for him to dodge the divine root's attack. Die! Taoist Yu Ming bellowed angrily as two curved blades appeared in his hands. He slashed his blades at the divine root, but countless root filaments came stabbing at Taoist Yu Ming at that moment. Sha! 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 Black blade beams swept through the area, with a large number of root filaments being severed by Taoist Yu Ming. However, the divine root suddenly changed trajectories again and came stabbing into Taoist Yu Ming's back. Sha! 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 The divine root's root filaments stabbed at Taoist Yu Ming like javelins, and eventually, 3 of them managed to break through his blade screen that protected him. Pwa pwa pwa! Taoist Yu Ming's protective Yuan Qi was directly penetrated, stabbing through his shoulder, abdomen, and chest in 3 distinct spots from the back. The fatal strike was not the one that pierced through his chest, but the one at Taoist Yu Ming's abdomen. It was where his dantian was. Pang! At that instant, Taoist Yu Ming clearly heard his dantian shatter. He watched helplessly as the blood-stained divine root pierced through his abdomen. His dantian had been destroyed by the divine root. A mouthful of coagulated blood spewed out of Taoist Yu Ming's mouth while all his strength had been drained. He grabbed the root filament that was covered in his own blood, eyes filled with enmity and indignance. He had just spoken of revenge, but immediately, his dantian was destroyed. Taoist Yu Ming's body convulsed as his consciousness gradually faded away. He was already not far from death. He refused to believe that there would come a day when he would perish under the hands of a junior despite being a supremacy. Boom! Taoist Yu Ming's corpse was flung out before crashing heavily into the ground like a broken bag of blood. Upon seeing this scene, everyone drew a gasp. A supremacy had died just like that. Although Taoist Yu Ming was not directly killed by Yi Yun, he had died because of him. No one would believe such a ridiculous matter anywhere outside, but it had turned into reality in this mystic zone. Escape! All the young disciples of the Fey Phantasm sect had died while half-step supremacies were severely injured and on the brink of death. The remaining few supremacies lost their guts. A battle of such scale was horrifying. Against the divine tree, which they could not put up any form of resistance, they were as helpless as a tiny boat in the middle of a torrential storm. The Fey Phantasm sect warriors fled helter-skelter. As for Demonic Eye Divine Lord, he was bordering on insanity. Ignoring the fact that the Fey Phantasm sect had lost so many elites in an instant, the blood-colored skull was one of his most valuable enchanted treasures. It was even more valuable than the 6-streak blood banner. But now, it had been pulverized to nothingness by Yi Yun with a single strike. Demonic Eye Divine Lord's heart ached for his loss. He yearned to tear apart Yi Yun, but he could do nothing to him. Instead, it was very likely that he would be killed by the divine tree if he were not careful. At that moment, Demonic Eye and Shi Xuanji were at a loss. The latter had witnessed the tragedy of the Fey Phantasm sect and he had a lingering fear in him. He was even elated that he had not found the young disciples of the Immortal Rain sect in the door to the 33 skies. If he had brought them with him, they might have been wiped out as well. However, Shi Xuanji did not know that the young disciples of the Immortal Rain sect had previously been wiped out by Yi Yun during a conflict from before. If he knew about it, Shi Xuanji would have vomited blood. As the Fey Phantasm sect was suffering utter chaos, Yi Yun's situation was not much better while inside the restricted zone.
After refining the divine tree seed, he had indeed possessed the ability to communicate with and borrow the divine tree's strength. However, the divine tree was a god spirit after all. To it, humans and fae were no different from plants. Furthermore, the divine tree had yet to develop sentience. It only stood in its spot to witness the passage of time that spanned hundreds of millions of years.
Yun's launch of attacks was ultimately controlled through the use of his will. The speed, trajectory and even strength of the attacks were largely dependent on Yun's mental strength.
His mental strength was naturally incomparable to a divine lord's, which made it very difficult for Yun to kill Shirshwanji and demonic I divine lord.
Controlling the divine tree was extremely draining on his mental facilities.
Just a few attacks were enough to make him feel an excruciating pain in his soul. It was hard for him to continue.
Yun frowned.
Killing a supremacy was already his limit, whereas killing a divine lord was impossible.
Shirshwanji and demonic I divine lord had clearly realized this salient point.
They had already opened up a distance and began using guerrilla tactics. At that juncture, no one had the upper hand against the other.
However, Yun could not remain in the divine tree's restricted zone forever.
He still needed to gain experience in the outside world. He could at most increase his cultivation level by a few realms through the isolation of himself in a sealed environment before meeting a bottleneck.
I'll save Master first.
With a thought, the divine root that was holding Felicitous Rainlord was pulled back. Under Yun's control, the door to the restricted zone did not stop the seriously injured Felicitous Rainlord's entry.
He was sent right in. It's that senior.
Yuangsha and Chu He were surprised when an additional person suddenly appeared in the restricted zone. Yuangsha had recognized Felicitous Rainlord, but compared to his striking appearance from before, he looked terrible.
Master. With a flash of his figure, Yun had appeared outside the Chaos Stonehouse.
Under a large tree, Felicitous Rainlord was leaning against it. There was no spot on him that remained fine. More importantly, his lifeblood was on the decline. Clearly, the battle from before had injured Felicitous Rainlord's life essence. Although it was possible for him to slowly recover through the use of precious herbal treasures, it was still possible for him to suffer from reticent injuries that could affect his future attainments.
Yun, well done. Well done.
After Felicitous Rainlord entered the restricted zone, he did not tend to his wounds but instead laughed loudly as he looked at Yun. For 9-leaf Dao fruits, with every one of them a great Dao.
The Dao fruits you condensed has far exceeded mine of yesteryear. It has also surpassed everyone in the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven.
Now, you have refined the nebulous primordial chaos and have awakened this god spirit that holds up a large world. As a disciple, you have lived up to my expectations. Or I should say that taking you in as my disciple is considered my good luck. Felicitous Rainlord had high standards. Back when he recruited disciples, it was without focused intention. He did not believe that he could find a personal disciple immediately. Taking 1,000,000 years to find a suitable disciple was considered not bad for a divine lord. Felicitous Rainlord had never imagined that he would find a monster like Yun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1049, Divine Tree's Bizarre Transformation. Chapter 1049, Divine Tree's Bizarre Transformation. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin.
Yun knew that Felicitous Rainlord's injuries were severe and that it was unlikely he could recover from it even if he were given a long period of time. The sense of gratitude he had was something he remembered secretly in his heart. If there came a chance in the future for his attainments to surpass Felicitous Rainlord, he would definitely aid Felicitous Rainlord into attaining a higher level. Other than Felicitous Rainlord, there were Elder Shur and Elder Duanmu from the Luo clan. The two elders had risked their lives to protect him under the Fey Phantasm sex assault. If possible, he wanted to provide them a great life-changing opportunity. Just as Yun was having such thoughts. Boom! The door to the 33 skies trembled once again as the ground where the divine tree rooted itself produced a tumultuous reverberation. Yun faltered for a moment, for he was connected to the divine tree in spirit and mind. He could clearly sense that at the intersection of the divine roots deep underground, the trapped bronze giant had begun struggling. With gigantic axe in hand, he was slashing at the divine tree's root filaments in a bid to escape. With the bronze giant's struggles, the ground began to crack. The Azurewood great world which the divine tree rooted itself into became unstable as though it would continue to explode.
Yun's expression turned solemn as he held his breath. It would definitely be a calamity the moment the Azurewood great world exploded. And at that moment, Yun could clearly sense that the divine tree had instinctively begun to divert its energy toward resisting the bronze giant. His control over the divine tree was beginning to wane. At that moment, Xuanji and Demonic Eye had also acutely noticed this salient point.
The ground was quaking as the bronze giant bellowed an angry roar from deep underground.
The divine tree's roots began boring back down into the ground.
Upon seeing this, the duo exchanged gleeful glances. They were of the impression that they could do nothing to Yun, but they never expected that the bronze giant would begin struggling. The world was again facing the possibility of destruction. If the bronze giant were powerful enough, it could result in an internecine outcome. By letting the destruction continue, there would be a space-time storm that would immediately erupt from the terrifying explosion that accompanied the complete destruction of the world. In such a calamity, it was impossible for Yun to survive. As for the two of them, they could capture Yun in the space-time storm and rob Yun of his nebulous primordial chaos. It was even possible that Yun had discovered heritage belonging to the black-dressed woman in the restricted zone. In that case, the heritage would be theirs. They had already decided to first extract Yun's soul to read his memories before dicing him up. They refused to believe that Yun could still hide any secret in such a situation.
Also, Felicitous Rain, you will have to die as well. Demonic Eye smiled sinisterly.
He was yearning to charge out and skin both master and disciple alive before refining their souls into the soul banner.
Yun, what happened?
In the restricted zone, Yuingsha and Shuhi had also sensed the trembling of the ground.
Felicitous Rain Lord's expression turned solemn as he had sensed that the world was quickly on the brink of complete collapse.
The bronze giant is too strong after having accumulated strength over 100 million years.
As for the divine tree's strength, it's probably on the decline. Yun even suspected that it was possible that the divine tree's lifespan was coming to an end.
Over the hundreds of millions of years, the divine tree spent most of its time in slumber.
If it was a powerful and vibrant life, why would it be sleeping?
Perhaps the reason for its slumber was because the divine tree had little life remaining.
And it was because of this reason that the divine tree had produced a seed. The divine tree seed's new life also signified the old divine tree's destruction.
Master, although I have awoken the divine tree's power, the last bit of energy the divine tree accumulated has probably been drained.
If this continues on, the Azurewood Great World might face destruction. Yun's words drained the color from Yuingsha and Shuhi's faces. The Azurewood Great World was about to disappear? At that moment, Felicitous Rain Lord straightened his body and with a gaze that was as sharp as a sword, he said, Yun, if the Azurewood Great World were to collapse, wouldn't you face certain death by staying here? Leave this place with me and I'll entrust you to Rhyme Divine Lord. She will ensure your safety. Leave? Master, you are already seriously injured. You will be sending yourself to your death the moment you leave. Yun shook his head resolutely.
He knew that Felicitous Rain Lord had said those words because he was already determined to die in battle. At this juncture, there was indeed no way out for them.
Yun sensed that his control over the divine tree was rapidly weakening.
He gritted his teeth and focused all his yuan qi to the divine tree seed. His sword of the will was shot into it as he made a final bet. However, he was still unable to use his will to affect the divine tree into doing something.
Boom! 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 Boom!
The large world was collapsing. Mountains crumbled as the lands cracked open and spewed apocalyptic fumes out. Large boulders began lifting off the ground as they were sucked by an invisible force into the sky. It was as though the world was disintegrating.
Ka ka ka.
Cracks began to appear in empty space as spatial storms rushed out of those rifts. Wherever they passed, large boulders would be ground into dust. This was true annihilation. The destructive force of a large world was really appalling. Objects that were disintegrated within would not leave any traces behind.
That was the true law of destruction. Yun, I'm afraid we have no way out of this.
At that moment, even Felicitous Rain Lord could sense the ailing of the divine tree.
The god spirit that propped up the large world had finally awoken, but was it just a sudden spurt of radiance prior to its collapse?
It compelled them with regret. Despite being at death's doorstep, Felicitous Rain Lord did not feel any sense of fear. Regardless of what he had to face, all he needed to do was fight valiantly at the cost of his life. What was unfortunate was that he would not be able to see the peak of martial arts. He was worried if Yun would be able to escape alive, as well as Shui Ningxuang.
Could her cultivation level be able to withstand the forces of the world's destruction?
Yun remained silent as he was focused on the divine tree seed, hoping for a miracle to happen.
Gradually, Yun sensed that his vision seemed to become that of the seeds.
He could perceive the energy around his surroundings and also sense his own body, as well as the connection between his body and the divine tree.
Yun's mental energy was already insufficient, so there was no way for him to control the divine tree. However, Yun suddenly sensed a conscious stir from the divine tree. It was as if the divine tree was transmitting information to him. Yi Yun held his breath.
The divine tree may lack intelligence, but it had its own thoughts. Yi Yun could sense a clear feeling of love and well wishes from that thought.
Love?
Yi Yun faltered slightly before he immediately realized that the love and well wishes were not for him, but for the divine tree seed that had already fused with him.
Yes, the divine tree was giving well wishes to the seed that it had produced. It was bidding it farewell. Was it time to finally bid farewell to the seed that it had produced? Just as this thought flashed across Yi Yun's mind. Pa!
With the sound of a light crack, the divine tree seed in Yi Yun's Yuan foundation suddenly sprouted.
An extremely tiny sapling extended out and seemed to merge with Yi Yun's dantian.
It began to absorb all the energy in Yi Yun's dantian, immobilizing him.
He couldn't even think. Such a situation had happened before, and since it was a time of need, Yi Yun did not resist. He allowed the seed to absorb his energy to grow. It was not only limited to Yi Yun's energy, even the remnant energy in the Azurewood Great World was gathering towards Yi Yun like it was being sucked into a gigantic vortex. Typically, such a terrifying energy vortex would have caused Yi Yun's body to explode.
But miraculously, Yi Yun's meridians were able to withstand the cleansing surge from the tremendous amount of energy.
Yi Yun found himself completely immobile. He could not even blink.
Despite being unable to move, he could clearly sense that his meridians were turning thicker and stronger as insane amounts of energy passed through them. Even his bones, flesh and blood were being tempered like they were divine metal that was being struck.
Everything was becoming firmer.
He suddenly realized that in the divine tree's final farewell, it had transmitted all its life essence to the seed.
The divine tree was truly about to die. Yi Yun felt a deep sense of sorrow.
It came not only from the bottom of his heart, but it also came from the divine tree seed. His emotions had become one with the divine tree seed. And this bout of sorrow quickly transformed into killing intent that came from the divine tree. At that moment, the divine tree moved.
It was not because it was controlled by Yi Yun, but because it was moving by itself. Yi Yun's heart leaped.
He could sense the terrifying powers that came from the divine tree. It had been slumbering for hundreds of millions of years, and all the power it had accumulated blasted out at that instant. Without needing to prop up the Azurewood Great World any further, there was no need for it to conserve its energy, nor did it need to use sleep to extend its life.
The divine tree was consuming itself and erupting every strength it had.
And at that moment, outside the restricted zone, Demonic Eye Divine Lord had summoned all the supremacies back, including half-step supremacies that were nearly dead. With the situation having developed this far, the Faith Phantasm sect had been the ones that had managed to preserve their strength the best on this expedition to the Azurewood Great World. The other sects had suffered terrible losses.
Demonic Eye Divine Lord took out another mobile abode once again.
Although it was inferior to the blood-colored skull from before, it was still able to be a vessel for his underlings.
All of you enter. Ha ha, I'll bring all of you out. On this expedition to the Azurewood Great World, it appears our Faith Phantasm sect is the final victor. Demonic Eye Divine Lord roared with laughter.
The Faith Phantasm sect had basically been preserved. As long as Yi Yun was killed, Demonic Eye Divine Lord would obtain the opportunities Yi Yun had gained. He would then naturally be the victor.
How wise of the Patriarch. The Faith Phantasm sect supremacy's fond.
Although they had suffered terribly when they had entered the blood-colored skull from before, they did not hesitate on entering the second mobile abode another time. It stemmed from the trust they had of Demonic Eye Divine Lord.
All of them heaved a sigh of relief after entering the abode.
With Demonic Eye Divine Lord's protection, they would be able to safely survive the calamity of the world's collapse.
A complacent smile suffused on Demonic Eye Divine Lord's face.
As he extended his hand to summon the abode into his body, he suddenly felt a grave sense of danger.
Death had reared its head as it came attacking.
He abruptly turned his head to take a look and saw a gigantic divine root burrow out of the ground beneath him as it hurled straight for him.
What? Demonic Eye Divine Lord was alarmed. Yi Yun could still control the divine tree?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1050, Driven into an Impasse. Chapter 1050, Driven into an Impasse.
Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. The divine tree's root burrowed out from under Demonic Eye Divine Lord's feet, and with tremendous strength, it struck at him like a primordial ancient fae.
A cold glimmer flashed across Demonic Eye Divine Lord's eyes. He attempted summoning his abode to dodge, but his expression immediately changed. He was appalled to discover that the surrounding space around him had been sealed.
He was unable to move.
Furthermore, the divine root's attack was more than 10 times faster than before.
How could this be? Demonic Eye Divine Lord's expression turned ashen.
Despite the great changes happening to the Azurewood Great World and the Divine Tree being on the brink of death, why was it still able to suddenly produce an attack that far exceeded its prior attacks? Furthermore, how could Yi Yun, who was a junior at the Tao manifestation, be able to produce such an attack that even sealed the space around him, preventing him from dodging? At that split instant, without time for careful thought, Demonic Eye Divine Lord disregarded everything and punched himself in the chest, forcing himself to spew out a mouthful of blood essence. Pwah! The blood essence sprayed on the 6th Street blood banner before it was completely absorbed. He used his blood essence to feed the wraiths inside the 6th Street blood banner. Woo 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 woo! The specters wailed as a sinister wind blew. The 600 million souls inside the 6th Street blood banner were released at once by Demonic Eye Divine Lord. They formed into a gigantic 6th Street demon god that rushed at the divine root. However, the disparity in strength was too great. This was no longer the divine tree that was controlled by Yi Yun but a powerful attack of the divine tree that was powered from hundreds of millions of years of accumulation. Boom! With a loud explosion, the 6th Street demon god phantom disintegrated as 600 million specters were annihilated. Demonic Eye Divine Lord spewed out a mouthful of blood as his body flew backward like a broken sack. The divine root did not lose its momentum as it slammed at the mobile abode that was behind Demonic Eye Divine Lord. The poor Fey Phantasm sect supremacies had entered the mobile abode a second time because of their trust in Demonic Eye Divine Lord. However, they ended up becoming a lone target for the divine tree. They were lucky to have survived the first attack because of the limited control Yi Yun had on the divine tree, but there was no longer any chance for them to survive a second time. Boom! With a tumultuous explosion, the massive mobile abode shattered like a chicken egg being struck by a gigantic warhammer in the face of the divine root. The severely injured half-step supremacies inside the abode did not even manage to utter a grunt before they disintegrated. The supremacies were in a slightly better situation. They were able to let out a scream of despair, but there was no way to change their fatal outcomes. Up to their deaths, they did not understand how Yi Yun had managed to control the divine tree at the final moment. Furthermore, the strike was more than 10 times stronger than before. Ah! Seeing the Fey Phantasm sect supremacies he led wiped out without even minced pieces left remaining, Demonic Eye Divine Lord's eyes seemed to crack. On the expedition to the Azurewood Great World, the Fey Phantasm sect had sent a huge lineup. They had the most number of experts, but now, he was the only one left. It was an insufferable and unprecedented loss. And it was even possible that he would die himself. He could already see the divine root retracting before it would hurl back at his head. And at that moment, he had already burned his blood essence. The 6th Street blood banner had been completely destroyed. What else did he have left to parry the attack? Was this really controlled by Yi Yun? Demonic Eye Divine Lord found it unbelievable. Let us join forces and tear open the void. At that moment, Shi Xuanji's yell rang in Demonic Eye Divine Lord's ear. Shi Xuanji was also sensing death creeping up on him. He wanted to flee, but there was nowhere to flee to. There was only one possibility. By taking advantage of the weakness of space during the world's collapse, he and Demonic Eye Divine Lord would be able to escape by breaking through the void. However, just as Shi Xuanji said those words, the divine root suddenly turned and shot toward Shi Xuanji. Shi Xuanji was momentarily dumbfounded. He was courting death by shouting his intention. 9 Heavens Rain Annihilation Array. With his life on the line, Shi Xuanji also forced out a mouthful of blood essence as he brandished the sword in his hand to produce endless rain and wind that slashed at the divine root. Gotcha! Shi Xuanji's sword beam immediately shattered the moment it struck the divine root. At the next moment, the divine root had shattered Shi Xuanji's protective Yuan Qi, striking him in the face. Shi Xuanji let out a tragic scream as his body flew out like a polo ball that was struck by a mallet. His facial bones shattered, his eyeballs cracked, and all of his teeth dropped off. His face had been mangled into a mess. Was this really a strength that belonged to Yi Yun? Impossible! Impossible! Shi Xuanji screamed in his heart. But at that moment, Demonic Eye Divine Lord had already lost all will to fight. Would the divine tree allow him escape by giving him a chance to tear open the void? Run! Demonic Eye Divine Lord ignored Shi Xuanji as he quickly flew towards the boundary of the world. However, the divine tree encompassed the entire world. It was omnipresent. Swish! 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 There were constantly divine roots boring out of the ground. With his soul banner destroyed, Demonic Eye Divine Lord could only block them using his ghostly claws. However, these ghostly claws were as weak as spider webs in the face of the divine roots. They were all destroyed in a clean sweep. Pwah! Demonic Eye Divine Lord's protective Yuan Qi was ripped through as a divine root pierced through his chest like a skewer, leaving him connected to the ground. Boom! The ground began to collapse as demonic Eye Divine Lord was sent deep into the ground along with the divine root. He spewed out mouthfuls of fresh blood as he frantically struggled. However, in front of the divine root, he could not put up any form of resistance. As for Shi Xuanji, he too had been wrapped by a divine root. Together with demonic Eye Divine Lord, he plummeted deep underground as bloody bone was exposed where his face was.
It was gruesome and horrifying. My strength is being drained.
Demonic Eye Divine Lord suddenly realized that the divine tree was draining his life force. It seemed to be draining the last bit of energy they had in order to seal the bronze giant. High in the sky, Rhyme Divine Lord watched this scene in astonishment. She originally believed that Yi Yun was certainly doomed, but she had never expected that such a shocking reversal would happen at the final moment. Impressive figures like Shi Xuanji and demonic Eye Divine Lord had suffered a calamity today.
Even if none of this was done by Yi Yun, it definitely had something to do with him. At that moment, the ground began to produce countless cracks. The entire Azure Wood Great World was on the brink of rupturing. Even the tiny world in the divine tree could feel the aftershocks from the world's collapse. Cracks began to appear as it began to connect to the external world.
The chaotic storms immediately swept over, but Felicitous Rain Lord hurriedly conjured a Yuan Qi shield, enclosing Yuingsha and Shu He within.
Yi Yun. Just as Felicitous Rain Lord turned to take a look, a bigger storm emerged in the tiny world.
Felicitous Rain Lord was already severely injured, so he was immediately swept away by the storm.
Felicitous Rain Lord could see past the storm and realized that Yi Yun was in the eye of the storm. His eyes were closed tightly and a nervous look appeared on his face.
The Azure Wood Great World was about to be destroyed at any moment, and being the support of the Azure Wood Great World, the divine tree could no longer prop it up any longer. As for Yi Yun, he had expended the last bit of his mental energy. His soul C was severely depleted.
He could not even move a finger.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1051, Final Destruction. Chapter 1051, Final Destruction. Translator, Cetalan Editor.
The Azure Wood Great World is about to collapse. With the developments so far, nothing could stop the divine tree from dying at that moment. Felicitous Rain Lord was severely injured, so he could not do much. The only person he could rely on was Rhyme Divine Lord.
Leave quickly.
Felicitous Rain Lord wanted to bring Yi Yun out with him even if consumed the last ounce of strength in him. However, just as he approached Yi Yun, he suddenly felt a strong repulsion that threw him backward.
Oh!
Felicitous Rain Lord's expression changed. He saw Yi Yun covered in the divine tree's halo, and it had formed an invisible wall that prevented him from approaching.
Yi Yun!
Felicitous Rain Lord could see that Yi Yun's eyes were tightly closed as if he had lost consciousness. He wanted to wake Yi Yun up, but from the looks of it, Yi Yun was connected with the divine tree's bloodline. He believed that if he tried hard enough, it was still possible to escape, but he never expected that Yi Yun would turn a deaf ear toward his calls. If the Azure Wood Great World were to explode, where Yi Yun was situated was probably where the center of the explosion was. Time was of the essence, and there was no clear indication how long more the Azure Wood Great World could last. Felicitous Rain Lord still wanted to find Shui Ningxuang. But with Yi Yun in such a state, he was unable to bring him along. Senior, I don't think there's a need for you to worry.
At that moment, Yuingsha spoke out. Yi Yun is a person acknowledged by the divine tree.
Although the Azure Wood Great World is about to be destroyed, with the divine tree's strength, it should not be difficult for it to protect Yi Yun even if it's about to wither and die. Yuingsha had a bloodline inside her that was related to the divine tree, so she was able to vaguely comprehend the divine tree's intention. Felicitous Rain Lord frowned. He had also thought of the possibility that Yuingsha mentioned, but he still remained worried.
After all, it was just a hypothesis. What if it was wrong?
As Felicitous Rain Lord was pondering over the matter, he saw that the halo encompassing Yi Yun intensifying. Large amounts of energy were flowing out of the halo, which caused Felicitous Rain Lord to shudder. It was an energy he absolutely could not withstand. At that point in time, it was like a sun had appeared out of nothing, and Yi Yun was located within the sun as though he was a golden crow that was being given life through the burning flames. Felicitous Rain Lord could not help but continue retreating, and when the halo reached an extreme intensity, Felicitous Rain Lord suddenly saw Yi Yun's figure turn into a blur. His aura was gradually dissipating as though he was about to disappear.
Oh!
Felicitous Rain Lord was startled. He could sense the fluctuation in spatial laws that were about to send Yi Yun away. The moment Yi Yun was sent away, Felicitous Rain Lord had no idea how long it would take him to find Yi Yun. At that moment, thousands of thoughts flashed across his mind. He finally gritted his teeth and took out a dark golden piece of paper from his interspatial ring. If anyone were to see the dark gold piece of paper, they would go mad because that was the remnant page of the 10,000 Fey Divine Canon.
It was also his most valuable cultivation technique.
Previously, he had not passed it down to Yi Yun due to Yi Yun's low cultivation realm. But now, Yi Yun was about to be sent away. By stealing his heart, he directly shot the 10,000 Fey Divine Canon at Yi Yun. By giving it to him prematurely, Yi Yun would then be able to cultivate it by himself with the remnant page of the 10,000 Fey Divine Canon. It was a divine item formed from heaven and earth laws, so the divine light that had repelled Felicitous Rain Lord did not stop the 10,000 Fey Divine Canon remnant page, allowing it to reach Yi Yun. At the next moment, the halo became even brighter as Yi Yun and the 10,000 Fey Divine Canon remnant page disappeared completely. The immense energy also gradually dissipated as the halo lost its luster. Finally, there was nothing left in front of Felicitous Rain Lord.
Nothing was left behind.
The divine tree had transported him and the 10,000 Fey Divine Canon away. Upon coming to such a realization, Felicitous Rain Lord heaved a sigh of relief.
With the divine tree safely transporting Yi Yun away, Yi Yun's safety was finally assured. However, Felicitous Rain Lord did not know Yi Yun's destination. He needed to recuperate as fast as possible once he returned so that he could search for Yi Yun. However, it was unlikely to be an easy matter searching for Yi Yun. He even felt for the first time that he should establish a faction, one just like the Immortal Rain Sect, a large faction that spanned the entire 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven. Such matters could then be done in a much easier fashion. Let's leave quickly.
Felicitous Rain Lord grabbed Yu Yingsha and Chu He and summoned a mobile abode before flying out of the restricted zone. At that moment, the divine tree's restricted zone had collapsed, so there was no obstruction in the way.
Fairy Rhyme, I'm severely injured, so I'll need to rely on you in a while.
Don't worry, I'll definitely do my best. Due to the rupturing of the restricted zone, Rhyme Divine Lord had also seen Yi Yun's disappearance. She knew that if Yi Yun were to not perish, he would definitely be an extremely strong warrior of the world. Despite being only at the Tao manifestation realm, Yi Yun's monstrous talent would make divine lords lower their statures to take the initiative to befriend him.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The Azurewood Great World continued collapsing. Even the towering divine tree began to tremble violently. One branch after the other fell to the ground before sinking into it. The divine tree that had stood erect for hundreds of millions of years had finally welcomed its moment of destruction. The world was being compressed and the entire Azurewood Great World was beginning to collapse with the divine tree at its core.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The annihilation power of the collapsing world surged wantonly toward the divine tree. Rhyme Divine Lord led Felicitous Rain Lord in company to a distance far away from the center of the explosion. They watched helplessly as the world began shrinking. Everything in the world, land, mountains, rivers, oceans, and even space and time, were gathering toward the divine tree. It was like a skyscraper collapsing to its foundation once the foundation was destroyed.
At the next moment, Rhyme Divine Lord and Felicitous Rain Lord heard the bronze giant issue an angry and painful bellow.
The duo immediately understood what was happening with the destruction of the Azurewood Great World. The divine tree was using its last bit of energy to collapse everything in the Azurewood Great World so as to inflict a heavy injury on the bronze giant. The destructive power of a world was extremely terrifying, to begin with. Even stars could go supernovae, and when such energy was compressed into a tiny area of space, the destructive force was unimaginable.
Would the bronze giant die? Felicitous Rain Lord did not know the answer to the question.
He only felt that the divine tree had chosen to shine in its final moments before ending its life. And such fireworks that could light up the universe through the consumption of its life made him feel minute. They were pursuing the peak of martial arts, but in the face of the entire universe, they were too weak.
And all of this had been seen by Yi Yun.
After he was enveloped by the divine tree's light, he was sent hurtling through the void. The starry sky and endless river of stars were fleeting in front of Yi Yun. He did not know how long he had been floating for and how far he had traversed.
The only thing he knew was that the tiny divine tree seed in his dantian had already sprouted a lush green sapling. Yi Yun had clarity of mind.
However, his meridians, flesh, and blood seemed to be undergoing a metamorphosis which prevented him from moving. He knew that Felicitous Rain Lord had left the remnant page of the 10,000 Fey Divine Canon with him at the final moment.
There was no need to elaborate on its value.
The act only made him feel more grateful to Felicitous Rain Lord's favor to him as a master. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1052, Sun Burial Sansi. Chapter 1052, Sun Burial Sansi. Translator, Sitalan Editor.
In the northwestern region of the Central Prefecture, there was a vast desert named the Sun Burial Sansi.
The legends told of a blazing sun falling into a sea that evaporated the sea dry. The crash formed a huge indentation in the ground, and after an endless period of time, the sandstorms leveled the place flat. It turned the area into a desert named Sun Burial Sand Sea, an apt name for a place that had previously buried a sun. As a desert, the Sun Burial Sand Sea should have been uninhabited, but contrary to that, there were 7 big cities in the vicinity of the Sea of Sand. They were bustling with several large merchant alliances, alchemist alliances, auction houses, and even assassination organizations. They had strongholds in these cities with innumerable warriors entering in and out of these cities on a daily basis. There was only one reason: the Sun Burial Sand Sea produced many items of great value. Every year, large hordes of people would come to the Sun Burial Sand Sea in search of treasures. However, the desert was fraught with dangers, with many people eventually succumbing to the yellow sand and turning to withered bone. At that moment, a sand boat was slowly cruising through the endless desert. Such sand boats were extremely expensive to construct, and they were built by refining masters. They were powered by the energy from world stones, and they hovered a few feet above the desert. From afar, they looked no different from the ships on an ocean. In front of the sand boat was a tandem of powerful steeds. Steeds that could run in the desert were known as Azure Lin horses. These horses were bigger than camels, and they could carry thousands of kilograms of items while still being able to travel great distances every day. Sun Tai, one of the leaders of the armed escorts of the sand boat, was riding on one such Azure Lin horse. He had spent decades on the Sun Burial Sand Sea, so his wealth of experience made him greatly familiar with the big merchant alliances and family clans in the 7 cities around the Sun Burial Sand Sea. He was also thoroughly familiar with the various dangers of the desert.
"Oh, there's something in front," one of the armed escorts suddenly said.
Sun Tai had great vision, so with a nonchalant sweep with his eyes, he had seen a person lying on his back in the desert several hundred meters away. Such a situation was not rare in the desert, especially in the extremely strange Sun Burial Sand Sea. It was common for people to lose their sense of direction, and having consumed all their provisions, they would end up dying in the desert before being covered by the dust storms and eventually disappearing. Sun Tai had seen such situations many a time. Due to the vastness of the desert and the burning hot sun, a person was only 2 to 4 hours away from death after falling unconscious. Hence, the people that Sun Tai encountered most of the time would have been dead for days or would have already turned into dried corpses. But this time, having witnessed another such scene left Sun Tai completely dumbfounded. He had traveled the desert for decades, but he had never seen such a fascinating scene. The person had obviously fainted on the desert, but the dust storms had not buried him in any way. And what was most amazing was that in 100 feet radius around him as the center, there were lush green plants growing in the desert. Some of the grass even bloomed tiny wildflowers. They even seemed to be engaging in a contention for beauty and fascination. If he had not seen this scene in a desert, Sun Tai would have believed that he had come to a small patch of grassland.
An oasis?
An oasis was the first thing Sun Tai thought of. However, the Sun Burial Sand Sea was somewhat special, as it had been reduced to such a state after burying a sun. Therefore, oases were extremely rare. The oases in the desert were usually built up by array formation masters, but Sun Tai had almost never seen such a tiny patch of an oasis in the desert. It was unlikely that the grass grew because of the unconscious person, was it? Such a thought flashed across Sun Tai's mind, but he immediately shook his head and laughed at himself. What was he thinking? How could a person cause the desert to grow green grass? If he truly had the ability, how could he have fainted in the desert? What's the matter? At that moment, a yellow-dressed girl in a maidservant getup came to the sandboat's bow. She looked about 17 or 18. "We saw a person, but it's unknown if he's dead."
"It's no big deal,"
Sun Tai responded simply. His modus operandi of encountering such situations was to ignore it.
Traversing through the Sun Burial Sand Sea was fraught with dangers, to begin with.
It was possible that danger lurked where the dead were found, so it was best avoiding those places.
At that moment, the maidservant had clearly seen the peculiar scene not far away.
A young-looking man in tattered clothes was surrounded by rings of flowers and grass. They seemed to surround and prostrate before him.
What was going on?
At that moment, Sun Tai said, "That person is extremely peculiar. I didn't think of it a while ago, but now, on second thought, the growing of this flowers and grass in the desert might not be something good. It might be the trap of some monster, and that fellow ended up lying there because he succumbed to it." Sun Tai gradually became more certain of his analysis. There were unclean things in the desert, and many warriors with impressive cultivation levels were killed because of various temptations. The yellow-dressed maidservant could not make a decision. After returning to the sandboat's cabin, she came out seconds later and said, "Miss says that saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda for the gods. Go check if he's still alive. If he is, save him."
With the mistress saying so, Sun Tai naturally had to do as he was ordered. He reluctantly rode a steed over and became extremely cautious when he approached the patch of plants. It was as though a hidden fey beast was hiding in it. However, danger did not rear its head even after he saved the youth. When Sun Tai carried the youth, he did not realize that after he turned around, the flowers and grass swayed in the gentle wind as though they were bidding the youth farewell. Many of the grass released their seeds in the wind after bidding him farewell, allowing their seeds to disperse in the wind to find a spot where they could germinate. Perhaps such a search would last decades or even more than a century. The sentiment of the blades of grass reached the youth's heart as he could perceive them clearly. Although he looked like he had fallen unconscious, he was aware of everything around him. The youth was Yi Yun, who had been transported here by the divine tree after the collapse of the Azurewood Great World. Yi Yun did not know how far he had traveled in spacetime, but from the beginning to the end, his mind was extremely clear. He knew that his body was undergoing a fascinating transformation. Such a transformation should have been a good thing, but the situation left him somewhat at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Although he was awake, he realized that he could not move at all. The divine tree seed had sprouted in his dantian, spreading ceaseless vitality throughout his body. The power was no trifling matter. He knew that his body was much, much stronger than before. When he was being sent away, Yi Yun had to travel through countless spatial storms, and while doing so, his body was not protected by energy at all. He had used the strength of his flesh to withstand the bombardment of the spatial storms. Although Yi Yun remained immobile, his lifeblood was exuberant. His physical defense was extremely high and it was impossible for any typical person from harming him. Yi Yun was not worried about his safety, but it was inappropriate for him to remain immobile. He had actually been lying in the desert for half a month. Due to the powerful vital energy in his body, a few grass seeds had landed beside him and germinated, eventually forming a tiny oasis. During this period of time, there were several merchants that had passed him by, but all of them had avoided him. It was only today that there was a group of people traversing the desert which decided to bring him along with them. It made Yi Yun give a bitter smile inwardly. It was good that he was being taken away. It was definitely not a comfortable experience while being sunned in the desert for half a month. Yi Yun's identity was unknown. So although he was rescued, he was not sent onto the sand boat. Instead, he was put in a carriage. After the maidservant checked on Yi Yun's breathing, she immediately reported to her mistress. "Miss, the youth is still alive but he is unconscious." "Alright, let Mr. Sun take a look at him. Perhaps he can be saved. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1053, Central State Divine Territory. Chapter 1053, Central State Divine Territory. Translator, Talon Editor. The group that had saved Yi Yun was the Divine Secrets Trading Company from Jade Luster City. It was definitely a notable faction in Sun Burial Sand Sea. The merchant alliance it belonged to was everywhere in the 7 cities around the desert, so it was known by everyone. The Divine Secrets Trading Company was extremely wealthy. Ignoring the luxurious sand boat, even a side carriage was drawn by 4 splendid-looking Azure Lin horses. Azure Lin horses were large, to begin with, so the carriages they pulled were even larger. The carriage that Yi Yun was in was luxurious. Inside it was a room that not only had a bed, carpet, and chairs, there were even several compartments. In addition to the array set up in the carriage was strangely stable despite the fast speeds of the 4 Azure Lin horses. The treatment that Yi Yun received left many of the escorts unhappy. He was only a half-dead traveler that they had saved, but he enjoyed such a luxurious carriage. As for them, they had to stay outside in the sun and get exposed to the elements. The punk was truly one lucky fuck. To think that I need to stop my elixir refinement midway to save someone who fainted in the desert. A grey-robed elder came into Yi Yun's room. He felt somewhat impatient when he took a glance at Yi Yun as he verbalized his unhappiness. The maidservant that was standing beside the old man said with a placative smile, "Miss is a kind person. What's more, Grandmaster Sun's alchemy skills are first-rate when placed in the entire Central State Divine Territory. Wouldn't saving a youth be at your fingertips?" The maidservant's words were sweet, and indeed, the elder enjoyed the flattery. However, he knew in his heart that his alchemy and medical skills were definitely not first-rate in the entire Central State Divine Territory. "Fine, I'll be kind and save his life. Consider this punk lucky." As the grey-robed old man said those words, he sat in front of Yi Yun. At that moment, Yi Yun's eyes were tightly closed, but there were tumultuous waves roaring in his heart. Central State Divine Territory. The name was extremely familiar with Yi Yun. He had a great memory, so a simple recall allowed him to remember that back in the God Advent Tower at the Great Empress Mystic Realm, he had been shown the history of Azure Yang Lord rising to the rank of Divine Lord. Having achieved success and winning recognition, Azure Yang Lord had established a country and the name he called his land was the Central State Divine Territory.
Could this be the Yang God Emperor in heaven? Yun was alarmed.
The collapse of the Azure Great World had sent him to the Yang God Emperor in heaven in one go.
Wasn't this too far? The 12 Empyrean heavens were extremely distant from one another.
Even a Divine Lord needed to expend a great deal of time and energy in order to shuttle between the 12 Empyrean heavens. Yun began sweeping his surroundings with his perception. After fusing with the Divine Tree Seed, his perception had increased by leaps and bounds, so he could easily cast it out hundreds of kilometers and even penetrate barriers that he couldn't in the past, such as chaos stones.
Yun knew very well that his perception had completely metamorphosized.
His survey of the surroundings confirmed his suspicions.
He had truly arrived in the Yang God Empyrean heaven.
In the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven, the people he encountered were 99% Fey race. But in this area, the countless number of people he discovered were humans with pure bloodlines. They had nothing to do with the Fey.
Yang God Empyrean heaven, Central State Divine Territory.
Years ago, I was indebted to Azure Yang Lord and today, I have come to the place where Azure Yang Lord rose in prominence.
This is probably fated. Yun muttered to himself inwardly. At that moment, the grey-robed elder had begun probing Yun's meridians.
Although Yun could not move, he was not too worried about his safety. Firstly, his physical body was strong, making it extremely difficult for others to harm him. Secondly, his body contained a vibrant vitality. The power that came from the Divine Tree Seed was no trifling matter. Back when he was lying in the desert, there had been evil phantoms that attempted to devour his lifeblood, but the moment they entered his meridians, they were annihilated by the vital power. The grey-robed elder was actually not too concerned about healing Yun, but the moment he probed Yun's meridians, his face turned into that of shock. A few seconds later, he turned alarmed.
How could it be? Grandmaster's son, how is he? Odd, very odd. This youth's meridians are filled with life.
I've never seen such powerful amounts of vitality in my life.
The grey-robed elder began to find something amiss.
He had probed the meridians of many warriors, but none had given him such a feeling.
Then, why is he still unconscious? The maidservant asked.
Well, the grey-robed elder frowned as he felt somewhat embarrassed. It had just been said that such a trivial ailment would be at his fingertips, but he had ended up encountering such a strange situation which he was clueless about. He knew that the person was definitely not pretending to be unconscious, but he was completely befuddled by the underlying cause. He attempted feeding a pill to Yun. It melted the moment it entered his mouth and turned into an essence that merged into Yun's body.
Oh? It was absorbed so fast?
The grey-robed elder was slightly astonished. The pill he had given Yun was quite an impressive one. He even felt the pinch when he gave it to Yun. Typical warriors who ate it might suffer instead of being nourished by it. The medicinal essence in it might be so strong that it could cause one to vomit blood. He had noticed that Yun's meridians looked strong before he had attempted with the pill.
He never expected that the medicinal essence of the pill had been completely absorbed by Yun in a few seconds.
It was like pouring a container of water into the lake. There was not much of a change.
What happened?
The grey-robed elder was unsure. And at that moment, the unconscious Yun was also feeling shocked from the transformations his body was undergoing after the pill entered his body. He had clearly sensed that the essence in the pill had been absorbed by the Divine Tree Seed. And after it absorbed the pill's essence, it seemed to grow a tiny bit. As it was such a minute amount, it would not have been discovered if not for Yun's extremely powerful perception.
The Divine Tree Seed could absorb the essence of the pill. Yun was not surprised regarding this.
Back at the herbal garden in the stone house, there had been a large number of herbal treasures planted. And these herbs were eventually used to grow and nourish the Divine Tree Seed. Now, with the Divine Tree Seed sprouting, it was not a surprise that it could absorb the essence of spiritual medicine. Upon realizing this, a thought flashed across Yun's head. He seemed to understand why he was left immobile. After the Divine Tree Seed entered his dantian, the sapling needed large amounts of the worldly essence in its nascent stage. However, without providing it with spiritual herbs and medicine, it could only absorb heaven-earth essence.
And the heaven-earth essence was gathered toward Yun's dantian through his meridians as the passageways.
Although Yun had benefited from this process, with his meridians being tempered and becoming larger and stronger, the price he had paid was the seizure of all his meridians by the Divine Tree Seed.
It left him completely immobile as a result.
In order to gain control over his meridians again, he probably needed to wait till the Divine Tree Seed grew to a certain stage. He believed that it was unlikely that the divine tree seed would grow into a massive, towering divine tree in one shot. It might temporarily stop after a certain period of time. With this thought in mind, Ian smiled bitterly inwardly. Although the divine tree seed was in his body, it was not under his control. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1054, Waking Up. Chapter 1054, Waking Up. Translator, Sitalan Editor. Yun, who was being treated by the grey-robed elder, had garnered the old man's interest. He was an ill person that the old man had never encountered before. The old man took out a box of silver needles, planning on giving Yun acupuncture, but what rendered him speechless was that the inability of the needles to prick Yun's acupuncture points. The grey-robed elder infused his yuan qi into the silver needles in the hopes of breaking through Yun's skin, but he only ended up snapping them. Why couldn't the needles lodge in his flesh? The old man stared with widened eyes, for he had never encountered such a situation before. There was a dumbfounded silence. Could this young man have metallic flesh and bone? The old man muttered to himself before tearing and removing the tattered clothes in front of Yun's chest. What happened rendered Yun speechless. The old man was treating him as a guinea pig. He was not worried about his danger, but by removing his tattered clothes, the old man could see a dark gold piece of thin paper adhered to Yun's chest. What was this? The elder was somewhat befuddled. The dark gold paper was obviously the 10,000 Fey Divine Canon that Felicitous Rainlord had given Yun. However, the remnant page of the 10,000 Fey Divine Canon was something that even supremacies might not recognize, not to mention the grey-robed elder. Furthermore, who could imagine that a young man that had fainted in the desert would have such a rare artifact? The thin piece of paper was only thought as a protective charm by the elder. Just as he wanted to peel it off, he realized that the piece of paper was stuck to Yun's flesh, preventing him from tearing it away. Just as the elder was feeling puzzled, the maidservant rushed in and said, "Miss requests Mr. Changsun to move this young man to the sandboat. She has something to tend to." Old man Changsun faltered for a moment. He had originally believed that the mistress had suddenly saved the young man from a sudden bout of kindness. But now, the mistress was sending the punk to the sandboat? That sandboat was privately owned by the mistress. Other than close relatives or friends of the mistress, no one had the chance of boarding the sandboat. Was there something special about the punk that the mistress had eyed? Although the elder enjoyed a level of status in the Divine Secrets Trading Company, he was an outsider after all. He could not make any of those inquiries. He got a set of clothes to dress Yun and brought him to the sandboat together with the maidservant. The sandboat that was cruising through the desert was exquisite in its internal decorations. However, its artistic style was mainly pink, making it obvious that it was a female's residence. In the biggest hall inside the sandboat, Yun finally saw the mistress of the Divine Secrets Trading Company. She was dressed in a light yellow dress and she walked in a feather-footed manner like a willow in the wind. She did not look a year past 18 and her skin was fair and delicate. However, what astonished Yun was that the girl had a thin, light red scar across her face that stretched from her forehead. It reached down to her nose bridge in a winding manner like a snake, into the girl's veil. From the looks of it, the young mistress of the Divine Secrets Trading Company was wearing the veil not because it was a deliberate act of mysticism but to hide the scar. However, Yun was puzzled. In the world of warriors, there was no lack of pills that could restore one's looks. Why would the young mistress of the Divine Secrets Trading Company not remove the scar? "Mr. Changsun, can you save this person?" The young mistress's voice was soft and gentle and it sounded soothing to the ears. "About that." Old man Changsun revealed a look of passiveness as he immediately reported the strange process of his treatment of Yun to the mistress. "Oh? He can't be pricked by needles but he is able to rapidly absorb the medicinal essence in a pill?" "Yes, the nutritive restoration pill I refined has strong medicinal properties but he had taken a few seconds to finish absorbing it. Furthermore, I sensed that the vitality in his body grew slightly stronger after he finished absorbing it." "Then, does Mr. Changsun believe that better pills can save this young man?" "About that." Old man Changsun shook his head. "I can't be sure. It's just a guess." "All right." Upon hearing old man Changsun's words, the yellow-dressed girl seemed to ponder for quite a while before she took out a jade box. She opened it and took out a green pill. Old man Changsun was stupefied when he saw it. "The Southern Dipper green glass pill? Miss, don't tell me that you are planning on feeding this pill to him?" The value of the Southern Dipper green glass pill was something that could not be disregarded even with the Divine Secrets Trading Company's wealth. If a direct descendant of the Divine Secrets Trading Company was severely injured, it was no surprise that the Southern Dipper green glass pill would be used for treatment. However, the youth was just a stranger, yet she was planning on using such a valuable pill?
The yellow-dressed girl held the Southern Dipper green glass pill in hand, and after puckering her lips, she fed it to Iyun. Similarly, the Southern Dipper green glass pill melted the moment it entered Iyun's mouth, with all the energy contained in it absorbed by the divine tree seed. This time, Iyun clearly perceived that the divine tree seed had grown a tiny bit. The young sapling that had sprouted turned even greener.
This surprised Iyun. The pill that the Divine Secrets Trading Company had given him was indeed of excellent quality.
However, Iyun did not know that in the nearby Sun Burial Sand Sea, the Divine Secrets Trading Company actually had a mine that produced such treasures. Therefore, the spiritual medicine that was produced here was not bad. Unfortunately, Iyun still had most of his meridians controlled by the divine tree seed despite having absorbed a Southern Dipper green glass pill.
He could not even move one bit.
Upon seeing this scene, the yellow-dressed girl wrinkled her eyebrows slightly as if she was in a dilemma. At that moment, without Old Man Changsun telling her, she could already sense the energetic changes in Iyun's body. His vitality was gradually strengthening. Absorbing the spiritual medicine was indeed helpful at healing Iyun, but the problem was that a single Southern Dipper green glass pill was insufficient.
How much more spiritual medicine was needed? This left the yellow-dressed girl in a dilemma.
She was afraid that Iyun could not be saved even if she used more spiritual medicine. After thinking for a while, the yellow-dressed girl finally gritted her teeth and took out a golden pill.
Upon seeing the pill, Old Man Changsuan's mouth twitched. "Miss, this is the young opening mystic pill. Surely you aren't feeding the pill to this young man? Wouldn't it be such a waste? If the old chairman were to know."
Old Man Changsun did not continue his exhortation, for he was at a loss.
There was a limit to acts of kindness.
To use a Southern Dipper green glass pill and a young opening mystic pill to save a stranger would be too profligating. If the old chairman were to know of the matter, he would be incensed.
Could it be that the young man was the mistress's secret lover?
If they had known each other in the past, Old Man Changsun would have found it understandable. But there was no time for him to ponder over the matter carefully. When the yang opening mystic pill was placed in Iyun's mouth, the pure yang medicinal essence inside the pill burst out immediately.
The yang god empyrean heaven was inclined to pure yang. And in it, the Sun Burial Sand Sea was one of the best pure yang lands.
The pure yang elemental herbal treasures produced in Sun Burial Sand Sea were all priceless treasures. As for the yang opening mystic pill, it was refined using such pure yang materials and it matched Iyun perfectly. The yang opening mystic pill's medicinal essence melted into Iyun's dantian and made him feel like a gigantic furnace had risen in it. Most of it was absorbed by the divine tree seed, but there was still a tiny portion that was used by Iyun.
At that moment, the 9-leaf pure yang Dao fruit in Iyun's dantian radiated with a dazzling beam.
Every ounce of pure yang energy that was absorbed by Iyun was absorbed into the 9-leaf Dao fruit, and when the energy gathered to an extreme, Iyun sent a blast outwards with a thought.
The pure yang power exploded out and surged through every meridian of his.
After his originally rigid meridian surged with pure yang power, it was like spring water flowing into a dried-up river bed that finally revived it. Iyun took a deep breath as he moved his nearly ossified limbs before he opened his eyes. After finally gaining control of his body, Iyun heaved a sigh of relief. Half a month of immobility was indeed uncomfortable. However, Iyun was puzzled. Why would the yellow-dressed girl spare no cost in saving a stranger like him? If she were said to be kind, wasn't such kindness excessive? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1055, Ji Shuiyan. Chapter 1055, Ji Shuiyan. Translator, Sitalan Editor. Finally, he has awakened.
The girl in yellow heaved a heavy sigh of relief when she saw Iyun wake up. She would have been at a great loss if she spent 2 of her precious pills only for Iyun to remain unconscious. Still somewhat out of it, Iyun was confused as to why this girl in yellow saved him.
He cupped his fists and said, "Lady, thank you for saving me."
Upon hearing Iyun's words, Old Man Changsun nearly blew his top.
This punk did not even recognize the great mistress. After all, if he did know her, why would he greet her in such a way?
They had saved a complete stranger at a great cost, all for a word of thanks.
What point was there in that?
The Old Man Changsun looked at Iyun as though he would devour the ungrateful whelp.
Which darn guard had saved Iyun? Iyun didn't notice Old Man Changsuan's glaring.
His gaze was fixed on the girl in yellow as he waited for her to say something. Xiaoye, accompany Mr. Changsun in obtaining some bodhi grass and brewing some herbal soup.
The girl in yellow turned to instruct the maidservant standing beside her.
Old Man Changsun faltered for a moment before he realized that the girl in yellow had something to say to the punk. Despite feeling somewhat vexed, he had no choice but to leave the sandboat with the maidservant. After the duo left, the girl in yellow stood up and gave Yi Yun a bow. "Senior, I'm Ji Shuiyan."
Senior?
Yi Yun was momentarily surprised. Such a method of address. For all of his years of living, this was the first time he was called senior. The girl in yellow looked about 18, but her actual age was likely to be near his own.
Yi Yun said, "I'm Yi Yun, not some senior.
I have cultivated for less than a century and there is a limit to the gap in our ages."
Less than a century?
Ji Shuiyan looked at Yi Yun in surprise, but she immediately chuckled and said softly, "Senior, I do not have any ill intentions.
My eyes are different from others. They can see through the cultivation levels of many people, but I'm unable to discern senior's cultivation level.
I can only sense that there is an immense power within senior's body that renders my eyes completely ineffective. For such a thing to happen, it can only mean that senior's cultivation level far exceeds my imagination. Furthermore, senior fainted in the desert, yet a large amount of grass had sprouted around senior's body.
Such a phenomenon isn't something ordinary people are capable of.
In addition, Mr. Changsuan's treatment of senior was filled with several oddities. No matter how precious the medicine was, it would be absorbed clean by senior's body.
Even metal and stone couldn't prick senior's skin. How can senior have only cultivated for less than 100 years?
Hearing Ji Shuiyan's reasons, Yi Yun felt somewhat enlightened. To her, he was a mighty figure that had met with misfortune. Sparing 2 precious pills to save a mighty figure was naturally beneficial. To have such a figure in one's debt was an extremely rare circumstance.
Yi Yun waved his hands and said, "I'm really no senior.
I have cultivated for less than 100 years and my cultivation level is only a realm higher than yours." He had discerned that the girl's cultivation level was at the beginning stages of the Heaven Ascension realm. For her age, that was impressive.
Just 1 full realm higher than me?
Ji Shuiyan found it unbelievable, but Yi Yun did not seem like he was lying. It appeared that she had made a mistake.
Upon realizing this, Ji Shuiyan shook her head.
This was a classic case of her trying anything when in a desperate situation.
At that moment, Yi Yun said, "Miss Ji, might you have saved me because you faced difficulties that require the help of an expert?"
Upon hearing his query, Ji Shuiyan sighed lightly and barely managed to force a laugh.
"Not really.
I am dedicated to martial arts but have reached a plateau in my cultivation.
I was hoping to be an apprentice of a senior." Ji Shuiyan said this nonchalantly, but Yi Yun sensed that she was hiding something. However, he did not probe further since she clearly didn't wish to elaborate.
Instead, he said, "Miss Ji, I know that the medicine you gave me was extremely valuable.
I wonder where Miss Ji's house is. If there is a chance, I will definitely return the favor."
The kindness he had received was no trifling matter. Yi Yun's life might not have been at risk if he stayed immobile, but nourishing the divine tree seed sprout to a certain stage would take him a year or 2. He didn't want to spend years lying in the desert, not to mention the waste of valuable cultivation time.
"There's no need. A chance acquaintance is fated after all. For me to help you once, it can be considered fate. There is no need for you to return the favor." Ji Shuiyan seemed to quickly bounce back from her disappointment.
She smiled at Yi Yun but made it a point to not mention her residence.
She didn't seem to be interested in him returning the favor. This could be expected. Why would the Divine Secrets Trading Company need the favor of a junior at the Tao Manifestation realm? All right. Since Ji Shuiyan refused to speak of her troubles, Yi Yun respected her wishes. He had a good impression of her.
Although she had her motives saving him, they weren't underhanded. And when she later discovered that he was not the expert she believed him to be, she had not stooped to mockery or angry demands of repayment. "Yi Yun, since you are at the Tao Manifestation realm, it should be rather easy for you to traverse the Sun Burial Sand Sea. It's best you leave as soon as possible. There has been some phenomenon recently in the Sun Burial Sand Sea with many factions gathered here. There is much unrest. At your cultivation level, it's best you stay away from it." Ji Shuiyan gave Yi Yun some advice. Yi Yun's heart stirred when he heard it. "Phenomenon? What phenomenon? It's best you not know. That you have cultivated for less than a century, yet have obtained such a level shows your impressive talent. I'm very envious of it." Ji Shuiyan had no intention to speak further. Clearly, she was afraid that any elaboration would only harm him. "All right then." Yi Yun nodded. With the conversation reaching that point, it was meaningless to pursue the matter further. He could only bid farewell and leave the sandboat. From the short conversation with Ji Shuiyan, Yi Yun had a nagging feeling that Ji Shuiyan had hidden many things in her heart despite her kind temperament. He memorized the merchant logo on the sandboat, hoping to find the company in the future and repay the favor. But at that moment, Yun's heart skipped a beat as his footsteps slowed down. He had suddenly sensed an ice-cold perception enshrouding him. Yun frowned as his perception did not yield. Instead, he advanced in the direction of the sinister perception. Yun's perception was keen to begin with. But after absorbing the divine tree seed, it had grown even stronger. He could even penetrate chaos stones, so Yun instantly sensed that the other party's cultivation level was stronger than his. However, he was not afraid of letting the other discover it. He wantonly used his own perception. In just an instant, Yun saw an old woman in red with a head full of white hair. She was partially slumped and aloft in the sandboat. She was skinny and scrawny. Her eyes were deeply recessed in, but her face was as white as a ghost's. She suddenly widened her eyes and gave a stunning smile. Baring her yellow teeth, she said, "Yenner, come over." Ji Shuiyen, who had just sent Yun off, shuddered when she heard that voice. Her face instantly drained of color as Yun noticed that a deep panic flashed in her eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1056, Old Woman in Red. Chapter 1056, Old Woman in Red. Translator, Sitalan Editor. This old woman. Yun used his perception to observe the old woman in red. He could keenly sense a lingering ghostly aura around her. On top of that, the old granny just looked extremely horrifying, like a corpse that had crawled out of the grave. He looked back at Ji Shuiyen, who carefully walked to the door of the old woman's loft room after hearing the granny's voice transmission. After several attempts to muster her courage, she opened the door. Immediately, a cadaveric gas effused from the door as though an ancient tomb had been opened. Ji Shuiyen's lips were pale as she looked at the old woman's ghastly white face. However, she made herself stand firm and bowed before her elder. "Greetings, Granny." "Ha! Ha!" A harsh laughter emitted from the granny's throat. Every laugh was followed by a pause that made one shudder. "Greetings, Granny? So, you still know about greeting me? Do you think that I know nothing of what you have been doing these past few days while I have been isolated in recuperation? You spared no expense to save a person in the desert. Tell me, why did you save him?" Upon hearing the old woman's words, what little color remained in Ji Shuiyen's face drained once again. However, she forcefully composed herself, saying, "An acquaintance is also considered fate." The granny laughed. "Yenner only saved him because of fate, ah." Ji Shuiyen suddenly screamed as the old woman suddenly reached out her scrawny palm that resembled a chicken's claw, slapping Ji Shuiyen in the face. "Pa!" With a crisp sound, Ji Shuiyen slammed into the door. Her veil had been torn, leaving behind 3 bleeding scratch wounds on her face courtesy of the old woman's fingernails. Almost instantly, the wounds turned black, and the blood that flowed out seemed to rot. Pain, and excruciating pain. There was cadaveric poison in the old woman's fingernails. The pain inflicted upon entry into the body was agonizing. However, Ji Shuiyen held her face and tolerated the pain without even uttering a sound. Upon seeing this, Yun finally understood the reason behind Ji Shuiyen's scars. It was no wonder she wore a veil to hide her scars. It was also the reason why she did not treat the scars despite being a mistress of a powerful trading company. If the scars were remnants of a cadaveric poison, they would be extraordinarily difficult to treat. Secondly, even if Ji Shuiyen did heal them, the granny could just inflict more. Such a cycle would leave Ji Shuiyen in despair, making her abandon any hope of seeking treatment. To not utter a sound despite the pain. "You sure have some mettle. I know what goes on in the head of a little broad like you. You thought the kid is some senior with extremely high cultivation levels. You hoped that with him owing you a favor, you could request him to finish me for you, isn't that so?" The granny continued, "What the kid cultivates in happens to be an orthodox power filled with vitality. When you saw the grasses growing in the desert around him, you must have thought of using his power of vitality to gain an advantage over my ghostly cultivation? What a pity. Your plans might be shrewd, but he was really just a junior. You despaired when you realized your mistake and were afraid that I would seek revenge, so you quickly urged him to leave the convoy?" In a few simple words, the granny exposed Ji Shuiyen's schemes. There was more and more black blood flowing down Ji Shuiyen's face. However, she did not bother wiping it off. She only held her face and gritted her teeth, remaining silent. Against this granny that neither seemed human nor ghost, Ji Shuiyen could not put up any resistance. Taking advantage of the fact that the granny was in isolation, Ji Shuiyen had saved Yun. Unfortunately, things did not go as she wished and everything was noticed by the old woman in red.
With her plans defeated and exposed, a feeling of despair rose up in her heart.
Her death did not matter, but was the Divine Secrets trading company her grandfather bequeathed her going to decline because of her ineptitude? This is your final warning, Yenner, obey me, do a good job finding herbs for me, and I will not treat you badly. But if you try any of these tiny schemes ever again, I will not hesitate to destroy that beautiful face of yours. It might even lose all its essences, turning into a face like mine.
The old woman's tone suddenly softened.
She gently caressed Ji Shuyan's face.
But despite her seeming softness, her fingernails deliberately brushed Ji Shuyan's wounds. It was a heart-wrenching pain for Ji Shuyan as her face turned paler and her lips quivered.
However, all she could do was bear with it.
Ha ha, what a beautiful face.
Unfortunately, I cannot let your little scheme go without a cost.
That person you saved displeases me.
I have a heart-dismembering worm here that is more than sufficient to deal with a junior. Kill him.
As she spoke, she flipped her scrawny palm and a tiny worm appeared in the middle of her hand.
Upon seeing the worm, Ji Shuyan shuddered as her chest tightened. She knew that the punishment was really meant for her. She was a kind person, so to kill someone she had saved would absolutely devastate her psyche.
Granny, let that youth off.
He is innocent.
Furthermore, I have already bidden him farewell.
He should be far away from here.
Ji Shuyan hoped that Yi Yun would go as far as possible. However, the next sentence the old woman said made Ji Shuyan's body freeze.
Gone? Unfortunately, he hasn't left.
How can he bear leaving after being saved by such a beautiful girl?
He is following the sandboat on an azure linhorse. He didn't leave? Ji Shuyan felt her entire body lose its strength. Why didn't Yi Yun leave after she told him to do so?
He was certainly doomed, for she understood the old woman's character. In order to rear a Ingul, she would wipe out an entire city without batting an eye.
Why would she hesitate for even a second at killing one young man? Yi Yun clearly saw everything that happened in the sandboat.
He never expected that the sandboat so lavishly adorned with the sentiments of a young girl would harbor such an old monster.
Heart-dismembering worm?
Yi Yun was not worried about such a worm at all. Although he was indeed at the Tao manifestation realm and he had been cultivating for less than 100 years, his strength was beyond imagination among warriors at the Tao manifestation realm. It was even beyond his own imagination. Yi Yun did not know how strong he had become after condensing 4 9-leaf Tao fruits, with one of them being a major destruction Tao fruit. Furthermore, there was a divine tree seed in his dantian. Now, he could test himself. Although the granny's cultivation level was high, Yi Yun could identify it clearly after fusing with the divine tree seed. She was at the 4-story Tao Palace realm, a full realm plus a little more than him. This old monster would be a good litmus test for his newfound power. However, the divine tree seed in Yi Yun's body still had control over a portion of his meridians. Yi Yun had a feeling that as the divine tree seed slowly sprouted, the heaven-earth yuan qi that it needed would increase. If he did not provide it with sufficient essence, he might find himself like in the desert. The divine tree seed would take over his body again, and he'd be immobilized.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1057, Heart-Dismembering Worm. Chapter 1057, Heart-Dismembering Worm. Translator, Sitalan Editor. When he considered the possibility that he might not have the energy to rear the divine tree seed, Yi Yun felt perturbed. The divine tree seed was the reincarnation of a god spirit. How much heaven-earth yuan qi was needed to rear a god spirit? Even the mere thought of it rendered Yi Yun speechless. It was not a joke to leave it starving. What if it rendered him immobile during a battle? How shameful would it be to be killed like that? He became unsure if swallowing of the divine tree seed was a blessing or a curse. But now that the divine tree seed fused with his dantian, it was too late for regret. Not that Yi Yun had any. Had he not taken the divine tree seed into him, he would have died several times in the door to the 33 skies. His adventures would have ended long ago. The rearing of the divine tree seed was a challenge, but also a great opportunity. Yi Yun foresaw that as long as the divine tree seed matured, his strength would continue to increase exponentially. A portion of my meridians are still being used by the divine tree seed, so I can't use all my strength. I need to clear those meridians first. Although the 2 pills that Ji Shuyan had given Yi Yun were valuable, they were unable to fully restore him to his peak state. Fortunately, Yi Yun happened to have many spiritual herbs in his interspatial ring. They couldn't be used before, because he was immobile and couldn't take them out. Now, having regained control of his body, he withdrew all the pills and relics in his interspatial ring.
Yi Yun had accumulated quite a number of relics and pills over the past few years. Now, he rapidly fed them to the Divine Tree Seed as though they cost nothing. The Divine Tree Seed drained all the Yuan Qi and, at a visible rate, the relics and pills vanished.
Meanwhile, the energy within Yi Yun's dantian was blossoming.
Even though he had a deep and solid foundation, it was not sufficient to withstand the raging energy. However, with the Divine Tree Seed present, all the Yuan Qi turned into a vortex before being sucked and stored within the seed. The Divine Tree Seed sapling finally grew leaves.
Yi Yun could feel the immense power of vitality from the Divine Tree Seed.
It flowed into his meridians, filling his body with energy.
Moreover, Yi Yun's meridians had previously been thickened,
so he had no problem withstanding the Yuan Qi. There was one side effect that did surprise Yi Yun: his cultivation level began to rapidly increase.
Oh? That's actually possible? Yi Yun was at the early stages of the Tao manifestation realm.
Typically, he'd need to spend a good deal of time solidifying his cultivation level. But now, Yi Yun only needed 5 minutes to solidify the early stages of his Tao manifestation. He was even beginning to progress to the middle stages of the Tao manifestation realm.
Yi Yun had 4 9-leaf Tao fruits, so his nomological insights were already extremely deep.
There was no fear of his foundation being unstable. His cultivation level shot straight to the peak of the early stages of the Tao manifestation realm, leaving him just short of the middle stages of the Tao manifestation realm. Additionally, the energy that the Divine Tree Seed had regurgitated was extremely pure.
There was no possibility of any negative after effects.
Any warrior knew that they could use pills to create a sharp increase in their cultivation. But after the increase, the impure energy contained within such pills would need to be carefully refined. Trying to raise cultivation in that manner would waste a lot of time in the end.
But for Yi Yun, that problem didn't exist.
The Divine Tree Seed was like an energy purifier. It absorbed about 70 to 80% of the pill's energy, but regurgitated about 20 to 30%. However, this 20 to 30% was extremely pure. It was nothing short of incredible.
Yi Yun was pleasantly surprised by this discovery.
Although the amount of energy he could absorb was small, the quality was much better. Due to this, it was worth it to feed more than 90% energy to the Divine Tree Seed. If the Divine Tree Seed were to truly mature, it would likely give him other amazing opportunities. I have 4 9-leaf Tao fruits and a Divine Tree Seed.
If I were to obtain some treasured herbs, wouldn't my cultivation speed improve by leaps and bounds?
Just as this thought flashed across Yi Yun's mind, he suddenly frowned. Through his perception, he saw something in the sand boat that made murderous intent rise up in his heart. The granny in red clothes held Ji Shuyan up by her arms with ghastly claws that were concealed by a mist. Ji Shuyan's face was covered in bloody wounds and her expression was ashen.
You dare defy me? Do you know the price? The granny's sinister-sounding voice echoed. Kill me. I've had enough.
Ji Shuyan bit through her lips and her white teeth was stained with fresh blood. She had fallen into a nightmare the moment the old witch had appeared. She did not know if the nightmare would ever end, all she knew was that she could no longer endure it. Deep in her heart, she knew there would come a day when the old witch would torture her to death. The only reason she was even still alive was because the old witch hoped Ji Shuyan would find medicine for her. After living in such a desperate situation, Ji Shuyan had often thought of dying.
You want to die? Ha! Ha! Do you think that it would be so simple, dying?
The old woman stood up and walked toward Ji Shuyan.
Suddenly, she grabbed at Ji Shuyan's top and tore it away. She-la!
The striking sound of silk tearing was heard as Ji Shuyan's top as well as her pink-colored undergarment, a dudu, were torn off, exposing her naked body. Ji Shuyan exclaimed as she tried struggling, but she was unable to escape the 2 ghastly claws that held her arms.
He, what tenderness!
The granny in red licked her lips. Ji Shuyan's skin was delicate, but it only garnered the old woman's loathing.
You dare defy me for a toad you picked off the ground? Do you really think so little of the resources I possess?
The granny gentle beckoned with her hand and the heart-dismembering worm she had given Ji Shuyan flew out automatically into her hand. Holding the heart-dismembering worm in hand, she admired it in fascination.
Baby, you must be hungry. Soon, you'll be able to eat your fill. As she spoke, the granny placed the heart-dismembering worm on Ji Shuyan's abdomen.
G. The heart-dismembering worm issued a sharp screeching sound.
It seemed eager to bore a hole as it began to squirm toward Ji Shuyan's navel. Ji Shuyan's expression changed drastically.
Although she was a tenacious person by nature, allowing her to endure what ordinary people couldn't, she was still a young girl.
Upon seeing such a disgusting worm about to bore into her navel, how could she not be frightened? He, what full and ample breasts! Who do you plan on seducing with that pair of bunnies? Why don't you feed them to the heart-dismembering worm? Let it eat that pair of bunnies of yours and see which man will still like you. He 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 he. The evil granny's extremely vicious words made Ji Shuiyan break out into a cold sweat that covered her forehead. She was acutely aware of the old witch's craziness. She knew that she had every intention of acting on her threats. Ji Shuiyan was not afraid of death, but the witch planned to make her live in a state worse than death. She felt an excruciating pain as the black heart-dismembering worm tore into her navel. In seconds, it would bore into her stomach. Just as despair was about to overwhelm her, she suddenly felt a coldness by her abdomen. Phew! An ice-cold frost beam flashed past as the heart-dismembering worm let out a sharp cry before flying off. Ding! With the sharp clink of metal colliding, the heart-dismembering worm was pinned onto a wall by a flying saber. The flying saber had embedded itself in the wall with the handle still vibrating. Ji Shuiyan was momentarily surprised. Who was it? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1058, Yi Yun's Strength. Chapter 1058, Yi Yun's Strength. Translator, Sitalan Editor. Chie. With a light sound, the flying saber suddenly burned in pure young flames. The heart-dismembering worm let out a shrill cry as it quickly burned to a crisp. Upon seeing this scene, the granny in red's expression immediately darkened. Who's there? She turned her head abruptly, her gaze piercing the room's door. The aguilawood door that was engraved with an array of mystical symbols had been penetrated by the flying saber, with only a tiny hole left behind. Somehow, the person who had launched the flying saber couldn't see inside the room, yet was still able to shoot the saber through the door with perfect accuracy. Not only that, but the swift and true saber was imbued with the power of pure yang. It had killed the heart-dismembering worm in one strike. To accomplish such a feat, a person had to have extraordinary perception. Who had such impressive ability? Creak. At that moment, the door was pushed open. There, in a Divine Secrets Trading Company outfit, stood Yi Yun. His clothes from before had been torn apart. It's you. The granny's pupils constricted as a look of disbelief appeared on her face. She never expected that the person who had done of all that was Yi Yun. It looks like I have underestimated you, or perhaps you've been hiding your true strength. The granny slowly advanced towards Yi Yun. She resembled an old night owl in the shadows, spooking people with its gaze. Yi Yun beckoned and, as though it had a mind of its own, the thousand snow-flying saber that was stuck in the wall flew into his hand. As he twirled the thousand snow-flying saber, he said nonchalantly, "There is no need for me to hide my strength against you. You just failed to see it." All right. The granny's eyes were filled with killing intent, and at that moment, Ji Shuiyan suddenly sent a voice transmission to Yi Yun. Yi Yun, she's a 4-story Dao palace. She rears a Yin Spectre as a trump card. Although it was a Yuan Qi voice transmission, the old woman had some power at work on Ji Shuiyan. This, added to her powerful perception, allowed her to hear the girl's message clearly. Slut, you are courting death. The old woman's eyes flashed with a cold beam, and the two demonic claws that held Ji Shuiyan pulled in opposite directions. At Ji Shuiyan's cultivation level, there was no doubt that the claws would tear her apart. Reacting quickly, Yi Yun flicked his fingers. Shoo! Shoo! 2 flying sabers flew out like lightning and pierced through the demonic claws. Chie! Chie! The demonic claws were reduced to nothingness by the pure yang flames. But the old woman took advantage of the chance to pounce at Yi Yun. She had anticipated that he'd saved Ji Shuiyan, and Yi Yun realized that her true target was him all alone. Die, foolish kid! The old woman swiped a claw at Yi Yun's head. It was a strike that could even tear apart divine metal. Yi Yun was not flustered by the sudden sneak attack. He retreated quickly and simultaneously took out a broken sword. The seemingly ordinary sword slashed at the old woman's wrists. Humph! She snorted coldly as her claws burned with billows of black smoke. From within the smoke emerged the large rotting mouth of a devil. The demon bared its fangs and lunged straight at Yi Yun's broken sword. Even an excellent sword would immediately rot from the cadaveric gases the ghoul spewed. As for the old woman, she continued to slash at Yi Yun's head with her ghastly claws. Yi Yun was only a Dao manifestation realm warrior. Even if he did possess hidden strength, how could he compare to the powers of a 4-story Dao palace warrior? Ka-cha! The ghoul bit at Yi Yun's broken sword. The old hag was delighted, knowing that any enchanted item bitten by her ghoul would lose a great deal of its spirituality. So how could a feeble enchanted item like this broken sword possibly withstand her attack? However, before her sinister smile could show, her face froze. Just after the ghoul bit on the broken sword, it immediately let out a blood-curdling cry.
It then struggled to release the broken sword. But at that moment, the broken sword emitted a radiant golden beam that resembled the burning sun's core.
It enveloped the ghoul within its brilliant luster. The ghoul cried out as it turned to ash, while the broken sword suddenly slashed through a short distance of space, appearing immediately in front of the old woman.
3-foot passage sword, sword of time. Yi Yun's sword thrust straight at the old woman. The old woman's eyes widened, her expression suddenly turning ashen.
This kid. He had managed to cultivate a pure Yang Great Tao, and his sword could bend the laws of time?
The old woman's expression changed slightly.
However, her desire to kill Yi Yun only grew. So what if you cultivate some Great Tao? Do you think that bit of strength will be enough to defeat me?
The old woman let out a sinister cry, opening her dried and cracking mouth wide. A blob of black gas spewed forth. Immediately accompanying it were shrieking and howling screams.
The black gas manifested as a gigantic phantom.
With a sharp cry, it clashed with Yi Yun's sword.
Oh!
Yi Yun realized that his sword seemed to enter a quagmire as a powerful pull was constantly tugging down at his sword.
Yi Yun, that's her inspector.
She has fed it with blood for over 10,000 years.
It is not to be underestimated. Ji Shuiyan gave up using a voice transmission and instead shouted out loud.
Slut, once I'm done with him, you will taste the pain of thousands of worms boring into your heart. The old woman viciously glanced at Ji Shuiyan, which made her slump to the ground. It was as though all her energy had been drained out of her as her body turned cold.
She was under the control of the old woman and was unable to put up a fight. Therefore, she was naturally unable to aid Yi Yun.
She was tormented at the thought of Yi Yun suffering at the hands of the old woman for saving her.
If he were to be captured by her, endless torment would surely follow. Inspector. Yi Yun sensed that the inspector was constantly consuming his yuan qi.
At the same time, he could feel his meridians freezing up. The circulative flow of yuan qi also became increasingly retarded.
With inspector draining their energy, any warrior would quickly become defenseless.
If all Yi Yun's yuan qi was devoured by the inspector, the old woman would have free reign over him. It all depends if you have the ability to suck me dry of my yuan qi. Yi Yun snorted to himself as his yuan qi burst out.
A black wheel appeared in Yi Yun's hand.
Destruction Dao Domain, 10,000 Demon Wheel of Existence.
Hum hum hum.
There was a multitude of demons and gods sealed in the 10,000 Demon Wheel of Existence, to begin with. These phantoms that represented destruction were on a completely different level from the inspector that the granny reared. In addition, the domination of major destruction laws over ghost Dao laws was in every aspect complete and thorough.
Roar! The roars of the myriad demons and gods thundered as a gigantic black vortex was conjured in the void.
Just as the inspector darted toward Yi Yun, it was swept up by the redoubtable strength of destruction. The terrifyingly suppressive presence of demons and gods made it feel like it was a sparrow facing an eagle. There was no way for it to resist.
Pang!
The inspector was hauled into the vortex before being completely shredded apart. The inspector that had been nourished for 10,000 years already had its intelligence, resulting in it issuing a cry of despair and pain.
As for the old woman, being the rearer meant her life essence was tightly linked to the inspector.
The explosion of the inspector caused a serious backlash on her. It was as though a portion of her very soul had been erased.
The impact was visible.
You destroyed my intrinsic inspector.
Ah!
With a dull grunt, her old body flew backward as she suddenly spewed a mouthful of blood. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1059, Killing the Old Woman. Chapter 1059, Killing the Old Woman. Translator, Sitalan Editor.
The old woman in red was a warrior well-versed in ghost Dao. The intrinsic inspector was like a second soul to her. It was her main tool for murder because it could devour large amounts of blood essence. Furthermore, when it devoured the lifeblood of geniuses, it provided her a great amount of enrichment. In every other battle in which she brought out her intrinsic inspector, even ones where she couldn't kill her enemies, she could definitely inflict serious injury and allow her intrinsic inspector to escape unharmed. Even if she were to encounter old freaks a few sub-realms higher than her, the inspector would still be able to injure the opponent and escape. Even when it was fighting a superior opponent. Never had she encountered a situation in which her intrinsic inspector barely put up a fight before being consumed and destroyed. Even her body had been severely injured.
This is a destruction law? You even know destruction, Great Tao?
The old woman wiped the blood from her mouth. She was still infuriated from the destruction of her intrinsic inspector and could only manage to gradually calm down.
Pure Yang Great Tao. Spacetime Great Tao. Destruction Great Tao. How could a person know so many Great Tao? Furthermore, what was his cultivation level? How young was he?
The old woman refused to believe that Yi Yun was only at the Tao manifestation realm.
Fighting a 4-story Tao palace at the Tao manifestation realm was completely unheard of. Kid, you destroyed my intrinsic inspector. I'll make sure you die with me.
The old woman suddenly let out a bizarre cry and charged at Yi Yun. Her flesh and blood bulged as an outburst of energy began to circulate in her body as though she would explode at any time.
Self-destruction. Yi Yun was alarmed. Some warriors developed special cultivation techniques. When on the brink of death, they would explode, resulting in an internecine outcome with their enemies.
The old woman was preparing such a technique. Yi Yun's heart shuddered and he prepared the appropriate countermeasures, but before he could act, the old woman suddenly changed trajectories and flew up like an arrow.
Pang!
The old woman burst right through the ceiling. The sand boat had 2 levels. In an instant, the old woman tore through both those levels and soared high into the sky.
She escaped. Yi Yun's eyebrows pricked up.
The self-destruction was only a ruse. She was taking advantage of the moment he gathered his energy in defense to escape. Without a thought, Yi Yun flew out of the sandboat.
How could he let the old woman escape? If she did, there would be endless repercussions. So, Yi Yun charged out of the sandboat as well.
The powerful impact of the 2 consecutively rushing out of the sandboat caused the top of the sandboat to explode. The surrounding members of the Divine Secrets Trading Company jumped in fright when they saw the sudden explosion of the sandboat. They held their breaths when they saw the 2 rocket into the sky.
What just happened?
Protect the mistress. Protect the mistress. Old man Changsun was in a panic. With the old chairman having vanished, the Divine Secrets Trading Company was doomed if anything untoward happened to the mistress.
Kid, don't force me.
The old woman was fleeing in desperation. As she gathered a bout of yuan qi and burned her lifeblood unsparingly, her speed rose rapidly. I have a mystic technique for escaping.
It requires the burning of my blood essence. If you want to chase me, you would have to burn your blood essence as well. It would not be worth it for you.
The old woman was sure that Yi Yun would not go to such ends.
After all, they did not share a irreconcilable vendetta.
Yi Yun would be going too far if he burned his blood essence to kill her. Seeing the old woman rapidly creating a gap, Yi Yun sneered. The space beneath his feet suddenly began to distort as the flow of time around him seemed to speed up.
Time flies like an arrow, heavily Tao like a bow. Yi Yun took a step forward as the space beneath his foot contracted.
It wasn't him catching up to the old woman but the space and time between him and her shrinking. It was as though the old woman was being pulled back by space itself. Such a method was something Yi Yun couldn't employ before he condensed his 9-leaf spacetime Tao fruit. But now, it was a cinch.
Ah!
The old woman cried out in despair as she gathered her energy once again in the hopes of producing another charging spurt. But Yi Yun was now prepared, so how could he give her another chance? His pure yang broken sword flew straight out.
To the ends of time, a sword for eternity. Phew!
The sword beam flashed through heaven and earth. Space and time instantly lost all meaning as the sword of time tore through space and plunged into the old woman's dantian. Her body quaked violently as a mouthful of blood spewed out. As she looked at the wound in her abdomen, her face was filled with pain and despair. I should have killed that slut. The old woman said the last words of her life. At that instant, her destroyed dantian could no longer restrain the energy that had been compressed to an extreme.
Boom!
Energy erupted as the old woman's body exploded into smithereens. However, the extent of the explosion was much weaker than her self-destruction power.
Yi Yun easily blocked the explosion by conjuring his yuan qi barrier.
He naturally retreated under the energy blast and finally flew back into the sandboat. From the moment Yi Yun rushed out to slay the old woman, he had begun using the laws of time, so it only appeared like 10 seconds to everyone else. They only saw 2 people fly out at an inconceivable speed one after another before a blinding yuan qi explosion lit up the sky. The force of the explosion might not have been terrifying, but the yuan qi that was released left everyone shuddering. There were many knowledgeable people, including old man Changsun, who could understand what the aura represented.
Tao Palace Realm Warrior? The person who was hunted down and killed was a Tao Palace Realm Warrior?
And not just in the early stages of Tao Palace, but with a certain level of accomplishment.
Yet this Tao Palace level warrior was destroyed so effortlessly? Old man Changsun tried to process this, but was left stupefied.
Meanwhile, something else occurred that left him more dumbfounded. As Yi Yun came back to the sand boat, he had not used his spacetime laws.
So the old man Chang Sun, with his well-honed eyes, could recognize Yi Yun. That's impossible. It's him? The youth that the mistress had saved without much thought in the desert, had killed a Dao Palace Realm warrior? Furthermore, where did the Dao Palace Realm warrior come from? Their expedition did not have any Dao Palace Realm warrior accompanying them. Was it an assassin? Upon having that thought, old man Chang Sun broke out into cold sweat. If they were targeted by an assassin at the Dao Palace Realm, the outcome was obvious. As for Yi Yun, old man Chang Sun initially felt that it was an utter waste of heavenly treasures when the mistress used valuable spiritual herbs to heal him. But it became apparent that this youth was a figure strong enough to easily kill a Dao Palace Realm warrior. What was his background? And what was his cultivation level? Old man Chang Sun became anxious that his earlier animosity had been detected by Yi Yun. At his level, the young man could easily wipe him out. The mistress did save him after all. He wouldn't do anything untoward to her, right? With that thought in mind, old man Chang Sun hurriedly converged his aura as he rushed to the sandboat. The other armed escorts of the Divine Secrets Trading Company also rushed onto the sandboat. They all approached cautiously, afraid they might anger a god of death. Don't come in first. I'm fine. At that moment, Ji Shuyan's voice was heard, forcing everyone to stop in their spots. Instantly, Yi Yun had appeared in front of Ji Shuyan. Looking at her, he casually asked, "Can you tell me about the situation with that old woman? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1060, Slave Worms. Chapter 1060, Slave Worms. Translator, Sitalan Editor. Instantly, Yi Yun had appeared in front of Ji Shuyan. Looking at her, he casually asked, "Can you tell me about the situation with that old woman?" As he spoke those words, he noticed an unnatural paleness suffuse Ji Shuyan's face. Even her lips had lost any semblance of having blood in them. She tried to force a smile, but did not answer Yi Yun's question. Instead, she said, "Thank you, Senior, for saving me." Ji Shuyan's words tapered off in an increasingly weak fashion. Her voice trembled slightly. Yi Yun felt his heart shiver as he rushed to her side. He grabbed her wrist and immediately projected his perception into her body. There was still the fact that the top Ji Shuyan had been wearing was ripped apart by the old woman during the battle. When she was slumped to the ground she could somewhat cover herself, but when Yi Yun helped her up she was immediately exposed. The pair of ample bunnies was too striking. Furthermore, the old woman had ripped off the bottom part of Ji Shuyan's top, so there was still remnant cloth barely covering the upper part of her fair bosom. It only served to accentuate her allure. But Yi Yun was too busy to entertain nefarious thoughts. Once his perception entered Ji Shuyan's body, he discovered that there were already 3 poisonous worms buried within her body. They seemed to have been there for a long time. Worse, the 3 tiny poisonous worms had already reached 3 critical spots in her body: dantian, heart, and brain. These vermin were beginning to destroy her body, killing her by striking at her 3 critical spots. These are slave worms? Yi Yun suddenly realized what was inside her body. He recalled the several years he spent in the God Advent Tower and how he read Azure Young Lord's large collection of books. They covered a wide range of topics, including various matters regarding the 12 Empyrean heavens. Slave worms were one of them. These poisonous worms were planted in the bodies of slaves. Once their owner died, the slave worm would begin devouring the slave's body, consuming all of the slave's lifeblood. The entire purpose of the worms was to ensure that slaves would accompany their owner in death. It was extremely vicious. It also meant that back when Ji Shuyan mistook him for a mighty senior, she had already expected this outcome by hoping to implore Yi Yun to finish the old woman for her. With her wrist held by Yi Yun, Ji Shuyan was nearly leaning in Yi Yun's embrace. She pointed to her interspatial ring and said in a staccato, "I left 2 letters, one for Mr. Chang Sun. As for the other, Senior, please hand it to my younger sister. Thank you, Senior, for your help." Ji Shuyan had clearly prepared her will. Yi Yun sighed inwardly. How much had this girl experienced? She had struggled to survive under the old woman's demonic claws, but she had already left behind a will. It was even possible that death was a form of relief for her. Don't speak any further. You'll only die faster speaking. With her wrist in hand, Yi Yun closed his eyes and focused, using his perception to track the 3 slave worms. Ji Shuyan let out a light chuckle and said, "It's good to die fast too. It will reduce the pain. Slave worms are incurable, to begin with. I was already prepared for my inevitable death." Yi Yun knew that the pain from slave worms was an unbearable torment.
Even mighty figures might not be able to endure such pain. It was made this way deliberately so that masters never had to fear their slaves' betrayal. It was also a preventative measure for the removal of the slave worms. The primary way to remove them, naturally, was for the person who planted them to take them out. Another method was to find a person proficient in the art of worms. The worms could be removed as long as the person was more skilled than the planter of the worm. However, even if the worms were removed, it might result in the victim's evisceration. At the very least, the victim would spend ages just recovering their lifeblood. Since the old woman who had planted the worms was dead and Yi Yun was not adept in the art of worms, Ji Shuiyan believed that Yi Yun could not save her even with his extraordinary strength. She was facing certain doom. Yi Yun took a deep breath as he closed his eyes. When he opened them again, there was a mystical change to his irises. In his black iris, it looked like there was a galaxy rotating, with a mysterious will filled with mystic great Tao at its core. Ji Shuiyan believed that she was dying, and with the excruciating pain she was experiencing, she was numb to any stimulation from the external world. However, she was momentarily stupefied when she saw Yi Yun's eyes. What were those eyes of his? Ji Shuiyan was born with supernatural eyes, allowing her to notice Yi Yun's power. However, she felt that her so-called supernatural eyes were nothing compared to Yi Yun's. Anyone who had ever seen Ji Shuiyan's supernatural eyes had praised them, declaring them to be as deep and unfathomable as the ocean. But Yi Yun's eyes seemed to contain the entire universe. Compared to the universe, an ocean was too tiny. Relax your mind and do not let your thoughts run wild. Yi Yun tore off a tattered piece of cloth on Ji Shuiyan's body, revealing her perfect figure. Following that, Yi Yun placed one hand on her left chest and the other on her abdomen. With the sacred land by her chest suddenly pressed by a man, her body trembled gently. She had never had such an experience, so even though she was on her deathbed, her once pale face suffused a blush. As for her abdomen, it was close to her other private part. Having that touched resulted in a layer of goosebumps appearing on her smooth, porcelain-like skin. Despite Yi Yun's actions seeming frivolous, she knew that the places he pressed on were her dantian and heart. There was a slave worm located at each of the two spots. Could it be possible that Yi Yun was trying to remove the slave worms from her body? Ji Shuiyan found it unbelievable. Yi Yun practiced orthodox cultivation techniques. It was apparent from the oasis that grew around him when he was unconscious. How could such a person be knowledgeable in the art of witchcraft worms? Thank you, Senior. For Senior to kill my enemy, I'm already grateful for release of new life. As for the slave worms, Ji Shuiyan held no hopes. Yi Yun was probably trying his best to treat her, but without being proficient in the art of worms, how was he to extract them? Just as Ji Shuiyan was having such thoughts, she saw the black will in Yi Yun's eyes project out. One black mystical rune after another began swirling around Yi Yun's fingertips. Before she could react in time, the black runes had entered her body and reached her heart and dantian without any obstruction. The law of major destruction was the supreme law of the universe. The law's very existence meant the end of the universe. Since the law of major destruction could end everything in the universe and the universe itself, how could it not destroy mere worms? Although the Tao of witchcraft worms were mysterious, they were only minor Tao from Yi Yun's point of view. They were definitely incomparable to the law of major destruction. Although he did not know a thing about witchcraft worms, he could crush the Tao of witchcraft worms on the nomological level. After the black destruction runes entered Ji Shuiyan's heart and dantian, they silently condensed into a tiny 10,000 demon wheel of existence. Two 10,000 demon wheel of existence surrounded each worm respectively. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1061, Annihilation of Worms. Chapter 1061, Annihilation of Worms. Translator, Sitalan Editor. GGG. The poisonous worms sensed something was amiss as they anxiously screeched. They wanted to rob Ji Shuiyan of her lifeblood before they met their end. But in an instant, the poisonous worm's very existence was obliterated by the law of destruction. Fua. Fua. Two rings of light flashed, and two poisonous worms were erased by the destruction. Quickly, Yi Yun moved both his hands up and, with a hand on each side, he pressed down on Ji Shuiyan's temples. The destruction runes in his hand instantly manifested and condensed into the 10,000 demon wheel of existence inside her brain. Ji. The final slave worm was extinguished by Yi Yun. Truly, the power of destruction laws was terrifying. They could annihilate everything. As for the brain, it was a fragile organ. It would typically buckle under the laws of destruction, but Yi Yun's understanding of it was at an extremely high level. After he condensed the 9-leaf destruction Tao fruit, controlling the forces of destruction took no more effort than lifting a finger. With his perfect control over the law of destruction, he managed to destroy the third slave worm while minimizing the damage to Ji Shuiyan. Ji Shuiyan suddenly felt the soul-ripping pain throughout her body vanish. Before she could even react, Yun placed a hand on her abdomen and streams of yuan qi surged into her body, restoring her vitality. It was only a matter of seconds before Yun removed his hands and reached into his interspatial ring, producing a set of clothes. He said lightly, "It's done, put those clothes on."
It's done? Ji Shuiyan was still in a daze. What was done?
The disappearance of the excruciating pain gave her some guesses, but she found it impossible to believe her intuition. It was a matter of seconds from the moment Yun made his first move.
Yet, she was already treated?
She immediately turned her perception inward to check her body. Indeed, she found that the poisonous worms in her dantian, heart, and brain had truly vanished. They didn't simply die, but nothing of their corpses remained. It was as though they had evaporated into nothingness.
Ji Shuiyan was stupefied. Her perception didn't lie. How did Yun do it?
Ordinarily, doctors needed a lengthy process to treat their patients, something that allowed the patients to feel like they were gradually getting better while igniting their hopes of survival.
Finally, treatment would slowly begin.
As the saying goes, illnesses strike suddenly, but the recovery of illnesses was like extracting silk.
However, Yun had acted too quickly.
It happened so quickly that Ji Shuiyan did not even notice her physical condition turn for the better. Ignoring the talk about igniting her hopes, she was certain a mere second ago that she would die.
But the next second, Yun told her that she was already well.
Such a sudden reversal in miraculous medical skill made Ji Shuiyan feel like she was in a dreamlike fantasy.
What sort of person did she save? Furthermore, if he was so powerful, how did he end up collapsed in the desert with serious injuries? Senior, are you also well versed in the art of healing?
Ji Shuiyan naturally knew Yun was not using the arts of witchcraft worms to save her. In addition, he had not fed her any pills or medicine. The only possibility left was the art of healing.
Art of healing? Yun shook his head. I don't know any art of healing, but if you want me to kill some worms, I'm up to the task. Yun's laws of destruction could only be used to destroy.
Killing the worms was easy, but healing her body was a separate matter altogether.
When those words reached her ears, Ji Shuiyan didn't know whether she should laugh or cry. Kill some worms?
Even witchcraft worm masters would find it a challenge to remove slave worms.
However, Yun had killed and removed 3 slave worms with such ease.
Then he displayed such nonchalance that anyone not in the know would think that he had just squashed some ordinary worms with his foot. For Ji Shuiyan, the shock of Yun killing the slave worms was completely incomparable to the shock of him killing the old woman in red. When she thought of the dead old woman, Ji Shuiyan could not help but burst into tears of joy. She still found it unbelievable that the suffocating blade hanging above her head had been so easily destroyed by Yun. Everything, threats, slave worms, and excruciating pain were now all gone, all in less than a minute.
Senior. Ji Shuiyan held onto the clothes and gave Yun a deep bow.
I'll never forget the fresh lease on life you have given me twice. I swear that from this day on, as long as it's ordered or requested by Senior, I will do my best to accomplish it, no matter the cost or danger. Yun said with a chuckle, Miss Shuiyan, there's no need for such solemnity. Although I saved you, you did save me prior to this as well.
Ji Shuiyan shook her head and said, what I did is nothing compared to Senior's favor.
Furthermore, even if no one had saved Senior, Senior would probably have awoken quickly. It would have taken quite a long time.
Yun responded with a bitter smile.
If not for Ji Shuiyan, it was possible that it would take him a year or two.
Who knows what might have happened during such a long period of time?
Additionally, he would waste valuable cultivation time.
However, Ji Shuiyan did not think of it as a serious loss. Compared to what she had been through, what was a few days of waiting?
Meanwhile, Miss Shuiyan, I previously asked you about the old woman.
Doesn't your Divine Secrets Trading Company have Dao Palace Realm warriors? Why were you under her control?
Upon hearing his question, Ji Shuiyan's face was darkened by a bitter look. She shook her head and said, my Divine Secrets Trading Company does have a few Dao Palace Realm warriors holding down the fort.
My grandfather was the head of the Divine Secrets Trading Company and he was already at the 5-story Dao Palace Realm. Furthermore, the company has elders, guest elders, numbering more than 10 Dao Palace Realm warriors. She paused before continuing, but then. Does Senior recall my mention of a remarkable phenomenon happening in the Sun Burial Sand Sea? It was first discovered by my Divine Secrets Trading Company.
Grandpa believed that a treasure had appeared, so he took a few powerful elders and went in search of it. However, the resulting waves far exceeded their expectations, and something unfortunate happened. Her eyes looked down as she trailed off.
That was the turning point of the Divine Secrets Trading Company. With Grandpa and the elders gone, we were like sheep for the slaughter in Sun Burial Sandsea, as wealth alone is useless.
I did not dare announce this matter publicly and tried my best to conceal the matter lest the Divine Secrets Trading Company be torn apart by others overnight. But there is no such thing as a complete secret, she continued. Others had managed to gather traces of clues. The Heaven Amplification Trading Company eventually got wind of it and began stirring.
They were still uncertain about it, so they acted in the shadows by infiltrating the Divine Secrets Trading Company. Finally, a few months ago, the last remaining Dao Palace Realm guest elders were poached by them. Without Grandpa around, I couldn't do a thing. The Divine Secrets Trading Company began to face unprecedented danger, potentially even annexation by others. And it was at that moment when the old woman in red appeared.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1062, Heaven Secrets, Divine Secrets. Chapter 1062, Heaven Secrets, Divine Secrets. Translator, Sitalan Editor. I do not know the old woman's name.
I only know her surname is Ren and she comes from the Heaven Secrets chapter.
Grandpa was once also under the tutelage of it. It was an orthodox sect, but many disciples did not cultivate in the chapter's cultivation techniques.
The old woman was an extreme example with her cultivating ghost Dao cultivation techniques.
She was Grandpa's junior sister, but she had a vendetta with Grandpa.
I do not know what the grudge was, as Grandpa was no longer around, she directed all her hatred onto me.
As for what followed, Senior already knows.
In fact, even without her, I'll probably not end up fine.
The Heaven Amplification Trading Company has been coveting my Divine Secrets Trading Company already. After Grandpa and the group of elders perished, the Heaven Amplification Trading Company had repeatedly tried probing my Divine Secrets Trading Company.
They kept taking over storefronts that were ours, but all we could do was tolerate it in silence. Up to a month ago, the Heaven Amplification Trading Company's heir apparent, Yen Tiansong, sent a wedding invitation, requesting for my hand in marriage through my grandfather.
He wanted me to marry him.
As Ji Shuiyen came to this point, her chest heaved with fury as her face flushed red slightly. She said hatefully, I was already raring to kill Yen Tiansong, but he dared to shamelessly ask for my hand in marriage. He was planning on using my entire Divine Secrets Trading Company as the dowry, saving his efforts from annexing it. He would then be able to rightfully and openly take over all assets of the Divine Secrets Trading Company and prevent other factions from getting a slice of the pie.
Upon hearing Ji Shuiyen's story, Yi Yin shook his head.
That was the world of warriors where strength was everything.
If Ji Shuiyen were to accept the proposal, the latter part of her life would definitely be tragic. However, if she were to reject it, the outcome would be similar. The Divine Secrets Trading Company would still be annexed and she would be left without any backing. After she was caught alive by Yen Tiansong, she would be imprisoned and raped. Unless she committed suicide, the outcome would only be worse than the first.
Right, you mentioned a phenomena that had appeared in the Sun Burial Sandsea.
What is it? Yi Yun was more interested in that matter.
He had inquired once when Ji Shuiyen first mentioned it. However, she was bent on getting Yi Yun to leave as soon as possible, so she had not answered him.
Senior, Grandpa had some guesses regarding the phenomena.
He suspected that the phenomena were a result of a type of divine fire. It might have to do with the history of Sun Burial Sandsea. Legends say that Sun Burial Sandsea has already existed for hundreds of millions of years. The formation of Sun Burial Sandsea was because a sun had plummeted into it, turning tens of millions kilometers into a barren desert. Grandpa believed that the sun that fell to this land was very likely an item of supreme yang. It was even possible that it was a true sun that had fallen. However, such a sun had been in gestation for hundreds of millions of years before finally giving birth to a yang spirit.
The phenomena of recent times might be the birth of a yang spirit wisp. Oh? Yi Yun was greatly amazed by Ji Shuiyen's words. How does your grandfather know of this?
You previously mentioned that the birth of the phenomena resulted in many factions gathering around Sun Burial Sandsea.
Do they know that the Sun Burial Sandsea is gestating a young spirit?
Ji Shuiyen shook her head and said, it's likely they are unaware.
They don't? Yi Yun gave Ji Shuiyen an odd look.
He believed that there was definitely no lack of experts in the factions that had gathered. As for her grandfather, it was not apparent that he was much more outstanding in strength.
It was rather unusual that Ji Shuiyen's grandfather had managed to augur something that others did not know.
Ji Shuiyen seemed to guess at his thoughts as she said, Senior, Grandpa was weaker in strength but his talent in martial arts wasn't bad.
However, he had dedicated his life to geomancy and divination. Grandpa came from the Heaven Secrets chapter, which is a sect that teaches geomancy and divination. Heaven Secrets. It also means divining the secrets of heaven. Grandpa established the Divine Secrets Trading Company, and the company's name stemmed from such reasons. Divine secrets also means divining the secrets of the unknown.
In fact, the study of divination and geomancy is unable to directly raise one's strength. Therefore, the Heaven Secrets chapter gradually waned. According to Grandpa, it had once enjoyed some glorious days in the distant past. It was a powerful sect that produced numerous divination masters. However, as geomancy and divination were too difficult to comprehend, many people wasted their entire lives without amounting to much. There were an increasing number of disciples that failed to hone their skills, and since divination is unable to directly raise one's strength, many of them chose to switch careers midway. It is also the reason why I mentioned that many disciples of the Heaven Secrets chapter, such as Old Woman Ren, do not cultivate in the sect's cultivation techniques. It resulted in the Heaven Secrets chapter to gradually lose its talent and wane. In Grandpa's youth, he had dedicated himself to geomancy and divination, eventually gaining success by becoming a divination master. He was internally designated as the future sect master, but 20,000 years ago, due to a power struggle within the Heaven Secrets chapter, something that deeply saddened Grandpa happened. He finally left Heaven Secrets chapter and established the Divine Secrets Trading Company in Sun Burial Sansi from scratch. The Divine Secrets Trading Company is in the herbal business. It needs valuable herbs to do well. With his geomancy and divination at the acme of perfection, he began divining the secrets of heaven in Sun Burial Sansi, accurately pinpointing the locations of several precious natural treasures. This allowed the Divine Secrets Trading Company to become one of the most famous companies in Sun Burial Sansi. So that's the case. Yi Yun was somewhat surprised. He never expected that the Divine Secrets Trading Company would have such a history, and that the mastery of geomancy and divination could be used to search for natural treasures. Such a mystic art was indeed fascinating. As such, the matter regarding the Yang spirit was also understandable. The external factions neither knew divination nor did they understand the Sun Burial Sansi. It was naturally difficult to comprehend what was happening from simply the phenomena. As for Ji Shuyan's grandpa, he had been in business for 20,000 years in Sun Burial Sansi. He was acutely familiar with every inch of Sun Burial Sansi. Compounded by his perfected divination, he probably understood the entire setup of Sun Burial Sansi. What he could see was something that others could not compare with. Ji Shuyan hesitated for a moment before taking out a few stones that resembled agate and handed to Yi Yun with both hands. "Senior, please take a look. These are pure Yang divine stones that Grandpa had found in the past. According to him, ordinary stones will be burned by the gestation period of a sun spirit and turn into such divine stones. If Senior is interested, these divine stones are yours." Ji Shuyan placed the divine stones in Yi Yun's hands. Seeing the red-colored stones, Yi Yun immediately felt the energy in his meridians circulate rapidly. Intricate bursts of pure Yang power reached straight to his dantian from his palm. It was extremely comfortable. And most important of all, Yi Yun realized that the divine tree seed in his dantian was growing once again after it absorbed the pure Yang power. Yi Yun had a feeling that if he allowed the divine tree seed to absorb all the energy of these pure Yang divine stones, the growth to the divine tree seed would be far more effective than the pills and relics that he had previously consumed, combined. If the divine tree seed were to mature fully, he would also gain great benefits. His cultivation level and strength would be greatly enhanced. Yi Yun became excited the moment he had such thoughts. The Sun Burial Sansi might be an opportunity for him, so he believed that there was a need for him to stay behind to check it out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1063, Aggressive Compulsion. Chapter 1063, Aggressive Compulsion. Translator, Sitalan Editor. Having made up his decision, Yi Yun did not engage in a pretentious act. While keeping the pure Yang divine stones, he said to Ji Shuyan, "Since Miss Shuyan says so, I won't stand on ceremony. These divine stones are indeed useful for me, so I'll be keeping them." "Senior, go ahead and keep them." When Ji Shuyan heard Yi Yun, she did not show any attachment to the divine stones. On the contrary, she was delighted. From her point of view, Yi Yun was extremely strong and she was much weaker than him. Under such circumstances, she would be happy as long as she could help Yi Yun in any way. Yi Yun continued, "I'm planning to stay in Sun Burial Sansi for a period of time. I'm unfamiliar with this area, so I'll be disturbing Miss Shuyan for a few days by following you back to the Divine Secrets Trading Company. Perhaps I can help resolve some troubles for you in passing." Yi Yun had saved Ji Shuyan out of convenience and did not find it a huge favor. However, Ji Shuyan had provided him with information and items that were extremely valuable to him. It was only necessary for him to give Ji Shuiyan a tiny bit of help appropriately. Yi Yun felt that it was only right, but when Ji Shuiyan heard that, she was overjoyed. She had immensely prayed that Yi Yun could accompany her back to the Divine Secrets Trading Company and help her awe the Heaven Amplification Trading Company.
However, what sort of person was Yi Yun? He was able to kill the old woman in seconds and easily eliminate the slave worms in her body. How could she entice such a peerless expert to work for her? What nerve did she have to request that of him? Although she had sworn to repay Yi Yun for the lease of new life he had given her and that she was willing to do anything for Yi Yun, even to the point of willingly be his maidservant at his command, it was all dependent on Yi Yun's wishes. If he did not like it and left immediately, it would be unbecoming of her to forcefully follow him, right? As such, Ji Shuiyan would still be driven into a corner as she stayed in Jade Luster City. It would only be an outcome slightly better than remaining in the hands of the old woman. Thank you, Senior.
Ji Shuiyan took a deep breath as her voice was trembling from her excitement. She knew that she had encountered an important benefactor. Meeting him could change her destiny.
There's no need to thank me.
I naturally have my motives for staying here.
Also, don't keep calling me Senior. I'm not much older than you.
Yi Yun had previously mentioned his age, but she had subconsciously believed that he had mentioned it in passing after he showcased his might. It was unlikely true that he was about her age, but now, with Yi Yun mentioning it again, Ji Shuiyan was left dumbfounded.
He really isn't much older than me? He could easily kill a warrior with a 4-story Dao palace before the age of 100. How much of a genius was he?
Ji Shuiyan naturally did not believe that Yi Yun was lying to her, as there was no need to. She fell into a daze and felt that everything about Yi Yun had far exceeded her imaginations. She had seen geniuses in the past, but they were nothing when compared to him.
All right, I'll be doing some cultivation. Don't disturb me during this period. You can inform me again when we reach the Divine Secrets Trading Company.
All right. Ji Shuiyan nodded her head in a daze before she left respectfully.
The group set off once again.
The armed escorts of the Divine Secrets Trading Company were left in the dark as to what had happened. They only knew that Yi Yun had resolved the matter after the appearance of an assassin.
Their mistress was unharmed and fine.
And from then on, they never saw Yi Yun come out of the sandboat. Ji Shuiyan had left the best room in the sandboat for Yi Yun, allowing him to cultivate without worry.
This continued till they reached Jade Luster City.
When they were just outside Jade Luster City, Yi Yun had scanned the area with his perception and he could not help but appreciate the thriving Jade Luster City. Jade Luster City was about 50 kilometers in circumference. Back in the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven, he had seen several cities. They were constructed grandly, frequently imbued with heaven-earth arrays and floating islands.
This was also related to the ancient Fey's pursuit of glory. But in terms of prosperity, the cities in the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven were incomparable to Jade Luster City. As a human city, Jade Luster City was filled with stores and bustling crowds. There were 2 major companies in Jade Luster City, Divine Secrets and Heaven Amplification. There was also a large auction company. The amount of trade between the 3 factions reached an astronomical number on a daily basis. The headquarters of Divine Secrets Trading Company was located in the southeastern corner of Jade Luster City.
There, it took up a space of 3 to 4 kilometers in circumference. There were pavilions, towers, and terraces in it, comparatively better than royal palaces. One had to pass the city gate to enter the city. The massive sand boat appeared tiny in front of the magnificent city gate. When the convoy came in front of the city gate, Yi Yun saw people lined up outside the city gate to welcome them. The welcoming party was rather impressive with more than 30 people present. They were dressed uniformly and the road had been cleaned. Yi Yun was originally reflecting on the support that Ji Shuiyan's Divine Secrets Trading Company received. It was only a simple return to her residence, but a welcoming party had been gathered outside the city gate. However, just as this thought flashed across his mind, he knew that he was mistaken. He had noticed that Ji Shuiyan was not happy about it. Instead, her expression had turned ugly. Yi Yun raised his eyebrows as he had a vague guess. Indeed, at the next moment, the person leading the party stood forward and said, "I'm Yang Yengguan from the Heaven Amplification Trading Company. I have been waiting for Miss Shuiyan all this while. Young Master Yan wants me to pass a message that he has set up a banquet at his place and wishes to have a welcoming banquet for Miss Shuiyan. I hereby invite Miss Shuiyan to oblige with her kind presence." Yang Yengguan's cultivation level wasn't high and he had a mustache that resembled strokes by his mouth, making him look like an advisor. He had bowed at Ji Shuiyan and hung a smile on his face.
Yi Yun stroked his chin. Clearly, the Heaven Amplification Trading Company had received news ahead of the Divine Secrets Trading Company convoy's return.
They had set up a banquet with malicious purposes. If Ji Shuiyan were to attend, she would be like a lamb sending itself into the jaws of a tiger. It was a trip with no return. Ji Shuiyan was infuriated with the Heaven Amplification Trading Company's aggressive compulsion. Over the past few days, the Heaven Amplification Trading Company was increasingly certain that her grandfather had perished. They had done things in a high-handed manner, and today, they had invited her to the Heaven Amplification Trading Company.
They were planning on giving the final culling strike. Although she had Yun, Ji Shuiyan did not dare to lose all decorum with the Heaven Amplification Trading Company so simply, even if she dearly wished to do so.
She was afraid of causing too much trouble for Yun. After all, the Heaven Amplification Trading Company was not to be trifled with. She repressed the anger in her heart and compromised by saying, "Thank you, Advisor Yang, for welcoming me. However, I'm exhausted from the journey and my subordinates need some rest as well.
We will need some time to energize ourselves in Jade Luster City before we pay a visit."
"Miss Shuiyan, what you say really makes things difficult for me.
If I were to fail to fulfill young Master Yan's orders, I will be punished."
Yang Yangguan pinched his mustache, and although he had a smile on his face, it looked like he was hiding his nefarious thoughts.
Ji Shuiyan's heart sank.
She knew that it was probably not that simple to resolve the situation today. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1064, Unforeseen Changes at Divine Secrets Residence. Chapter 1064, Unforeseen Changes at Divine Secrets Residence. Translator, Sitalan Editor. Enter the city. We'll be returning to the residence. Ji Shuiyan did not wish to continue wasting her time on Advisor Yang.
She planned on passing straight through the welcoming party and returning to the Divine Secrets Trading Company's residence. Ji Shuiyan had already started planning her restructure of the Divine Secrets Trading Company.
She planned to dismiss any members who showed disloyalty.
Then, she would withdraw a portion of Divine Secrets Trading Company's accumulated wealth to hire new experts.
In the past, Ji Shuiyan would not dare to take such dramatic actions. If she did so without a true expert like Yun to keep things stabilized, then the reckless invitation of Dao Palace Realm warriors as guest elders would only bring disaster. It was even likely that the entire Divine Secrets Trading Company would be swallowed clean. Although Yun had agreed to help her, she didn't want to rely on him so much that it would be burdensome. If Yun's cultivation was delayed, he might end up being displeased. Once she had newly hired experts, she could stabilize things herself. Just as Ji Shuiyan's convoy passed Advisor Yang, she heard him say in an eccentric tone, "It seems Miss Shuiyan doesn't plan on showing me respect as my status is lacking." That's all right. Since Miss Shuiyan had an arduous journey, it is only right that she return to the residence for rest.
I'll be returning to report to young Master Yan that he may travel to the Divine Secrets Trading Company residence and set up a banquet there.
Miss Shuiyan wouldn't decline that, right? What? When Yang Yangguang said that, Ji Shuiyan's expression changed. Set up a banquet at her own residence.
It had always been that the master of the house would set up a banquet to invite guests.
How could a guest go to someone's residence to set up a banquet? Unless... Ji Shuiyan was extremely tense as she envisioned an extremely terrible possibility. Quickly return to the residence. At Ji Shuiyan's order, the convoy sped up.
Although Jade Luster City was bustling with people, there were dedicated channels for the trading convoys.
Ji Shuiyan and company were able to quickly reach the Divine Secrets residence.
Along the way, Advisor Yang's welcoming party had followed closely behind them. Therefore, when Ji Shuiyan arrived at the residence, Advisor Yang's group wasn't far behind.
She ignored Advisor Yang and hurriedly approached the Divine Secrets Trading Company residence.
What awaited her made her expression turn completely cold.
A welcoming party stood ready at the Divine Secrets Trading Company residence as well.
However, the confidants she had entrusted to guard it were not among them.
Most troublingly, the residence's head steward and her personal maidservant were not present.
Reasonably, they should have been waiting by the door when they received news of her return.
But instead, the ones welcoming her back were two Dao Palace Realm guest elders of the Divine Secrets Trading Company.
The person standing in the position of honor sported a goatee. He held a golden smoke pipe in his hand and his name was Gong Yang Nian. Behind him was a middle-aged scholar named Xiao Kellen who looked like a man of literature. They did not show a tinge of respect when they saw Ji Shuiyan approach. They didn't even open the door for the mistress in advance. Instead, they cupped their fists toward Advisor Yang, who now caught up with Ji Shuiyan. One of them said, "Advisor Yang, you have come.
Please come on in." "Haha, Mr. Gong Yang, it must be tough on you."
"I had no other choices either."
"Your mistress didn't plan on showing me any respect and insisted that the banquet be held at the Divine Secrets residence. I could only follow her here.
Advisor Yang stroked his tiny mustache and said in a somewhat displeased tone.
Ha ha ha.
Advisor Yang, what are those words of yours? But it's alright, both of our residences aren't very far apart.
We will be one sooner or later. It doesn't matter where we host the banquet.
When Gong Yang Nian said that, he languidly waved his hand at a subordinate and said, Guards, why aren't you helping the mistress disembark the sandboat?
Yes.
A few strongmen responded and marched toward the sandboat.
Instantly, Ji Shuyan's armed escorts were dumbfounded.
Even the most dim-witted ones were starting to realize what had happened. Gong Yang Nian and Xiao Kellen, the only remaining two Dao Palace Realm guest elders of the Divine Secrets Trading Company, had already switched allegiance to the Heaven Amplification Trading Company. During the days when Ji Shuyan was away from the company, the duo had usurped the residence. As it stood, they were probably in full control of the Divine Secrets Trading Company headquarters. Both of them were Dao Palace Realm warriors and had worked in the Divine Secrets Trading Company for years. They definitely had a network of associates. With them joining forces, together with the Heaven Amplification Trading Company's support, who could resist them? As for the allusion to the two companies becoming one, people not in the know would even think that Gong Yang Nian was the true owner of the Divine Secrets Trading Company. As for Ji Shuyan, she looked like she was the granddaughter of Gong Yang Nian who could be married away at any time.
Gong Yang Nian.
Even though Ji Shuyan had repeatedly told herself to silently endure hardship, this was simply too much for her to bear.
He was taking bullying to an extreme. My grandfather did nothing but treat you well.
1,000 years ago, when you returned from a mystic realm with severe injuries, my grandfather thought nothing of giving you valuable herbal pills. He saved your life and ensured your cultivation level remained intact. And honestly, she continued, the way I have treated you has been impeccable. I have always treated you as a senior. Just a month ago, you needed a ginseng fruit pill to attempt a breakthrough to the third-story Dao Palace.
I gave you all that you needed. But now, as you stand here at the third-story Dao Palace, this is how you repay me?
Ginseng fruit pills were pills used by Dao Palace Realm warriors. Even an organization such as the Divine Secrets Trading Company had difficulty producing them. However, Ji Shuyan had no choice but to give several to Gong Yang Nian. After her grandfather and the group of elders perished, Ji Shuyan had no choice but to let him have them, despite knowing that he was up to no good.
If not, he might have immediately revolted.
This was the tragedy of those who lacked strength. Despite knowing that he was fishing in troubled waters and had forced her hand, Ji Shuyan had no other choice.
Gong Yang Nian ignored Ji Shuyan's anger.
He ignited his smoke pipe and sucked at it before leisurely spewing out a cloud of smoke.
Miss Shuyan, are you reprimanding me?
Back then your grandfather only spared me a small amount of pills, and I had been loyal to the Divine Secrets Trading Company for many years since. I have long returned whatever I owed.
Furthermore, my entry into the mystic realm resulted in more than a simple injury.
I had a Dao fruit shattered. I asked your grandfather for a fate coherence pill but he refused. It made me lose the Dao fruit forever, affecting my future.
How much of a favor do you think your grandfather has given me? As for the ginseng fruit pill you gave me, what of it? You expect me to toil for you and fight the Heaven Amplification Trading Company for a pill? Gong Yang Nian grunted unhappily. Even though she was still angry, Ji Shuyan became depressed after hearing his words.
Helping a man once gains gratitude, but not helping that man again gains hatred.
Gong Yang Nian showed no gratitude to her grandfather for saving of his life.
Instead, he was disgruntled over not having a fate coherence pill.
The fate coherence pill was a heaven-defying divine medicine that could change one's life.
It was nearly a legend and completely priceless. Its value was such that the Divine Secrets Trading Company would need to sell at least 70 to 80% of its assets to be able to afford it. Even if her grandfather wanted a pill of that level, he would not be willing to spend the amount. She sighed sadly as she looked at the middle-aged scholar behind Gong Yang Nian.
Elder Xiao, do you think the same too?
The middle-aged scholar held a fan in hand as he shook it gently. He said with a smile, Miss Shuyan, why are you still asking such a naive question at this moment in time?
A wise man understands the times.
Your grandfather and a number of grand elders are no longer around.
Why should we stay on in the Divine Secrets Trading Company?
Furthermore, a marriage would benefit you as well.
Without it, how do you plan to ensure the future of your estate?
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1065, The Sword is Wherever One's Thoughts Are. Chapter 1065, The Sword is Wherever One's Thoughts Are. Translator, Sitalan Editor.
When Xiao Kellen said those words, everyone present was stunned.
The chairman was no longer around?
There were rumors that the chairman and a few grand elders had disappeared. However, they were just that, rumors. Even though the Heaven Amplification Trading Company had probed the Divine Secrets Trading Company several times in their attempts to annex it, the Divine Secrets Trading Company took the lower stance and endured the transgressions. Many within the Divine Secrets Trading Company held fast to the belief that the chairman's absence was only temporarily. He was bound to return one day. But today, this thinly held belief had been poked through by Xiao Kellen. It was a drastic measure to reveal the truth in public, but it paid off. It completely destroyed the final defense Ji Shuiyan had. The many that were loyal to the Divine Secrets Trading Company now found their faith wavering. The chairman and the grand elders were dead. Then, isn't the Divine Secrets Trading Company finished? How could the few of them hope to fight off the Heaven Amplification Trading Company? And, forgetting the Heaven Amplification Trading Company, they were no match for the betrayers Xiao Kellen and Gong Yang. Several looked at Ji Shuiyan in anticipation of her rebuttal. However, Ji Shuiyan remained silent as though she was silently acquiescing the truth. This sent a chill through everyone's hearts. So it was true? Ji Shuiyan glared coldly at Xiao Kellen. The fan he held was constructed by a refining master with the best materials, all funded by the wealth of the Divine Secrets Trading Company. It had cost a small fortune. Xiao Kellen was very pleased with the fan. He would often use it to both look refined and as a weapon to kill his enemies. But now, the seemingly well-mannered and soft-spoken Xiao Kellen was more heartless than anyone, kicking Ji Shuiyan while she was down. What you suspect isn't wrong. The Divine Secrets Trading Company is finished. Since it is destined to be destroyed, why not pledge your allegiance to the Heaven Amplification Trading Company? You might still be left with something. It will be good for both you and the mistress. The mistress should know the rules of Sun Burial Sansi. A faction without an expert supporting it is destined to be annexed by others. Xiao Kellen seemed to read the thoughts of everyone. As he waved his fan he seemed eloquent and assured, but the moment his voice faded. Dazzling, golden beams flashed, suddenly and completely blinding Xiao Kellen. The dazzling golden light flared with a fearsome killing intent. Sword beams. The middle-aged scholar was alarmed as he rapidly retreated. He circulated his protective energy and swatted his fan open, placing it before his chest. The fan was an enchanted treasure he had always been proud of. As it snapped open, countless blue ice crystals appeared in front of him, shielding his body completely. Wall of ice crystals. Xiao Kellen cultivated ice elemental laws. Although its offensive strength was slightly weaker, its defensive strength was akin to divine metal. But in a mere moment the golden beams struck the blue ice wall and, with a loud shattering sound and a series of explosions, the ice wall blasted apart. The golden beams did not lose their momentum and instead formed a golden divine sword. 3-foot passage sword, eternal and instant. Chi chi chi. The divine sword came thrusting at Xiao Kellen, leaving him appalled. He even gave up his fan and hurriedly threw it in front of him. Panicked, he took out his interspatial ring, looking for a trump card that might save his life. However, the sword beam was too fast. It was a pure yang sword fused with spacetime laws. It ignored the distance between space and, as the saying goes, the sword is wherever one's thoughts are. Boom! With a loud explosion, Xiao Kellen's protective yuan chi did not even last a second before it shattered. The sword beam continued hurtling relentlessly through the void, leaving behind a resplendent golden trail. It instantaneously penetrated Xiao Kellen's body 12 times, leaving 12 bloody holes in his body. A moment before, Xiao Kellen had taken out 2 purple talismans from his interspatial ring. However, he never got the chance to trigger them, nor to even to muster the thought of doing so. He was thrown backwards with a tragic cry. Pa! Xiao Kellen slumped to the ground like a pile of rotten flesh. His body was covered in sword wounds. 11 of the 12 strikes had stabbed his limbs, upper abdomen and shoulders, with the intent to avoid his vital spots. However, the final strike had stabbed straight into his dantian, destroying it and shattering the Dao Palace. Xiao Kellen's body convulsed, his face ashen. He could only look on in disbelief at his dantian, as only horror and despair could be seen on his face. With his Dao Palace destroyed, it meant that his cultivation was forever crippled. Meanwhile, the threatening sword beam streaked through the sky in a perfect trajectory before returning to the sandboat. All who witnessed the scene stood with mouths agape, unable to close them for a long while. An unforeseen event had happened too quickly. Just a few seconds ago, Xiao Kellen appeared high-spirited, but now he was slumped to the ground like a dead pile of meat. The mysterious person in the sandboat managed to instantly maim Xiao Kellen without ever showing a hint of his face. Who was it? Everyone held their breaths as they looked at the sandboat in horror. It sat quietly on the streets in utmost silence.
A gentle breeze blew, causing the curtains over Sandboat's windows to sway.
No one knew which window the swordbeam had flown out from. Xiao Kellen declared just moments before that a faction without an expert to hold it down was destined to be annexed by others. Then, he was maimed by some mysterious person in the Sandboat. Despite being a Dao Palace realm warrior, Xiao Kellen was so simply finished.
Is the chairman back? A guard loyal to the Divine Secrets Trading Company said in excitement.
However, someone shook his head and said, the chairman doesn't have such strength. Although Xiao Kellen is scum, his cultivation level is a 2-story Dao Palace.
How could the chairman have the ability to finish him so quickly?
People broke out in a flurry of discussion and the situation turned chaotic.
Which esteemed person is in there? Advisor Yang swallowed a mouthful of saliva as his expression turned ugly.
However, he had the Heaven Amplification Trading Company backing him, so he still projected confidence.
However, Gong Yang Nian did not have such favorable treatment. His palm was breaking out into cold sweat.
He knew deep down that if Xiao Kellen had not started mouthing off, he would have been the target of the powerful figure. Although his cultivation level was slightly higher than Xiao Kellen, he was not much stronger because of a shattered Dao fruit. He had just barely avoided a maiming. Warriors were accustomed to a lofty status of riches, beauty, and a long lifespan at their fingertips. All of this was because of their strength. The moment they were maimed, they would be full of a feeling worse than that of death.
As he had this thought, Gong Yang Nian felt reverberations through his mind.
He hurriedly took a step forward, cupped his fists, and said anxiously to the Sandboat, I wonder which senior is in there.
There might have been some misunderstanding.
Although the Divine Secrets Trading Company was established by the chairman, I have put in great effort for it to be developed into what it is today. One might even say that I have performed deeds of valor. Senior, do not be deceived by the schemes of others.
Can you afford me your presence so that we can talk about it?
Gong Yan Nian hurriedly explained, afraid that he would not have the chance if he were any slower.
But at that moment, shoo! Shoo! Shoo!
The golden sword beam shot out once more from the Sandboat. It seemed to blot out the sky as the aura it exuded was even stronger. His vision completely filled by the sword beam, Gong Yang Nian's expression turned ashen. He had said whatever he could, but the other party did not leave any room for negotiation. The overwhelmingly strong needed no reason to kill or maim a person. This, too, was the rule of Sun Burial Sansi.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1066, Disintegration. Chapter 1066, Disintegration. Translator, Sitalan Editor. Ah! Don't take bullying to the extreme. Gong Yang Nian never expected Yi Yun to be so harsh.
With a loud cry, he hastily burned his blood essence. He was acutely aware that he was no match for Yi Yun. Compared to having his cultivation maimed, the cost of burning blood essence was nothing.
Gong Yang Nian withdrew a golden saber from his interspatial ring, with which he slashed out countless blade beams.
He held nothing back, and the resulting beams seemed imbued with the power to conquer mountains and rivers. These blade beams rammed the sword beams head-on.
Clang!
The blade beams and sword beams clashed violently. As he was a third-story Dao Palace warrior, in addition to burning his blood essence, the power emitted by Gong Yang Nian's blade beams surpassed that of Yi Yun's sword beams. However, the gap between their laws could not be bridged. Yi Yun's sword beam was infused with great Dao laws and, based simply on nomological insight alone, Gong Yang Nian was far inferior to Yi Yun despite being at the Dao Palace realm.
Boom!
The blade beams and sword exploded simultaneously, sending out scattered energy blasts. Gong Yang Nian retreated many steps back, but with all of his strength he managed to block all of the sword beams. He had managed a complete parry.
Gong Yang Nian was overjoyed that he had survived the calamity.
He believed that if he held out long enough, the Heaven Amplification Trading Company would definitely send reinforcements.
After all, he was still of use to them.
Just as these thoughts flashed across Gong Yang Nian's mind, he suddenly observed that within the myriad golden sword beams there was a faint and lusterless gray sword beam that moved extremely fast. It was nearly untraceable.
Ha!
Gong Yang Nian roared as he slashed his saber once more with all his might. As he had overdrawn on his blood essence, the strike was powered by his life essence. However, his sacrifice was not in vain.
His saber slammed down, splitting the gray sword beam. Phew! As the blasts from the explosion dissipated, Gong Yang Nian stumbled to the ground from midair.
He still clutched his golden saber, but his hair was disheveled and his face pale. The important thing, however, was that he survived. It was quite impressive that he could survive such a powerful strike even at the desperate point of burning blood essence.
Gong Yang Nian was indeed strong as he lived up to being a third-story Dao palace. He was much stronger compared to Xiao Kellen. Gong Yang Nian wiped the blood on the corner of his lips. Although he had paid quite a price, he was still pleased with his performance. He hurriedly bellowed, "I do not care who you are. You are strong, but Jade Luster City does not allow fighting or killing. Anyone who violates this will, at the very least, be maimed of their cultivation level or even executed in serious cases. Do you think you're above the law of Jade Luster City simply because you have decent strength? That you can freely start a massacre in Jade Luster City? No matter how powerful you are, do you think you can fight the entire Jade Luster City?" Gong Yang Nian deliberately exaggerated the law enforcement strength of Jade Luster City. It was not a lie that one would be wanted by the law enforcers if they committed murder. However, the so-called law enforcers were actually staffed by the two largest trading companies and the 7-star auction company. With the Divine Secrets Trading Company basically vacating its position, there were, in fact, only two other factions. Gong Yang Nian meant to frighten Yi Yun into thinking that he'd have to fight the entire city. He had guessed correctly that Yi Yun was an outsider and did not know the customs of Jade Luster City. It was a ploy to buy himself time. Indeed, there was silence from the sandboat after Gong Yang Nian said his piece. The life-severing sword beams no longer appeared. Gong Yang Nian heaved a sigh of relief. He guessed that his cultivation was saved as the mysterious person had qualms about Jade Luster City's rules. The surrounding crowd had also started to analyze the current situation. Advisor Yang twirled his tiny mustache as he secretly estimated the mysterious person's strength. He presumed that the mysterious person was someone Ji Shuiyan encountered on her trip. It was probable that the person had some relations with the Divine Secrets Trading Company, but they did not run deep. This meant that the person would not go to great lengths to help the Divine Secrets Trading Company. Most likely, they would quit midway if things could not be easily resolved. The mysterious person had instantly defeated Xiao Kellen but could not do so with Gong Yang Nian. Furthermore, they were apprehensive toward Jade Luster City's rules. In that case, their strength was approximately at the 5-story Dao Palace. This strength was considered good in Jade Luster City, but it did not equal invincibility. Ignoring the unfathomable 7-star auction company, even his Heaven Amplification Trading Company had the power to fight such a person. Indeed, at that very moment, a few counselors from the Heaven Amplification Trading Company were contemplating ways to make the mysterious person pay, until someone discovered something amiss. "Look at Gong Yang Nian. What's that on his stomach?" The sudden exclamation made everyone cast their gazes at Gong Yang Nian. They saw his abdomen light up with grey Dao runes that looked extremely abstruse. They projected onto the void and started spinning slowly. This. Only then did Gong Yang Nian notice the activity on his abdomen. He was appalled when the grey Dao runes began to form a wheel. He could even see faint phantoms of demons and gods on the wheel. Most disturbingly, the center of the wheel was directly aligned with his dantian. Had a seal been conjured at his dantian without him knowing? Instantly, Gong Yang Nian was frightened out of his wits as he realized what could happen in the next instant. Hold on. Senior, spare me. Ah. All looked on helplessly as Gong Yang Nian suddenly screamed, and the black will bloomed with a resplendent luster. In a flash, Gong Yang Nian's flesh at his abdomen was completely ruptured and minced by the black wheel. Be it human or fey, once their bodies were minced, large quantities of blood would flow out. The mixture of blood and minced meat would only be a disgusting sight. But at that moment, not a single drop of blood flowed out of Gong Yang Nian's abdomen. It should be said that the instant the blood and minced meat appeared, they were annihilated by the black wheel. It was the definition of disintegration, leaving nothing left. Gong Yang Nian watched the horrifying scene taking place on his body. The horror and despair he felt were indescribable. Senior! He cried out frantically, but his abdomen, dantian, Dao Palace, and everything else were completely annihilated by the destructive storms. Nothing was spared. Immediately following that, Gong Yang Nian's entire body was twisted and completely devoured by the vortex that the black will had transformed into. The vortex lasted for a few seconds before it slowly disappeared. When everything calmed down, it was as though nothing had happened. Everyone gazed at the spot where Gong Yang Nian once stood, which was left without a trace of blood or even a tattered piece of cloth. They had all seen a man disappear into thin air. While training in martial arts, warriors came to understand that they might die in battle. However, no matter how tragic their deaths, there would at least be something left of them. Even if they were eaten by ancient Fae, there would be bones left. This manner of death, where all traces of Gong Yang Nian were wiped away, left the scalps of many people tingling. What law was that? They thought before that Xiao Kellen's fate was sufficiently tragic. His was a living death with his cultivation crippled. But compared to Gong Yang Nian's outcome, Xiao Kellen was rather lucky. He could at least commit suicide and leave behind a complete corpse. Instantly, everyone looked at the silent sandboat again. There was complete silence, with everyone shuddering in fear. Everyone from the Heaven Amplification Trading Company feared for their very lives. As the leader, Advisor Yang's face turned blue. He felt that his standing there made him no different from a retard. However, he did not dare leave. The person inside the sandboat was a malignant star. The moment he attempted to escape, he would be annihilated. He was nothing more than a worm under the foot of this stranger. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1067, No Mercy. Chapter 1067, No Mercy. Translator, Talon Editor. Even as he crippled Xiao Kellen and disintegrated Gong Yang Nian, the mysterious person never once showed his face. In that moment, those from the Heaven Amplification Trading Company felt that the sandboat's fluttering curtains were akin to the beckoning hands of death. Suddenly, the curtain across the main door was pulled open. It seemed as though the mysterious person could walk out at any moment. Upon seeing this, Advisor Yang was frightened out of his wits. He hurriedly stumbled down, nearly prostrating himself. He hurriedly said, "Senior, spare me. I'm only a messenger. I never meant any harm to Miss Xue Yan." Advisor Yang was considered someone of great stature in the Heaven Amplification Trading Company. Although his cultivation level was unimpressive, he was great at producing profits, so he gained a high position. But now, he nearly peed himself just because someone was about to pull open curtains. It made one reflect on how laughable stature and wealth were in front of absolute strength. Advisor Yang knelt on the ground for a very long time, not daring to lift his head. He knew that this person could kill him without blinking. Compared to his life, what was his dignity worth? But time passed, and nothing happened. He mustered the courage to lift his head and was immediately dumbfounded. He looked at the sandboat's door. The person who had pulled open the curtains was a yellow-dressed maidservant. She looked about 16 and even had a bit of a baby face. She looked back in shock. The maidservant had been inside the sandboat, only aware of some chaos happening outside and that her mistress was in danger. The ensuing battle only lasted seconds, so, with her limited cultivation level, she naturally had no idea what had happened. She only saw what her eyes showed her. She never expected the situation to evolve into such a state. She never thought that Advisor Yang, who held a great deal of power in the Heaven Amplification Trading Company's upper echelons, would prostrate himself to a maidservant like her. Furthermore, the way he knelt down was like he was a pug. It left her completely dumbfounded. Advisor Yang's expression was as though he had just swallowed a plate of shit. It was as ugly as could be. He even thought of dying. He might bear losing some dignity by peeing himself in front of a yun, but here he was prostrating himself in front of a young lass. Wasn't this a complete and utter disgrace? He had never been so ashamed in his life. At that point, Yun had yet to appear, so Advisor Yang did not dare rise. He was stuck between having to continue kneeling or to risk standing up. He wished he could become a piece of dog shit. At least then, no one would pay him any attention. Miss, I'm here to pass a message." The maidservant blinked and said with great difficulty. Everyone present was looking at her. There was even an important figure of the Heaven Amplification Trading Company prostrated before her. She had never experienced such a situation before, so it was only natural that she stuttered. "Yes, here, go ahead," said Ji Shuiyan. How could she be so calm? Her Divine Secrets Trading Company was nearly on the brink of annexation, with Xiao Kellen and Gong Yang Nian turning coat with no sense of gratitude. That turn of events left Ji Shuiyan so infuriated that she nearly vomited blood. But in a blink of an eye, Yi Yun had used his absolute strength to maim and destroy the two, saving the desperate situation. This swift settling of grievances soothed her heart greatly. After being repressed for so long, she finally could hold her head up high. Even when her grandfather was alive, she had never realized how absolute strength could be used to control a situation. She was infinitely grateful to Yi Yun, or it might be better said that she was infinitely envious of him. That was how people should live. Despite business bringing riches that could rival a country's, it was all evanescent bubbles that could be destroyed at any time. How could it compare to the sweet feeling of total control with absolute strength? Young Master Yi said that the rest will be up to you to handle. His exact words were, "Do as you wish. No need to show mercy." Yi Yun had only destroyed the two strongest people. Although his actions were swift and unforgiving, he had only killed people from the Divine Secrets Trading Company. The betrayers of the Divine Secrets Trading Company were naturally dealt with by the Divine Secrets Trading Company.
The Heaven Amplification Trading Company could not fault them.
Yi Yun deliberately left those from the Heaven Amplification Trading Company untouched.
This was not out of fear, but because he did not know what Ji Shuyan's thoughts were. After all, the situation between the Divine Secrets Trading Company and Heaven Amplification Trading Company was something to be judged by Ji Shuyan. Yi Yun was only an outsider, so he did not plan on intervening too much.
Simultaneously, Yi Yun also wanted to understand Ji Shuyan's ability and attitude by her way of handling things. When Advisor Yang heard Heer's words, he was delighted. He knew that he was out of danger. As long as he did not perturb the god of death, everything would be fine. As for Ji Shuyan, he was completely unafraid of her. What could the last do?
The mysterious person was powerful and acted in an unbridled manner.
He could kill anyone he wanted.
But Ji Shuyan, she still needed to do business in Jade Luster City.
Everything under the Divine Secrets Trading Company was still being repressed by the Heaven Amplification Trading Company.
Even if she found brief respite with the mysterious person's support, she still needed to consider many aspects. How could she risk losing all decorum when she needed to consider the 7-Star Auction Company, who maintained order in Jade Luster City? If she were to act rashly in this moment of joy, how could she not be afraid that the Heaven Amplification Trading Company would seek revenge once the mysterious person left? She would be devoured completely. With this realization, Advisor Yang crawled up from the ground. He could confidently face Ji Shuyan, so why was there a need to kneel? He straightened his back and calmly straightened and dusted his clothes before saying, with a face full of smiles, "About that, Shuyan.
Uncle Yang was a bit rash a moment ago.
You are tired and you naturally need some rest.
Yet, I insisted you come to the Heaven Amplification Trading Company for a banquet. I was way too unreasonable.
So, I'll be bidding you farewell. Shuyan, you should calm down and have a good rest.
I'll explain everything to young Master Yin.
In the future, make sure the Divine Secrets Trading Company does well. If there's a piece of the pie for the Heaven Amplification Trading Company, there will definitely be a piece of the pie for the Divine Secrets Trading Company."
Advisor Yang had seemed to transform into a completely different person.
It was as if the person who had seconds ago been frightened out of his wits and acted in a nauseating manner was not him at all.
Ji Shuyan remained silent. She quietly observed the change in Advisor Yang's attitude.
It made her more aware of the importance of strength. Having strength allowed one to rule over everything in a true manner. The rest was nothing but an illusion. Even though she had borrowed Yi Yun's might, the treatment Advisor Yang had given her and Yi Yun was completely different. He despised her completely. Even the words he had just said implied the subservience of the Divine Secrets Trading Company.
Although she knew that, Ji Shuyan could not kill Advisor Yang. At least, she could not do it now. The moment she lost all decorum with the Heaven Amplification Trading Company, there would be war.
Ignoring the fact that Ji Shuyan could not count on Yi Yun's willingness to be embroiled in a war, the true crux of the issue was that the Divine Secrets Trading Company would not gain many benefits even if it won the war.
An internecine struggle would only benefit a third party.
If it went into an unplanned war, the Divine Secrets Trading Company would not be able to rob the Heaven Amplification Trading Company of its wealth, such as stores or business territories.
Most of it would probably be taken over by the 7-Star Auction Company. It was impossible for the Divine Secrets Trading Company to destroy the Heaven Amplification Trading Company before fighting the 7-Star Auction Company, right? Advisor Yang had already thought of any ideas Ji Shuyan might be having. He was certain he would be fine.
The 7-Star Auction Company was an impressive faction, with presence in every one of the 7 cities of Sun Burial Sansi. Even the mysterious person would have to be servile in front of such a massive faction or face possible destruction.
Well, Shuyan, Uncle Yan won't be disturbing you any further. I bid you farewell.
Just as Advisor Yang said those words, Ji Shuyan suddenly waved her hands.
Shoo! Shoo! Shoo!
Bright icy beams flashed as 12 pocket-sized swords flew out of Ji Shuyan's sleeves. Although Ji Shuyan's cultivation level was one full realm lower than Yi Yun's, she was still the best amongst the Divine Secrets Trading Company's younger generation. As for Yang Yanguang, he was only an advisor with no talent in martial arts. His cultivation level had only been forcefully raised to the Yuan opening realm through various pills. His combat strength was extremely weak, and when stacked against Ji Shuyan the difference between them was incomparable.
You? Yang Yanguang was astounded.
He never expected Ji Shuyan to suddenly attack.
Not to mention, Yang Yanguang had his own experts around him. It would have been easy for any one of them to block Ji Shuyan's swords. But no one moved for fear of Yi Yun. The outcome was... Pwa pwa pwa. The 12 tiny swords pierced straight through Yang Yenguan's body. 4 of the swords even amputated his 4 limbs. Ah! Yang Yenguan let out a tragic cry as his body flew out. The excruciating pain made him lose control of his bladder as he looked in panic and disbelief at Ji Shuiyan. His body was convulsing as blood soaked the ground. Bitch, are you mad? Ji Shuiyan's expression was cold. She took a step forward as the 12 swords circled Yang Yenguan with their tips pointing at all his vital points. She coldly stated, I will not kill you, but you must pay. Consider the slicing of your limbs interest. Also, when Ji Shuiyan said that, she looked at everyone from the Heaven Amplification Trading Company around her. Whoever came to the Divine Secrets Trading Company today shall not leave. All of you are to stay behind. Men, take all of them down. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1068, Cold-Blooded Queen. Chapter 1068, Cold-Blooded Queen. Translator, Sitalan Editor. Take all of them down? The Divine Secrets Guards were alarmed upon hearing Ji Shuiyan's orders. They were also aware that the Divine Secrets Trading Company had been at odds with the Heaven Amplification Trading Company in recent times. The former had taken on an abiding stance in every aspect, afraid of a potential conflict with the Heaven Amplification Trading Company. But today, they were ordered to take down dozens of people from the Heaven Amplification Trading Company, including quite a number of important figures. Naturally, Yen Tiantsong wouldn't send trivial figures in a delegation to invite Ji Shuiyan. Aside from Advisor Yang, who had his limbs severed, there was Yen Tiansong's younger agnate brother. Ji Shuiyan. What are you doing? I'm Yen Yangpin, Yen Tiansong's younger brother. Will you imprison me, knowing it means war with the Heaven Amplification Trading Company? Yen Yangpin would have fared better in not saying his brother's name, because hearing it only made Ji Shuiyan more incensed. She knew that Yen Yangpin was far inferior to Yen Tiansong. He was a profligate scion and lacked ability. However, by virtue of his status, he was a domineering force in Jade Luster City. He bullied men and sexually violated countless women. Some of the women he had even raped to death. As she remembered all of this, Ji Shuiyan immediately felt a strong desire to end his life. She suddenly beckoned her hand, and the 12 pocket-sized swords that had been pointing at Advisor Yang hurtled straight at him. Ah! Seeing the 12 cold beams approach, Yen Yangpin was frightened out of his wits. He hurriedly raised his hands in desperate hope of blocking her attack, but he had spent all his time and effort on women. How could he be the match of Ji Shuiyan? The swords tore straight through his protective Yuan Qi. He could only manage a tragic cry as his hands and feet were severed by 4 tiny swords. Before any blood could spurt out of his stumps, another 4 swords sliced through his elbows and knees. Following that, the final 4 swords separated his upper arms and thighs from his main body. Ji Shuiyan had not only amputated Yen Yangpin's 4 limbs, she had even split them into 3 segments. Everyone was flabbergasted as they saw it play out. The situation wasn't as serious with Advisor Yang. Although he enjoyed a high stature, he was still an outsider to the Heaven Amplification Trading Company. As for Yen Yangpin, he was the grandson of the Yen family's patriarch. How could he let the matter go with his grandson reduced to such a state? The Yen family's patriarch possessed strength on a level that Gong Yang Nian or Shao Kellen could not compare to. He was an absolute expert and an existence that allowed the Heaven Amplification Trading Company to set off waves. In fact, although the Divine Secrets Trading Company was said to be one of Jade Luster's 2 big companies alongside the Heaven Amplification Trading Company, the latter had a much longer history and heritage than the former. Take them down. With a wave of her hand, Ji Shuiyan exuded the demeanor of a lofty cold-blooded queen. Many people drew cold gasps of air as they looked at Ji Shuiyan. For she had really only been in charge after her grandfather had disappeared. And the way she did things showed her frailty. She would endure if possible. It was the very reason why Advisor Yang showed no fear of Ji Shuiyan in the beginning. To everyone, she was just an inexperienced young lass, which did not amount to much. She lacked a resolute boldness. But now? She was quick and decisive, far exceeding the expectations of everyone present. The cost of belittling Ji Shuiyan that Advisor Yang and Yen Yangpin had to pay was to be reduced into limbless human poles. With a chaotic flurry of footsteps, everyone from the Heaven Amplification Trading Company was restrained. Even some of the stronger ones gave in quietly as the dread Yi Yun had instilled in them was too intense. Send a message to the Heaven Amplification Trading Company to bring 3 Heaven Ingress pills to redeem those that have been imprisoned by me today. If not, I can't guarantee that they will return alive. Ji Shuiyan created these conditions in order to complete what Yi Yun had exhorted her to do.
She would try her best to find and collect all sorts of treasured herbs and mystic pills and medicine in order to help Yun locate the Sun Burial Sansi's young spirit. With the Divine Secrets Trading Company in civil conflict, and being attacked by an external force, it was in quite a destitute state. It was a good use of trash, exchanging these people for 3 Heaven Ingress pills so as to strengthen Yun.
Heaven Ingress pills were not cheap. The Heaven Amplification Trading Company would definitely feel the pinch if they sacrificed 3 of them. It was obviously for the best if they complied, but if they couldn't, then those in the Heaven Amplification Trading Company would begin to doubt their loyalty. It was not necessarily true that working for the Heaven Amplification Trading Company was for the best. Yun easily read Ji Shuyan's thoughts. Actually, she had left some leeway despite her actions seeming ruthless. If Yun had been the one taking action, he would not only be severing limbs. He would destroy their dantian or take their lives away. It was possible to replant limbs, but if a person's dantian was destroyed, the person was truly crippled. Ji Shuyan's actions were first to gather pills to enhance Yun's strength. Secondly, she could gauge the Yin family's bottom line. She wanted to know how much they would tolerate before waging all-out war. Ji Shuyan felt confident enough to act so decisively because she had the backing of Yun. Upon having these thoughts, Yun nodded his head. He was quite pleased with how Ji Shuyan had handled matters. She had neither forgotten his orders, nor lost her bearings because of him. She seemed ruthless and decisive, but everything had been deliberated carefully. If Yun were to do it himself, he would not have considered that much. He would have killed them to end all contention. However, Ji Shuyan weighed her options, her goal to maximize the benefits. Throw these people into the dungeon. We shall return and set up a banquet. Of course, Ji Shuyan wasn't setting up a banquet for herself, but for welcoming Yun. Ji Shuyan also knew that Yun was dedicated to cultivation, so it was unlikely he enjoyed a rowdy scene. Therefore, although there were dozens of tables placed outside, making it extremely lively, inside the chambers, where Yun was, there was a spacious and silent guest hall. There was only a tiny table, but expensive top-grade spirit food sat on it. Ji Shuyan knew that Yun liked items rich in heaven and earth spirituality, so she did not spare any costs in preparing these things for him. In the hall, other than Yun, there was only Ji Shuyan and her most trusted personal maidservant. Hours ago, Ji Shuyan had purged the trusted lackeys of Gong Yang Nian and Xiao Kellen upon her return. She then rescued her people from the dungeons. Her actions were stunning and effective. In less than 2 hours, she had taken back control of the Divine Secrets Trading Company. Ji Shuyan showed no mercy to those that had betrayed the Divine Secrets Trading Company. They were exiled, maimed of their cultivation, or executed. Everything was handled according to the rules of the Divine Secrets Trading Company. 2 hours were spent on the purge and 2 for judgment. At the same time, she had to set up a feast, simultaneously having joy and bloodshed. In just a short 4 hours, Ji Shuyan, who everyone thought of as a weak lamb, had truly turned into a cold-blooded queen. Other than those that had ulterior thoughts when it came to Ji Shuyan, even those who were originally loyal to her began to feel a tinge of respect and fear for her. For example, old man Chang's son that had treated Yun before initially thought of himself as a senior in front of Ji Shuyan. However, he was now extremely respectful to her. However, this girl that was considered a cold-blooded queen in the entire Divine Secrets Trading Company was sitting obediently in a kneeling position beside Yun. With a flask of spirit wine, she would meticulously fill Yun's cup to the brim just after he downed it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1069, Maiden Under the Moon. Chapter 1069, Maiden Under the Moon. Translator, Sitalan Editor. Although Yun said that Ji Shuyan didn't need to serve him, she insisted on being right by his side, attending him. Her personal maidservant, meanwhile, was sent to the door. Due to all the earlier events, it was already late into the night. A bright moon hung above the trees and moonlight beamed into the room. It shone through a few luminescent moonstones, lighting up the room. As a result, everything in the room seemed to be covered with a thin layer of silver sand. The spirit wine that came out of the flask resembled shattered silver, which gave it a profound and mysterious look. As for Ji Shuyan, who sat quietly under the moonlight, she was dressed in an outfit made from thin, breathable cloth. Her beauty was exquisite, as she shone like a maiden under the moon. The people of the Divine Secrets Trading Company probably never expected their cold queen to have such a demure and tranquil side to her. I'm done eating. In the future, there is no need to be so extravagant with the meals. Yun truly felt that such spirit food was too wasteful. It was more effective to refine rare herbs into pills than to make such spirit food. After all, spirit food needed to have taste as a consideration, so how could it compare in efficiency to pills?
The more extravagant the spirit food, the more of its medicinal essence was wasted.
All right. Ji Shuiyan responded lightly as she remained kneeling beside Yi Yun.
She wore a light blue dress. Her neckline was exposed, revealing a neck as white and delicate as porcelain. There was also a ravine by her chest that could barely be seen.
She had a voluptuous figure and the dress pushed her breasts up.
Whenever she knelt down, the dress pulled taut under her legs, perfectly accentuating her curvaceous hips. As Yi Yun ate, he kept sensing a faint fragrance lingering around his nose. He looked at Ji Shuiyan and found a pleasing sight staring back at him.
Oh. Your face has recovered.
Yi Yun suddenly noticed that, although Ji Shuiyan still wore a veil that covered half her face, the faint scars on her face had vanished. Yes, when young master removed the slave worms from my body, it cleansed the worms' poison, making it much easier to treat the wounds on my face.
And in the past, I never treated them because I was frequently scarred. But now, well, of course, things are different.
As Ji Shuiyan spoke, she took off her veil, revealing her beautiful face.
In the night she looked like an orchid moistened with dew, silently blooming under the moonlight. Yi Yun could not help but be impressed by Ji Shuiyan's beauty.
It reminded him of Lin Xintong. Above all else, he wanted to find Lin Xintong first. However, the sheer vastness of the 12 empyrean heavens made it too difficult to search for a single person. He needed to first have the strength to be able to traverse such an expansive world. With his thoughts wandering to that point, he finished the cup of wine in his hand and said, "I'll be resting."
Yi Yun's room during his stay in the Divine Secrets Trading Company was naturally arranged by Ji Shuiyan.
She nodded and brought him to a bedroom.
The bedroom covered a wide area.
There was a bed in the middle that could fit 4 to 5 people. In front of that was a carpet weaved from the fine down feathers of spirit birds. There were elegant drapes surrounding the bed, giving the room an air that was exquisite and luxurious. The bed was already made. There were pillows and blankets made of heavenly silk and there was a spiritual gathering array installed.
It allowed one to cultivate even as they slept. Ji Shuiyan's personal maidservant was left standing by the door as Ji Shuiyan personally spread the blanket for Yi Yun. However, when she finished she did not immediately leave, and instead looked at Yi Yun. She bit lightly at her lips, hesitating to speak. "What's the matter?" asked Yi Yun.
"Young Mastery, I would like to know how long Young Mastery plans on staying in Jade Luster City." Ji Shuiyan asked the question that she had until then stifled in her heart. She knew that everything she had done, the ruthless acts and the thunder-like violence were all built on a premise.
It all hinged on the notion that Yi Yun would stay behind in the Divine Secrets Trading Company.
Before, Ji Shuiyan had made people fear her because of her decisiveness and ruthlessness. So no one dared to belittle her. However, the moment Yi Yun left, her cold-bloodedness would only be reduced to a joke. Those who had been subdued by her would mount crazy acts of vengeance on her.
Ji Shuiyan did not even dare to imagine that outcome.
She would undoubtedly suffer endless torment and pain, not even given the luxury of death. Although Ji Shuiyan wished that Yi Yun could stay with the Divine Secrets Trading Company, she knew that he was dedicated to his cultivation. He was in pursuit of the lofty peak of martial arts. There was no way he would show any interest to a tiny company like the Divine Secrets Trading Company. Under these circumstances, Ji Shuiyan would be asking a great favor of Yi Yun if she requested he stay longer in Jade Luster City.
How could she expect him to help her without any recompense? It's temporarily uncertain. It might be as short as a few months or as long as a year. It was impossible for Yi Yun not to know her thoughts. However, he could not stay in Jade Luster City forever. It was too limited and he had only come for the Yang Spirit and other treasured herbs. However, finding the Yang Spirit depended entirely on fate. If Yi Yun failed to find it after a year, it wouldn't make sense for him to continue staying, right? There is no need to worry about the Heaven Amplification Trading Company. Before I leave, I will help you resolve the problem.
Thank you, young Master Yi. Ji Shuiyan said softly. She knew that without strength, one was unable to protect their estate in the Sun Burial Sand Sea.
Even ignoring the Heaven Amplification Trading Company, the Divine Secrets Trading Company would still be annexed by other factions.
And it would be too difficult to nurture experts loyal to her in the span of a few months to a year.
Ji Shuiyan did not speak her thoughts. She knew that Yi Yun had already done enough for the Divine Secrets Trading Company. Miss Shuiyan, is there anything else? Yi Yun was already prepared to rest.
Ji Shuiyan still did not leave despite having finished spreading out the blankets for him. As Ji Shuiyan had her head constantly lowered, he could coincidentally see Ji Shuiyan's cleavage leading straight down from the top.
It could inspire infinite thoughts.
Yi Yun paused for a slight moment before turning his eyes away.
Ji Shuiyan blushed.
She never managed to say what was on her mind. After a moment of silence, Ji Shuiyan said, "Young Mastery, I do not know how to repay you for the fresh lease on life you have given me.
Unfortunately, what I value the most might not be what you like. However, I have here a Heaven Secrets compass. It should be able to help you."
As Ji Shuiyan spoke, she took out a jade box from her interspatial ring. It opened to reveal a gray metallic compass inside.
There was a Taiji yin-yang symbol in the middle of the metallic compass. Surrounding the symbol were complicated runic patterns that looked ancient and abstruse. This is... Yun picked up the Heaven Secrets compass. It was quite heavy.
It was unknown what material it was constructed from. Ji Shuiyan said, when Grandpa left the Heaven Secrets chapter, he had brought with him a mother-child pair of Heaven Secrets compasses that can be used to seek treasure. Later on, when the phenomena in Sun Burial Sand Sea happened, Grandpa brought the mother part of the Heaven Secrets compass in search of the Yang spirit. However, he never returned, so the mother part of the Heaven Secrets compass was lost in the Sun Burial Sand Sea along with Grandpa. What I have here is the child part of the Heaven Secrets compass. It doesn't matter even if Young Mastery does not know how to use the Heaven Secrets compass. As long as the child part approaches the mother part of the Heaven Secrets compass, they will naturally sense each other. Hence, Young Mastery will be able to use it to find where Grandpa met his demise. I believe that wherever that happened wouldn't be far from the Yang spirit. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1070, Thoughts of a Girl. Chapter 1070, Thoughts of a Girl. Translator, Sitalan Editor. I see. Then I really have to thank Miss Shuiyan. The Heaven Secrets compass was extremely useful for Yun.
As he did not know any geomancy or divination techniques, he'd be searching for a needle in a haystack if he tried to seek the Yang spirit in Sun Burial Sand Sea.
However, it would be completely different with the Heaven Secrets compass in possession. The enchanted treasure would definitely be of great help to Yun. Well, and also these are pure Yang divine rocks left behind by Grandpa. I'll leave them with Young Mastery as well. As Ji Shuiyan spoke, she took out an intricate bag made of hide from her interspatial ring. She poured a total of 8 divine rocks of various sizes from the bag. Instantly, the entire room was filled with a thick, pure Yang aura. Yun was delighted when he saw the items. Ignoring the Yang spirit, just the pure Yang divine rocks were very rewarding for him. Yun knew that both the pure Yang divine rocks and the Heaven Secrets compass were of significant meaning to Ji Shuiyan, as they were items left behind by her grandfather, to say nothing of their innate value. Thank you, Miss Shuiyan. I'm grateful for it. Yun was a thankful person. Having received these precious items, he certainly had to help the Divine Secrets Trading Company to the end. Then, I'll thank Young Master as well. Ji Shuiyan gave a bow and, before she left, she saw that Yun had already begun to sit on the bed and cultivate with the pure Yang divine rocks. She paused slightly, taking a thoughtful glance at Yun. Her gaze was part gratitude, part tenderness, and also held a hint of wistful longing. Following that, she sighed inwardly before silently leaving the room and closing the door. With the divine tree seed and pure Yang divine rocks, Yun's cultivation could only be described as improving by leaps and bounds. His foundation was formed by 4 9-leaf Dao fruits, which were already heavenly objects. They automatically absorbed the fragments of the worldly laws, so there was no need for Yun to wonder if his nomological insights were firm. Although Yun required a lot more resources than other warriors to break through, as long as he had treasured herbs, he could directly break through. That was the heaven-defying nature of having 4 9-leaf Dao fruits. This heaven-defying cultivation speed could be maintained for a prolonged period of time. It was simply unimaginable for other Dao manifestation realm warriors. Under the nourishment of the pure Yang divine rocks Yuan Qi, the divine tree seed began growing once again. A tender leaf spread out as the divine tree sapling was growing at a visibly rapid rate. It sprung from a few inches to nearly a foot. Meanwhile, pure Yang Yuan Qi, void of any impurities whatsoever, was regurgitated back to Yun's body. He could sense his cultivation level improving rapidly. Before, he was already at the peak of the early stages of the Dao manifestation realm. But now, he had broken through to the middle stages of the Dao manifestation realm in one fell swoop. Furthermore, there was no loss of momentum as he continued to improve to the point of him reaching the peak of the middle stages of the Dao manifestation realm. This feeling of sensing his own strength increase made Yun overjoyed. As he cultivated, his body was emitting a pale golden luster. It was not only limited to his body, either, for the entire room filled with golden light. It looked as though a god had descended into the room. However, Yun's room was located in the backyard of the Divine Secrets Trading Company headquarters. There were guards stationed one ring after another. No one could enter, so no one could see the phenomena. Apart from Ji Shuiyan, of course. The entire backyard only had Yi Yun and Ji Shuiyan, if maidservants were excluded.
At that moment in the silent and deep night, Ji Shuiyan stared at the golden beams from Yi Yun's lit room from a darkened room as she fell into a daze.
Miss, it's time to bathe and then sleep. Ji Shuiyan's personal maidservant reminded her softly.
She noticed that her mistress had spent a long time standing by the window.
All right.
Ji Shuiyan nodded as she gradually undid her belt. Garment after garment began to fall gently, revealing her smooth skin and perfect figure. The moonlight illuminated her skin like scattered silver.
Ji Shuiyan raised her long legs that resembled creamy white jade as she gently strode into a bathing pool.
The bathing pool was huge but the water was cold, which she had deliberately asked for.
To warriors, a little chill was nothing.
Flower petals were sprinkled in the water, and their faint fragrance hung in the air.
Ji Shuiyan waded silently through the bathing pool as she sensed the refreshing feeling of the cold water streaking past her thighs. After a while, she gradually sat down as she let the cold water soak her crystalline skin bit by bit.
It went from her slender waists to her ample twin peaks before reaching her cheeks and hair.
Finally, she closed her eyes as her entire forehead went underwater.
She hugged her knees, her bent legs pressing on her soft breasts, squeezing out a lithe and graceful shape.
She sat quietly in the bath and allowed the flowing water to distort her beautiful looks.
Although she had gained control of the Divine Secrets Trading Company, for some reason, she felt a faint sense of loss. Perhaps on the day she met Yi Yun, at a point of utter despair from the torture of the old woman in red, his appearance had already left an imprint in her heart.
One that could not be easily wiped away.
She had also thought that if he was not of such a lofty existence, she could use what she valued most to repay him. But instead of it being a repayment, it was actually something she wished for.
She was always haughty and had high standards.
Until now, she had rebuffed all men. She already knew that the distance between them was too great. She didn't even have the will to muster her courage.
That was probably the source of her depression and confusion. If she had powerful strength and a talent that exceeded everything, so what about the Divine Secrets Trading Company?
As long as she accomplished her grandfather's wishes, she could travel the world in pursuit of anything she wanted.
Miss. The personal maidservant's voice rang in her ears, but Ji Shuiyan did not get up.
The quietness of the underwater world made her strangely calm. Elsewhere, in the Heaven Amplification Trading Company, an elder in an adorned robe sat on a lounge chair.
His expression was sullen and terrifying.
The elder was the true person in charge of the Heaven Amplification Trading Company, Yin Pingchuan.
The night's shocking events at the Divine Secrets Trading Company left him appalled. Apparently at the 5th floor Dao Palace realm. He managed to instantly kill Gong Yang Nian but never revealed his face. His appearance is unknown.
That was all the news that Yin Pingchuan had received. He's only at the 5th floor Dao Palace. Although his strength isn't bad, he would be too naive to think of repressing our entire Heaven Amplification Trading Company alone.
A cadre of the Yin family said angrily. That's right. There's also that bitch, Ji Shuiyan.
She dared to imprison our people and severed advisor Yang's 4 limbs. She was fortunate that the young lord fancied her.
Yet, she didn't appreciate it.
She's only seeking death. Patriarch, give the command.
It was the Divine Secrets Trading Company which took action first.
Even if we were to flatten the Heaven Amplification Trading Company, the 7-star auction company would not say a thing. There's no way that the Divine Secrets Trading Company wouldn't be wiped out if all our experts took action.
The gathered members of the Heaven Amplification Trading Company were agitated. However, Yin Pingchuan was frowning.
He had a nagging feeling in his heart that the mystery person was not so simple. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1071, Yen Tiansong. Chapter 1071, Yen Tiansong. Translator, Sitalan Editor. The discussion within the Heaven Amplification Trading Company got increasingly heated.
They could not wait to have Yi Yun beheaded in public. However, the one true person in charge of the Heaven Amplification Trading Company, Yin Pingchuan, suddenly grunted coldly.
Enough.
Acting recklessly without fully knowing the capabilities of the enemy is no different from courting death. Unless I order it, no one from the Heaven Amplification Trading Company is to antagonize that person or they will be punished according to the house rules.
Yin Pingchuan's sudden response left everyone from the Heaven Amplification Trading Company dumbfounded. They had just been ruthlessly trampled, yet they could not fight back?
However, Advisor Yang and Yang Pin have had their limbs severed.
If we do not rescue them, we will not only be the laughingstock of Jade Luster City, we'd also lose the morale in our ranks. Everyone in business would think that one who works for our Heaven Amplification Trading Company will meet with a bad outcome. said a heaven amplification trading company elder.
His worries were not without reason.
Yan Pingchuan did not respond and instead fell into a prolonged silence.
He looked at a young man in the room who was dressed in purple. He was tall and his eyes were deeply recessed. His skin was not as white as a typical rich scion but was instead bronze, which seemed to exude a kind of power. That person was the Heaven Amplification Trading Company's heir apparent, Yen Tiansong.
Songer, what are your thoughts? Asked Yan Pingchuan. I agree with Grandpa.
I suggest that we temporarily do not act rashly. We might even have to make suitable concessions by handing over some pills and herbs so we can quickly reattach Advisor Yang and Yangpin's limbs before they become truly crippled. As for anything else, we should plan before acting.
My master is coming to Jade Luster City. Upon hearing this, Yan Pingchuan was delighted. His Excellency Huayu is coming?
Yes.
Yan Pingchuan nodded. He was very satisfied with his grandson's reply.
A moment of tolerance was not necessarily an act of weakness. Considering a matter repeatedly before acting was a quality needed by a person in control.
Especially with His Excellency Huayu coming, Yan Pingchuan saw a favorable turn.
He said, I suppose His Excellency Huayu has come for the phenomenon in Sun Burial Sansi.
Yes.
In order to provide my master with more information, I had previously scoured all sorts of information regarding Sun Burial Sansi.
However, I still remain unclear as to why such a phenomenon has happened.
However, I did look into the disappearance of the Divine Secrets Trading Company's Old Man Ji. There were records of him leaving Jade Luster City back when the phenomenon first appeared.
I suspect that Old Man Ji's disappearance is related to the phenomenon. It's even possible that the Divine Secrets Trading Company has obtained information regarding the Sun Burial Sansi's phenomenon.
Oh?
Is that so? Yan Pingchuan's eyes lit up. That was an extremely valuable piece of information.
Not only did it determine if the Heaven Amplification Trading Company could successfully annex the Divine Secrets Trading Company, it was also related to the phenomenon of Sun Burial Sansi. This phenomenon had already attracted the attention of an increasing number of factions. It was likely that it was a supreme-grade treasure. If the Heaven Amplification Trading Company could obtain its boon, no matter how minute it might be, it would definitely be advantageous to them.
Yan Pingchuan was increasingly pleased with his grandson.
Before he continued on, Yen Tiansong had said, Grandpa, according to what I know, the present sect master of the Heaven Secrets chapter has also arrived in Sun Burial Sansi. The Heaven Secrets chapter practices geomancy and divination arts, allowing them to gain insights by observing the Sun Burial Sansi's formations. I also discovered that the Heaven Secrets chapter has a feud with Old Man Ji. Perhaps once, Old Man Ji was a disciple that betrayed the Heaven Secrets chapter. Since Yen Tiansong treated the Divine Secrets Trading Company as an opponent and was planning to annex it, he had been scouring for information on it for the past few years. Even though Old Man Ji had concealed his relations with the Heaven Secrets chapter, as the Divine Secrets Trading Company prospered, it became difficult for him to hide his background. If the old woman in red could find the Ji family's hideout, Yen Tiansong naturally could as well.
Good. Very good. I'll leave this matter to Tsonger. Yan Pingchuan beamed.
He was delighted, for he could rest assured that the Heaven Amplification Trading Company had such a successor in place.
Yes, Grandpa. Yan Tiansong responded.
One could not tell from his expression, but there was a cold glint in his eyes. Although Ji Shuiyan was not his to claim, he could not accept Ji Shuiyan's betrayal. He did not permit anyone to cross him.
Yan Tiansong had great ambition.
The Heaven Amplification Trading Company was only a stepping stone.
Even the entire Sun Burial Sansi was not enough for his ambition.
Meanwhile, in the Divine Secrets Trading Company residence, Yun's cultivation of breaking into the middle stages of the Tao manifestation realm had gone on for 3 days. He had spent an entire night breaking through, while the rest of the time was left for consolidation.
Yun had already depleted most of the pure young divine rocks given to him by Ji Shuiyan.
He felt wistful looking at the pure young divine rocks that had been turned to dust.
The pure young divine rocks were no doubt a treasured material.
They were likely rocks that were situated in the vicinity of the Yang spirit and, after hundreds of millions of years of refinement from the Yang spirit, slowly transformed into their present state, making them extremely precious. Unfortunately, if these pure young divine rocks could be complemented by fey bones and refined into relics, their effects would be increased by several times.
Yan knew the desolate heaven technique himself.
Furthermore, with the purple crystal, he was endowed with favorable natural conditions in learning the desolate heaven technique. However, he had been focused on martial arts over the past few years in order to enhance his strength. As such, the desolate heaven technique had been put aside for the time being.
But even so, Yun's desolate heaven technique was extraordinary.
As long as he put some time into enhancing his desolate heaven technique standards, he would improve rapidly. Due to his need to nurture 4 9-leaf Dao fruits and the divine tree seed that demanded a great amount of herbal resources, the number of treasured materials Yun required to increase his cultivation level far exceeded that of a typical warrior. Although he was only in the middle stages of the Dao manifestation realm, even an 8 or 9 floor Dao palace warrior would not need to expend as many heavenly items as he.
Under such circumstances, Yun even wondered if he should spend some time honing his desolate heaven technique.
As long as he had relics and pills, his cultivation speed would only continue to increase at a rapid pace.
However, acquiring such items was not simple.
Now, Yun was at the Dao manifestation realm and he was in a desert littered with heavenly treasures, the Sun Burial Sand Sea. It was relatively simple to search for them, but it would only become increasingly difficult once he reached the Dao Palace realm. Under these circumstances, the efficiency of the heavenly treasures was of utmost importance. Although practicing the desolate heaven technique would waste a bit of time, the saying that grinding a chopper will not hold up the work of cutting firewood was most apt. If Yun's thoughts were known by other warriors, they would definitely curse him for wasting the treasures from heaven. Anyone who had the beneficial conditions of practicing the desolate heaven technique like Yun would probably think of all possible ways to get into the field of the desolate heaven technique. In any Empyrean heaven of the 12 Empyrean heavens, desolate heaven masters or alchemists at the Grandmaster grade were respected figures and extremely wealthy existences. Just as Yun was deliberating, he heard a series of quiet footsteps coming outside. Scanning with his perception, he saw a 16-year-old girl dressed in yellow standing by the door. She was like a careful rabbit as she gently knocked on the door and said, "Young Master E, Miss wants to meet you to discuss something. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 1072, Treasure Seekers Meet. Chapter 1072, Treasure Seekers Meet. Translator, Sitalan Editor.
Over the past few days, Ji Shuiyan made it a point not to disturb Yun unless it was very important, as he was cultivating in isolation.
If there was a need to meet Yun, she would send a maidservant to inquire before coming personally.
Today Ji Shuiyan was dressed in a beautiful ocean blue dress, one that accentuated her tall and slim figure. "Young Master E, the Heaven Amplification Trading Company has delivered the Heaven Ingress Pills."
Heaven Ingress Pills? Yun was startled. The Heaven Amplification Trading Company really exchanged Heaven Ingress Pills for their people?
Although Yun never for a moment feared the Heaven Amplification Trading Company, he still found their actions somewhat cowardly.
Yes. However,
Ji Shuiyan's voice trailed off as she began frowning slightly.
The Heaven Amplification Trading Company also sent young Master E an invitation to join the Treasure Seekers Meet 2 days from now. Its purpose is to share clues of the phenomenon at Sun Burial Sand Sea and to seek the treasures together, so as to share the benefits. Treasure Seekers Meet? Yun found it amusing when he heard it. Are they sick? Why would I join this Treasure Seekers Meet? Yun had the Heaven Secrets Compass and Ji Shuiyan's grandfather's inference. He naturally had no interest in the Treasure Seekers Meet. Ji Shuiyan replied, "The Treasure Seekers Meet is jointly organized by the Heaven Amplification Trading Company and the 7-Star Auction House. Many people are participating in it and they seem to be here especially for the Yang spirit. At the meet," she continued, "there will be a trade session where many treasured materials will be traded, as well as information regarding the phenomenon. However, I have received news that the Heaven Amplification Trading Company's Yen Tiansong's master, His Excellency Huayu, has also arrived in Jade Luster City. He is one of the main backers of the Heaven Amplification Trading Company and will, of course, attend the Treasure Seekers Meet. If young Master E goes, it is very likely he will clash with His Excellency Huayu." Ji Shuiyan sounded somewhat worried. She did not know how strong Yun was, for she never saw the limits of his strength when he vanquished Gong Yang Yan and the old woman in red. However, it was unlikely Yun could gain much of an advantage against an expert like Huayu. Oh, a trading session. Yun hesitated for a moment, beginning to have some interest in the Treasure Seekers Meet. If he could buy suitable treasured materials, he could go a step further in nurturing the divine tree seed. It was true that his cultivation level was somewhat low. Furthermore, by participating in the Treasure Seekers Meet, he could know ahead of time who the people heading to Sun Burial Sand Sea in search of the Yang spirit would be. That would greatly aid Yun in preparing his future plans. Seeing Yun remain silent, Ji Shuiyan did not say anything else. She knew that Yun had stayed behind in search of the Yang spirit and treasured materials, hence, she could not conceal the trading session from Yun. "If that's the case, I'll go and take a look," said Yun. Although the Heaven Amplification Trading Company had His Excellency Huayu, the trading session was not only limited to the Heaven Amplification Trading Company. Yun did feel wary, but there was no need for him to be overly apprehensive.
Also, if the Heaven Amplification Trading Company really wanted to attack him, it did not matter if he went to the trading session or not.
Hiding in the Divine Secrets Trading Company did not ensure his safety either.
Then, I'll accompany young Master Yi to the meet, said Ji Shuiyan. The Divine Secrets Trading Company had been lying low in forbearance for a period of time, so with Ji Shuiyan's intentions to restructure and revitalize the company, she definitely could not miss this important meeting.
All right. Yi Yun nodded.
The Sun Burial Sansi produced various treasured materials, so Yi Yun looked forward to the trading session.
Yi Yun continued cultivating quietly in the Divine Secrets Trading Company's backyard for another 2 days.
On one particular day, Yi Yun was lying in bed with a golden piece of paper in hand. It was the remnant page of the 10,000 Fey Divine Canon that Felicitous Rain Lord had given him. The remnant page was considered a top-grade body tempering cultivation technique. It was a treasured canon formed naturally from the worldly laws of the 10,000 Fey Empery in heaven. According to the records in the canon, it was truly possible to have an undying body once the 10,000 Fey Divine Canon was cultivated to its apex. Unfortunately, Yi Yun came to realize that at his present cultivation level, there was no way for him to grasp the profoundness within. He estimated that he needed to reach half-step Dao Palace before he could attempt to cultivate the 10,000 Fey Divine Canon.
This made Yi Yun feel somewhat regretful. He looked forward to achieving an undying body if it was truly possible. His physique and physical defense were ultimately his weakest traits in his entire cultivation progress.
At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Ji Shuiyan had prepared a carriage for them to leave immediately. Young Master Yi, it is the time for the meet.
Ji Shuiyan was dressed in a tight-fit red palatial dress.
Her hair was wound out, making her look elegant and luxurious.
It gave her the air of being the female head of a trading company. Yi Yun grasped the remnant page before standing up and saying, "Let's go."
There was a flicker of light in Ji Shuiyan's eyes when she saw Yi Yun walk out of the room. After the past few days of cultivation, Yi Yun's eyes were even darker than before, just like the deep of the night. His aura was wispy and he had the bearing of an elegant gentleman. He was also like a sheathed sword, an acute blade that hid its sharpness. They began embarking for the 7-star auction house once they boarded the carriage. The Treasure Seekers meet is held mainly by the 7-star auction house. It is a faction that has branches in the 7 cities of Sun Burial Sansi. It's like a steadfast mountain. Aside from the local companies, there are other factions that have rushed here upon receiving the news.
Now, Jade Luster City is extremely lively.
On the carriage, Ji Shuiyan briefed Yi Yun on the information the Divine Secrets Trading Company had sourced. With many powerful factions gathered, it meant that the treasured materials that appeared at the trading session would be even richer in variety and even more valuable.
Arrival of the Divine Secrets Trading Company.
With the carriage coming to a stop, Yi Yun disembarked the carriage and looked at the 7-star auction house in front of him.
The 7-star auction house's buildings were opulent, and along with their pavilions, reached toward the clouds.
In one of the tall buildings, there were many elegant figures dancing with more than 100 musicians by the sides orchestrating music. And the surrounding pavilions in the tower were already packed with many seated people. A servant led Yi Yun and Ji Shuiyan to one of these pavilions.
Just as they sat down, Ji Shuiyan frowned when she saw what was opposite her. "Young Master Yi, the people in front are from the Heaven Amplification Trading Company," said Ji Shuiyan.
Yi Yun traced her gaze across a lotus pond, where there was another pavilion with several people seated. There was a young and old man dressed in magnificent clothes sitting in seats near the front. "That person is likely His Excellency Huayu," Ji Shuiyan said as she looked at the man sitting in the seat of honor. The man looked in his 30s but his hair was white. His skin was also gray in color and his eyes were deeply recessed. He seemed like he was lacking in vitality. At that moment, another middle-aged man sitting beside His Excellency Huayu suddenly turned his head to look at Yi Yun as though he had sensed something. Yi Yun saw the middle-aged man in black, waving a fan and smiling back at him.
"Who is that person?" asked Yi Yun. Ji Shuiyan shook her head. "I have never seen him before."
However, she could tell from the middle-aged man's smile that he was like a poisonous snake that had seen its prey. It made her deeply unsettled. However, this was a treasure seekers meet organized by the 7-star auction house. With so many factions present, it was unlikely the Heaven Amplification Trading Company would dare to do a thing even if they held nefarious thoughts. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1073, Middle-Aged Swordsman. Chapter 1073, Middle-Aged Swordsman. Translator, Sitalan Editor.
The middle-aged man looked away and exchanged a few words with the old and young men beside him.
Following that, the young man in magnificent clothes stood up and walked toward the Divine Secrets Trading Company's pavilion. He's Yen Tianzong, Yen Yangping's elder agnate brother and also the heir apparent of the Heaven Amplification Trading Company. Ji Shuiyen immediately frowned when she saw Yen Tianzong walk over. There was a look of disgust in her eyes. Yen Tianzong held a cup of tea as he walked into the pavilion. He looked gentlemanly and he spoke humbly. Miss Shuiyen, how have you been? Young Lord Yen, what are you here for? Ji Shuiyen asked coldly. Yen Tianzong was an insidious person who gave a gentlemanly appearance but acted unscrupulously. If one were to fall into his hands, they would be completely devoured. Miss Shuiyen, there's no need to turn others away. My company had some unfortunate misunderstandings with Miss Shuiyen's Divine Secrets Trading Company, so here I am to apologize, said Yen Tianzong with a smile. Misunderstandings? Ji Shuiyen grunted coldly. Yen Tianzong ignored Ji Shuiyen's attitude as he held up his teacup and said, I will use tea in replacement of wine and drink it first both as a form of respect and to express my apologies. I hope Miss Shuiyen will be magnanimous enough to show forgiveness. Ji Shuiyen watched Yen Tianzong drink the tea without any expression. Ian noticed Yen Tianzong cast his gaze at him after downing the cup of tea. You seem unfamiliar. Our Divine Secrets Trading Company and Heaven Amplification Trading Company have years of relations between us, so I know everyone from the Divine Secrets Trading Company. Forgive my assumption, but are you the esteemed person that Miss Shuiyen brought back from the Sun Burial Sansi? I'm curious as to how you got to know Miss Shuiyen? Yen Tianzong asked. Ji Shuiyen's gaze turned icy. Yen Tianzong was clearly here to dig for information. However, since Yi Yun decided to participate in the Treasure Seekers meet, he had no plans to conceal his identity. The people from the Heaven Amplification Trading Company had easily guessed that he was the mysterious person. Yen Tianzong's immediate probing into the nature of Yi Yun and Ji Shuiyen's meeting lacked any innocent intentions. If he could confirm that Yi Yun was merely a guest of Ji Shuiyen, he believed that Yi Yun could definitely be moved by greater incentives. And if the Heaven Amplification Trading Company could offer better conditions. Yen Tianzong, you aren't welcomed here, said Ji Shuiyen. Yen Tianzong was undeterred as he said, it seems like my sincere apologies are unaccepted by Miss Shuiyen. Truthfully, I'm only here to get to know this esteemed person. You can't stop me from doing that, right? Ji Shuiyen felt disgusted seeing Yen Tianzong's expression. Before she could say another word, Yi Yun, with a nonchalant glance, asked, what are you trying to get at? Yen Tianzong immediately said with a smile, I'm the Heaven Amplification Trading Company's Yen Tianzong. My Heaven Amplification Trading Company had some misgivings with you in the past, but as the saying goes, friendship grows only when you exchange blows. My Heaven Amplification Trading Company will not fuss over the matters of the past. Here in Jade Luster City, my Heaven Amplification Trading Company has a wealth of resources. If there is anything you need, you can tell us. We only wish that you can become the Heaven Amplification Trading Company's friend. By the way, I have yet to learn your esteemed name. Yen Tianzong had brazenly begun his attempts at poaching in his speech and it obviously infuriated Ji Shuiyen to no end. You are unqualified. Scram. Yi Yun waved his hand as though he was swatting an irritating fly. Yen Tianzong's smile immediately froze. Yi Yun's voice was neither too loud nor soft but even the people in the surrounding pavilions heard it. The young lord of the Heaven Amplification Trading Company had personally come to greet him and addressed him politely, but Yi Yun was not impressed. Yi Yun even went as far as to humiliate him on the spot by telling him to scram. Even Yen Tianzong, who was an extremely scheming person, could not stop the twitching of his face. He had never experienced such humiliation before. Did you not hear? The young master wants you gone, said Ji Shuiyen as well. Yen Tianzong's expression was extremely ugly as he turned to walk out of the pavilion. The teacup in his hand shattered into dust. Young Master Yi. As Ji Shuiyen looked at Yen Tianzong's back, she turned to Yi Yun and said, Yen Tianzong is a vicious person. Being so unpolite to him is something he will never let go. Yi Yun was unperturbed as he said, there was a feud in the past already. To someone like him, things he can't use are all enemies. What would happen if I had responded nicely to him? Young Master is right. Ji Shuiyen could not help but have a faint smile suffuse her lips. She did feel that Yi Yun had gone too far in ruthlessly offending Yen Tianzong, but in her mind, she was still delighted seeing Yen Tianzong suffer humiliation. Furthermore, at the Treasure Seekers meet, what could Yen Tianzong do even if he remained indignant? Arrival of 7-star auction company's elder Fengxing. Suddenly, a voice drowned all the chatter from each pavilion. Even the dancing and music came to an immediate halt. A figure appeared in the building. It was an elder dressed in black. His eyes were like that of a hawk's and he wore a big black ring on his thumb. He sat on a lounge chair in the grand hall as he slowly fiddled with his thumb ring while looking down. To think that Elder Fingxing is the host of this treasure seekers meet. Ian noticed that quite a number of people from the other pavilions had looks of awe and apprehension. Elder Fingxing's strength is extraordinary. He is simultaneously the 7-star auction company and permanent first elder of Jade Luster City. It can be said that he is the one truly in control of Jade Luster City. It can also be said that he wields absolute power in this land, whispered Ji Shuiyan. She had a deep sense of apprehension while looking at Elder Fingxing. When her grandfather was still around, he had repeatedly exhorted her to never offend the 7-star auction company. Offending the 7-star auction company in Sun Burial Sansi was courting death. With the 7-star auction company having such redoubtable power, as the person in control, Elder Fingxing was naturally awe-inspiring. Him simply sitting there alone made many companies in Jade Luster City turn silent. Of course, there was no lack of people that remained composed. They were the factions outside Jade Luster City. Ian nodded as he looked at Elder Fingxing. He found it difficult to gauge the elder's strength and figured that he was definitely not to be trifled with. After Elder Fingxing, other experts from outside of Sun Burial Sansi arrived. Ian clearly sensed that some of them also had extremely high cultivation levels. Their perceptions scanned the area and gave others an intense repressive feeling. Among them was a middle-aged man who caught Ian's attention. The middle-aged man was dressed in a light azure robe. He held a sword to his back and his aura was converged. He looked no different from an ordinary mortal, but Ian knew that for the person to reach that state, he had mastered his sword Dao, reaching the realm of returning to one's original nature. He was definitely an expert swordsman. In addition, there was an azure-clothed girl beside him. The girl's long hair was tied to the back of her head in the form of a ponytail, making her look neat and tidy. Her figure was tight and her legs appeared long and filled with strength. Her gaze was as keen as a sword's edge. She seemed young, but she had already reached the Dao manifestation realm. Yun was certain that she was a peerless genius. Despite having spent so much time in Sun Burial Sansi, Yun seldom saw people he would deem geniuses. Yun had been able to defeat several Dao Palace realm warriors because of two things. One was him being too powerful, the other was his opponents being very weak. Many Dao Palace realm warriors only had 2 or 3 leaves when they manifested their Dao fruits. They were completely incomparable to Yun. However, the azure-clothed girl was probably at the level of a genius from a reclusive sect. She was definitely heads and shoulders above others in Sun Burial Sansi. Furthermore, what made Yun pay so much attention to the duo was that he sensed a familiar aura from them. This was his first time in the Yang God Empyrean heaven, so he naturally did not know the duo. The reason for this sense of familiarity was because of the Yuan Qi they cultivated. The sword aura that stirred but didn't release from their bodies seemed to stem from the same source as Yun. Upon thinking of the name of the land they were in, Yun had a guess, but he was not certain of it. And when Yun observed the middle-aged man and the azure-clothed girl, the middle-aged man's gaze was cast at Yun. His expression had a bizarre look in it. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1074, Clarity Pool Sword Sect. Chapter 1074, Clarity Pool Sword Sect. Translator, C. Tulin Editor. Master, what's the matter? Asked the azure-clothed girl when she sensed the changes in the middle-aged man's expression. She also traced his gaze. However, her gaze was blocked by a man who came forward and said, "You two must be Senior Jian Wufeng and Fairy Jian Xiaoshuang from the Clarity Pool sect, right? Long have I heard of the fame of both you and the Clarity Pool Sword sect. Finally, I have the chance to meet you today." Jian Xiaoshuang said in a cold manner, "Who are you?" "I'm Yen Tiansong from Jade Luster City's Heaven Amplification Trading Company," said Yen Tiansong as he cupped his hands and bowed with a respectful look. He looked up at the duo in front of him as a faint smile suffused his lips. Although he had suffered some humiliation from the Divine Secrets Trading Company, Yen Tiansong was mostly unaffected by Ji Shuiyan and Yun. He was bent on not having his plans foiled. The Treasure Seekers meet had attracted several large factions, making it the perfect opportunity for the Heaven Amplification Trading Company to expand its social circle and draw these factions to its side. If it could establish ties with any of these factions, the company's expansion would be inevitable. How did Divine Secrets Trading Company experience a sudden revival from its tottering state? Wasn't it simply because it had found Yun as a backer? However, when stacked against a mysterious sect like the Clarity Pool Sword sect, Yun couldn't compare. Yen Tiansong figured that Yun was likely an itinerant warrior who had found a mystic realm that gave him his present strength. Compared to the large factions that had come to the 7-star auction house, he was not worth mentioning. As for the Clarity Pool Sword sect, it was well renowned. Although it was not in possession of huge territories, it was still an extremely special sect. Its numbers ran low. Rumors said that the number of disciples and elders combined numbered about 100. However, they were extremely stringent in their conditions for recruiting disciples. Ordinary people had no chance of catching the eye of the Clarity Pool Sword sect. The Clarity Pool Sword sect's heritage was impressive and, with its disciples having such outstanding talent, everyone from the sect was like a dragon or phoenix amongst men. Their disciples seldom had the chance to leave the sect, but the moment they appeared in the outside world, it would be like the sudden appearance of a marvelous beam of light that would quickly make a name for itself. Additionally, the Clarity Pool Sword sect was extremely united. Its rules were strict and clear. If a disciple of the Clarity Pool Sword sect was killed and rightfully deserved it, the sect would not seek revenge and instead, it would disavow the dead disciple. But if the disciple died from the machinations of others, the sect would not sit idle. Disciples from the Clarity Pool Sword sect would definitely seek revenge in an eye for an eye manner. And it was because of this that few factions dared antagonize the Clarity Pool Sword sect. It so happened that the middle-aged man in front of him was the sect master of the Clarity Pool Sword sect, Jin Wufeng. He had long made a name for himself and his sword had tasted blood countless times. The mention of his name instilled fear in others. Yen Tianxong's was well informed, so he naturally understood such a faction very well. As for Jian Xiaoshuang, she was a successor of the Clarity Pool Sword sect that had made public appearances before. She was young, but her name was already well known in Sun Burial Sanxi. Now, having seen her with his own eyes, Yen Tianxong could tell she was indeed extremely talented. Furthermore, she had exceptional looks and an aloof temperament that made her mesmerizing. Heaven Amplification Trading Company? Jian Xiaoshuang glanced at Yen Tianxong. She had never heard of the Heaven Amplification Trading Company or Yen Tianxong before. Yes, I'm from the Heaven Amplification Trading Company. I have a little say here in Jade Luster City. If there is anything Fairy Xiaoshuang and Senior Wufeng require in this city, I'll do my best to provide it. May Fairy Xiaoshuang and Senior Wufeng give me the honor of being a host in this place, said Yen Tianxong hurriedly. There's no need. Jian Xiaoshuang could not even bother being perfunctory with him. She did not know the fellow. As for the honor of being a host, what did it have to do with her? A tinge of disappointment flashed in Yen Tianxong's eyes, but he instantly recovered from it. He was mentally prepared when he came to greet them. He had long heard that people from the Clarity Pool Sword sect were extremely aloof and haughty, making it difficult to make any contact with them. But it was exactly this that made forging a relationship with them an astounding feat. Furthermore, to Yen Tianxong, there was no harm in trying. It was good just getting his name known. Since Fairy Xiaoshuang doesn't like being disturbed, I apologize for my rude behavior. However, my Heaven Amplification Trading Company has quite a bit of information regarding the phenomenon in Sun Burial Sanxi that I can share with the both of you. Despite Jian Xiaoshuang's cold attitude and Jin Wufeng's complete disregard of him, Yen Tianxong did not feel embarrassed at all. He was able to follow up with the phenomenon in Sun Burial Sanxi as a topic of conversation. But even with that mention, Jian Xiaoshuang was clearly uninterested. She continued listening in an indifferent manner until she suddenly realized that Jin Wufeng was looking in the previous direction again. Master? Jian Xiaoshuang asked. Yen Tianxong was attempting to make conversation, and when he heard Jian Xiaoshuang suddenly interrupt him, he immediately gave a faint smile and shut his mouth. If he were facing anyone else, he would definitely be displeased, but it was only normal for someone from the Clarity Pool Sword sect to act in such a manner. They treated him just like how they would treat anyone else. I want to greet that person, said Jian Wufeng suddenly. Master, you have a friend here? Jian Xiaoshuang faltered slightly. They had just arrived in Jade Luster City. She did not recall anyone familiar. It would have been more appropriate if it were an enemy. But if it was her master's enemy, there was no need to use the term greet. Yen Tianxong was also stunned. Did Jian Wufeng know someone here? Then, I'll accompany you. Jian Xiaoshuang was extremely curious. Although she was deemed little sword fairy out in the world and was extremely cold to people she did not know, she had a forthright and sincere personality. As she spoke, Jian Wufeng had already begun taking big strides toward a pavilion. Jian Xiaoshuang followed behind and suddenly recalled something. Looking at Yen Tianxong, she said nonchalantly, "My master has seen someone familiar, so this conversation shall come to an end. You may leave. Since it's someone familiar with Senior Wufeng, it has to be some mighty senior. I'll not take up any of your time. In a while, I'll come again to introduce Fairy Xiaoshuang to the delicacies of Jade Luster City," said Yen Tianxong politely. He made way and watched as Jian Xiaoshuang walked past him. He then looked at their backs. Yen Tianxong knew that a figure who earned a personal greeting from Jian Wufeng was definitely someone he had to befriend.
At that moment, he saw Jian Xiaoshuang and Jian Wufeng walk across the lotus pond with one behind the other toward the pavilion just across.
Then, they walked into the Divine Secrets Trading Company's pavilion. Yen Tianzong was immediately dumbfounded. The person Jian Wufeng knew was from the Divine Secrets Trading Company? Yen Tianzong's heart instantly turned ice-cold. It was as though he had fallen into an abyss as he stared unblinkingly at the pavilion, wishing that he was the one sitting there. At that moment, Jian Xiaoshuang was also somewhat puzzled. She followed her master into the pavilion and there were a man and woman in it. They did not seem striking in any manner. The woman's cultivation level was relatively weaker and it was unlikely her master knew her. As for the other person, Jian Xiaoshuang suddenly realized that she could not see through Yi Yun's cultivation level when she looked at him. However, he did not appear to be very strong. It left her baffled. However, the man was young, so he likely had a cultivation technique that could conceal his cultivation level. Did her master know such young warriors? "Dear friends, is there any space here? My disciple and I are here to drink some tea," said Jian Wufeng. Jian Xiaoshuang's expression immediately turned extremely odd. Upon hearing her master's opening sentence, it appeared as though he did not know the duo. With her master's personality, why was he taking the initiative to befriend two people he did not know? Ji Shuiyan looked in astonishment at the people in front of her. She could sense that the girl's aura was extremely sharp and powerful. As for the middle-aged man, she could not see through his cultivation level at all. She felt that every word and action he took was as though it was in complete harmony with everything surrounding him. He was unfathomable. Upon discovering that the other party did not seem antagonizing, Ji Shuiyan did not speak further and left everything to Yi Yun. Yi Yun stood up and cupped his fists and said, "Please sit." Jian Wufeng sat beside a table and glanced at Yi Yun, saying, "I have yet to introduce myself. I'm Jian Wufeng from the Clarity Pool Sword Sect." Jian Xiaoshuang's odd expression continued. She also said, "Jian Xiaoshuang from Clarity Pool Sword Sect." "Yi Yun," said Yi Yun. Everything on Yi Yun's side appeared calm and casual, but a roaring tsunami had engulfed Ji Shuiyan's heart. It was the Clarity Pool Sword Sect. She had also heard of the immense fame of the sect. The Divine Secrets Trading Company was marginal in comparison, yet the sect master and his disciple had come personally to drink tea and chat with them? Across the lotus pond, Yen Tianzong's eyes were beginning to hurt. He had previously lowered his stature in a bid to ingratiate himself with the duo but had failed to garner any favorable response. In the end, Jian Wufeng and his disciple had gone to the Divine Secrets Trading Company's pavilion and sat there. Jian Wufeng's eyes flashed slightly. The name Yi Yun was one that he had never heard of. "Yi Yun, my young friend. Are you from any sect?" asked Jian Wufeng in a follow-up. "I'm not from any sect or faction, but I have a master," responded Yi Yun. Although Felicitous Rain Lord was far away in the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven, he was still Yi Yun's master. As for Felicitous Rain Lord, he did not establish any sects. As she heard their conversation, Jian Xiaoshuang looked at Yi Yun before looking back at her master. What was going on? Did her master notice something impressive about this warrior's constitution and wanted to recruit him as a disciple? That can't be. In the past tens of thousands of years, she was his only disciple. Jian Wufeng pondered in rumination for a moment. As he sat beside Yi Yun, he found the aura from Yi Yun increasingly clear. The flames of pure yang seemed to burn inside Yi Yun's body. It was a familiar aura that the more he sensed, the more puzzled he was. Jian Wufeng asked, "I wonder if you may tell me who your master is? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1075, Question of Age Disparity. Chapter 1075, Question of Age Disparity. Translator, Talon Editor. Jian Wufeng looked at Yi Yun while awaiting his reply. Yi Yun had a good first impression of Jian Wufeng. However, Jian Wufeng's query of his master's identity left him in a dilemma. Although each of the 12 Empyrean heavens was separated rather far apart, as a divine lord of the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven, Felicitous Rain Lord likely enjoyed some fame. It was possible for others to know Felicitous Rain Lord when mentioned. Considering his identity as Felicitous Rain Lord's disciple, it was hard to explain his presence in the Yang God Empyrean heaven, which was so far from the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven. It could also result in unnecessary trouble. Seeing Yi Yun hesitate, Jian Wufeng understood that Yi Yun had his considerations. He said with a chuckle, "It is indeed somewhat rude for me to ask you about your master on our first meeting. A young friend like you doesn't look very old. My disciple, Jian Xiaoshuang, hasn't cultivated for very long as well. She can barely be considered to have attained something and she would be quite a good fit to partake in an exchange with you."
As Jian Wufeng spoke, he gave Jian Xiaoshuang a glance and said, "Xiaoshuang, why don't you try befriending young Master Yi?" When Jian Wufeng said that, Jian Xiaoshuang felt a little frustrated as she was a proud person with high standards. If not for the phenomenon in Sun Burial Sansi, she never had any intention of making contact with the native warriors of Sun Burial Sansi.
Her cultivation talent was outstanding.
Even in the Clarity Pool Sword sect that was filled with geniuses, she was a rare genius that only appeared once in 10,000 years. As she had made a name for herself, many sects had come asking for her hand in marriage. The people who wanted to marry her were all outstanding young elites with astounding talent from large sections.
However, she showed them complete disinterest.
She had gotten her master to reject them all, which Jian Wufeng was happy to do so. He had rejected all the gifts no matter how valuable they were. But now, Jian Wufeng had taken the initiative to introduce a stranger of the opposite sex to her. His tone sounded like he was extremely impressed with the young man.
She was very unwilling to befriend Yi Yun. Wasn't he just a native warrior of Sun Burial Sansi?
He had a master whose whereabouts were unknown and he had no sect, which meant that he lacked backing. To be frank, he was an itinerant warrior at the bottom of the totem pole in the world of martial arts.
Of course, due to her master's exhortation, Jian Xiaoshuang still gave Yi Yun a bow, to which Yi Yun politely responded. After Yi Yun returned the bow, Ji Shuyan's Yuan Qi voice transmission rang in his ears.
She hurriedly informed him of matters regarding the Clarity Pool Sword sect, as well as Jian Xiaoshuang and Jian Wufeng's identities. Their identities were non-trivial and she was unsure of the reasons behind their actions.
She was also worried that Yi Yun would lack propriety when dealing with the duo. Yi Yun smiled. After all these years in Jade Luster City, Ji Shuyan had inculcated a cautious personality.
Jian Wufeng nodded satisfactorily at Jian Xiaoshuang's bow.
He said, "Xiaoshuang has been cultivating for about 60 years. I wonder how disparate her age is from yours, my young friend?"
With Jian Wufeng saying those words, many people present, including the native and external factions of Sun Burial Sansi, could not help but pay attention to the conversation. Jian Wufeng's words sounded odd.
It was already abnormal for him to take the initiative to introduce Jian Xiaoshuang to Yi Yun.
Furthermore, he had taken the initiative to mention of Jian Xiaoshuang's age. At the same time, he had inquired their difference in age.
Weren't such questions only asked during a matchmaking session?
Of course, Jian Wufeng always had a cold and aloof demeanor. Although his question was odd, no one believed that he had the intentions of marrying his disciple to Yi Yun. Jian Xiaoshuang was extremely talented and she came from a great background. The difference in status was too huge.
Yi Yun hesitated for a moment.
He had hidden the identity of his master, Felicitous Rain Lord, but there was no need for him to hide his age. He said vaguely, "You can say that my cultivation has yet to reach 100 years. Yet to reach 100 years was already an overestimate."
However, Yi Yun's words only left many people present stunned.
Although he had just come to Jade Luster City, he had figuratively smacked the Heaven Amplification Trading Company in the face a few days ago. External factions might not know of Yi Yun, but any well-informed native faction would know that the Divine Secrets Trading Company had drawn in a guest with tremendous power. He was not only strong but he also an extremely perverse tyrant from his decisive killing. It was hard to determine his cultivation level, but everyone had the impression that Yi Yun was definitely an old man who had spent a long time cultivating. They believed that he had only used a mystic technique that allowed him to maintain his youthful appearance. This was also the reason why many people believed that Yi Yun did not share a comparable status with Jian Xiaoshuang.
But now, Yi Yun had said that he had yet to cultivate for 100 years? Was that a joke? If he had yet to cultivate for 100 years, wasn't he just a young junior? How could he possess such strength? Many people refused to believe Yi Yun's words. Yan Tiansong scoffed at it.
He was already 300 years old.
If Yi Yun were to have such strength before the age of 100, then wouldn't his 300 years be a complete waste of time?
He is way too shameless. He has deliberately lowered his age so as to befriend Fairy Xiaoshuang, said Yan Tiansong disdainfully. Many people secretly agreed with him. In fact, many people's cultivation level and bone age could be roughly determined through experience and perception. However, if one were to cultivate in certain mystic techniques with the intention to conceal, it would be hard to see through. They believed that was the case with Yi Yun.
Less than 100 years. Great.
Jian Wufeng did not doubt a word of Yi Yun's. Since you are close in age with Xiaoshuang, the both of you can try sparring.
I wonder if you are agreeable to it.
Jian Wufeng suddenly asked. The goal of his conversation from before was to allow Yi Yun to spar with Jian Xiaoshuang. Yi Yun had not mentioned his master's name, but he felt an extremely familiar aura from Yi Yun, so he was planning on figuring it out from watching Yi Yun's attacks.
Yi Yun also shared similar thoughts.
In fact, he already had a guess in his mind. He suspected that the so-called Clarity Pool Sword sect was the progeny of Azure Young Lord.
They could even be the direct descendants of Azure Yang Lord. Tens of millions of years ago, Azure Yang Lord had established a magnificent divine country in the Yang God Emperor in Heaven's central state divine territory. However, he was eventually betrayed and his cultivation level dropped drastically. He lost a great deal of his strength and went from the Yang God Emperor in Heaven to the Tian Yuan world. He got to know the ancient Great Empress and they jointly sealed the 7 demon gods, leaving behind the Great Empress mystic realm before finally perishing. Yi Yun and Lin Xintong had entered the Great Empress mystic realm and obtained a portion of Azure Yang Lord's inheritance.
And this inheritance could be said to have saved his life.
If not for it, Shintunantian would have taken his life. The God Advent Tower that Azure Yang Lord had left behind had saved Yi Yun numerous times as well.
Therefore, Yi Yun was deeply grateful toward Azure Yang Lord. He had previously resolved himself to help Azure Yang Lord seek revenge if he could reach the 12 Empyrean heavens. He would investigate the truth behind the circumstances leading to the betrayal that Azure Yang Lord had suffered.
And now, Yi Yun had found the descendants of Azure Yang Lord.
He naturally did not want to miss the chance of getting to know them. The descendants of Azure Yang Lord were in a better state than Yi Yun had imagined. However, compared to the divine country that Azure Yang Lord had established back in the day, it was obviously incomparable. To Yi Yun, who was very knowledgeable, the Clarity Pool Sword sect was only considered a sect which was above average and that it had room to grow.
However, Yi Yun could not directly query their identity. The title, Azure Yang Lord, was somewhat sensitive.
Tens of millions of years ago, he had been pursued by others. And now, with the passing of time and the changing of circumstances, it was likely that the central state divine territory had undergone several huge changes.
It was still an unknown if Azure Yang Lord's enemies were still in power.
Therefore, Yi Yun could not directly ask about their relationship with Azure Young Lord.
What happened if they were unrelated?
If the matter was leaked, he could very likely embroil himself in trouble. It was best to probe slightly. Upon thinking of this, Yi Yun said, "Thank you for fancying a junior like me, Senior Wufeng.
I'm willing to spar with Fairy Xiaoshuang."
"That's great." Jian Wufeng was delighted as he immediately said, "There's still some time before the trading session begins.
Why don't we have the sparring now?" Yi Yun was stunned when he heard Jian Wufeng.
He never expected Jian Wufeng's personality to be so exceptionally vigorous and effective, so much that he would immediately carry out whatever he said.
Yi Yun could not help but ask, "Here?" Yi Yun had some reservations about sparring in public. He did not know if there would be others who could recognize Azure Young Lord's sword moves if he used them. He was worried that it would incur unnecessary trouble. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1076, Dragon Gate Platform. Chapter 1076, Dragon Gate Platform. Translator, Sitalan Editor. That's right.
Here. Jian Wufeng nodded as he gave an extremely simple answer.
That. Yi Yun faltered slightly. He did not really mind sparring where they were, but was Jian Wufeng unconcerned about exposing Azure Yang Lord's heritage? Yi Yun even began to suspect if the Clarity Pool Sword sect was related to Azure Yang Lord. Yi Yun naturally hoped to find the progeny of Azure Yang Lord here in Central State Divine Territory. He wanted to help them as much as he could, no matter how minute it was. He would still be left very disappointed if he failed to find them. "All right then," said Yi Yun with a nod. If the other party had nothing to do with Azure Yang Lord, he could choose not to use Azure Yang Lord's heritage at all in order to prevent exposing himself. Upon hearing about the upcoming sparring between Yi Yun and Jian Xiaoshuang, many of the people present began paying attention to the ongoings. The native factions of Jade Luster City naturally did not wish to miss such an interesting showcase. They had long heard of Jian Xiaoshuang's name. Being a successor of the Clarity Pool Sword sect that had publicly traversed the world, she was considered a rare genius of the Clarity Pool Sword sect. It was hard for her to find her match against her peers. Not only was her fame unrestricted to the Sun Burial Sandsea, she was well renowned even in the vast surrounding areas. Everyone from Jade Luster City wanted to know how strong the legendary Little Sword Fairy was. However, to the sects external to Jade Luster City, the upcoming battle did not garner their interest. They only deemed it as a way to pass time before the trading session began. To a real powerful sect, Jade Luster City was nothing impressive. To them, the native warriors of Jade Luster City were just itinerant dabblers in martial arts. They lacked orthodox heritage and did not have the depth or a glorious history. How powerful could warriors from Jade Luster City be? Most of those warriors would have manifested their Dao with 2 or 3 leaf Dao fruits. What's wrong with Jian Wufeng? Why is he so interested in an unknown warrior from Jade Luster City?
I really can't understand why he's getting his personal disciple to spar with him, said a Taoist dressed in Taoist robes with long hair past his chest nonchalantly. Yi Yun had only made a name for himself in the recent few days in Jade Luster City. Outside of Jade Luster City, no one knew him. And to a large sect, a sex genius and a common warrior were from two different worlds.
If not for the phenomena at Sun Burial Sansi, it was very unlikely for their paths to cross.
A coquettish woman dressed in see-through clothes said with a smile, Taoist Yushui, Brother Wufeng must have some ideas of his own.
Let's just wait and see. She was also a famous figure from the Moon Embracing sect. In fact, the people invited by the 7-star auction house were no ordinary people. However, even amongst these people, Jian Wufeng's status was extraordinary and he was well respected. It was mainly a result of his immense strength. Everyone, this hall is not suited for fighting. If anyone is interested in viewing the battle, why not follow me to the square outside, said Jian Wufeng.
And just as Jian Wufeng's voice faded, Yen Tiansong stood up and said, Senior Wufeng, I have a suggestion.
I wonder if I should propose it.
Seeing Yen Tiansong suddenly step forward, Ji Shuiyan frowned slightly. She had a premonition that Yen Tiansong was up to no good. However, she had no say in the present situation.
Go ahead. Jian Wufeng gave Yen Tiansong a nonchalant glance. It couldn't be said that he hated a minor figure like Yen Tiansong who loved currying favor because, in a few days, he would likely forget him.
Jian Wufeng's thoughts were only on martial arts, while everything else was fleeting. Having gotten a chance to interject, Yen Tiansong minded his performance. He cleared his throat and said, It is my honor to be able to witness Fairy Xiaoshuang's greatness. I believe that if this sparring is held at an ordinary square, it would be an insult to Fairy Xiaoshuang. I have a suggestion of using the 7-star auction house's Dragon Gate platform.
I wonder if Elder Fengxing would permit it. Dragon Gate platform?
The mighty figures from the external sects naturally did not know of Dragon Gate platform. However, native warriors of Jade Luster City knew it very well.
Dragon Gate platform was famous in Jade Luster City as it was a fighting ground of the highest standards in the city. Every decade, the 7-star auction house's selection of elites was held there.
Jian Wufeng did not mind if it was Dragon Gate platform or the square, so he agreed to it easily.
Elder Fengxing said, Since everyone is interested in this sparring, I'll bring everyone to Dragon Gate platform. Let me give it an introduction. To be able to step onto the stage, one has to pass the Dragon Gate first. It would naturally not be a problem for Fairy Xiaoshuang to pass it, but there is a small limitation. As my 7-star auction house selects young elites based on bone age, warriors that exceed the bone age requirements would not be able to pass the Dragon Gate. With Elder Fengxing's introduction, everyone was immediately enlightened. The reason for Yen Tiansong to suggest Dragon Gate platform was to verify Yi Yun's age. He refused to believe that Yi Yun was close in age to Jian Xiaoshuang.
Therefore, he had intentionally tried to expose Yi Yun's lies to embarrass him.
Upon realizing his intentions, Ji Shuiyan felt her heart tense up.
Although she tended to believe Yi Yun's words, reason told her that it was impossible for a warrior who was less than 100 years old to attain such strength. Even if Yi Yun was considered young, there was no way he could be that young. It was not limited to Ji Shuiyan. Even the native factions of Jade Luster City had similar thoughts. In fact, they believed Yi Yun's age to be much greater than what Ji Shuiyan imagined. They would not find 800 years too little while 3,000 years wasn't too much. People believed that Yen Tiansong's act was to figuratively smack Yi Yun in the face. However, since Yi Yun had a feud with Yen Tiansong, it was understandable for him to add insult to injury. Yen Tiansong did not care about the thoughts of the crowd. He looked at Yi Yun with a smile that seemed to flaunt his might. He had a clear look of glee. He knew that Yi Yun was strong, but if Yi Yun wanted to make a name for himself in the meet, he had to get his approval first. He wanted Jian Wufeng to know what sort of person Yi Yun was. Yi Yun must have deliberately lied about his age in order to approach Jian Xiaoshuang. Jian Wufeng had already agreed to it, but after knowing of Yen Tiansong's intentions, he looked at Yi Yun. He thought highly of the young man and naturally wished that he wasn't lying. He asked once again, My young friend, Yi Yun, what do you think about sparring at Dragon Gate platform? Anything would do, Yi Yun answered without any hesitation. However, this left the gleeful Yen Tiansong dumbfounded. What was going on? Was Yi Yun really less than 100 years old? Yi Yun's composure left Yen Tiansong's confidence shaken. However, he found it impossible for Yi Yun to possess such terrifying power at such a young age. All right. Jian Wufeng laughed out heartily. He was very happy with Yi Yun's agreement. Let's go to Dragon Gate platform. Jian Wufeng strode out and led the pack. The group followed him and went straight for Dragon Gate platform. After passing through various floors of the 7-star auction house, people saw a massive dragon gate erected on a vast square from a distance.
That was Dragon Gate Platform. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1077, 7 Gates. Chapter 1077, 7 Gates. Translator, Sitalan Editor.
Dragon Gate Platform was extraordinarily impressive, with a circumference that spanned 5 kilometers.
As people arrived in front of Dragon Gate Platform, they saw 7 dragon gates stacked against each other.
The gates were larger the closer they were to the crowd, with the one closest to them being about 1,000 feet tall. The furthest one was the smallest dragon gate, which was about 100 feet across. Behind each of the 7 dragon gates, there was a platform, making for a total of 7 platforms. As they stood in front of the dragon gate, they could sense energy fluctuations coming from within that felt boundless and vigorous.
Who knew that such a small city like Jade Luster City has such a battle platform? It's indeed extraordinary. Even many people from the external sects could not help but praise Dragon Gate Platform.
Elder Finching stroked his beard in satisfaction when he heard them.
The 7-star auction house was not any ordinary faction.
Its immensity was not understood by most people because, to them, the 7-star auction house was only a splash in the vast sea. There is quite a number of array formations in Dragon Gate Platform. Yi Yun had a thoughtful look as he observed the Dragon Gate Platform.
Meanwhile, some distance away, Yen Tiansong kept looking at Yi Yun. He refused to believe that Yi Yun was truly that young.
He himself was already 300 years old, but all of his years of cultivation were not enough for him to withstand a single punch from Yi Yun.
If Yi Yun was less than 100 years old, what the hell was he?
Ha, young Master Yen, there is no need to worry. From my perspective, Yi Yun most likely has some cultivation technique that hides his bone age. He probably hopes that he can use it to clear it, which is why he's so calm.
However, Dragon Gate Platform uses ancient array formations. How would it be fooled by a cultivation technique that hides bone age?
Elder Finching said this with a voice transmission.
He did not have a good impression of Yi Yun.
Although it was the Heaven Amplification Trading Company that was attacking the Divine Secrets Trading Company, Elder Finching was secretly looking out for Yun Yen Tian.
If Yun Yen Tian were to annex the Divine Secrets Trading Company, how would it not benefit him?
But because of Yi Yun's interference, he could not receive a thing.
Oh? Elder Finching, are you so confident? Yen Tiansong was delighted upon hearing those words. He found the idea extremely plausible.
Of course, Dragon Gate Platform has been established here for hundreds of thousands of years. If it was able to be mounted with a trick, there would have been chaos a long time ago.
As Elder Finching conversed secretly, he glanced at Yi Yun with a sneer.
He said to Yi Yun and Jian Xiaoshuang, Fairy Xiaoshuang and Young Mastery, the 7 dragon gates of Dragon Gate Platform increase in difficulty. Even a peerless genius would only be able to pass the 5th or 6th gate. The 7th gate is extremely difficult because each of the 7 dragon gates represents 70 years.
So,
before Elder Finching was even done speaking, Jian Xiaoshuang decided she could not be bothered to continue listening to his blabbering. Dressed in azure-colored clothes, she flew up as the ponytail behind her fluttered. Like an azure-colored streak of light, she shot straight at Dragon Gate Platform. She charged straight through the first dragon gate. It had instantly lit up with a thin screen of light in a bid to block Jian Xiaoshuang. However, without batting an eyelid, she slashed through it immediately.
Ka-cha! The screen of light shattered as Jian Xiaoshuang charged through it. She did not even pause for a moment during the process.
This was after all a battle platform used by the 7-star auction house to choose young elites.
For a peerless genius like Jian Xiaoshuang, it did not pose any difficulty.
After Jian Xiaoshuang charged through the first screen of light, her momentum continued. She slashed out with her sword a second time and shattered the second.
Following that, it was the 3rd and 4th dragon gate.
Jian Xiaoshuang moved like an indomitable force without even stopping at all. In a matter of seconds, Jian Xiaoshuang had broken through the 6th light screen and was charging straight at the 7th. Upon seeing this unfold before his eyes, Elder Finching was completely dumbfounded. Before he even finished speaking, Jian Xiaoshuang had already reached the final gate. Jian Xiaoshuang rushed to the 7th light screen, and an azure-colored sword beam came pouring down like a waterfall.
Shi-la!
A sound that resembled the ripping of silk reverberated as Jian Xiaoshuang finally faltered slightly.
And at the same time, the 7th light screen opened up in response. Pwah!
Jian Xiaoshuang landed stably on the 7th platform. After a few deep breaths, she regained her calm. This Dragon Gate platform is indeed nothing much after all, said Jian Xiaoshuang nonchalantly. It was not arrogance that made her think so lightly of the Dragon Gate platform. She was just like the legendary ping bird with a wingspan of tens of thousands of miles. It would not view a mountain as an obstacle.
Upon seeing Jian Xiaoshuang's performance, the native factions of Jian Xiaoshuang were rendered speechless. She was actually so fast?
Over the years, they had seen the 7-star auction house run selections at Dragon Gate platform. Many people that were deemed peerless geniuses had gone through great pains to mount Dragon Gate platform, but Jian Xiaoshuang had only spent a couple of seconds to cross it. This was way too ridiculous. Although they had long heard of the Little Sword Fairy's fame, it was only at that moment that they truly understand how ridiculous her talent in martial arts was.
How could anyone her age be able to defeat her?
Elder Fengxing gave a wry smile. The Dragon Gate platform that he was so proud of was now just a joke to others. A few moments ago he was bragging, and now he was shamed.
However, Yi Yun was next. Surely, with Yi Yun, he could regain his dignity. Elder Fengxing cleared his throat and glanced at Yi Yun with a derisive look.
He said without much emotion, "I had yet to finish what I said and Fairy Xiaoshuang has already mounted it."
Let me repeat again. Each of the 7 gates of Dragon Gate platform represents 70 years. It means the biggest first gate only permits entry to people with a bone age of 490. The second, a bone age of 420 and 350 for the third.
Elder Fengxing took his time to say his piece when his expression froze. Yi Yun had also ignored him and flew straight for Dragon Gate platform.
He was left behind in an extremely awkward state.
Elder Fengxing was incensed. He could forget Jian Xiaoshuang's actions since she was a genius disciple of the Clarity Pool Sword sect. He did not dare say a word about her, but Yi Yun was only an itinerant warrior. Yet Yi Yun had figuratively smacked him in the face as well.
That punk! Elder Fengxing clenched his teeth.
As one of the principals of the 7-star auction house, he was equivalent to being the city lord of Jade Luster City.
How could he tolerate such indignance? He became bent on teaching Yi Yun a lesson. Many thoughts flashed through his mind as Yi Yun approached the first light screen. It was the simplest one.
No one doubted his strength, but the light screen required his bone age to be below 490 for him to enter. Yi Yun did not even blink an eye or strike out with his sword. A faint sword halo enshrouded him as he entered the screen of light.
He was not obstructed in any way.
It looked like a fish passing through a water membrane.
He passed through. Yen Tianzong held his breath.
Yi Yun had crossed the light screen so simply, as though he was striding through a door. He had originally suspected that Yi Yun used a hidden cultivation technique to cheat, but other having a sword halo around his body, there were no other energy fluctuations.
Ignoring the array formations, there were many warriors present who were famous heroes. If he had cheated to cross the array formations, how could they not see through it? It could only mean that Yi Yun was at least below the age of 490. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1078, Meeting Her Match. Chapter 1078, Meeting Her Match. Translator, Sitalan Editor. People had estimated Yi Yun's age to be at least 1,000 years old. That was already considered young enough. If he were less than 490 years old, he wouldn't be much older than Yen Tianzong.
However, when comparing their strength, it was like night and day. Yen Tianzong was already 300 years old, and even if he was given another 1900 years he could not dare claim to reach Yi Yun's level, much less if he was given 190 years.
Upon coming to this realization, Yen Tianzong felt a deep sense of defeat.
Jian Xiaoshuang was a peerless genius of the Clarity Pool Sword sect, so he did give much thought to her being so far above him.
However, Yi Yun was only an itinerant cultivator, yet there was such a huge gap?
Just as the thought crossed his mind, Yi Yun had already come in front of the second light screen. Again, a faint energy membrane of light attempted to obstruct Yi Yun's path, but, without even a change in posture, Yi Yun passed straight through with sword beams lingering around him.
The second light screen meant 420 years of bone age. Yen Tianzong was thoroughly bewildered. Yi Yun had passed the second gate as well? How old was he really? And the following scene left Yen Tianzong's breathing stagnating.
The third gate, 350 years of bone age.
Yi Yun crossed through it with similar ease. He wasn't fast, but he had not even pulled out a sword.
Yi Yun looked much slower than Jian Xiaoshuang, but he gave off the feeling that he was having a leisurely stroll.
Was this truly the Dragon Gate platform? After that, the fourth gate. Everyone stared at Yi Yun, dazed and with mouths agape. Each gate represented 70 years, and every gate he crossed represented the estimate of Yi Yun's age being reduced by 70 years. Could Yi Yun have been telling the truth? That he had yet to cultivate for 100 years? How did he kill a Dao Palace realm warrior with ease before the age of 100? What sort of monster was that? The fifth gate. The sixth gate.
The maximum bone age had been reduced to 140 years.
Yi Yun crossed through the gates without any hesitation.
He did not even pause at all while continuing his leisurely stride. His current progress was already sufficient to prove that what Yi Yun had said was true.
He was really someone from the younger generation. A peerless genius. The native warriors of Jade Luster City began having such thoughts cross their minds.
To possess such strength at that age had far exceeded their imaginations. If it were Jian Xiaoshuang, she came from a large sect after all.
As for Yi Yun, he was only an itinerant cultivator.
He had personally said that he did not have a sect and only had a master. To come this far was nothing short of a miracle. As the crowd watched in shock, they realized that Yi Yun never slowed down his footsteps. To cross the seventh dragon gate he had to be below 70 years of age. It was the most difficult of all the gates. Previously, Yi Yun had mentioned that he was less than 100 years old. Typically, one would only describe it in that manner if he was in his 90s. As such, there was naturally no way for Yi Yun to cross the seventh dragon gate. And moments ago, Jian Xiaoshuang charged straight into the deepest depths before listening to Dragon Gate platform's rules.
Now she would have to walk back out to fight Yi Yun on the sixth platform.
Some people were preparing to inform Jian Xiaoshuang to come back out, but then Yi Yun had already reached a spot in front of the seventh light screen. The scene that immediately followed made people feel as though time had slowed down. Silently, Yi Yun crossed through it just like that. His front foot took a stride with his back foot following.
Like he was crossing through a layer of water, he landed gently on the seventh gate's platform without even stirring any dust. How could this be possible?
Everyone present, especially the native warriors of Jade Luster City, seemed petrified as they looked at Yi Yun in dumbfounded shock.
The seventh dragon gate required a bone of age of 70 and below. Yi Yun was less than 70 years old? What a joke!
He had clearly said that he had yet to cultivate for 100 years.
But it was actually him being humble?
If he was not even 70, subtracting the lack of cultivation during the first few years after birth, it was quite possible that he had cultivated for 60 years. In that case, not only was his age not much different from Jian Xiaoshuang, they were actually equal in age. What sort of concept was it to be able to kill a Dao Palace realm warrior with 60 years of cultivation? Yan Tianzong had nearly collapsed to the ground. He had provoked such a malignant star. One had to know that with Yi Yun's present strength, he was already not someone the Heaven Amplification Trading Company could deal with. Even if Yi Yun was slightly weaker, they would not dare casually make a move on him. Once such geniuses could not be killed, their unimaginable growth would leave their enemies in despair. In less than a century or a decade, his cultivation level might very well increase by 2 or 3 subrealms. His strength would increase several-fold, making it extremely possible for him to easily wipe out the Heaven Amplification Trading Company. When that time came, the 7-star auction house could only stay neutral to preserve itself. Although Jade Luster City's 7-star auction house had backing behind it, what powerful faction would pay great attention to a place like Jade Luster City? Thinking back to how Ji Shuiyan had imprisoned men from the Heaven Amplification Trading Company, and how they had nearly launched an assault, Yan Tianzong felt a sense of dread. Thankfully, they had taken the softer stance or the consequences would be unimaginable. The Jade Luster City's warriors were feeling terrified of Yi Yun's might. However, the warriors from elsewhere were different. They did not understand Yi Yun's fame in Jade Luster City, nor did they know what he had done. And even if they understood, they would not think too highly of it. After all, warriors of Jade Luster City were just pugilists in their eyes. Even the elders that held the major trading companies were considered weaklings. After the Dao Manifestation realm, due to the huge difference in the number of Dao fruit leaves, warriors at the same level could have a huge disparity in strength. It wasn't impossible for warriors at the late stages of Dao Manifestation realm, especially ones from large sects, to kill Dao Palace realm warriors with weak and common foundations. Xiaoshuang, I had only planned on determining something through your sparring with him.
Who knew that Yi Yun is actually such a genius? It's even better, then.
You have met your match and you can fight freely. This will also be beneficial to your progress. Jian Xiaoshuang stood on Dragon Gate platform as Jian Wufeng's Yuan Qi transmission rang in her ears.
Master, you say that I have met my match?
Jian Xiaoshuang glanced at Yi Yun as she grunted slightly. She seemed somewhat disgruntled. Ever since Jian Xiaoshuang began practicing martial arts, she had achieved victory in every battle like an indomitable force. Apart from seniors, no one from the younger generation could pose a threat to her. Instead, she would often fight opponents that exceeded her. Her senior brothers from the Clarity Pool Sword sect were already afraid of her. They were older than Jian Xiaoshuang and their cultivation levels were 1 or 2 subrealms higher than hers. They were also men, yet they were defeated by a young girl.
How could they accept that?
No disciple at her age dared to spar with Jian Xiaoshuang. They would run faster than a rabbit when they saw her. It even came to a point that no one in Clarity Pool Sword Sect dared to antagonize her, which also resulted in her arrogant and cold personality. Despite such circumstances, Jian Xiaoshuang heard from her master that she had met a formidable foe. His tone also seemed to imply that she should learn from him and improve together.
How could this not stir up her fighting spirit?
She wanted to prove that she was the strongest. Jian Xiaoshuang shook the sword in her hand as she pointed it at Yi Yun. With a clear, crisp voice, she said, "Make your move. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 1079, One Astounding Strike. Chapter 1079, One Astounding Strike. Translator, Talon Editor.
Jian Xiaoshuang's clear voice resounded throughout the vicinity as sharp sword intent manifested around the sword in her hand. When sword practitioners pushed their sword insights to the limit, the sword intent that arose from their weapon was lethal without them even needing to slash out. She thrust out her sword, producing a sound that resembled a clap of thunder. Instantly, a beam of lightning tore through the blue sky, shooting straight at Yi Yun.
With Jian Xiaoshuang's personality, she naturally attacked opponents like Yi Yun with overwhelming force.
She wanted a single strike to make clear the gap between her and Yi Yun. The crowd present also sensed the sharpness of the sword beam. Weak warriors like Yen Tianzong felt all his hair stand up as if he was facing great peril. That was the power of sword intent. Despite not being the direct target of the strike, he still felt as though the sword was held to his glabella.
Is the gap between me and Jian Xiaoshuang so great? Yen Tianzong felt embittered.
Under the sharp sword intent, he could not stop his body's Yuan Qi barrier from being induced. Little Sword Fairy does live up to her name. For this strike, even as your master, I'll still be forced to use a certain amount of my strength, said His Excellency Huayu lightly.
While Yen Tianzong was feeling disillusioned, a sinister look suffused his face. He wanted to watch Yi Yun block the attack.
Yi Yun faltered when he saw the strike. The sword beam was somewhat familiar to him. Back in the Tian Yuan world's great Empress mystic realm, he had once seen a disc array that Azure Yan Lord left behind.
It depicted a fight between Azure Yan Lord and the black-armored demon god. Back then, Azure Yan Lord's strike was one that could render the skies asunder.
The sword intent within that attack greatly resembled Jian Xiaoshuang's.
It seems like even if they are not the direct descendants of Azure Yang Lord, they have definitely inherited some of Azure Yang Lord's heritage. Yi Yun thought to himself. Azure Yang Lord's strike in the disc array was acquired from the Pure Yang Sword Palace. However, in addition to the Pure Yang Sword Palace owner's sword intent, the strike contained Azure Yang Lord's sword Dao comprehension.
Azure Yang Lord had managed to come into contact with the Pure Yang Sword Palace after coming to the Tian Yuan world. He had then used the encounter to enhance his sword techniques, allowing his sword intent to metamorphosize. As such, Jian Xiaoshuang's strike clearly lacked the Pure Yang Sword Palace owner's sword intent.
Aside from that, the Clarity Pool Sword Sect had added some of their own insights into Azure Yang Lord's original heritage. However, these additions were quite inferior to the Pure Yang Sword Palace owner's sword Dao. Regardless of how powerful the Clarity Pool Sword Sect was, how could their additions into Sword Dao insights be comparable to the Pure Yang Sword Palace owners? Why is Yi Yun in a daze? Everyone noticed that Yi Yun stood with his hands by the side while Jian Xiaoshuang's sword came directed at him. He remained motionless and the expression on his face appeared as though he was pondering over something. Perhaps he is racking his brains thinking of a way to deal with the attack without embarrassing himself. However, if he doesn't make a move soon, it will not be an embarrassment but immediate defeat, said Yen Tianzong coldly. Just as Yen Tianzong's voice faded, Yi Yun looked up. He had a calm expression as though the strike that came slashing at him was not a sweeping force but a gentle breeze. Yi Yun flipped his hand and an ordinary sword suddenly appeared in his palm. Instantly, an azure-colored lightning tore through the sky. The sword beam seemed like a breathing entity that came from an ancient era, having crossed space and time. The azure rainbow pierces the blood moon, ice-cold seals God abyss. This is how this strike should be. Yi Yun's sword beam seemed to violate causality because the moment the strike was produced, a massive azure-colored flash of lightning had reached Jian Xiaoshuang's sword beam. This strike contained Azure Yan Lord's sword intent, the Pure Yang Sword Palace owner's heritage, as well as Yi Yun's own sword Dao. Phew! As the sword beam tore through the world, it seemed to be the only entity left in the world. The 7 dragon gates seemed to be pierced through by the strike. Seeing Yi Yun's sword beam coming at her, Jian Xiaoshuang's aloof expression changed. Ka-cha! Lightning struck the ground, causing a reverberating explosion. The fiery flames and lightning of Pure Yang took only an instant to devour all of Jian Xiaoshuang's sword beam.
Jian Xiaoshuang rose up as she retreated quickly. The momentum of the pure yang might did not decrease as the Dragon Gate's light screens shattered one layer after another.
The strike sent Jian Xiaoshuang back, causing her to pass 3 platforms before landing in a harrowing state.
And from the 4th platform that Jian Xiaoshuang landed onto the 7th platform, a quick and forceful sword scar emanated. It extended straight forward. The sword scar was only the width of a finger and had pure yang flames burning in it. The flames billowed and anyone who caught a glimpse of it could sense a terrifying heat. When Elder Fengxing saw the sword scar, the corners of his mouth twitched forcefully. He had previously bragged how mighty Dragon Gate platform's array formation was. It was true that the arrays of Dragon Gate platform were passed down from ancient times, but the platforms were constructed by the 7-star auction house. With the 7-star auction house's massive wealth, it had used extremely valuable materials to construct the platforms. Every inch was protected by array formations, allowing them to automatically repair any damage. However, the azure-colored sword beam's power tore through 4 platforms. The scar was burning with pure yang flames and, as though contained by the sword intent, the speed of repair was as if nothing was happening. All of this was caused by a single attack from Yi Yun.
This is his real strength? Yen Tianxon's face turned pale as he trembled.
During the horrifying strike, Yen Tianxon's protective Yen Qi had been battered to its limits, but even so, he still felt a pricking pain on his skin. The blood in his body wildly surged. His Excellency Huayu, who was standing by his side, did not have a nice expression either. He formerly said that Jian Xiaoshuang's sword beam would force him to use a portion of his strength, but, in fact, he was only bragging about his combat strength. And now, against Yi Yun's strike, he even felt that he was no match for it. He knew very well that Yi Yun had not used his full strength in the strike. What would happen if he had to withstand a full power attack from Yi Yun? Was Yi Yun really a junior that had yet to cultivate for 60 years? He himself had lived for tens of thousands of years. At that moment, Jian Xiaoshuang landed on the ground with her long hair fluttering. She glared at Yi Yun with a gaze as sharp as a sword. What was it with that strike of yours? When Jian Xiaoshuang's sword beam struck Yi Yun's, she sensed some portion of his sword intent resembled hers. However, his strength was much greater. The nomological sword Dao contained in it was also more profound. Jian Xiaoshuang's words left everyone surprised. As they recalled the strike from before, they found that it was indeed true. Could it be possible that Yi Yun's moment of rumination was to learn Jian Xiaoshuang's strike? But it was completely impossible to learn an enemy's move in an instant. It was just a fleeting thought in people's minds. Perhaps Yi Yun had learned a similar move before. Some ancient heritage might not be a lone copy. It's nothing out of the ordinary if that's the case. Despite people engaging in such discussions, Jian Xiaoshuang knew that the strike, Stunning Rainbow, was a core martial heritage of the Clarity Pool Sword sect. There was no way for outsiders to know of it. She looked at Yi Yun with suspicion, but there was also shock in her eyes. She suddenly thought of something as she turned her head to glance at her master, Jian Wufeng. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1080, Perfect Pure Yang. Chapter 1080, Perfect Pure Yang. Translator, Citalan Editor.
Jian Xiaoshuang looked to her master Jian Wufeng, only to find an expression that confounded her. In Jian Wufeng's eyes was a clear look of excitement that could barely be contained.
She always saw her master as being aloof.
He was never astonished by any changes and seldom lost his composure.
But in fact, Jian Wufeng's present mood was much more excited than what his face showed.
He had guessed correctly from the beginning.
Yi Yun and Azure Yang Lord were indeed related. What Yi Yun used was not Azure Yang Lord's full heritage. His movements with the sword had a hint of Azure Yang Lord's sword intent. There were also other elements at play. Yi Yun's sword stance and sword intent astonished Jian Wufeng to no end. Jian Wufeng was a sword fanatic, to begin with. He had practiced martial arts his entire life and only cared about swords. To him, Azure Yang Lord's heritage was so extensive and profound that it only left people mesmerized. But today, he saw a strike that had improved on that foundation. How could he not be pleasantly surprised? There was no end to the path of martial arts. There was one peak above another. Jian Xiaoshuang looked at Jian Wufeng for quite a while before he noticed his disciple's gaze. There were perplexity and chagrin in her eyes. Jian Xiaoshuang's talent made her invincible among her peers from a young age. So how would she feel good being defeated by Yi Yun in one strike? But at that moment, Jian Wufeng could not be concerned with consoling his disciple. He coughed dryly and said, "Xiaoshuang, try using another sword move. This is an opportunity for you to improve." "Master." Jian Xiaoshuang felt somewhat aggrieved.
She was hoping her master could give her an explanation, but not only did he not do so, he had also urged her to continue the sparring. She had already lost from the previous clash of attacks. It was not a life-and-death battle after all. In a sparring match, losing by a tiny bit was considered a loss. By continuing the fight after losing in one move, it only gave others the impression that Jian Xiaoshuang was a sore loser. With these thoughts in mind, Jian Xiaoshuang gritted her teeth and said out of spite, "Have another try at this strike." It was first because she was nursing a grievance and secondly because she was feeling indignant. Jian Xiaoshuang refused to believe that the gap between her and Yi Yun was that great. Jian Xiaoshuang used all her strength for her next strike. Intensely powerful sword intent surged like the radiant sun rising in the east. It brought with it unmatched pure yang flames that inundated Yi Yun. The intense flames of the sword were reflected in Jian Xiaoshuang's eyes as her body was completely immersed in the flames. "Take this." Jian Xiaoshuang, together with her sword, transformed into a beam of light. Like a phoenix flying out of an inferno, she soared at Yi Yun. The might of this strike was much stronger than the one before. Upon seeing this strike, everyone marveled in shock. They were not astonished about the strength of the strike but of Jian Xiaoshuang's dual cultivation in fire and lightning. The previous strike was lightning elemental while this strike was yang fire. It was already difficult for the average junior to be proficient in one law. As for Jian Xiaoshuang, she was proficient in 2 laws. This implied that Jian Xiaoshuang had condensed 2 similarly high-grade Dao fruits. Azure Yang Lord, Pure Yang Sword. Yi Yun observed Jian Xiaoshuang's move. Azure Yang Lord's cultivation technique came from the Yang God Manual, which was a pure Yang cultivation technique. As for Jian Xiaoshuang's pure Yang cultivation technique, it did share similarities with Azure Yang Lord's. Yi Yun had not cultivated in the Pure Yang Manual but he had previously cultivated in the Great Empress Heart Sutra. As for the Great Empress Heart Sutra's Pure Yang component, the Great Empress had referenced the Pure Yang Manual and distilled it. However, the ancient Great Empress was in the end limited by the Tian Yuan world. Furthermore, she had perished early, so her cultivation level was not very high. The Great Empress Heart Sutra she created was slowly unable to support Yi Yun's cultivation. Later on, when Yi Yun condensed his Pure Yang Dao fruits, he began possessing his own Pure Yang Great Dao. Looking back at the Great Empress Heart Sutra, he gained deeper and clearer insights. Jian Xiaoshuang's cultivation technique and move also became increasingly clear in Yi Yun's eyes. Seeing Yi Yun remain motionless while having a ruminative look again, someone had a thought cross their mind. Could Yi Yun be producing the same move like Little Sword Fairy again? But the moment he finished saying that, he shook his head with a laugh. It was already a coincidence previously. It was impossible for the same coincidence to happen a second time. As for Jian Xiaoshuang, she also refused to believe that Azure Yan Lord's heritage cultivation technique could be cracked by Yi Yun with a more powerful method. The rolling flames instantly enveloped Yi Yun. And within the flames, Yi Yun finally raised his sword. "This strike of yours has too much mixed in. Pure Yang Sword demands the purest flames to consume everything. If it needs any form of replenishment, it should be supplemented by purine. As the saying goes, solitary yang does not allow growth, loaning does not lead to birth." As Yi Yun said that, he swung his sword once again. It was a strike that did not seem outstanding in any way. It was as if he had just made a perfunctory stroke that would not set off any waves. However, the moment the strike was produced, Jian Xiaoshuang instantly felt that a seed had suddenly planted into her Pure Yang cultivation technique. The moment the seed entered the Pure Yang sword chi, it rapidly sprouted and grew. All the Pure Yang sword chi seemed to turn into nutrients for the seed. The Pure Yang sword chi was absorbed and it condensed a wisp of azure-colored fire. The azure-colored flames that Yi Yun condensed seemed undying, and they constantly grew stronger. Jian Xiaoshuang sensed that the sword chi she had produced had been mostly absorbed by Yi Yun, turning into his sword chi. Be it his understanding of sword Dao or his grasp of Pure Yang Dao, Yi Yun had far exceeded her. Jian Xiaoshuang found it unbelievable. How could her Pure Yang sword chi be used by Yi Yun? Was the difference that great? Yi Yun seemed to see through her thoughts as he said, "Great Dao do not stand in solitude. Pure Yang and purine, space and time, destruction and chaos, if you can simultaneously grasp the 2 opposite sides of a law, your strength will be enhanced. The reason I can use your Pure Yang is that my Pure Yang has purine in it. Yin and Yang supplement and nourish each other, resulting in a perpetual generation." As Yi Yun said, he slashed out once again as the wisp of fire immediately transformed into a raging fire of the sun. Jian Xiaoshuang hurriedly brandished her sword to block it. When the azure-colored flames clashed with Jian Xiaoshuang's inundating flames, her flames were instantly devoured by the azure-colored flames. Yi Yun's perfect flames of pure yang consumed all kinds of flames. Upon seeing this unfold, Jian Xiaoshuang gasped in sincere admiration. She knew that Yi Yun's pure Yang Dao was much better than hers. Not only was it because Yi Yun's pure Yang Dao had the combination of Yang and Yin, there was an easier and more understandable reason. The pure Yang Dao fruit that Yi Yun had condensed was definitely of a higher grade than hers. She already had an 8-leaf Dao fruit. Then for Yi Yun. Upon thinking of a 9-leaf Dao fruit, Jian Xiaoshuan's heart palpitated. Ever since the establishment of the Clarity Pool Sword sect, no one had managed to condense a 9-leaf Dao fruit. Even in an extremely powerful sect, it was not seen in a million years. Phew! Phew! The pure Yang sword she split in front of Jian Xiaoshuang and streaked past her sides. The azure-colored flames burned incessantly and began melting the ground. The array formation of Dragon Gate platform was constantly working, but it could not repair itself in so short a period of time. Instead, more and more of it melted with time. Elder Fengxing twirled his thumb ring as his face winced. The flames were spreading, burning the entire battle platform red. It would require a lot of relics to repair it. He had agreed to Yen Tiansong's suggestion because he hoped to use Dragon Gate platform to expose Yi Yun. But in the end, the Dragon Gate platform that he boasted about had not only proven that Yi Yun had cultivated for about 60 years, it was now almost completely torn down by Yi Yun. As such, Elder Fengxing began to put the blame on Yen Tiansong. He had really disgraced himself this time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1081, Item Nourishing Dew. Chapter 1081, Item Nourishing Dew. Translator, Sitalan Editor. I admit defeat. With things having reached that point, the gap between them was exceedingly obvious.
If Yi Yun had not intentionally gone easy on her with his final strike, she would have ended up looking extremely miserable even if she had managed to barely withstand it. Naturally, there was no need to continue the fight. She already knew that she was far inferior to the young man in front of her. In 2 moves, he had not only used a sword attack that was similar to hers, but his concepts far surpassed hers. It was nearly to the point of him giving her pointers. Jian Xiaoshuan was also considered quite famous, yet here she was being taught and guided by someone her own age. What's more, his sword moves were something she could not match at all.
This left Jian Xiaoshuan somewhat disillusioned.
She had always believed that she was top amongst the younger generation. She knew she wasn't comparable to genius disciples from powerful sects, but how could the gap between her and Yi Yun be so large?
It's been a pleasure. If Fairy Xiaoshuang is interested, we can have another scheduled battle sometime, said Yi Yun as he cupped his fists.
He sensed that the heritage of Clarity Pool Sword sect was not considered complete. It was very likely that there were a lot of things missing. Over the years, the Clarity Pool Sword sect had probably produced several geniuses who added their insights into the Clarity Pool Sword sect's heritage. However, the additions were lacking or incomplete. Yi Yun also possessed Azure Yang Lord's final heritage. Furthermore, he was well-versed with knowledge gathered across the universe. His insights in Sword Dao and Pure Yang Dao were things the Clarity Pool Sword sect could not compete with.
Yi Yun was indebted to Azure Yang Lord, so, having met Azure Yang Lord's descendants, Yi Yun intended to help them. His sparring with Jian Xiaoshuan was, in fact, an attempt to perfect Jian Xiaoshuan's cultivation technique and moves while in battle. Alright. Today's battle has been an eye-opener for me.
Young Master Yi is truly a young hero. Jian Wufeng stood up and said.
He thought highly of Yi Yun, whose talent far exceeded his imagination.
He wanted to befriend Yi Yun and also ask him about the source of Azure Yang Lord's heritage, but now is not the time.
Young Master Yi, can you leave a voice transmission mark? Jian Wufeng took the initiative and asked.
Amongst the people present, Jian Wufeng was considered to be of extraordinary standing. However, to a junior like Yi Yun, he had not only taken the initiative to befriend, his tone was sincere and amiable. This made many in the crowd have mixed feelings.
Yi Yun's future was simply boundless. For them, befriending a person like Yi Yun did not have its disadvantages either.
Instantly, many began taking the initiative to befriend Yi Yun and leave their voice transmission marks. Although Yi Yun was not interested in befriending these people from the external factions, he still didn't want to offend them. He kept all the voice transmission marks that were given to him. Yen Tianzong stood to the side feeling unpleasant. He had come to the trading session with hopes of befriending these important foreign figures. But now, he did not even have a chance to interject. Compared to a peerless genius like Yi Yun, the status of successor to a trading company was not even worth mentioning.
Everyone, shouldn't our trading session begin?
Seeing more and more people stepping forward to chat with Yi Yun, Elder Fengxing finally said this with a bitter face. The meet organized by the 7-Star Auction Company was a discussion and trading session regarding Sun Burial Sansi's phenomenon. However, due to the appearance of Yi Yun, the focus had changed. Many people only cared about chatting with Yi Yun while he, the event organizer, had been left alone.
Indeed, the trading session should begin.
We should have some correspondence before we embark on this expedition into Sun Burial Sansi, said Daoist Xu.
The reason for coming was to engage in trade. Many natural treasures could be found in the trading session.
The crowd left Dragon Gate platform under Elder Fengxing's guidance and entered a pavilion platform located in a lotus pond. Elder Fengxing cleared his throat and said, "Everyone traveled from afar, and it's the 7-Star Auction Company's pleasure to welcome you all here.
This trading session will start with my 7-Star Auction Company. It might be considered as throwing out a minnow to catch a whale." Elder Fengxing clearly did not like engaging in banter as he went directly into the main topic. "Bring it up." Elder Fengxing waved his hand.
Instantly, all the guests from the various major factions looked at Elder Fengxing. 2 young girls carried a wooden box to Elder Fengxing's side. The 2 beauties smiled sweetly and bowed slightly at the audience beneath the stage before placing the wooden box down.
Dong! A thud resounded, immediately surprising the crowd.
The 2 of them had carried the wooden box out like they were carrying a bundle of veil fabric, yet it produced such a heavy thud when placed on the ground.
This is a million-year sunken wood.
It was found at the site of an ancient expert's death. It has extracted yin chi essence to nourish its growth before being obtained by my 7-Star Auction Company. It was carved into a wooden box and, unless one is a pure yin virgin, contact with the box would result in the invasion of yin chi into their body. The effect would range from discomfort to immediate death. Elder Fengxing finally found a bit of self-confidence and explained in an unhurried manner. Although the strength of warriors from Jade Luster City's 7-Star Auction Company was incomparable to warriors from the foreign sects, the item that came from Sun Burial Sansi's 7-Star Auction Company headquarters definitely couldn't be bad. "Open it," said Elder Fengxing to the 2 girls. People from the various major factions were looking at the wooden box. Many of them had good discernment.
Just the wooden box alone was a treasure itself. "Oh? This is..." Yi Yun's mind stirred. He could sense an indescribable coolness from inside the box.
He saw a jade-carved lotus flower inside the box. And the leaves of the lotus held a bouquet of similarly green liquid. The liquid was clear and crystalline. It gave an indescribable feeling, like that of a nourishing drizzle in spring.
"Item nourishing dew?"
Jian Wufeng said as his eyes lit up.
"That's right, Clarity Sect Master has a good eye. This is a tiny bouquet of item nourishing dew.
It's extremely hard to come by, for it is a natural treasure condensed from heaven-earth essence. It requires a pure yin vessel to ensure that its essence will not be lost. But despite its rarity, its effects are not considered heaven-defying. This slightly affects its value. Item nourishing dew is used to repair damaged artifacts. Regardless of the level of the treasure, by using the item nourishing dew to repair it when it is damaged, even if it can't be restored to its pristine state, it would at least increase its strength greatly." After Elder Fengxing gave his description, he looked at the crowd around him. Many experts that came from afar were somewhat interested in item nourishing dew. However, an item that was used to repair artifacts was inferior to a natural treasure that could directly increase one's strength. Furthermore, many people did not have damaged artifacts. And even if they had one, their damaged artifact was not necessarily more valuable than item nourishing dew. It would be better off to not repair it. However, amongst the crowd, there was Yi Yun, who felt his heart palpitate when he saw the item. He had always used the pure yang broken sword. Wasn't it a damaged artifact? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1082, Unexpected Turn of Events. Chapter 1082, Unexpected Turn of Events. Translator, C. Tulin Editor. Yi Yun had the pure yang broken sword for a very long time. It was obviously a quality sword, but, unfortunately, it had always been broken. In addition to the corrosion from billions of years, its effects had greatly deteriorated. If the item nourishing dew could repair it, no matter how minuscule the repair was, it would be an extreme increase in strength for Yi Yun. "I wish to have this item nourishing dew." Yi Yun transmitted his voice to Ji Shuiyan. He wasn't very wealthy. The greatest valued items he possessed were things like the 10,000 Fei Divine Cannon. It was impossible for him to produce them, as well. Hence, if he intended to trade for the item nourishing dew, he would need to rely on the Divine Secrets Trading Company. "Young Master Yi, I'll definitely do my best." Ji Shuiyan grit her teeth. She knew very well that Yi Yun was a true dragon from the heavens. It was impossible for him to stay in Jade Luster City, but regardless of the circumstances, she would do her best to obtain whatever Yi Yun wanted. The item Nourishing Dew is indeed a good item, but unfortunately, I have no use for it.
This is my item.
I will only exchange it for other items.
Anyone interested in it can take it away. Taoist Shushui took out a jade bottle.
He opened the jade bottle and immediately, a strange fragrance emitted.
This is a myriad red pill, said Taoist Shushui.
Myriad red pills were pills that helped Tao Palace Realm warriors break through. Typically, people would keep it for themselves if they obtained such a pill. They would simply use it, but now, it had appeared at the trading session. When it was revealed, the eyes of many lit up. Supreme grade pills were useful for Yi Yun too, but he was more inclined to choose the item Nourishing Dew. The Divine Secrets Trading Company did have supreme grade pills, but there was only one item Nourishing Dew. At that moment, Elder Fingxing said, "My 7-star auction company is willing to purchase this myriad red pill."
I wonder what Taoist Shushui intends to obtain in exchange.
As Elder Fingxing spoke, he began engaging in a Yuan Qi voice communication with Taoist Shushui.
And following that, various major factions and trading companies began revealing their treasures.
In a blink of an eye, it was the Heaven Amplification Trading Company's turn.
As a native trading company of Jade Luster City, it attracted many gazes.
Deep, meaningful thoughts seemed to lie in those gazes. The sparring session at the beginning of the meet had left the Heaven Amplification Trading Company in an extremely awkward position. Now, everyone knew that the Heaven Amplification Trading Company's young successor, Yen Tiansong, had offended Yi Yun terribly.
What sort of person was Yi Yun? He was someone with more monstrous talent than Jin Xiaoshuang.
His future was unlimited and he would definitely become a mighty figure in time.
As for Yen Tiansong, he was only a wealthy scion.
His stature could not be compared to Yi Yun's at all.
Many even suspected that Yen Tiansong would not live much longer.
With Yi Yun's strength and speed of growth, it would not be difficult to secretly cause Yen Tiansong's death. Furthermore, if Yi Yun were given another year or so, he would grow to a point that allowed him to completely wipe out the Heaven Amplification Trading Company.
Many people looked at Yen Tiansong with a derisive look.
Even 7-star auction house's Elder Fingxing, who had previously supported him, closed his eyes. He deliberately ignored Yen Tiansong so as to demarcate any relations with the scion.
Upon seeing these people's expressions, Yen Tiansong's expression turned grim.
In a world of warriors, fists were the common language.
Strength was everything.
Once someone offended an existence they should not have, it would only spell doom.
Does the Heaven Amplification Trading Company have any treasures to offer in exchange? If there aren't any, then go to one corner. Elder Fingxing said stiffly after waiting a long time for Yen Tiansong to speak.
Yen Tiansong's eyes flashed a cold glimmer. He looked at Yi Yun, who was sitting across him in the pavilion. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes, for he knew that Yi Yun would definitely not spare him.
However, he wasn't someone that was easy to deal with.
If anyone wanted his life, they had to first be prepared to die. Yen Tiansong stood up and said, "My Heaven Amplification Trading Company has the most valuable treasure. I will tell Elder Fingxing about the treasure in private."
Oh?
When people heard Yen Tiansong's words, some were puzzled while others showed disdain.
What treasure was it? To say that it was the most valuable one? Furthermore, so what if it was most valuable? He could have just taken it out.
It was not as if anyone would rob it of him. There was no need to go to such surreptitious means.
"Say whatever you have to say," said Elder Fingxing with a frown.
He couldn't figure out why Yen Tiansong would involve him.
Yen Tiansong nodded.
Without moving his mouth, he began transmitting his voice to Elder Fingxing. A few seconds later, Elder Fingxing suddenly took on a look of incredulity.
He directly asked, "Is what you said true?" "Absolutely," said Yen Tiansong.
Elder Fingxing's face was solemn. After more hesitation, he suddenly cupped his fists and said to everyone present, "Everyone, I'm sorry.
There is something that prevents me from making a decision.
Please wait here for a moment." As Elder Fingxing said that, he began walking away. This series of actions seemed rather disrespectful.
However, no one appeared to be outwardly upset.
Although Jade Luster City's 7-star auction company was lackluster in strength, everyone knew that it was only a tiny branch of a powerful faction. If that weren't the case, the faction certainly would not have attended for the 7-star auction company alone. Moments later, Yi Yun's heart stirred suddenly. Being well-versed in spatial laws, he sensed a fluctuation in space that he knew was the kid to arise from a teleportation array. Someone had come to Jade Luster City through a teleportation array. Furthermore, from the magnitude of the spatial fluctuations, Yi Yun was certain that the person must have come from far away.
Yi Yun discharged his perception but could not pinpoint the person's location. This made Yi Yun's heart sink, for it meant that the person's strength was extremely high. Yi Yun's eyelids twitched slightly.
He did not like it when things were out of his control. He looked at Ji Shuiyan and said with a voice transmission, "Put the item Nourishing Dew aside for now. We should temporarily take our leave from this trading session."
Oh?
Ji Shuiyan was surprised. She had been communicating with Elder Fengxing through a voice transmission to negotiate the purchase of the item Nourishing Dew. The price was yet to be fixed, but Yi Yun suddenly insisted on leaving. This left Ji Shuiyan somewhat puzzled. However, she naturally abided by whatever he said. She nodded and went to leave with Yi Yun. But right then, Yen Tiansong blocked Ji Shuiyan's path and said, "Miss Shuiyan, young mastery, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Just after he said that, another voice sounded, "That's right. Miss Shuiyan, weren't you communicating with me about the purchase of the item Nourishing Dew? The price has yet been decided, so why are you already leaving?" The second person who spoke was Elder Fengxing. His body was slightly bent as he hung a smile on his face. As he spoke, he respectfully let a sallow-faced elder in. The moment the elder entered, he attracted the eyes of everybody. He was dressed in a Taoist robe that accentuated his tall and thin figure. There were 7 stars that made up a constellation embroidered on the robe in his chest area. There were also faint Tao patterns shimmering within the 7 stars. The elder took a few steps into the pavilion, with each step seemingly leading the heartbeats of everyone. All those gathered in the pavilion suddenly felt distressed.
Who was this old man?
Yi Yun was the most appalled, for he realized that the elder's aura had invisibly locked onto him. It made him subconsciously touch his interspatial ring. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1083, 7-Star Tao Palace. Chapter 1083, 7-Star Tao Palace. Translator, Sitalan Editor. Jian Wufeng looked at the 7-star constellation on the elder's robes and had an immediate recollection. He asked, "Are you someone from the 7-Star Tao Palace? Is the 7-Star Tao Palace interested in the recent phenomenon?" The 7-Star Tao Palace was an extremely mighty sect in Central State Divine Territory. Its strength far exceeded that of the Clarity Pool Sword sect. The 7-Star Tao Palace had a great heritage with a long history. Upon seeing someone from the 7-Star Tao Palace appear with the 7-Star Auction Company, everyone came to the realization that the 7-Star Auction Company was one of the temporals of the 7-Star Tao Palace. Many large sects established temporals to collect all sorts of natural treasures. Temporals were just ancillary to the large clans. Typically, only lacking disciples from the large sects would be sent to head these temporals. As such, despite being the heads of these temporals, they were trivial figures in the sect. Without a doubt, Sun Burial Sansi's 7-Star Auction Company was a temporal of the 7-Star Tao Palace. This was actually not secret information. It was typical for large sects to not deliberately investigate the temporals of other sects, therefore, many people did not know that the 7-Star Auction Company was related to the 7-Star Tao Palace. Upon seeing the elder appear, Yen Tiansong revealed a look of glee. He sat back into his seat and swept his eyes at Ji Shuiyan. He did not bother to hide the invasive look in his eyes. He wanted to borrow the might of the 7-Star Auction Company to get rid of Yi Yun. Without Yi Yun, Ji Shuiyan would fall into his hands, allowing him to do as he pleased. Upon sensing Yen Tiansong's gaze, Ji Shuiyan furrowed her brow slightly. She had also heard of the 7-Star Tao Palace before. It was a top-tier sect and its power was greater than any of the factions present. Did the thing that Yen Tiansong mentioned really have the ability to stir the sect behind the 7-Star Auction Company? Elder Fengxing pursued the matter by saying, "Why? Are Miss Shuiyan and Young Mastery not interested in the item Nourishing Dew?" "If Elder Fengxing is sincerely selling the item Nourishing Dew, then please name your price directly," said Yi Yun coldly. "Ha, there is no rush with the item Nourishing Dew. Let me first do the introductions. This is 7-Star Tao Palace's High Ambassador Yu Hang." Elder Fengxing introduced with an extremely polite tone. The 7-Star Tao Palace had a total of 7 high ambassadors. They corresponded to the 7 stars of the Big Dipper, and all of the 7 high ambassadors were first-rate figures in the 7-Star Tao Palace. Typically, even the overall head of Sun Burial Sansi's 7-Star Auction Company had to be as polite as a eunuch seeing an emperor when they met any of the 7 high ambassadors, much less Elder Fengxing. He was excited at having the chance to meet a high ambassador. It was a rare opportunity. If not for the phenomenon in Sun Burial Sansi, an event that allowed the 7-Star Auction Company branch heads to have reason to directly contact the 7 high ambassadors, would he have ever had such a chance? Just a bit of help from any of the 7 high ambassadors would open up limitless possibilities for him. Yen Tiansong, His Excellency the High Ambassador is somewhat interested in the item you mentioned. Say it once again.
Elder Fengxing's voice sounded proud. Previously, he could only suffer in silence because of his lacking strength. Now, with a backer finally appearing, he felt as though he could vent his stress.
Yes. Yen Tiansong beamed. He looked at a black-robed middle-aged man behind him and said, "Brother Tianxiao, why don't you do it?"
The middle-aged man that was addressed as Brother Tianxiao held a feather fan in his hand.
He had a long goatee as if he was a Taoist priest.
Previously, when Yun first arrived at the trade meet, he had noticed Brother Tianxiao smiling at him. After the trading session began, the middle-aged man did not speak a word. He was like a venomous snake that lurked in the darkness.
It made Yun extremely uncomfortable. "I'm Tianxiao Shua, with the honorific title of Master Tianxiao." Tianxiao Shua waved his feather fan and said at an unhurried pace,
"I have a treasure that is extremely important for the search of treasures in Sun Burial Sansi.
I'm willing to produce it for everyone to use together.
However, this treasure has been stolen by a traitor of the sect in the past, eventually landing in the hands of the Divine Secrets Trading Company.
Its name is the Heaven Secrets Compass. Miss Shuiyen, I believe you know about this item?"
Tianxiao Shua suddenly turned to Ji Shuiyen, and she felt her heart sink.
She finally understood what Yen Tiansong had divulged. It was the Heaven Secrets Compass.
As for Master Tianxiao, he came from the Heaven Secrets chapter. It was no wonder that he knew that the Heaven Secrets Compass was in her hands. Before Ji Shuiyen had a chance to respond, she suddenly felt an immense spiritual blast surge into her soul sea. This spiritual blast came from High Ambassador Yu Hong.
High Ambassador Yu Heng's spiritual probe was obviously something Ji Shuiyen could not withstand.
Her face was quickly drained of its color as she took several steps back and began collapsing backward. Yun quickly grabbed Ji Shuiyen's hand and, with a maneuver, he set her on a chair.
However, the power of High Ambassador Yu Heng's spiritual probe left Ji Shuiyen sweating.
There was no trace of the color of blood on her pale lips.
"What are your intentions?" Yun was incensed.
High Ambassador Yu Hong had ignored his status and attacked a weak girl like Ji Shuiyen.
High Ambassador Yu Hong grunted coldly.
His grunt contained powerful spiritual strength that left many people taking an involuntary step back. "I was only taking advantage of the momentary daze that girl was in after hearing of the Heaven Secrets Compass. It was to confirm what her thoughts are with a spiritual probe. This is already a rather gentle spiritual technique. If I were to do a soul search, her mind would immediately collapse. I have already confirmed that the Heaven Secrets Compass is indeed in the hands of the Divine Secrets Trading Company.
Since it's the item of the Heaven Secrets chapter, hand it over. I will definitely not make you suffer losses and give you compensation for it." The 7-star-robed elder's words were not to be doubted. As he spoke, his spiritual energy began enveloping Yun. It was a suppression that came from someone quite superior. Yun found it hard to determine High Ambassador Yu Heng's cultivation level. He knew that it was due to the gap in their strength. No matter how much talent Yun had, he was still a junior in the end. It was impossible that he could match a high ambassador of a mighty sect. Yun clenched his fists tightly. Strength.
In the end, he still lacked strength. The amount of time he had spent cultivating was just too short. He had not been able to fully develop his strength. If he could cultivate to the realm of Dao Palace, everything would be different. The Heaven Secrets Compass has been lost in Sun Burial Sansi with my grandfather. Furthermore, the ones that betrayed the Heaven Secrets chapter is not my grandfather but all of you,"
Ji Shuiyen said fiercely. For this, Tianxiao Shua had a derisive look on his face. He completely ignored Ji Shuiyen and turned to High Ambassador Yu Heng. He said in a fluttery manner, "Your Excellency, it looks like this traitor does not plan on handing the Heaven Secrets Compass over." High Ambassador Yu Hong smiled slightly as he stroked his chin and looked at Yun. Yun sensed a faint killing intent from his eyes. This froze his heart.
The other party obviously knew he was talented, yet wanted to snatch the Heaven Secrets Compass. This meant that they had an understanding of the item in Sun Burial Sansi. Driven by the perks, they were willing to take the risk. Although he had extraordinary talent, as long as they could ensure his death, thus preventing him from fully developing, then they prevented him from posing a threat. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1084, Life and Death Crisis. Chapter 1084, Life and Death Crisis. Translator, Sitalan Editor.
High Ambassador Yu Hong touched his interspatial ring as he strode towards Ji Shuiyen. As one of the 7 High Ambassadors of the 7-star Dao Palace, the gap between High Ambassador Yu Hong and Ji Shuiyen's strength was like the difference between a mountain and a pile of dust. Just his approach was enough to make Ji Shuiyen feel stifled in the chest and find it hard to breathe.
Blood even began seeping out the corner of her mouth. With High Ambassador Yu Hang's strength, there was no need for him to make a move. Just his aura was enough to kill. At that moment, the atmosphere was all set for a showdown. Ji Shuyan's life was in great peril. Yi Yun already had one hand on the pure yang broken sword. His palms were sweaty, for he knew that just High Ambassador Yu Hang's suppression was enough to push Ji Shuyan's meridians to the brink of collapse. It would only take a few more steps for Ji Shui Yan to meet her demise. Yi Yun simply could not sit idly by as this happened. Yi Yun could distinctly sense High Ambassador Yu Hang's fearsome power. If they began exchanging blows, there was no chance for him to win. However, he had no other choice. If handing the Heaven Secrets compass over could ensure his and Ji Shuyan's life, Yi Yun would naturally have handed it over. But now, Yi Yun could clearly detect a killing intent from High Ambassador Yu Hang. At this point, he'd have to face a fight even if he did hand over the compass. Yi Yun's outstanding talent warranted no mercy from High Ambassador Yu Hang, or the future consequences would be disastrous. Many people had knowingly taken a step back upon seeing the situation. Although they had tried befriending Yi Yun before, they were also jealous of his genius. Now, when he was in trouble, they easily watched idly by the side. Many of them even began gloating at his misfortune. Yi Yun completely ignored the reaction of the crowd. He was extremely calm as he circulated his Yuan Qi. The 4 9-leaf Dao fruits immersed themselves in Yuan Qi, ready to give him a burst of energy whenever needed. Yi Yun knew that High Ambassador Yu Hang's blatant act of suppressing Ji Shui Yan was truly a ploy to force his hand. Once he attacked, the High Ambassador would kill him in one strike. High Ambassador Yu Hang's perception was constantly locked onto him. The moment he moved, he would receive an attack of limitless magnitude. He would only get one attack. At that moment, it was as though time had slowed down. Ji Shuyan's helplessness, High Ambassador Yu Hang's coldness, Master Tianxiao's derision, and Yen Tiansong's hideous smile seemed to turn evanescent. Yi Yun's mind was only on the pure yang broken sword. The cold sword emitted a clear and refreshing touch that reached his heart. At that moment, a voice abruptly rang in Yi Yun's heart. Attack his left. Yi Yun was highly focused. It was unknown where the voice came from, but there was no time for Yi Yun to have any suspicions. He struck straight at High Ambassador Yu Hang's left chest. Boom! Yi Yun's Yuan Qi burst out as he slashed with the pure yang broken sword. It came with the worldly power that formed a black wheel. The black wheel was filled with the phantom images of demons and gods. They roared, seemingly changing the color of the world as if everything would be annihilated because of the wheel. This is... Even High Ambassador Yu Hang, whose cultivation level far exceeded Yi Yun's, was alarmed by the strike. The laws contained within the attack shocked him. What sort of Dao fruits had this junior condensed? This also affirmed High Ambassador Yu Hang's resolution to kill Yi Yun. This person was absolutely not to be spared. He immediately gave up on Ji Shui Yan and struck at Yi Yun with a palm. This palm strike rolled like a roaring avalanche as it met Yi Yun's 10,000 demon wheel of existence with an indomitable strength. Ka-cha! The 10,000 demon wheel of existence shook violently, and the gigantic palm was slightly held back before finally crashing over with intense might. Although Yi Yun's laws were strong, the limitation of his cultivation level was a ravine that could not be easily bridged. There was no way for him to withstand it with only his Dao manifestation realm cultivation. Just as the gigantic palm was about to devour Yi Yun, a sword beam suddenly appeared, as if it came from the nothingness of an ancient era. This strike left no traces. It was like a rainbow beam of light that streaked through the eternal night, thrusting straight at High Ambassador Yu Hang. Who is it? High Ambassador Yu Hang was alarmed. He had just blocked Yi Yun's strike, but another strike came at him. Yi Yun's attack was on his left, while this strike aimed at his right. With all his defenses focused on his left, his right side was exposed and vulnerable. This was courting death. High Ambassador Yu Hang bellowed as he forcefully retracted his attack and threw out a horsetail whisk with his right hand. The horsetail whisk produced a burst of silvery threads that numbered in the thousands, which bound the sudden appearance of the strike. However, when the horsetail whisk met the sword strike, High Ambassador Yu Hang realized that he had far underestimated the might of the sword. He never expected for there to be such an expert swordsman. His hasty defense could not withstand the strike at all. Ka-cha! The silvery threads were shattered as the sword beam's momentum did not decrease. The strike veered to the left and headed straight for High Ambassador Yu Hang's heart. High Ambassador Yu Hang's hair stood on end as he hurriedly flew back in retreat. At the same time, a round heart protective screen appeared in front of his chest to block the sword beam. Pang! The heart protective screen was sent flying as the sword beam was deflected. However, the sword beam still managed to pierce through High Ambassador Yu Hang's shoulder, making it spray out a mist of blood. Pa!
The horsetail whisk fell to the ground as High Ambassador Yu Hong clutched his shoulder. He had retreated several steps back and his face was pale.
His eagle-like eyes swept across the crowd and finally locked onto the culprit. Jian Wufeng. It's you! You dare attack me? High Ambassador Yu Hong was shocked.
The Clarity Pool sword sect that Jian Wufeng was part of completely paled in comparison to the 7-star Dao Palace in terms of strength. Yet, Jian Wufeng had attacked him.
Was he mad? This thought was not limited to High Ambassador Yu Hong either. Everyone present was dumbfounded. What was Jian Wufeng thinking? Clarity Pool sect master, do you know what you are doing?
My 7-star Dao Palace is only attempting to retrieve the Heaven Secrets chapter's Heaven Secrets compass, in preparation for the search for treasures in Sun Burial Sand Sea.
Yet, you attacked High Ambassador Yu Hong?
Elder Fingxing said anxiously. Previously, when he reported the matter to High Ambassador Yu Hong, he had mentioned that Yi Yun did not have any deep affiliations with the attending experts and that killing him would be easy. Who knew that Jian Wufeng would risk his sect being wiped out to intervene on this matter?
Was Jian Wufeng a fool? This was the first time he had met Yi Yun.
Even if Yi Yun's sparring with his disciple had garnered his appreciation, it was only an appreciation.
Why would he wager the lives of everyone in the Clarity Pool sword sect to save Yi Yun? Was such an act that ignored all consequences something a sect master would do? What I do not need is any comments from you.
As Jian Wufeng spoke, the sword in his hand suddenly flew out. Elder Fingxing jumped in fright and, without a second thought, he threw himself backward and began rolling on the floor so as to dodge the strike. He was certain that Jian Wufeng's strike was aimed to kill him. There was no chance of him surviving Jian Wufeng's attack, but, after a series of tumbling rolls, Elder Fingxing saw that the sword was not charging at him. The sword had flown to the backyard of the 7-star auction company, and, as though it had eyes, it stabbed straight into the teleportation array in the middle of the backyard.
Bam!
With an explosive sound, the extremely expensive long-distance teleportation array shattered completely. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1085, Yi Yun's Threat. Chapter 1085, Yi Yun's Threat. Translator, Citalin Editor. Jian Wufeng, you destroyed my 7-star Dao Palace's teleportation array.
Elder Fingxing shuddered with fury. The teleportation array crossed distances of tens of millions of miles. It was an important array for the 7-star Dao Palace and its cost of construction was a horrifying number. As the person in charge of Jade Luster City's 7-star auction company, Elder Fingxing had no way of shirking responsibility for the array's destruction, regardless of the reason. Elder Fingxing's heart chilled when he thought of the strict rules of the 7-star Dao Palace. Given his lowly position in the 7-star Dao Palace, not even his death was enough to cover the deficit for the loss of the array. So what if it's destroyed? Jian Wufeng retrieved his sword with a cold expression. Had he not destroyed the teleportation array, he would definitely be doomed once the 7-star auction company sent a transmission requesting reinforcements from the 7-star Dao Palace. Jian Wufeng was already at his absolute limit against the sole threat of High Ambassador Yu Hong. He had succeeded in his attack thanks to Yi Yun restraining the High Ambassador, allowing him to gain the initiative. On that topic, Jian Wufeng now realized how fearsome Yi Yun truly was. Although Yi Yun's strike had been easily resolved by High Ambassador Yu Hong, it still surprised Jian Wufeng.
That strike was far stronger than the one he had used against Jian Xiaoshuang.
The laws the young man knew were astounding.
His future was impossible to estimate. The atmosphere turned silent. The crowd had already retreated dozens of meters back. The instantaneous clash from before had destroyed the surrounding pavilions. Even the Lotus Pond was left in shambles, as though a tornado had blown through. With a wave of his hand, the horsetail whisk that fell to the ground landed back in High Ambassador Yu Heng's hand. His injured shoulder was completely pierced through.
Although the bleeding had stopped, there was still remnant sword chi in his wounds that continued to damage his meridians. He found it difficult to neuter quickly. This made High Ambassador Yu Hong secretly alarmed. Jian Wufeng was actually that powerful. The Clarity Pool sword sect was originally regarded as beneath contempt in High Ambassador Yu Heng's eyes.
However, he now came to a realization that he had far underestimated Jian Wufeng's strength. He was definitely a difficult foe. Even if he was not already entangled with Yi Yun, he wouldn't dare claim he could win against Jian Wufeng in a one-on-one battle.
Jian Wufeng, why are you fighting my 7-star Dao Palace? Explain yourself. If you want the Heaven Secrets compass, I promise you that after I retrieve it for the Heaven Secrets chapter, it will definitely be shared with you.
High Ambassador Yu Hong was somewhat anxious after the destruction of the teleportation array.
He was unable to completely overpower Jian Wufeng, and once Jian Wufeng helped Yi Yun escape, his dignity within the 7-star Dao Palace would be destroyed.
Share the Heaven's Secrets compass with me? Humph. You and I both know what's going on today. There's no need to sound so lofty. Don't put it as if you are retrieving the Heaven's Secrets compass for the Heaven's Secrets chapter. Isn't it simply the 7-star Dao Palace's coveting of the treasure in Sun Burial Sand Sea?
It appears that I have been underestimating this treasure. Who knew that your 7-star Dao Palace would go to such unscrupulous means for it? A high and mighty 7-star Dao Palace High Ambassador actually attacking a junior that hasn't even cultivated for 60 years, as well as a frail young lady.
You truly have no shame.
Jian Wufeng's derision made High Ambassador Yu Hang's expression turn increasingly ugly.
It seems like you do not plan on telling me the reason, High Ambassador Yu Hong said in a sinister tone. He had heard that Jian Wufeng had an upright character, but even so, it was impossible for him to just fight any injustice for someone he had just acquainted himself with, while also risking the lives of every one of his sect's disciples. There had to be a reason. Even the treasure in Sun Burial Sand Sea was not valuable enough for Jian Wufeng to do so.
After all, even if he obtained the Heaven Secrets compass, it only increased the chances of finding the treasure by a few notches.
Nothing was absolute.
Jian Wufeng did not speak a word as he waved his hand and threw out a miniature pagoda.
Yi Yun faltered slightly when he saw this. He knew that the miniature pagoda was likely a mobile abode. It actually resembled the God Advent Tower, but its quality was far inferior.
From the looks of it, the Clarity Pool Sword sect also had records that pertained to the God Advent Tower. It was likely that someone from the Clarity Pool Sword sect had created a replica of the God Advent Tower from those records.
All of you, enter my mobile abode.
As Jian Wufeng spoke, the sword in his hand remained pointed at High Ambassador Yu Hang. High Ambassador Yu Hang's eyes emitted a chilly beam that gave people the shivers. He knew that Jian Wufeng was planning to leave with the two juniors. He had every intention of stopping them, but he was injured.
He would not necessarily match Jian Wufeng if they truly came to blows.
There was no way for him to restrain them.
Everyone.
I, Taoist Yu Hong, represent the 7-star Dao Palace, and I hereby decree that anyone who helps me detain Jian Wufeng today will definitely be compensated heavily in the future. High Ambassador Yu Hong knew that he could not stop Jian Wufeng, so he could only beseech the experts from the external sects to help. If everyone were to attack, he believed that there would be no room for Jian Wufeng to escape. Indeed, when High Ambassador Yu Hong said those words, some people began to eagerly stir.
Jian Wufeng's heart sank as he said coldly, "If anyone were to make a move, I wouldn't speak against you, but I'd definitely be able to pull a few along to accompany me in death."
When Jian Wufeng said that, Yi Yun felt extremely grateful. It was very rare to receive a life-saving favor, and even more rare was it for the saver to pay a huge price and take on extreme risk to save a life.
Yi Yun cupped his fists and said, "Senior, I will never forget the favor you bestowed upon me today." After saying that, Yi Yun looked at everyone around him and said coldly, "I, Yi Yun, have lived for a few decades and I have encountered peril after peril, but I happen to have a tenacious life. I have visited the gates of hell several times, but the Lord of Hell doesn't want me. This has allowed me to thankfully survive to this day, and you can say that I have mastered a myriad of skills. I hereby promise to anyone who attacks Senior Wufeng and I today, I, Yi Yun, will definitely remember it clearly. If I am lucky enough to avoid death, and when I attain mastery in my martial arts, I will definitely go to each and every one of your sects for a visit." Yi Yun's sentence began to contain cold killing intent as it neared the end. For a junior to say such threatening words to so many experts, it should have been a ridiculous joke that would make people laugh their heads off. However, when Yi Yun said it, no one laughed. They knew very well that if Yi Yun had been able to attain his present achievements without a sect, it meant that he was augmented by divine providence. Yi Yun's claim of encountering numerous dangers over the past decades without ever crossing the gates of hell was definitely not empty talk. If not for such experiences, how could Yi Yun attain what he had today? Yi Yun had survived numerous life and death experiences in the past, so how could they be certain that they could kill Yi Yun today? By provoking such a foe, they risked having each and every one of their sects vanquished the day he fully developed himself. Although the 7-star Dao Palace had promised certain rewards, it was still a question of how much these conditions would be fulfilled. Compared to the threat of Yi Yun's future, many people shrunk back. All of you. Seeing the crowd retreat, High Ambassador Yu Hong turned furious and anxious. But in that moment, he could not do a thing. Yen Tianzong was even more worried. He had given the information regarding the Heaven Secrets compass so as to vanquish Yi Yun, but now, it looked as if Yi Yun would get away. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1086, Onward to Clarity Pool. Chapter 1086, Onward to Clarity Pool. Translator, Sitalan editor. Yen Tianzong did not dare to speak out loud in front of Jian Wufeng.
Instead, he sent constant voice transmissions, hoping to convince the experts from other sects, who were on the fence, to attack Yi Yun.
The Heaven Secrets compass is in Yi Yun's hands. Once he leaves, the treasure in Sun Burial San Si will belong to Yi Yun. If we kill him, any treasures he holds will belong to us. Furthermore, Yi Yun has already made himself the enemy of the 7-star Dao Palace. How can he have any hope?
Yen Tianzong transmitted his voice everywhere, but no one bothered with him. At that moment, Jian Xiaoshuang had already entered the miniature pagoda's abode.
Ji Shuiyan followed after Jian Xiaoshuang into the abode. Before she entered the pagoda, she shattered a jade charm.
No one noticed that tiny action of hers.
Finally, it was Yi Yun.
He gave a deep, meaningful glance at Yin Yentian and Master Tianxiao.
He said slowly, Yen Tianzong, Tianxiao Shua. I, Yi Yun, will be visiting the Heaven Amplification Trading Company and Heaven Secrets chapter in the future. I'll rip out your souls and melt your marrows.
The Heaven Amplification Trading Company and Heaven Secrets chapter will be reduced to nothing but dust.
Yi Yun's words were like warnings from a god of death.
It gave Yen Tianzong shivers that felt as if he had fallen into an ice cavern. As for Master Tianxiao, he was still waving his fan. Although he was feeling somewhat afraid, he still managed to keep his composure.
Humph. My Heaven Secrets chapter has been passed down for tens of thousands of years. You want to destroy my Heaven Secrets chapter alone? What a joke! Yi Yun did not retort.
His figure directly vanished into the miniature pagoda, allowing Jian Wufeng to wave his hand and retrieve the pagoda.
In the next moment, his figure blurred into a flash, transforming into a sword beam that shot to the ends of the world.
Daoist Yu Hong had the intention of blocking him, but Jian Wufeng's figure disappeared in an instant.
The speed wiped Daoist Yu Hang's thoughts of pursuing.
Ignoring Jian Wufeng's strength, just his speed alone was not something that he could compare with.
Jian Wufeng. Daoist Yu Hong had a sullen expression.
He knew that he would have to bear a heavy responsibility for today's turn of events.
He would even be blamed by the 7-star Dao Palace's palatial lord.
Of course, there was someone else who could not escape blame either. He turned to look at Elder Fengxing, who jumped in fright. With a shudder, he plumped to the ground and uttered, High Ambassador, this matter has nothing to do with me.
I had previously asked you if anyone would aid Yi Yun.
You guaranteed me that Yi Yun had only just come to Jade Luster City and no one would help him.
So what happened in the end? Daoist Yu Hong grabbed Elder Fengxing up like he was grabbing a weak chick. Elder Fengxing's body trembled, but he did not dare resist. You are no longer in charge of the 7-star auction company of Jade Luster City. Return with me to the 7-star abyss for your sins.
When Daoist Yu Hong said those words, Elder Fengxing was scared out his wits.
The 7-star abyss was the name for the torture dungeons of the 7-star Dao Palace. He knew he was doomed.
Being sent to 7-star abyss meant there was no chance of him surviving.
Daoist Yu Hong did not want to shoulder the main responsibility for the day's events.
Therefore, he, as a trivial figure, became the scapegoat. Yen Tianzong felt his heart shudder as he watched Elder Fengxing, who had enjoyed a high stature with everything at his beck and call yesterday, now being taken away by Daoist Yu Hong. He knew that the aftermath for Elder Fengxing was fraught with grim possibilities. It was so easy for Elder Fengxing to go from being a mighty figure that held great power to becoming a prisoner. Everything that happened to this man who garnered his fear and respect was all because of Yi Yun. Against Yi Yun, Elder Fengxing had been reduced to such a miserable state simply by being incompetent. Thinking back to the words that Yi Yun had said to him, Yen Tianzong's head felt heavy and his feet turned limp.
He was under immense stress.
Meanwhile, some 5,000 meters away, a tiny pagoda in the form of a divine beam of light flew through the sky.
That pagoda was Jian Wufeng's mobile abode.
Jian Wufeng was sitting on the ground as he controlled the miniature pagoda and meditated.
As for Yi Yun, Jian Xiaoshuang and company, they had nothing to do in the pagoda. Jian Xiaoshuang was sitting not far from Yi Yun. She stared intently at Yi Yun without so much as a blink. Yi Yun was being watched for a full 15 minutes when he finally could not help but give a few dry coughs. Miss Xiaoshuang, why are you looking at me? You question why I'm looking at you? What's your relationship to my ancestral lineage?
Jian Xiaoshuang had begun to realize that the reason why her master would take such great risks to save Yi Yun was absolutely not because he thought highly of him, but because Yi Yun came from the same lineage as her master. He could even have deeper ties that she was unaware of. Yi Yun found Jian Xiaoshuang's direct questioning amusing. He said, I do have some deep ties with the Clarity Pool Sword sect. When Yi Yun said that, Jian Wufeng opened his eyes and looked at Yi Yun. Senior Wufeng, I once obtained some of the heritage of Senior Azure Yang Lord. I have even seen Senior Azure Yang Lord's sword intent in a visual disarray. Yi Yun's words rendered a huge shock in Jian Wufeng's heart.
Azure Yang Lord. It was indeed Azure Yang Lord.
Although Jian Wufeng was already certain that Yi Yun was related to the Clarity Pool Sword sect, he did not know how deep the ties went.
He wasn't entirely sure, but now, upon hearing Yi Yun mention news regarding Azure Yang Lord, how could he not be excited?
Azure Yang Lord had already been gone for tens of millions of years. Even disciples of the Clarity Pool Sword sect did not know that their sect's founding ancestor was Azure Yang Lord. That was because, for a pretty long period of time, Azure Yang Lord's name was taboo in the Central State Divine Territory. The origins of the Clarity Pool Sword sect had been kept a secret, and only the reigning sect master and the Grand Elder knew the truth.
Even Jian Xiaoshuan was somewhat puzzled when she heard that.
She knew that the Clarity Pool Sword sect had an impressive founding ancestor, but now, seeing Jian Wufeng's state, she had a vague guess that the founding ancestor was likely Azure Yang Lord. Senior Wufeng, years ago, Senior Azure Yang Lord had been harmed by others and chose to head to the lower realms. There, in the lower realms, he gained insights into stronger sword intent.
Although Senior Azure Yang Lord's cultivation level was no longer as strong as it was in the past, just the sword intent alone far exceeded what he knew in the Yang God Emperor in heaven.
And this new sword intent is something I have seen as well.
Oh? There is an even stronger sword intent? Jian Wufeng was alarmed.
He had cultivated all his life in the pursuit of the pinnacle of the way of the sword. Originally, the partially lost heritage of Azure Yang Lord had left Jian Wufeng with some regret.
But now, having heard that Azure Yang Lord had another breakthrough after entering the lower realm, how could he not be excited?
He knew clearly that there was no chance for him to see the pinnacle of the way of the sword his entire life, but he wanted to climb higher, allowing him to see further.
Senior Wufeng, I'm willing to demonstrate the final sword intent left behind by Azure Yang Lord.
Unfortunately, I have only been able to replicate a portion of its charms.
Good. Very good.
Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, Jian Wufeng experienced vicissitudes of emotions. He was willing to lose tens of thousands of his lifespan just to be able to see a higher profoundness of the sword. He did not say any words of gratitude to Yi Yun for demonstrating the sword intent either. Although this was the first day he was meeting Yi Yun, he felt like they had taken to each other at once. It felt like they were friends of differing ages, so any words of gratitude were superfluous.
This abode is not suitable for you to demonstrate it. Let us head to Clarity Pool Sword Sect now.
Then you can show me the strike that will widen my horizons. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1087, Clarity Pool Sword Sect. Chapter 1087, Clarity Pool Sword Sect. Translator, Sitalan Editor.
After Jian Wufeng's miniature pagoda flew hundreds of thousands of miles, it entered a spatial node and underwent a spatial warp.
In the next instant, the scene before them was enormously open and clear.
In front of them was an unending stretch of snowy mountains. These mountain ranges were hundreds of thousands of feet tall, and the clouds were hanging low by the mountains' bases. Some of the larger mountain peaks were gathered around a huge lake. Although the lake was on frosty land above snowy mountain peaks, it did not freeze. Snow lotuses bloomed in the lake, and each one of them lived for millennia.
From afar, they looked like snowflakes on the lake's surface. It was an extremely beautiful sight. This lake's name is Snowy Mountain Clarity Pool.
It is the entrance to my Clarity Pool Sword Sect. The reason for my sect's name is also because of it, said Jian Wufeng as he piloted the pagoda through space once again.
Above the lake hid the entrance to the Clarity Pool Sword Sect.
It was an independent, tiny world. Another instantaneous change of scenery happened. The lake was still there, but the surroundings had completely changed. The snow that covered everything had disappeared, and was replaced by an endless number of palatial buildings.
In between the buildings were intricate trees and flowers. It looked like a mortal paradise. Yi Yun saw the main gate to the palatial compound from afar.
The plaque on it had two words, Clarity Pool, which were written with great flair.
The strokes contained sword intent that made one's heart palpitate.
Jian Wufeng's miniature pagoda flew to the main gate and finally landed in a square. The square had a circumference of approximately 5 kilometers.
There was a huge cauldron erected in the middle that gave it quite a formidable look. Yi Yun did not think too much of his sudden appearance in this strange place, but Ji Shuiyin felt somewhat lost.
They had traversed a distance of at least tens of millions of miles from Jade Luster City.
Miss Shuiyin, we should take things as they come. Coming to the Clarity Pool Sword Sect is an expedient measure. As for Jade Luster City, I will bring you back one day. Yi Yun solemnly said, understanding her thoughts. Ji Shuiyin obviously did not doubt Yi Yun's promise. As for the Divine Secrets Trading Company, I'm very sorry. I never expected that I would eventually bring disaster upon you.
Ian knew that in their hasty departure, it was impossible to bring the Divine Secrets Trading Company along with them. The people left behind were naturally in grave danger.
Ji Shuiyan shook her head and said, Young Master Yi, please do not say that. Without Young Master Yi, not only would the Divine Secrets Trading Company be at risk, but my personal outcome would have been disastrous.
Our sudden departure might have offended the 7-star Dao Palace, she continued, but they will unlikely bother with a tiny faction like the Divine Secrets Trading Company. It's just the 7-star Auction Company and Yin Tiansong that will probably seek recompense against the Divine Secrets Trading Company.
Before I entered the abode, I secretly crushed a voice transmission jade slip. I have instructed my cadres to escape Jade Luster City through secret passages. As for the rest, I have allowed them to pledge allegiance to the Heaven Amplification Trading Company.
Their lives should be spared. Yun had noticed Ji Shuiyan's act of crushing a voice transmission jade slip. She had both left a secret passage ahead of time and given the order at such a crucial moment. All of this showed her comprehensive deliberations. As long as the lives were preserved, everything else could be rebuilt. Although riches would be lost, they were still possible to retrieve again.
The sect master is back.
The moment Jian Wufeng landed on the ground, large numbers of people from the Clarity Pool Sword sect came to welcome him.
Sect Master Martial Uncle.
A red-shirted youth came forward with a smile. He was somewhat special for he had 2 swords slung behind his back. Yun was somewhat surprised that the man dual-wielded swords. Azure Yang Lord used a single sword and the difficulty of using 2 swords was much higher than using a single sword.
The Clarity Pool Sword sect did not obtain all of Azure Yan Lord's heritage, yet the red-shirted youth still chose the much harder dual-wielding.
It was apparent that he was a person that had immense confidence in himself.
Welcome back, junior sister Xiaoshuang.
The red-shirted youth turned to Jian Xiaoshuang and said gently after bowing at Jian Wufeng.
Just after that, he noticed Yun standing behind Jian Xiaoshuang. He faltered for a moment before saying, This is? The Clarity Pool Sword sect was a partially reclusive sect. The location of the sect was a secret and not to be leaked. As for the sect's disciples, they were not allowed to bring outsiders into the Clarity Pool Sword sect. Now, seeing Jian Wufeng bring outsiders back left the red-shirted youth baffled. It was impossible for this person to be a disciple that Jian Wufeng had recruited, right? Their Clarity Pool Sword sect had always had few in numbers because their criteria for taking in disciples were extremely stringent. Jian Wufeng had taken Jian Xiaoshuang as his only disciple. As for the red-shirted youth, he was the personal disciple of the Grand Elder. The red-shirted youth and Jian Xiaoshuang could be said to be the twin powerhouses of the Clarity Pool Sword sect. However, Jian Wufeng ignored his question and instead directly said, Pass the command. Seal the entrance and activate the concealment array formation. No one is to leave or enter the Clarity Pool Sword sect without my approval. In addition, everyone is to be on full alert and take up first-degree preparations for battle. The moment Jian Wufeng gave the order, many people that had rushed there to welcome him were dumbfounded. First-degree preparations for battle? In that state, all disciples were not to enter reclusive cultivation and had to be constantly on alert. Furthermore, with the defensive array formations fully powered, the number of world stones that were depleted a day was an astronomical sum. The Clarity Pool Sword sect had probably not entered first-degree preparations for battle in tens of thousands of years. There was also a need to seal the entrance to prevent any entry and exit. What was going on? Was a formidable foe going to attack? Fomhong, why are you still in a daze? Quickly send out the order. Jian Wufeng roared at the red-shirted youth. Jian Fomhong had no chance to ask questions about Yun as he hurriedly passed the order. Soon, the entire Clarity Pool Sword sect fell into an extremely tense mood. Large numbers of people came out of their cultivation grounds as they presumed that a formidable foe was approaching. After passing the order, Jian Fomhong finally could not curb his curiosity and asked, Sect Master Martial Uncle, what's the matter? Is someone attacking us? Who is the enemy? It's unknown if they will attack us, but the enemy is the 7-star Dao Palace, said Jian Wufeng lightly. But when Jian Fomhong heard that, he was given quite a shock. What? The 7-star Dao Palace. The 7-star Dao Palace was an extremely powerful faction in the Central State Divine Territory. Just any one of its 7 high ambassadors were a match for Jian Wufeng. Furthermore, there was the unfathomable Palatial Lord and the Deputy. There would be no chance of victory if the Clarity Pool Sword sect fought the 7-star Dao Palace. Junior brother Wufeng, what did you say? You offended the 7-star Dao Palace? At that moment, a bellow sounded as a fat middle-aged man approached with the wind. He was also dressed in red and his body looked plump. However, he moved as light as a swallow. In a few strides, he had traversed thousands of feet and appeared in front of Jian Wufeng. This person was Jian Finghong's master, the Grand Elder of Clarity Pool Sword Sect. The Clarity Pool Sword Sect always had two people in power. Both of them would discuss matters and come up with decisions that avoided several mistakes, but, at the same time, it did not prevent the two people in power to wrestle for that power. There were reasons for it. I was left with no choice. Jian Wufeng shook his head. Offending the 7-star Dao Palace was indeed a tough issue. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1088, Clarity Pool Ancestral Sword. Chapter 1088, Clarity Pool Ancestral Sword. Translator, C. Talon Editor. There were reasons for it. The red-shirted man was vexed upon hearing Jian Wufeng's explanation. Regardless of the reason, we should never have made the 7-star Dao Palace our enemy. I have repeatedly cautioned you to be tolerant when outside. The red-shirted fatty's name was Jian Bai. He was much older than Jian Wufeng and was rather dissatisfied with the trouble Jian Wufeng had stirred. He knew Jian Wufeng's temper. He was a straightforward and stubborn person, which made it easy for him to offend others. At that moment, Ian took the initiative to step forward and say, Senior Wufeng had exchanged blows with the 7-star Dao Palace because of me. You? Jian Bai looked at Yi Yun and was dumbfounded. Who was this punk? I'm Yi Yun. Yi Yun was facing people from the Clarity Pool Sword Sect after all. Since Jian Wufeng had saved his life, he was rather respectful to the Clarity Pool Sword Sect. Jian Bai was rendered somewhat speechless. He didn't care if the youth's name was Yi Yun or Er Yun. What he was most concerned about was the huge trouble with the 7-star Dao Palace. Senior brother, I saved our young friend, Yi Yun, because he comes from the same lineage as our Clarity Pool Sword Sect. Oh? Same lineage? Jian Bai was increasingly confounded. The Clarity Pool Sword Sect did not have any branches, so how could they be from the same lineage? Jian Wufeng added on, our Clarity Pool Sword Sect inherited the founding ancestors' heritage to be able to develop to this point. As for our young friend, Yi Yun, he has similarly inherited the founding ancestors' heritage. Furthermore, he is an astounding genius. His comprehension of the founding ancestors' sword Dao can be said to have reached the acme of perfection. For a genius that shares our lineage, I would be willing to offend every sect in Central State Divine Territory to save him, much less than 7-star Dao Palace. The Clarity Pool Sword Sect disciples that were present to hear this were dumbfounded. Yi Yun had inherited the founding ancestors' heritage? Although the Clarity Pool Sword Sect disciples did not know about Azure Young Lord, they knew that the Clarity Pool founding ancestor was a greatly respected figure whose sword Dao reached the acme of perfection. The Clarity Pool Sword Sect had inherited about 80%, leaving about 20% missing. However, every presiding batch of Clarity Pool Sword Sect geniuses would add to it, allowing them to develop a unique sword Dao. In terms of strength, the Clarity Pool Sword Sect was not considered a top faction in the Central State Divine Territory. However, in terms of sword Dao heritage and the comprehension in the way of the sword, the Clarity Pool Sword Sect had always thought of themselves as second to none. The Clarity Pool Sword Sect had pride in the sword. Now, Jian Wufeng claimed that this Yi Yun had inherited the founding ancestors' heritage. That his comprehension of sword Dao had reached the acme of perfection. The red-shirted fatty naturally disagreed. Jian Wufeng continued, our young friend, Yi Yun, has promised to demonstrate his sword Dao insights. I want to have every disciple in the Clarity Pool Sword Sect view them. Yi Yun has agreed to this. He is willing to demonstrate the sword Dao several times. As for how much anyone can understand, that will depend on themselves. Jian Wufeng's words were said to the various disciples of the Clarity Pool Sword Sect. The moment he said those words, the crowd present were somewhat stunned. They could ignore Jian Wufeng's claim that Yi Yun's sword Dao had reached the acme of perfection, but they thought that since Yi Yun was a junior, he meant that his sword Dao was superb only amongst juniors. But now, Jian Wufeng wanted all the Clarity Pool Sword Sect disciples to watch Yi Yun's demonstration of his sword Dao? Furthermore, he had also said that the amount they could understand depended on themselves as if they were unable to grasp it. Wasn't that belittling to them? Many people of the Clarity Pool Sword Sect were aiming to one day become one of the top 10 swordsmen in the Central State Divine Territory. As for why they weren't aiming for first place, it was because there were freaks like Jian Fenghong and Jian Xiaoshuang in the world. It would be impossible for them to surpass the duo. Jian Bai frowned. He knew that Jian Wufeng had very high standards. Since he said so, it meant that the youth had some ability. How many years have you been practicing the way of the sword? Asked Jian Bai. Almost 60 years, answered Yi Yun. Oh? Jian Bai raised his eyebrows.
That amount of time was way too short. No matter how talented Yun was, how strong could he be when he was limited by time? What was Jian Wufeng thinking? 60 years? I have already cultivated in the way of the sword for 6 times that. Not far away, a Clarity Pool Sword sect disciple grumbled softly. He had been practicing the way of the sword for 360 years. Yet, he had ended up having to learn from Yun. However, since it was the sect master's words, he could not openly retort. Many of the Clarity Pool Sword sect disciples had cultivated for hundreds of years. As for Jian Fenghong, he had cultivated for 400 years. Among those in the Clarity Pool Sword sect, Jian Fenghong's strength was slightly weaker, but when it came to sword Dao he was on par with the typical elder. Jian Xiaoshuang had defeated all her peers but, against Jian Fenghong, she could only learn from him.
Jian Fenghong was always fond of Jian Xiaoshuang.
Of course, he could patiently spar with Jian Xiaoshuang, but who was Yun?
How could Jian Fenghong be okay with learning from Yun? Pass the order.
Once the defense arrays are fully activated, all disciples are to go to attendant's sword platform. Jian Wufeng was a man of his word. Jian Bai did not refute, for he wanted to see how capable Yun was.
The Clarity Pool Sword sect's attendant's sword platform was at the top of attendant's sword peak.
The sect had opened up a space for the platform themselves.
It was a vast stone cliff. It was pure white in color and smooth like a mirror.
Walking up to it, one could see reflections in it. Many of the Clarity Pool Sword sect disciples began gathering there. They had all heard that the Clarity Pool Sword sect's sect master, Jian Wufeng, had offended the 7-star Dao Palace in order to save a junior. And that junior was about to demonstrate his swordplay. As he saw more and more Clarity Pool Sword sect disciples gathered, Yun thought to himself that he never expected so many people. It was because Jian Wufeng was deeply committed to the Clarity Pool Sword sect. He wished that all Clarity Pool Sword sect disciples would have an opportunity to enhance their strength.
Yun did not mind this. His original intention was to pass on what Azure Yang Lord had learned to his descendants. The more people there were, the more thorough his repayment was.
Wait, I have a sword here.
Let's see if you can use it, said Jian Wufeng as he took out a long wooden box. It was an ornate wooden box that looked somewhat aged.
When Jian Wufeng opened the wooden box, he revealed a sword wrapped in azure-colored silk. Upon seeing this sword, Jian Bai's eyes flashed.
Clarity Pool Ancestral Sword?
The Clarity Pool Ancestral Sword had a mysterious origin. It was obtained from an ancient ruin by the Clarity Pool Sword sect 10 million years ago. The sword was extremely special and it was a cornerstone sword of the Clarity Pool Sword sect. The previous holder of the Clarity Pool Ancestral Sword had left it to Jian Wufeng. This made Jian Bai somewhat uncomfortable because he was the eldest disciple, but he did not object to it. The reason being that the Clarity Pool Ancestral Sword was much stronger in Jian Wufeng's hands than his. The Clarity Pool Ancestral Sword performed completely differently in the hands of different people.
It possessed a spirituality.
Those that were not acknowledged by the sword would only feel like they were holding a hard piece of matter. But when held by one that had gained its acknowledgement, it was a peerless divine sword. It could render the skies asunder and be nearly omnipotent. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1089, Sword Assessment Array. Chapter 1089, Sword Assessment Array. Translator, Talon Editor.
It's the Clarity Pool Ancestral Sword.
It's really the Clarity Pool Ancestral Sword. It's my first time seeing it.
The Clarity Pool Ancestral Sword was a cornerstone treasure of the Clarity Pool Sword sect. It was normally kept in the possession of the sect master or grand elder, so typical disciples naturally had no chance of seeing it. Only core disciples like Jian Xiaoshuang and Jian Fenghong would ever have a chance to see it. Sometimes, they could even use it. Jian Fenghong and Jian Xiaoshuang had indeed been given chances to wield the Clarity Pool Ancestral Sword. Jian Fenghong did not have any outstanding performance when using the sword.
In that regard, he was like his master, Jian Bai. However, Jian Xiaoshuang was different.
The main reason why Jian Xiaoshuang was thought so highly of by Jian Wufeng at such a young age was that the Clarity Pool Ancestral Sword became more powerful in her hands than in his. This made Jian Bai somewhat displeased.
He and his disciple were completely inferior to Jian Wufeng and his disciple.
This meant that the Clarity Pool Ancestral Sword would be handed down to Jian Xiaoshuang in the next generation. Of course, even though Jian Bai was displeased, he still saw the big picture. He did not do anything extreme in pursuit of the Clarity Pool Ancestral Sword.
Yun, I'll lend you this Clarity Pool Ancestral Sword for your sword demonstration.
Sealed within it is an immense power.
Those who aren't geniuses in the sword are unable to use it.
As Jian Wufeng said this, the Clarity Pool ancestral sword in his hand flew up and shot at Yi Yun.
Pa! Yi Yun caught the hilt firmly. With the sword in hand, Yi Yun immediately sensed an indescribable energy that appeared boundless.
Without a doubt, it was a very powerful sword, but Yi Yun could faintly sense that there was something lacking in it. It was as though the sword had once suffered heavy damage. This sword.
Yi Yun ruminated for a moment. He had a vague feeling that the sword had an extraordinary origin.
However, he did not think too much of it since it was a cornerstone item of the Clarity Pool sword sect. Yi Yun felt sword intent surging within him as he held the Clarity Pool ancestral sword in hand.
Yi Yun, Attendant's sword platform has a sword assessment array.
It was discovered by my sect in an ancient ruin, and after repairs by array masters over many generations, it has now become what one would consider an intricate array. The sword assessment array can be used by one person or several people. It allows the sword intent and laws of the examiner or the host of the array to be perfectly projected on a sword avatar. Fighting with sword avatars firstly ensures that the avatars are of equal strength due to the array's same energy.
Hence, it is absolutely fair.
Secondly, it allows one to use the sharpest form of sword Dao without any concern of injuries. Jian Wufeng gave Attendant's sword platform an introduction. If Yi Yun were to only demonstrate his sword moves, it would be impossible to draw out their full power. There was a need for an opponent. Then, for the role of the presiding host of the sword assessment array. Just as Jian Wufeng was considering the person to preside over the sword array, Jian Fenghong took a step forward and said, "Sect Master Martial Uncle, I'm willing to preside over the array."
Oh? Jian Wufeng looked at Jian Fenghong.
The might of the sword assessment array depended wholly on the presiding host's sword Dao and nomological insight. It did not have much to do with one's cultivation level. Jian Fenghong had been cultivating in the way of the sword for about 4 centuries. His attainment in sword Dao was considered rather good and indeed made him suitable as a host.
All right, Jian Wufeng agreed.
With that, he waved his hand, and along the boundary of Attendant's sword platform, 2 9-starred sword platforms appeared. They were filled with inscriptions and there were 9 swords embedded around it. Jian Fenghong looked at the 9-starred sword platform before looking at Yi Yun. A slight smile suffused his face.
Anyone would have feelings of jealousy.
Jian Fenghong wasn't someone of low moral standing, but for the sect master to praise a man younger than he was, and in front of his junior sister he admired, it was only natural for him to feel unpleasant. He was not a saint after all. The Attendant's sword platform was the perfect chance for him to take Yi Yun down a few notches. Jian Fenghong pulled his 2 swords and stood on the 9-starred sword platform.
He looked at Yi Yun and said, "Come on up.
Use all your strength and don't blame me for being a bully. Since you are thought so highly by Sect Master Martial Uncle, you should have some capabilities."
"I will not show any mercy. I do not need the sword platform," Yi Yun responded tersely.
His reply raised Jian Fenghong's eyebrows.
"What?"
"I'm more accustomed to battling personally." As Yi Yun spoke, he walked straight to the middle of Attendant's sword platform.
"Battling personally?" Jian Fenghong frowned.
In battles between warriors, unless the gap in strength was large, such as Yi Yun against Jian Xiaoshuan, the outcome could be easily determined through the control of one's sword might. If the gap wasn't large, the determination of victory might result in injuries. Jian Fenghong was using a sword avatar while Yi Yun was battling in person. Even if Jian Fenghong lost, he would not be injured.
However, it was different for Yi Yun.
If he was injured by sword beams, he could easily be bedridden for half a month or so.
"I can acquiesce you battling in person, but my cultivation level far exceeds you and I have a deeper foundation.
By fighting in person, it is hard for me to repress my cultivation level to be identical to yours. I'll still battle with a sword avatar so that the cultivation level will be identical to yours."
"It will be absolutely fair then."
"I shall warn you that I will not show mercy. Do not blame me if you are heavily injured."
Jian Fenghong was displeased by Yi Yun's nonchalant response. He was planning on making Yi Yun suffer a bit.
Then, a white light enveloped the area, and Jian Fenghong's figure vanished into it. At the same time, Yi Yun's surroundings, which had Clarity Pool sword sect disciples only hundreds of feet away, suddenly pulled a great distance away. Their figures appeared to be the size of rice grains.
Even the smooth rock cliff standing in front of Attendant's sword platform was so.
Instantly, Yi Yun was in a vast empty space. And in this vast empty Attendant's sword platform, a figure appeared. It was an avatar formed from sword chi, Jian Fenghong. All the Clarity Pool sword sect disciples saw this scene. Jian Fenghong was presiding over the sword array, and they were aware of what that meant. Jian Fenghong was after all their eldest senior brother. He had been an examiner several times, and with him being strict, many people had been terribly beaten on Attendant's sword platform.
Only Jian Xiaoshuang received special treatment when facing him. Where's your sword stance? I'm about to attack.
Before Jian Fenghong attacked, he deliberately warned Yi Yun.
He was rather confident in himself. Yi Yun had no stance at all.
In a match between warriors, there was a need for preparation, allowing one to reach peak state for battle.
Sometimes, just the preparation alone was enough to determine victory. Yi Yun did not make any preparations, so his attacks could only be much weaker than if he had prepared. Whether I prepare is up to me. You don't have to bother.
In my years of practicing martial arts, I seldom fight opponents that are my equal.
So why would I need any preparation fighting someone on my level?
Over the decades of Yi Yun's practice in martial arts, he had fought numerous battles against foes levels above his. As such, this was a rare chance to fight someone that equaled his level.
Of course, out of his peers, there were few people that could be considered Yi Yun's match.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1090, Applying What He Learns. Chapter 1090, Applying What He Learns. Translator, C. Talon Editor.
Jian Fenghong words were already confident enough, but Yi Yun's words were not only confident, they went to the point of arrogance. However, no one thought that Yi Yun was bragging even with his arrogant words. In the growth of many geniuses, it was very common that they were invincible amongst their peers. People believed Yi Yun when he said that he seldom fought people his level. But although Yi Yun was a genius, Jian Fenghong was one too. Furthermore, Jian Fenghong had been developing in the Clarity Pool sword sect from a young age. In his growing years, he sparred with the Clarity Pool sword sect's younger generation and his strength was exceptional. Furthermore, Jian Fenghong was only reducing his cultivation level to Yi Yun's level. His sword Dao and nomological insight remained the same. Had Jian Wufeng not praised Yi Yun's astounding talent in sword Dao, Jian Fenghong wouldn't consider acting in such a bullying manner by using 4 centuries of sword Dao cultivation against Yi Yun.
Very well. Then, I'd like to see if you can withstand this strike.
Jian Fenghong's figure flashed as he came thrusting with his swords in hand. The swords he held lingered with a keen sword intent.
Compared to Jian Xiaoshuang, his sword intent was much more terrifying. It even resonated with the sword array.
Buzz. The sword array trembled. When Jian Fenghong's sword intent rose to its peak, the sword beam suddenly transformed into what seemed like an autumn stream of water that tore through space. It then shifted into a screen of light.
Every sword beam was locked onto Yi Yun, sealing off all his chi activity. Hard-soft concept, laws of water? Yi Yun faltered.
The rising of sword intent to a maximum and the transformation from hard to soft resulted in wisps of sword waves that were like the ripples of an autumn stream. It intrinsically matched Yi Yun's Dao, as the saying goes, things always reverse themselves after reaching an extreme. A lone law could not reach the limit and only the laws of duality allowed complementation, resulting in the comprehension of the truth to great Dao. Jian Fenghong's hard-soft concept did the same thing as what Yi Yun had accomplished but in a different way.
It was indeed extraordinary.
The sword Dao heritage that Azure Yan Lord had left behind for the Clarity Pool sword sect was not complete.
Many people had added their own insights into the sword Dao. Some of these understandings were relatively astounding.
As the eldest disciple of the Clarity Pool sword sect, Jian Fenghong naturally had an outstanding quality. Tempered steel and softly wound fingers. Senior brother Fenghong is using his best skill.
Upon seeing Jian Fenghong's attack, many disciples were agitated.
Many of them understood the concept of things reversing themselves after reaching an extreme, but to fuse 2 completely opposite laws was easier said than done.
Even Jian Xiaoshuang had yet to accomplish this feat.
With both hard and soft, his strike tore through the sky, shooting straight at Yi Yun's glabella. However, Yi Yun did not immediately draw his sword. Instead, he just grasped the Clarity Pool ancestral sword, and looked at Jian Fenghong's attack with a contemplative expression. With the sword being both hard and soft, it conformed to Yi Yun's Dao, which was something Yi Yun had never considered before. This sword demonstration was for Yi Yun to demonstrate his sword moves to the Clarity Pool sword sect disciples. Little did he expect that Jian Fenghong's attack would give him inspiration.
What is Yi Yun doing? Why isn't he drawing his sword? People were waiting for Yi Yun's performance.
Although they did not believe Yi Yun had a chance to counter the hard and soft, he was still touted to be a genius by Jian Wufeng.
His strength ultimately had to amount to something. It can't be that he's scared silly, right?
If he doesn't draw his sword now, he won't have another chance.
There's no time. Hold on, why does it feel like time has slowed down? People stared intently as Jian Fenghong's strike was about to stab into Yi Yun's glabella.
However, the strike seemed to be flying for millennia despite it being a short distance. It never managed to reach Yi Yun. Yi Yun was silent in the rivers of time as he pondered. Finally, after some time, he suddenly struck out, reversing after reaching in extreme, the dual complementation of hard and soft. Since your strike has fused hard and soft, let me try this. Hum. The Clarity Pool ancestral sword issued a clear hum that sounded like a tiger or dragon's roar that resounded straight into the sky. This alone lit up Jian Wufeng's eyes. The Clarity Pool ancestral sword was stimulated by Yi Yun. Just by drawing it, the amount of power Yi Yun had sparked far exceeded what Jian Xiaoshuan was capable of. A sword Dao genius could not be any better than this. And just as Yi Yun drew the sword, the space around him suddenly turned chaotic. He thrust the sword, and it was as though the void of an ancient past was thrusting at the distant future. Yi Yun's strike left many people feeling smothered. Space-time laws? The Clarity Pool sword sect disciples could sense the terror of Yi Yun's strike. As for Jian Wufeng, Jian Bai, and the other Clarity Pool sword sect elders, they were deeply unsettled from seeing the strike. Jian Fenghong's sword moves were mighty because he had simultaneously fused two opposite concepts, hard and soft, into Azure Yang Lord's heritage. This point alone was something several sword Dao geniuses could not accomplish. However, in the brief sparring between Jian Fenghong and Yi Yun had not only accomplished that, his strike had also fused two completely opposite concepts that complemented each other, resulting in an indestructible resilience. Even more amazing was that Jian Fenghong's insights were hard-soft, which could be considered as minor Dao. It was even below the five elements Dao and Creator Dao. Yi Yun, meanwhile, had insights in spacetime Great Dao. At the birth of the universe, Yin Yang was born alongside spacetime. The five elements and the Creator elements were later. They were things that the hard-soft concept could not compare with. Yi Yun had managed to fuse opposite spacetime Great Dao into Azure Yang Lord's sword moves? Was it because he had researched these concepts prior to this? Or did he produce this move due to gaining inspiration from Jian Fenghong's attack? If it was the former, it already proved that Yi Yun's talent was on the level of a monster. If it was the latter, it was too astounding to even imagine. But the sword move was there, right in front of their eyes. It had not yet come to an end. Before the elders could even blurt out an exclamation, they saw a burning radiant sun plummet from the sky. Contained in the sun were hints of a golden crow phantom that was consumed in flames. At the same time, Yi Yun's sword beam flashed with an icy cold beam of frost. The cold beam that came from the Clarity Pool ancestral sword seemed to strike anyone who even looked at it with a chill. The sword beam was like specters in a frost prison sweeping through everything. Jian Fenghong was right in the middle of it and, despite the array in place, he still felt as if his soul was about to freeze. Was this a yin-yang concept? Pure yang Great Dao, together with extreme cold pure yin. Yi Yun's strike had simultaneously fused spacetime Great Dao and yin-yang Great Dao. Under such terrifying laws, Jian Fenghong's hard-soft concept was like a tiny stream in front of a massive ocean. It appeared frail and weak. Boom! The sword beam produced by Jian Fenghong was definitively ground up by the four laws. With the support of the nine-leaf Dao fruits, the laws Yi Yun had gained and the sword Dao he had mastered were not something Jian Fenghong could match. The azure rainbow pierces the blood moon, ice-cold seals God abyss. Yi Yun finally slashed out such an attack. The azure rainbow strike contained both Azure Yang Lord and the pure Yang Sword Palace owner's sword intent, as well as Yi Yun's own sword intent. Where the sword points, it presses forward with an indomitable will. Ka-cha! Jian Fenghong's sword avatar was cleanly sliced into smithereens before exploding into countless points of light that seemed like rain in the sky. The sword beam did not lose its momentum and continued its trajectory onto the smooth mountain cliff. The mountain cliff that had been greatly augmented by arrays was sliced through by the strike, exploding into countless rocks. It left an astounding sword scar that reached from the heaven to earth. Upon seeing the might of this strike, Yi Yun's eyes flashed a look of gratefulness. He never expected that while sparring with Jian Fenghong, his sword Dao would manage to make such a significant breakthrough. It was truly a pleasant surprise. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1091, Attained Fortuitously. Chapter 1091, Attained Fortuitously. Translator, Talon Editor. Yi Yun never thought little of the Clarity Pool sword sect's sword Dao, but he had also interacted with too many great Dao heritages that far exceeded Azure Yang Lord's level. Due to all these experiences, Yi Yun believed that the heritage the Clarity Pool sword sect possessed was slightly weaker. And the reason why Yi Yun was demonstrating his sword intent was to show his gratitude to Azure Yang Lord. However, Yi Yun never expected that in a warrior's world, there were masters everywhere. Although Yi Yun possessed yin-yang and spacetime Dao fruits for some time, fusing them into his sword moves was no simple task. It was very difficult, equivalent to creating his own move, even. The sword moves he used in the past were learned from the Pyongyang Sword Palace, as well as what Felicitous Rain Lord had passed down to him. Although Jian Finghong's sword Dao cultivation was inferior to Yi Yun's, Yi Yun still found inspiration within his opponent's attack. This could be considered creating his own sword attack in a sense. Sometimes, creating a set of moves that suited him best could be extremely simple yet at the same time extremely difficult. The ease was in how it could be attained fortuitously from a stroke of ingenious inspiration, but such inspiration might not appear in centuries or even millennia.
Indeed, a move created by myself is most suited for me.
Yi Yun looked at the gigantic sword scar and was rather pleased. And at that moment, the 9-starred sword platform shook violently in the area near the sword scar.
Pa! Pa! Pa!
The light screen vanished as Jian Finghong walked down the sword platform in a dejected manner. He looked at Yi Yun with a look that mixed jaundice with disbelief. The hard soft sword intent was something he had spent arduous amounts of effort on, slashing out an unknown number of strikes for the past few decades before he slowly gained a complete understanding of it. Only then was he able to infuse it into his attacks.
Even the strict Jian Bai was full of praise for his achievements. He was proud of what he had achieved.
When sparring with his juniors, Jian Finghong nearly never needed to use his hard soft sword intent because no one could withstand it, including Jian Xiaoshuang. In his battle with Yi Yun, Jian Finghong had deliberately used his strongest move of hard soft sword intent, firstly to make Yi Yun suffer a little by bringing him down a few notches.
Secondly, he wanted to show off in front of his juniors.
However, he never expected his hard soft sword intent to be overcome. Furthermore, his opponent's method of defeating his sword intent was in the same vein as his own technique. There was the infusing of opposite laws, but in terms of the level of laws or insights, his opponent far exceeded him.
His opponent had even used 2 sets of opposite laws. How could Hardsoft win against Yin Yang and Spacetime Great Tao? Was he truly such a genius? Why else would the gap between them be so huge? These thoughts were not only Jian Finghong's.
The many Clarity Pool Sword Sect disciples at attendance sword platform were silent. They could only stare at the sword intent that continued pouring out of the Clarity Pool ancestral sword in Yi Yun's hand, speechless. The strength of Hardsoft was something they naturally knew, but Jian Finghong was still defeated in one strike. For centuries of Sword Dao insights was defeated in one strike while being at the same cultivation level.
That was the difference.
Jian Bai remained silent. When he saw Yin Yang and Spacetime simultaneously appear, he knew that Jian Finghong would definitely be defeated. Jian Finghong had already done his absolute best, but even that could not account for the fact that the gap was like a ravine that could not be bridged.
Junior brother, I take back all I had just said.
Just this child's strike is worth letting our Clarity Pool Sword Sect become enemies of the 7-star Dao Palace. Jian Bai was a flexible person. He easily admitted his mistakes, so although he had some quibbles with Jian Wufeng, it was ultimately for the Clarity Pool Sword Sect's benefit.
The strike that Yi Yun demonstrated had already far exceeded his imagination. Thank you for senior brother's acknowledgement. Jian Wufeng laughed heartily.
Without a demonstration, it is indeed difficult to believe. I also had no choice but to believe it after seeing Yi Yun demonstrate his skills. I never expected that the strength he demonstrated in his battle with Finghong today would give me another surprise.
My young friend, Yi Yun, I am Jian Bai.
I apologize for offending you in any way previously.
Jian Bai cupped his fists at Yi Yun.
In a warrior's world, the accomplished were supreme. A Sword Dao sect placed greater emphasis on Sword Dao heritage.
The level of one's cultivation might perhaps be secondary, but one's Sword Dao insights represented one's standing in the sect.
Raising one's cultivation level was easy, but gaining insights into Sword Dao was difficult.
Senior, you are being unduly polite.
I also apologize for any offenses. Before the battle, my words were exceedingly arrogant because I had underestimated the Clarity Pool Sword Sect's Sword Dao. But in sparring with senior brother Finghong, his hard soft concept enlightened me, allowing me to make a significant improvement in my Sword Dao. Instead of saying that I had demonstrated my Sword Dao to the Clarity Pool Sword Sect, it should be said that senior brother Finghong had demonstrated his Sword Dao to me.
I have benefited greatly from it. Yi Yun's words were said in an extremely sincere tone.
It stemmed from gratitude and respect towards the Clarity Pool Sword Sect. But in Jian Bai's ears, it was like a resounding thunder.
It left Jian Bai agape as he was rendered speechless.
Did you say that you gained insights into that sword move you just used through my disciple's hard soft concept?
You managed to infuse spacetime and Yin Yang Great Tao into your attack.
Jian Bai's voice was already trembling slightly.
What sort of genius was this?
His disciple had spent decades to achieve that under his guidance, but Yi Yun had attained it in a few seconds. It was no wonder that he did not strike out immediately but instead used spacetime concepts to delay Jian Finghong's attack.
He used them to deliberate and learn.
Such a monster truly left one in despair.
Yi Yun replied, I had already gained insights into spacetime and yin yang Dao.
Although these two sets of laws had condensed Dao fruits, the inspiration of infusing of it into my sword intent and creating a perfectly harmonious attack all came from senior brother Fenghong. If he had 4 9-leaf Dao fruits in hand, then converting that to actual combat strength was analogous to being veiled by a thin layer of paper. Now, Yi Yun had poked through it.
You said you have simultaneously gained insights into spacetime and yin yang Dao. Jian Bai turned wistful.
Those two great Dao left many people shrinking back at the mere sight of them. A warrior with insights into a single great Dao before the Dao manifestation realm would already be pretty impressive just in forming a 7-leaf Dao fruit.
An 8-leaf Dao fruit? That would be astounding. He did not know what Dao fruits Yi Yun had condensed, but just from the performance he had shown, it was probably somewhere in the realm of a 9-leaf Dao fruit, right?
2 9-leaf great Dao fruits.
Jian Bai found it hard to imagine. If that is the case.
Jian Bai took a step forward and walked towards the 9-starred sword platform. Among sword practitioners, the accomplished are supreme. I, Jian Bai, am extremely grateful to you for demonstrating the way of the sword that you have cultivated for the Clarity Pool Sword Sect.
As a form of respect, let me be your opponent.
Jian Bai's words stunned all the present disciples.
Jian Bai was going to preside over the attendance sword platform himself, and be Yi Yun's opponent?
It was completely unprecedented for Jian Bai to use the sword Dao he cultivated to spar with a young junior. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1092, Heart of the Sword. Chapter 1092, Heart of the Sword. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Senior, you want to spar with me? Yi Yun hesitated for a moment before nodding.
To be able to fight Jian Bai at the same cultivation level was also an opportunity for him.
The array activated and Jian Bai's avatar appeared in front of Yi Yun. His cultivation level had been repressed to the mid-stages of the Dao manifestation realm. However, his sword Dao cultivation was still extremely immense. Even the Grand Elder is personally sparring with Yi Yun.
That's right, I have never seen the Grand Elder's sword techniques before. By the time the Clarity Pool Sword Sect disciples recovered from their shock, the sparring on attendance sword platform had already begun.
I wonder if Yi Yun will gain another new sword Dao insight. Also, how long can he last under the Grand Elder's sword?
A disciple began excitedly speculating. The Clarity Pool Sword Sect disciples were all sword fanatics.
Yi Yun's strike from before was very astounding, so everyone looked forward to his performance this time.
The longer he lasted under the Grand Elder's sword, the more of his potential could be showcased.
How can it be that simple to gain epiphanies in sword Dao?
It was already a tremendous accomplishment for him to do so against me, said Jian Fenghong in a heavy tone. Even though he just lost to Yi Yun, he did not say this out of jealousy. To have an epiphany in sword Dao was truly difficult. Over all his years of training, he had only managed to gain the insight of the hard-soft concept. The disciples nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Yi Yun had already drawn his sword.
Senior, I look forward to your pointers.
The Clarity Pool ancestral sword in Yi Yun's hand lightly quivered, immediately causing a cold beam to flash.
Suddenly, it thrust right at Jian Bai.
This was also the first time Yi Yun was fighting a sword Dao expert. There wasn't even a hint of carelessness in his strike as he attacked with tumultuous force.
Jian Bai's eyes lit up. Nicely done.
When he saw the icy beam appear in front of him, he suddenly drew his sword. Jian Bai's sword was like a withered wooden branch. There was no luster to speak of. However, when Jian Bai attacked, the branch suddenly seemed to transform into a towering tree. Every sword beam was like a tree branch that was tightly compact, impervious to the wind. They came crashing at Yi Yun's sword beam.
Yi Yun, have a taste of my sword technique. Ding ding ding.
There were thousands of sword shadows as their two figures flashed around. Yi Yun and Jian Bai had begun fighting and the speed at which they struck at one another was speeding up. It wasn't long before the watching disciples failed to keep up with their speed. Only disciples like Jian Fenghong, who had cultivated for several centuries, could see the action clearly.
Even a genius like Jian Xiaoshuan found it difficult.
Jian Fenghong saw that, although Yi Yun's sword attacks were terrifying, Jian Bai's sword beams were overwhelming. Every strike was extremely precise and every parry was perfectly done. There was no wasted movement.
Yi Yun's attacks failed to even touch Jian Bai. And in the array, Yi Yun obviously knew that better than anyone else.
Jian Bai's offense and defense were impeccable, without even a single flaw. All of Yi Yun's strikes were easily parried by Jian Bai, forcing him to be on the defense as every part of his body was being struck. As the battle raged on, Yi Yun felt that he was bound to lose. For the first time, Yi Yun had encountered an opponent that he felt there was no way he could deal with. The withered branch appeared to be everywhere as if it had transformed into thousands of sword shadows.
Yi Yun, can you not withstand it anymore?
Jian Bai's voice was heard. Although your talent is astonishing, your heart of the sword is too weak.
Heart of the sword? Yi Yun looked at the sword beams, seeing Jian Bai's figure appearing in them.
His eyes only seemed to be filled with swords, making his entire demeanor completely different. At that moment, he seemed to be one with the withered branch.
Your attacks may be strong, but you haven't cultivated nearly enough.
You have ultimately failed to merge with the sword. As such, you are unable to grasp your moves as you truly wish. As for the heart of the sword, it can be used to cleave through mountains, and it can be a gentle breeze that cannot even cut through a strand of hair. Jian Bai's sword beam came striking at him once again, instantly sealing off every angle. Yi Yun immediately felt the surrounding space around him constrict.
His breathing was completely suffocated as well.
Due to the gap in the heart of the sword, I am able to use the same move at a much higher level than yours.
That is why my sword Dao is stronger than yours, said Jian Bai.
You have lost.
So?
Suddenly, countless densely packed sword beams appeared around Yi Yun before simultaneously stabbing at him.
Yi Yun's pupils constricted as he roared loudly.
The Clarity Pool ancestral sword shook violently in response. Heart of the sword. What was the heart of the sword?
Was dedication to martial arts in order to pursue the origins of the universe with the sword in hand considered the heart of the sword?
Pressing forward with indomitable will and never retreating.
Was that the heart of the sword?
The four great realms of the sword began with gaining insight into sword intent, followed by condensing one's heart of the sword, then tempering one's sword soul, and finally creating the heavenly Tao of the sword. Back then, the pure Yang Sword Palace owner set the requirement of condensing the heart of the sword to before the age of 100.
Yi Yun had long gained insights into sword intent, but why could he not condense the heart of the sword?
His heart of the sword didn't seem blatantly weaker than others. Suddenly, in front of Yi Yun's eyes, a pure Yang sword scar seemed to appear in front of him. It slashed through the world and killed a bronze giant. Kill. 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 Yi Yun's heart of the sword was to destroy all obstructions in front of him.
Wah!
The Clarity Pool ancestral sword resonated with a high-pitched hum. Spacetime and Yin-Yang Great Dao appeared simultaneously as Yi Yun slashed with the strike from before. In an instant, the Clarity Pool ancestral sword violently reverberated and emitted a clear roar that resembled a dragon's, as it tore straight toward the sky. Simultaneously, 7 runes on the Clarity Pool ancestral sword lit up one after the other.
These ancient runes seemed to flow through the endless river of time.
Not far away, Zhen Wufeng's eyes gleamed when he saw the lit runes. Could this be? The Clarity Pool ancestral sword had been completely stirred. Zhen Wufeng held his breath.
Before he could think, he saw Yi Yun and the sword transform into a rainbow beam and illuminated countless sword beams. Everyone present felt an immense pressure despite the array in place. Their eyes actually hurt when they gazed upon Yi Yun's blade.
Buzz. The Clarity Pool sword sect disciples even felt their own swords tremble vigorously, as though they were being incited by Yi Yun's sword stance to shoot out from their scabbards. The sword was powered by the heart. Everyone's sword had been stirred.
Could it be that Yi Yun gained insight into the heart of the sword?
This is the heart of the sword.
Could he be reproducing that astounding strike that defeated Jian Fenghong, augmented by the heart of the sword? Heart of the sword together with Yin Yang and Spacetime Great Tao. I wonder how powerful it will be.
Everyone stared with widened eyes as if they were afraid they might miss the impending scene of Yi Yun conjuring the most powerful strike, one that combined spacetime and Yin Yang, in his final struggle against the Grand Elder. However, some soon realized that something was different.
Yi Yun's attack was not the fusion of Yin Yang, nor did it stir any disorder in space or time.
When the sword beam slashed out, it was as if all light in the world had been consumed.
A black vortex formed in between the heavens and earth. This strike seemed born of chaos.
For some reason, despite Yi Yun's cultivation level being only at the mid-stages of the Tao manifestation realm, people felt like they were facing the universe when they saw his strike. What sort of laws was he using? Some people were alarmed, but most even failed to recognize the laws. They only felt pure terror from the law being demonstrated. Even the great Tao of Yin Yang and spacetime they previously witnessed did not make them feel like they were facing the very universe.
Buzz. The gigantic black vortex condensed as it ground up everything.
It was as if a tiny world had been born and then destroyed in the vortex.
Creation? Destruction?
As he beheld this scene, Jian Bai could not help but be alarmed.
He finally realized what sword Tao was contained in Yi Yun's strike. It was the amalgamation of creation and destruction.
It was again the concept of mixing opposite laws, but the strength of these two was already completely beyond Yun's previous attempt.
Ka-cha!
Jian Bai's previously impeccable sword screen was torn clean through as the gigantic black will came crashing down, ripping everything apart. Jian Bai's sword Dao was already near perfection, but he failed to withstand the absolute suppression of the great Dao law.
How could a major destruction law that could destroy a universe not be able to destroy a so-called perfect sword Dao? Boom!
The 9-starred sword platform trembled violently as the platform's light screen blasted apart. Jian Bai appeared on the sword platform as he looked at Yi Yun before giving a deep sigh. His eyes were filled with awe as well as a wistful yet complicated look.
I never expected that your limits go beyond the two great Dao of yin-yang and spacetime. You also have a law that made me feel like I was beholding a mountain in awe. Destruction and creation. Is that your great Dao of supremacy?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1093, Threat. Chapter 1093, Threat. Translator, Sitalan Editor.
It took great difficulty to discover a great Dao of supremacy. The Clarity Pool Sword Sect swordsmen mainly cultivated Sword Dao, which was considered a great Dao among techniques. It was challenging to fully comprehend Sword Dao and, at best, the swordsman would cultivate an auxiliary laws, mainly minor Dao. For example, Jian Fenghong's auxiliary law was the hard-soft concept. However, Yi Yun had cultivated in 3 great Dao in addition to the way of the sword. It was a feat that was too astounding for words.
At the birth of the universe, there was chaos before yin-yang and spacetime.
The Dao that Yi Yun cultivated in happened to be the very 3 first great Dao to be formed during the universe's infancy. When he realized this, Jian Bai shuddered.
Yi Yun, did you deliberately choose the 3 great Dao yin-yang, spacetime, chaos destruction, from the beginning?
Yi Yun shook his head and said, Senior, the Dao that I cultivated in were all fortuitous encounters. They happened to match me, so I continued cultivating in them. The first cultivation technique that I came into contact with was a pure yang cultivation technique. I focused on pure yang and later on came into contact with pure yin, allowing yin and yang to complement each other. It was the same with spacetime laws. My master had cultivated in the Dao of spacetime, and as for chaos destruction, it was all a fortuitous coincidence, Yi Yun said vaguely. However, once it reached Jian Bai's ears, it made him draw in a gasp of cold air. He had, in fact, foreseen such an answer. A typical warrior did not deliberately choose their Dao. Instead, they cultivated in whatever suited them the best. In such circumstances, the way Yi Yun had slowly reached his present state seemed to be heaven's will. You have already reached the peak of your martial arts practice.
It is no wonder that I lost to you while sparring at the same cultivation level.
Jian Bai said with a sigh. The spectating Clarity Pool Sword Sect disciples had to wonder if they were dreaming.
Jian Bai admitted defeat against Yi Yun.
At first, Jian Bai had the complete upper hand, but with one final strike, Yi Yun had broken through Jian Bai's sword screen. Be it in terms of his sword stance or laws, it was complete oppression.
Jian Bai had admitted defeat.
The disciples were unsure of how to react to the fact that the Grand Elder of the Clarity Pool Sword Sect lost to a junior.
It was too bizarre. Master has also admitted defeat. Jian Fenghong looked at Yi Yun with even more perplexity.
Even his master's sword Dao could not match Yi Yun's. Then, it meant that the gap between him and Yi Yun was like a massive ravine. He could not even entertain the thought of surpassing him. It was a huge blow to a sword Dao genius like him to stand beside a true freak of nature like Yi Yun. At that moment, Jian Wufeng walked over and said with a smile, Yi Yun, your talent is beyond excellent. If you could, while we have time, spar with the lot of us, my Clarity Pool Sword Sect disciples' sword Dao will probably make huge leaps in improvement. Yi Yun hurriedly said, you think too highly of me. Sparring with all of you from the Clarity Pool Sword Sect has only benefited me.
It would be my pleasure.
Yi Yun had grasped a sword move that fused his opposite laws while sparring with Jian Fenghong. Against Jian Bai, he had gained insight into the heart of the sword. Yi Yun now needed a great number of battles to consolidate and deepen his understanding of these new breakthroughs.
Jian Wufeng's invitation suited Yi Yun's thoughts.
That's great, said Jian Wufeng. But at that moment, his expression suddenly changed.
They came so quickly.
Yi Yun's heart stirred for he vaguely guessed at what had happened. Jian Wufeng's expression was sullen as he raised his hand and struck out with a sword beam. The sword beam shot into the void and produced patterns that resembled water ripples. Following that, fuzzy images appeared in those patterns. Jian Wufeng had used his cultivation to project the scenes outside the Clarity Pool Sword Sect's massive array into the interior of the small world they were in. Yi Yun could immediately make out a bunch of figures in mid-air above the snow-capped mountains of Clarity Pool. The invaders wore clothes embroidered with 7 black stars.
Leading the pack was a middle-aged woman dressed in a crimson palatial gown.
She had a smile on her face, and her aura was strange and terrifying. Behind her was none other than High Ambassador Yu Hang.
It is indeed the 7-star Dao Palace. Yi Yun's gaze turned turbid. The 7-star Dao Palace had come so quickly.
Furthermore, the people they sent were extremely strong. The woman leading the pack was probably someone that none from the Clarity Pool Sword sect could deal with, including Jian Bai.
That middle-aged woman is probably the deputy palatial lord of the 7-star Dao Palace, Lu Rui.
Don't think of her as just any woman because, in terms of cruelty and ruthlessness, no one from the Central State Divine Territory can compare. Jian Bai looked into the sky with an ugly expression.
I never expected this vicious woman to come personally. It doesn't matter. They are still unable to find the entrance to our Clarity Pool Sword sect.
Based on the projection, they are still an extremely great distance from us, said Jin Wufeng as he turned his head to Yi Yun. The Clarity Pool Sword sect was a reclusive sect, so the true entrance was unknown to the public. It had always been hidden by an ancient massive array. Besides that, the Clarity Pool Sword sect also had a defensive massive array.
Activate the defensive massive array,
Jian Bai said with a solemn voice. Even though they had a concealment array, they could not eliminate the possibility of being discovered. Immediately, everyone from the Clarity Pool Sword sect readied themselves for combat. At that moment, Yi Yun's heart leaped, for he saw Deputy Palatial Lord Lu suddenly look over. Her slender, fox-like eyes were turned toward him.
Despite it being a projection, Yi Yun had an intense feeling that Lu Rui had sensed them watching her.
Ha ha ha. Lu Rui suddenly laughed. There was a strong, penetrative quality to her laugh that dug straight into the eardrums.
Jian Wufeng. Jian Bai. I know you are in there.
I also know that the Clarity Pool Sword sect is established in an ancient small world. It seems difficult to break into, but if I, Lu Rui, want to do it, then nothing is impossible.
I advise you to hand the fellow over.
If you do, any enmity between the 7-star Dao Palace and the Clarity Pool Sword sect will be forgotten. If not, I will find you even if I have to flatten this entire mountain range.
Lu Rui's voice resounded throughout the Clarity Pool Sword sect through the array.
All the Clarity Pool Sword sect disciples felt their lifeblood boil from the instigation of the voice.
This woman was truly terrifying.
Jian Wufeng's expression sunk, but he did not respond. Lu Rui waited for a while, but heard no response.
Her face completely turned cold. Are you pretending not to hear me? I give you 2 hours to reconsider.
If you do not hand Yi Yun over, my 7-star Dao Palace will amass all the array masters that can be gathered to destroy the array of your Clarity Pool Sword sect. I, Lu Rui, swear that once the array is broken, my 7-star Dao Palace will completely and totally massacre everyone in the Clarity Pool Sword sect.
Not a single life will be spared.
Lu Rui's threat of wiping out the sect sent trepidations into the hearts of the Clarity Pool Sword sect disciples. Lu Rui was vicious and, since she had mentioned wiping out the sect, she was definitely not joking.
She would really do it.
While cultivating in the way of the sword, warriors had to condense their heart of the sword. Although they were relatively resolute in their personality, it was difficult for anyone to remain unfazed by the threat of death.
Yi Yun exhaled.
With the situation developing to that point, he had put the entire Clarity Pool Sword sect on the spot. It was naturally something Yi Yun did not wish to see. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1094, Surrounded. Chapter 1094, Surrounded. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin.
Yi Yun did not know what choice the Clarity Pool Sword sect would make given the 2-hour grace period. After all, this involved every life in the Clarity Pool Sword sect. If the sect were to hand him over, Yi Yun would not blame them. They had no obligation to protect him. Furthermore, he had been saved by Jian Wufeng. At that moment, Yi Yun was in turmoil. He truly did not want the Clarity Pool Sword sect to risk its survival for him.
Strength.
In the end, it was all about strength. If he were only powerful enough, his life would never have been in the hands of others.
Senior, I do not wish for so many people of the Clarity Pool Sword sect to be risked on my behalf, said Yi Yun as he cupped his hands at Jian Wufeng.
Jian Wufeng patted Yi Yun on the shoulder to console him. Yi Yun, don't worry.
My Clarity Pool Sword sect's ancient array isn't that easily broken. Jian Wufeng was very confident in the Clarity Pool Sword sect's ancient array.
If not for the ancient array, he wouldn't have taken the great risk of saving Yi Yun.
If his actions did result in the annihilation of the Clarity Pool Sword sect, he would have been a sinner.
Senior, sorry for the trouble.
Yi Yun had nothing else he could say. He was determined to rapidly increase his strength. Ha, Yi Yun. There's no need for you to feel guilty. The most important thing for a sect is its heritage. By sparring with my Clarity Pool Sword Sect's disciples, you have helped both us and yourself improve. That is of great help to my Clarity Pool Sword Sect. Furthermore, although we seem trapped, there are still arrays that allow us to be sent outside. If we are careful enough, it's still possible to leave, said Jian Wufeng very optimistically. Jian Bai's expression seemed rather heavy. It was unknown what he was thinking. Moments later, Jian Bai said, Yi Yun, come with me. Let us discuss something. All right. Azure Sword Loft was one of the palaces in the rear of the Clarity Pool Sword Sect. Typically, it was Jian Bai's private residence. Yi Yun never expected that he would be invited to Jian Bai's residence for a discussion. Moreover, when Yi Yun entered the Azure Sword Loft, he realized that there was not only Jian Bai, but also Jian Wufeng and Jian Xiaoshuang. At that moment, Jian Wufeng was chatting with Jian Bai. Upon seeing Yi Yun enter, Jian Bai, who wore a rather forlorn look, finally revealed a smile. Yi Yun, have a seat. Xiaoshuang, pour some tea for your senior brother Yi. Senior brother Yi? Yi Yun hesitated for a moment before realizing that it was normal. In the world of warriors, people did address others from a different sect as senior brother. It was also common to address someone as senior brother if the person had a higher cultivation level. Ah. Jian Xiaoshuang seemed to be in a momentary daze. After a long while, she came with a cup of tea with her face flushed red. She placed it with some reservation in front of Yi Yun. Senior brother Yi, please enjoy the tea. Jian Xiaoshuang was thin-skinned, so she said the three words, senior brother Yi, in a rather awkward manner. When Yi Yun saw Jian Xiaoshuang's blushing, he was stunned. He recalled the first time he met Jian Xiaoshuang, when she wielded a sword and tied her hair into a ponytail in a neat and tidy manner. What was going on? Why did she look like she was some pretty girl of humble birth? Ahem. Jian Bai coughed twice dryly and broke Yi Yun's train of thought. He said, this is tea made from 1,000-year snow lotus picked from the Snow Mountain Clarity Pool. The snow lotus was dried and brewed in a 10,000-year melted ice. It's pretty good. Jian Bai suddenly began introducing the tea, leaving Yi Yun somewhat puzzled. He took a mouthful and indeed it was fragrant and refreshing. He said with praise, good tea. Jian Bai said with a smile, my young friend, Yi Yun, I truly wish that the Clarity Pool Sword Sect had a genius disciple like yourself. But I recall you saying that you already have a master. So it's impossible for you to join the Clarity Pool Sword Sect. Jian Bai shook his head when he reached that point. He seemed somewhat wistful but immediately, he seemed to have an idea. His eyes lit up as he said, Yi Yun, what do you think of Xiaoshuang? Jian Bai's sudden question nearly choked Yi Yun, who was drinking the tea. He finally understood the reason why Jian Bai had brought him to his residence, along with Jian Wufeng and Jian Xiaoshuang. He had a certain idea in mind. It also explained why Jian Xiaoshuang's face was as red as the dusk. Jian Bai had likely already brought up the idea to her. Yi Yun gaped and could only say, junior sister Xiaoshuang is a born beauty and also a genius in the way of the sword. She's naturally flawless. How am I a genius in the way of the sword? Jian Xiaoshuang stuck her tongue out. If someone else had said it, she would have admitted it, but she was embarrassed hearing it from Yi Yun. Yi Yun, with that said, let me cut to the chase. Xiaoshuang is Wufeng's disciple. She is also the next sect master of my Clarity Pool Sword Sect. The Clarity Pool Ancestral Sword will also be passed down to her, so I'm thinking of betrothing her to you. After a while of beating around the bush, Jian Bai finally stated his motives plainly. Indeed, Yi Yun already had a vague inkling that this would happen. And seeing Jian Bai's ruminative look, Yi Yun came to a further realization. Jian Bai had noticed that he was overly talented and wanted him to help the Clarity Pool Sword Sect. However, if there was no relationship between them, that help wouldn't be reliable. And it would obviously be reliable if the future sect master was betrothed to him. This left Yi Yun somewhat speechless. With the 7-star Dao Palace about to lay siege to their home, the Clarity Pool Sword Sect was set to pay a huge price. Jian Wufeng was upright, so he was prepared for that outcome. But Jian Bai was a sly old fox. He naturally did not want to engage in such a loss-incurring exchange. If the Clarity Pool Sword Sect's relationship with Yi Yun were to get more distant over time, what would happen then? About that, senior brother Fenghong. Yi Yun was an outsider, but even he could tell that Jian Fenghong was somewhat interested in Jian Xiaoshuang. As for Jian Bai, he was Jian Fenghong's master. It was unlikely he was so heartless, right?
When Jian Fenghong was mentioned, Jian Bai shook his head and said, I certainly wish that Fenghong would marry Xiaoshuang, but, when it comes to marriage, it has to be consensual.
Xiaoshuang isn't very agreeable to the idea.
When Jian Bai said that, Jian Wufeng interrupted. Xiaoshuang once swore that the man she marries has to have a sword Dao that surpasses hers, or be able to stimulate the clarity pool ancestral sword's power.
Fenghong has no chance of stimulating the clarity pool ancestral sword.
As for his talent surpassing Xiaoshuang's, saying that would be a bit of a stretch. So, Jian Wufeng was a straightforward person. But even he was somewhat embarrassed saying such things. Yi Yun gaped and stole a glance at Jian Xiaoshuang. He had a nagging feeling that she was pure and innocent like a blank piece of paper.
She probably did not even know what true love was like. Yi Yun could only say, Seniors, thank you for the kind offer, but I already have a wife. However, Jian Bai said, I have considered that too. As martial practitioners, we do not necessarily only have one wife.
Furthermore, if you live a long life, your accomplishments will be unlimited.
If Xiaoshuang can marry you, it will be a blessing for her. So how can she abide you only having one wife? Jian Bai easily parried Yi Yun's objection.
Yi Yun was rendered rather speechless. He took another look at Jian Bai and realized that the old fellow was extremely sly.
He had truly chosen the perfect opportunity to marry Jian Xiaoshuang away. The 7-star Dao Palace was just outside.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1095, 2 hours. Chapter 1095, 2 hours. Translator, Sitalan Editor. Why, does Xiaoshuang not catch your eye? Don't misunderstand. The Clarity Pool Sword Sect is not making you marry into our family. Xiaoshuang will be married to you, and if you wanted, you could take Xiaoshuang along with you and leave.
However, Xiaoshuang is still the future sect master of Clarity Pool Sword Sect, so all she would need to do is come back frequently.
Why don't I give you 2 hours to consider?
After all, marriage is a serious matter.
It's only right to consider it properly, said Jian Bai earnestly and patiently. 2 hours? Yi Yun was at a loss whether to laugh or to cry.
The deputy palatial lord of the 7-star Dao Palace was outside and she had also given him 2 hours.
Was the 2 hours that Jian Bai said a coincidence?
Yi Yun suspected that Jian Bai was truly an old sly fox.
In this talk, he never threatened Yi Yun, nor did he wish to threaten him.
But every word he said was a reminder that the Clarity Pool Sword Sect was still in a confrontation with the 7-star Dao Palace, and that it had 2 hours to make a decision. Honestly speaking, the terms that Jian Bai had proposed could not even be considered terms.
He was basically giving Yi Yun all the benefits.
An innocent and adorable beauty given to him as a wife with no restrictions. Any normal man would agree to that.
Yi Yun was also not some esteemed monk who lived in celibacy.
Naturally, he wasn't opposed to what Jian Bai had offered.
But at present, it was unknown whether Lin Xintong was alive or not.
Yi Yun had zero clue regarding her whereabouts and, under such circumstances, he had no desire for another woman.
Yi Yun said, Senior, you might not be aware, but when I first came to the 12 Empyrean Heavens, I was separated from my wife. I do not know if she's still alive or not, but I believe that she is and that she is somewhere out there looking for me. If I were to marry again, it would truly be a disservice to my wife. Yi Yun spoke very reasonably, leaving Jian Bai somewhat stunned. Although he was engaging in a tiny bit of scheming, he was not an unreasonable man. If he were to continue pressing Yi Yun under the current circumstances, he would truly be at fault. Furthermore, I find junior sister Xiaoshuang naive and innocent. Her personality is as pure as a white piece of paper. I doubt she knows what she likes or understands the true meaning behind becoming partners. Jian Xiaoshuang was peeved when she heard Yi Yun say that. She gritted her beautiful teeth and glared at Yi Yun like an enraged kitten. Yi Yun rubbed his nose in embarrassment, unsure of a response. Jian Xiaoshuang said unhappily, Didn't you only marry once? Why do you speak as if you are much older than me? How are you so sure of what I know or don't know? Furthermore, I have made a vow. Jian Xiaoshuang's final sentence was very soft. She had vowed that the man that drew and fully stimulated the Clarity Pool ancestral sword would be her husband, otherwise she would remain single her entire life. To swordsmen, a vow was related to their heart of the sword and so was not something that could be wantonly changed. If that's the case, I think we should forget it, senior brother, Jian Wufeng interjected. From the start, he felt that Jian Bai's act was somewhat dishonorable. However, it was also tough for his disciple, for he understood her personality. Was it possible that she would remain single her whole life? If it's possible, why don't I recognize Xiaoshuang as my younger sister? Yi Yun asked.
He knew very well that there was no fault in rejecting the proposal, but Jian Xiaoshuan was still a girl in the end. It was too embarrassing for her to be so flatly rejected. Jian Xiaoshuang's face had a slight blush, but before she could say a word, Jianbai had already agreed to it.
A younger sister would work too. That would work too. Ha ha ha.
Jianbai did not care if they were partners or siblings as long as they were related in some way.
He believed that Yi Yun was a man of his word. If he became one of the strongest warriors in the 12 Empyrean Heavens, and if the Clarity Pool Sword sect master was his younger sister, wouldn't that guarantee that the sect would flourish for hundreds of millions of years? Moreover, an unrelated sister and a lover were only separated by a thin layer of paper. Who knows when it might be penetrated?
With these thoughts in mind, Jianbai immediately agreed. Jian Xiaoshuang's face was still red, but Jianbai had already agreed on her behalf.
Even if she had made a vow, she could no longer say a thing. Then, I'll call you Brother Yun,
Jian Xiaoshuang said while clenching her teeth.
Yi Yun smiled slightly.
Jian Xiaoshuang, who was as pure as snow, was extremely forthright. He was also very pleased that he would have such a younger sister.
As for Jianbai, he was beaming. Then, that's great. Great.
But at that moment, his smile stiffened slightly.
He looked at Yi Yun and said, Yi Yun, since you are Xiaoshuang's elder brother, come on out together.
Yi Yun did not know what had happened, but he suspected that it had to do with the 7-star Dao Palace. Coming out from Azure Sword Loft, Yi Yun saw that Jian Fenghong and all the other Clarity Pool Sword sect disciples were waiting in the front hall. Upon seeing Jianbai, Jian Wufei, and company coming out, Jian Fenghong immediately walked forward and said, Master, Sect Master, how can we deal with the 7-star Dao Palace?
2 hours had passed quickly. Many disciples, including Jian Fenghong, were worried. Surely not everyone was impervious to the possibility of the sect being wiped out?
Furthermore, the instigator of this calamity was Yi Yun, an outsider. Upon thinking of this, Jian Fenghong glanced at Yi Yun.
Yi Yun was exceptionally talented, but he had offended the 7-star Dao Palace.
The growth of a genius was destined to be difficult. Jianbai looked at his disciple before sweeping his gaze over the disciples gathered.
He said in a solemn voice, Our Clarity Pool Sword sect is particular about having a disposition that resembles a sword. Upright and unyielding. How can we succumb to the 7-star Dao Palace just because it pressures us?
As for Yi Yun, he is now Xiaoshuang's sworn brother, and as such is equivalent to a disciple of our Clarity Pool Sword sect. We never abandon a disciple and will seek revenge for any who are harmed.
We must face adversity in one united front. So how can we hand Yi Yun over today?
Jian Fenghong's heart palpitated as he hurriedly looked at Jian Xiaoshuang.
Jian Xiaoshuang had become Yi Yun's sworn sister?
Jian Fenghong knew that it was likely Jianbai and Jian Wufeng, as well as Jian Xiaoshuang's, idea. As for the so-called sworn sister, it was unlikely to be that simple. Yi Yun's talent in the way of the sword was beyond excellent, at a level that he could never compare with.
As he arrived at this conclusion, Jian Fenghong felt bitter.
Jianbai scanned the gathered disciples, many of whom were silent. With Yi Yun becoming Jian Xiaoshuang's sworn brother, it meant that he could not be cast off from the Clarity Pool Sword sect.
How could they betray one of their own and abandon him? The Clarity Pool Sword sect array isn't that easily broken.
If the 7-star Dao Palace wants to wipe us out, it will have to pay a heavy price. Jian Wufeng said solemnly. The only strategy they had now was to defend the fort. At that moment, Jian Wufeng suddenly looked up into the sky. With a thought, he struck out with a sword beam, opening up an array projection. Lu Rui and the other figures from the 7-star Dao Palace immediately appeared in the sky. At that moment in time, 2 hours had already passed. Lu Rui had a sneer on her face as she circulated the qi in her dantian. She said loudly and clearly, It seems like you, the Clarity Pool Sword sect, remain stubborn in the face of death.
Fine, I'll grant you that.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1096, Unexpected Occurrence at Sun Burial Sansi. Chapter 1096, Unexpected Occurrence at Sun Burial Sansi.
Translator, Sitalan Editor. Once Lu Rui waved her hand, 7 people dressed in 7-star Taoist robes flew out from behind her. Each one carried a series of array flags, and each series was a collection of 7 flags, making a 49 array flag formation. The 7 people jointly began laying the 7-star gate rupturing array. This siege array of the 7-star Dao Palace needed the combined efforts of 7 array masters. Lu Rui refused to believe that the Clarity Pool Sword sect's entrance could remain hidden under the 7-star gate rupturing array. In little time, the 7-star gate rupturing array was laid.
But seconds before it was about to be activated, a wisp of fire lit up in front of Lu Rui. It was the beam of light created by a voice transmission slip. After Lu Rui received the voice transmission, her eyes lit up and, after a moment of thought, she waved her hand and transmitted her voice to High Ambassador Yu Hong before transforming into a beam of light and disappearing into the horizon.
Oh? She has left? Lu Rui actually left? She's the strongest among this group of people.
Without her, there's only High Ambassador Yu Hang. Even with the 7-star gate rupturing array, their forces won't amount to much against our Clarity Pool Sword sect. Everyone saw Lu Rui disappear in the projection array and were quite surprised.
They did not know if it was a scheme. It's likely because of that voice transmission slip.
It must have contained some important information, or that vicious woman, Lu Rui, would never go back on
our word. Her threats are definitely not empty. She promised to flatten the entire area, so how can she so easily retreat?
Jianbai pondered until, at that moment, a woman's voice was heard. Young Master Yi, please take out the Heaven Secrets Compass.
Perhaps there will be some clues. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice.
The person who spoke was Ji Shuiyan, who had come with Yi Yun.
Yi Yun's mind stirred as he took out the Heaven Secrets Compass.
He noticed that there was a faint glow in the Heaven Secrets Compass that emitted a unique energy fluctuation. Upon seeing this, Ji Shuiyan said, Young Master Yi, if I'm not wrong, something must have happened at Sun Burial Sansi. It's possible that the phenomenon has happened once again, allowing the 7-star Dao Palace to pinpoint the general location. The reason why Lu Rui left is that she wants to seek the treasure.
Ji Shuiyan's suggestion made sense.
Only the unknown treasure in Sun Burial Sansi could possibly make Lu Rui hastily turn away and head for the Sun Burial Sansi while ignoring the Clarity Pool Sword sect.
We cannot let them snatch it first, said Jianbai.
The phenomena that had occurred in Sun Burial Sansi was only known to people as the birth of a unique treasure. But with the reactions of the 7-star Dao Palace and the Heaven Secrets chapter, one would likely think that it was quite a sensational treasure. There is a teleportation array that is connected to the external world 500,000 kilometers out. If we were to teleport the important disciples out of Clarity Pool Sword sect, it might expose our position to the numerous array formation experts of the 7-star Dao Palace outside. They might discover the energy fluctuations, so it's best that only 1 or 2 disciples are sent out. Also, it cannot be done too many times.
Otherwise, the 7-star Dao Palace might notice traces of clues. Although Lu Rui had left, the 7-star High Ambassadors also possessed exceptional combat strength.
1 or 2 might not be a threat, but if 4 or 5 were to come, the Clarity Pool Sword sect would be in trouble. Jianbai believed that the 7-star Dao Palace would not just up and abandon the 7-star gate rupturing array that they had begun setting up.
With Lu Rui in retreat, there would be new 7-star High Ambassadors coming. What's more, the time until those reinforcements arrived would likely be very short.
Their Clarity Pool Sword sect was still facing grave danger. Junior brother, you and I shall stay behind to preside over the array protecting us, said Jianbai. The Clarity Pool Sword sect was, after all, their base. They could not risk it. If the Clarity Pool Sword sect's ancient array was not watched over by Jianbai and Jian Wufeng, its strength would decrease greatly, increasing the risk of cracking. With Jianbai and Jian Wufeng staying behind to defend the fort, the best candidate to head to Sun Burial Sansi was Yi Yun.
The other disciples were inferior to Yi Yun. Indeed, there were even Clarity Pool Sword sect elders that could be weaker than Yi Yun.
However, Sun Burial Sansi posed an extreme danger, even for Yi Yun. After all, his strength was much lower than monsters like Lu Rui.
Yi Yun, if you were to go to Sun Burial Sansi as you are now, you would be doomed if you meet the 7-star Dao Palace.
You have inherited the founding ancestors' heritage.
I wonder if you know of the Star Transference Heaven Changing Book. Azure Yan Lord's Star Transference Heaven Changing Book was indeed something Yi Yun used before.
Back when he solutioned to Nantian and was the enemy of several Tian Yuan world family clans, he had used the Star Transference Heaven Changing Book to change his appearance, allowing him to leave the Great Empress Mystic Realm safely. However, Yi Yun had later stopped cultivating in the Star Transference Heaven Changing Book, and it had been many years since he last used it.
Yes. I have previously cultivated in it.
That's good. I have a mask here called the 1000 Mask. It can only be used by one who cultivates in the Star Transference Heaven Changing Book. By wearing it, you should be able to conceal your true looks. After Jian Wufeng said that, he took out a mask as thin as paper from his interspatial ring. When Yi Yun put it on, he recalled the cultivation technique of the Star Transference Heaven Changing Book. The mask transformed into a part of his skin when that happened. Under such circumstances, even Jianbai and Jian Wufeng were unable to tell Yi Yun's true appearance with their perception.
Perfect.
I won't dare claim that the 7-star Dao Palace Palatial Lord will be fooled, but for people at the 7-star high ambassador level, this mask will completely cover your appearance.
Yi-Yun, follow me.
I'll bring you to the teleportation array. Jian Bai nodded satisfactorily. He was well aware that the treasure in Sun Burial Sand Sea was not something just anyone could obtain. Even if he sent Clarity Pool Sword Sect disciples like Jian Fenghong, it would amount to nothing. In order to obtain such supreme treasures, one needed sufficient divine providence. If not, ignoring the ability to obtain it, once it was obtained, it would only invite trouble. In a warrior's world, there was no lack of examples of people dying from the rare treasures they obtained due to a lack of providence shining its light on them. There were even some rare treasures that caused the death of so many people, they were deemed ominous items.
Ji Shuyan's guess was not wrong. Sun Burial Sand Sea had indeed had an unexpected occurrence.
At that moment, a red beam of light shot into the sky from deep in Sun Burial Sand Sea. It transformed into red clouds that seemed like a burning inferno.
The fiery clouds spread out for millions of kilometers. This sight was not only limited to Sun Burial Sand Sea's vicinity.
The dazzling red clouds were visible even to people in the cities a great distance from the Sun Burial Sand Sea.
What was going on?
Many people did not know what had happened in Sun Burial Sand Sea till they saw the magnificent phenomenon. Only then did they realize that something monumental had happened in Sun Burial Sand Sea. Meanwhile, in a dense forest hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from Sun Burial Sand Sea, Yi-Yun was ejected from a spatial storm after space-warped.
The long-distance teleportation left Yi-Yun somewhat dizzy.
He looked at his surroundings and silently remembered the location of the teleportation array. Following that, he looked up and saw the red clouds in the sky.
Was it that exaggerated? Yi-Yun faltered for a moment.
Although he had guessed that something unexpected had happened in Sun Burial Sand Sea, he never expected it to be of such immense scale. From the looks of it, the expedition to Sun Burial Sand Sea would attract even more people, and that would only stir up a bloody storm. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1097, Bitter Encounter in the Market. Chapter 1097, Bitter Encounter in the Market. Translator, Sitalan Editor. Sun Burial Sand Sea was a vast region fraught with danger.
The ordinary merchant companies would avoid traversing the Sun Burial Sand Sea for long periods of time. As such, some array masters had established various teleportation arrays in Sun Burial Sand Sea. The space in Sun Burial Sand Sea was unstable, so the creation of teleportation arrays was easily accomplished through the use of natural spatial nodes. These teleportation arrays belonged to various factions, and their use required a fee paid to the owning faction. With the phenomenon suddenly arising in Sun Burial Sand Sea, the business of these teleportation arrays rapidly began to flourish. Yi-Yun naturally wouldn't miss the shortcut that was made available through the teleportation arrays. He was already arriving behind many others, so using teleportation arrays was all he could do to close the gap. Yi-Yun bought a teleportation array map and hastened to the closest teleportation array in Jade Luster City. There, he saw all kinds of warriors. Due to the huge influx of people into the Sun Burial Sand Sea, many were gathered around the teleportation arrays, forming a rather sizable economy. Warriors and merchants were gathered in the market, selling a large variety of products. To traverse the Sun Burial Sand Sea, assorted pills, charms of varying effects, and disc arrays were essential. There were also itinerant warriors that had come out of Sun Burial Sand Sea and were interested in selling the natural treasures they had harvested. Many people saw an opportunity for profit, so they had come hoping to earn a tidy sum. In fact, many of the gathered people were not there for the Sun Burial Sand Sea's phenomenon. They simply lingered around the teleportation array to do business. Out of all the stores, the ones selling pills, relics, and natural treasures were the most plentiful. They filled the streets. There were also cultivation techniques, weapons, ancient items of unknown origin, and minerals. If one had a keen eye, they could buy something valuable at a cheap price.
Ian even saw a stall that sold sex slaves and female slaves.
That stall was located in the middle of the market, and it had more than 10 beautiful girls dressed in thin clothes. They stood in a row on a circular stone platform. Their hands and feet were bound by thin golden chains that were engraved with an array. These chains limited the girls' yuan qi circulation, making them as helpless as ordinary mortal girls and unable to even consider resisting.
Yi-Yun sighed softly.
These girls had alluring looks coupled with depressed expressions. Their eyes were clouded as if filled with despair at the prospect of their future. Moreover, 2 or 3 of the girls appeared to be 14 or 15.
Their bodies were still pubescent with tiny lumps on their chests. Yi-Yun shook his head.
For them to end up as female slaves or sex slaves at such a young age was a terrible shame.
It was unknown how much suffering they would undergo if a cruel male warrior were to buy them. Come on and take a look. Choose anyone that catches your fancy. These sex slaves are brand new and guaranteed virgins. Their primordial lean still remains, ripe for the picking. Buy them now, and use them in any way you like. Be it a waiting concubine or a maidservant, it's your choice. Beneath the stone platform, an old man with a scrawny mustache shouted. Beside him stood about 6 brawny men who looked domineering. Upon seeing the old man, Ian's mind stirred. That's... He suddenly came to a realization as he looked up at the platform. His gaze locked onto a girl that looked 14. Her head was lowered and there were streaks of tears on her round face. Her frail body was still lightly trembling. It's her. Yun remembered the girl. She was Ji Shuyan's personal maidservant, whose name he vaguely recalled to be Xin'er. Whenever Ji Shuyan came to his room at night to serve him alone by pouring him wine, Xin'er had been guarding the door in an obedient manner. The maidservant had her head lowered so Yun did not notice her at first. Following that, Yun saw another 17-year-old beauty with a slim figure. She had an ashen expression but Yun had a deep impression of her. Back when he was immobile in Sun Burial Sansi, it was this girl, dressed in yellow maidservant garb, that had pulled the curtains open to tell her mistress he wanted to see her. The 2 female slaves were the maidservants of the Divine Secrets Trading Company. Yun drew a deep breath as his eyes flickered with great killing intent. There was no doubt that this was an act of the Heaven Amplification Trading Company. As for the shouting old man with the scrawny mustache, he was the Heaven Amplification Trading Company's advisor, Yang Yenguang. Upon realizing this, Yun's expression turned nasty. Ji Shuyan said that she had made arrangements for her people. There was a tunnel inside the Divine Secrets Trading Company that led out of the city. Once she gave the command, her trusted followers would escape Jade Luster City through the tunnel. As such, Yun had not been worried about the people from the Divine Secrets Trading Company. Now, from the looks of it, there had to be a traitor in the Divine Secrets Trading Company, leaking out the news of the tunnel. If not, Yen Tiansong had taken precautions, allowing him to capture the fleeing followers. How dare you, Yen Tiansong? In Yun's mind, Yen Tiansong was not even worth mentioning. However, this insignificant wretch had disgusted Yun time and time again. Yen Tiansong was also the cause of Yun being pursued by the 7-star Dao Palace. Now, Yen Tiansong had been utterly ruthless to the Divine Secrets Trading Company. Yun had already implicated the Divine Secrets Trading Company, so this only added to his fury. At that moment, Advisor Yang noticed Yun, who was standing in front of the stone platform. Yun was still using the Star Transference Heaven-Changing book through the use of the Thousand Mask. His youthful face was gone, and he was now a middle-aged man with stubble who appeared to have experienced the vicissitudes of life. All his enchanted weapons had been kept and he only wore an ordinary set of clothing that was slightly old and tattered. He hung a wine gourd by his waist. Azure Yang, Lord of the Past, had also traversed the world with a wine gourd by his waist. However, Yun did not use a sword anymore and returned to using a saber. Also, he did not conceal his cultivation level, letting it remain at the mid-stages of the Dao manifestation realm. In the Central State Divine Territory, if a true sex warrior at middle age reached the middle stages of the Dao manifestation realm, he would only be considered below average. He was destined to not attain to much in the future, so he would attract little attention at Sun Burial Sansi. Hi there, are you interested in these female slaves? Yang Yenguang stroked his scrawny mustache and sized up Yun, who did not look like someone with money. Furthermore, his cultivation level wasn't high. He was likely an itinerant warrior that wasn't doing well. Such people definitely weren't there for the Sun Burial Sansi's phenomenon, for they would only be courting death. At best, they would risk their lives to pick a few crappy herbs in Sun Burial Sansi so that they could earn a tiny sum in the market. Upon thinking of this, a look of contempt flashed in Yang Yenguang's eyes. He lost interest in Yun. How could such an itinerant warrior even think of buying a few sex slaves to engage in pleasure? He should be pissing a pool and looking at his reflection. These girls were, after all, painstakingly chosen from the Divine Secrets Trading Company. Not only were their looks and figures outstanding, they also had martial talent. Furthermore, in the Divine Secrets Trading Company, that foolish woman Ji Shuyan had treated her subordinates well. These maidservants were given precious herbs for consumption, so how could some poor loser afford them? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1098, Young Master Blood Jade. Chapter 1098, Young Master Blood Jade. Translator, Cetalan Editor. If you are buying, show some money and let's talk price. If you aren't buying, don't stand here. We have a business to run, Yang Yenguang said impatiently.
If this stall were in a commoner's part of town, he would always be polite, even to those who had no intention of buying anything. After all, amiability was conducive to a successful business.
But in a warrior's world, there was no need to show any amiability.
There was no need to show any form of courtesy to someone who was obviously not there to close a deal.
Yang Yengguang wasn't wrong. Yi Yun was indeed not a potential buyer. His gaze had scanned gently across Xaner and a 17-year-old girl.
The two girls felt a trepidation that went down to their core. It was a sense of horror and helplessness like that of an injured deer under a butcher's knife.
Which one of you here is in charge?
Yi Yun looked at Yang Yengguang and said with a voice that hid a forbidding killing intent.
However, at Yang Yengguang's cultivation level, he could not sense Yi Yun's aura at all.
He scoffed and was just about to deliver a few derisive jibes when suddenly, his eyes lit up. He ignored Yi Yun and began walking into another direction.
As Yang Yengguang walked, he said, young Master Blood Jade, welcome. My apologies for making you come so far.
Yang Yengguang was all smiles. The wrinkles on his face were so crunched together that they could even trap flies.
The young Master Blood Jade he mentioned was the Bloodlust sect's core disciple.
He was rather well known in Sun Burial Sansi, but it was mainly infamy.
The Bloodlust sect cultivated in unorthodox techniques.
Cultivators of their heritage would not be able to repress the yin frost chi in their bodies and, with time, would begin thirsting for the blood of others. They actually drank blood to balance and nourish the yin frost chi in their bodies.
This gave the Bloodlust sect a notorious reputation. Warriors who died at the hands of the Bloodlust sect typically ended up as desiccated corpses. Although the Bloodlust sect's reputation was poor, it was powerful. The Heaven Amplification Trading Company ignored the reputation of those they had relations with. As long as they had strength and they could benefit the Heaven Amplification Trading Company, Yen Tiansong would choose to befriend them. Young Master Blood Jade completely ignored Yang Yengguang's excessive attention.
His eyes were locked onto the row of young girls behind Yang Yengguang. As he looked, he stroked his chin and revealed a satisfied look.
Not bad. Blood Jade said with a nod. Didn't I say so?
I did send an invitation by sword courier to you, personally inviting you to come to Jade Luster City and choose sex slaves.
How could I possibly try to fool you with inferior goods?
At that moment, a youth with a folding fan in hand walked over with a beaming smile. Yi Yun's eyes flashed coldly when he saw that person.
It was none other than Yen Tiansong. Behind Yen Tiansong was another elder.
He had white hair and his skin was somewhat gray. His eyes were deeply recessed so that he seemed to be lacking in vitality.
Yi Yun remembered the elder to be Yen Tiansong's master, His Excellency Huayu. His Excellency Huayu's sect was Yen Tiansong's backer.
He seldom did things for the Heaven Amplification Trading Company, but the Heaven Amplification Trading Company would give a sizable amount of treasures to His Excellency Huayu on an annual basis.
With Yen Tiansong and His Excellency Huayu were two other azure-clothed elders following behind in a polite and ingratiating manner.
They were the Heaven Amplification Trading Company's elders, and compared to His Excellency Huayu and young Master Blood Jade, they were much too inferior. It was as the saying went, enemies often cross each other's path.
Yi Yun was very pleased to encounter Yen Tiansong here.
However, he was currently disguised using the Thousand Mask. It was still quite a troublesome task to kill Yen Tiansong in the market around the teleportation array without anyone suspecting his identity. If Yi Yun were to use any of his unique moves against His Excellency Huayu, it would definitely attract the attention of the 7-star Dao Palace.
Nice, very nice.
Young Master Blood Jade laughed heartily.
His laughter was high-pitched and sounded like a eunuch's.
He leaped onto the stone platform and looked at the girls. Xaner's face was pale and she had nearly buried her head into her chest. She was afraid of letting young Master Blood Jade see her, but even so, she failed to escape her predicament.
As Ji Shuyan's personal maidservant, Xaner possessed special talent. I like this girl a lot. I want her. And this one.
Young Master Blood Jade immediately pointed out 12 girls, leaving only 3 or 4 unchosen.
Then, it shall be these 12, young Master Blood Jade said nonchalantly. About that.
It pained Yen Tiansong when he heard young Master Blood Jade demand so many. After all, there were experts from various large sects coming to Jade Luster City these days. Yen Tiansong wanted to offer them gifts, but the best thing that the Heaven Amplification Trading Company could produce were these supreme-grade sex slaves, ones that drew the envy of others. If he were to give all of them to Blood Jade, he would need to go through the trouble of finding more.
Why? You can't bear to part with them?
Young Master Blood Jade frowned slightly and said with a light tone. Other than using them, I would occasionally need some blood for food. A young girl's blood is quite delicious.
12 girls might not even be a year's expenditure for me. Yet, you aren't willing? Young Master Blood Jade's words sounded like a devil's cackle in the Divine Secrets Trading Company girl's ears. His use of the word expenditure meant that he did not see them as humans. How could that be? Of course, I'm willing. Yen Tiansong hurriedly changed his tone as he gave an obsequious smile. He waved his hand at Yang Yengguang and said, "Advisor Yang, find a few old women and wash them clean before sending them to young Master Blood Jade's room." "Yes, Master." Yang Yengguang was all smiles. But just as he was about to give the order, he suddenly frowned. He noticed that the poor loser, Yiyun, was still standing by the side of the stone platform. Yang Yengguang was somewhat incensed. He signaled to a few of his strongmen with his eyes and they began walking to Yiyun. "This is not a place a loser like you should linger around. Hurry and scram. Don't disgust young Master Blood Jade with that mug of yours." A strongman reached out his arm to grab at Yiyun, but the instant he stretched his hand out, he felt his wrist turn cold. Following that, an excruciating pain transmitted to his head. He turned his head and noticed his right hand had already disappeared. It had been cleanly lobbed off his wrist. "Ah!" The strongman cried out tragically as he looked at Yiyun in horror. The stubbled and worn-out face was looking coldly at him, as though he was looking at a corpse. The strongman had not seen Yiyun make a move, but his hand had already been sliced off. "Punk! You are courting death." Yang Yengguang was enraged, for he never expected Yiyun to suddenly attack so ruthlessly. This was the Jade Luster Teleportation Array, the territory of the Heaven Amplification Trading Company. Yet, he dared to attack a first-grade guard of the Heaven Amplification Trading Company. "Oh?" Young Master Blood Jade turned his head to look at Yiyun. His pupils had a few dark red patches and his lips looked exceedingly lustrous. He licked his lips and revealed an amused smile. He never expected that this trivial figure, that he previously wouldn't bother to acknowledge, would suddenly attack. Interesting. There is truly no lack of people in this world that do not know the meaning of death. Unfortunately, a middle-aged man's blood is not delicious at all. I can't even be bothered to drink it. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1099, Massacre. Chapter 1099, Massacre. Translator, Sitalan Editor. "Kill that punk and skin him." Yen Tiansong bellowed loudly. He was extremely infuriated. To create such a commotion in Heaven Amplification Trading Company territory, in front of young Master Blood Jade, was equivalent to publicly smacking him in the face. How could he tolerate such a thing? Instantly, servants began rushing in from every corner. The two elders standing behind Yen Tiansong also began to surround Yiyun from both sides. Yiyun looked at Yen Tiansong and the corner of his wrinkled lips curved up slightly, revealing a teasing smile. This smile baffled and shocked Yen Tiansong when it landed in his eyes. For some reason, the smile looked somewhat familiar, but the aged face was clearly that of a middle-aged man that was not doing well. Yen Tiansong felt that he was overthinking things. He said with a sneer, "You're still in the mood to smile? Fighting in the teleportation market is a violation of the rules here. Take him down, but break his limbs first." The moment Yen Tiansong gave the order, a bunch of Heaven Amplification Trading Company servants rushed over. But in an instant, nearly 1,000 cold beams emitted from Yiyun's body. Sha! 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 999 flying sabers shot in every direction. The servants that had charged forward failed to react in time. Their bodies came to a sudden halt as they were pierced through by the flying sabers. Instantly, blood splattered as limbs flew. Tragic cries were heard everywhere as the small region was instantly no different from a Shura slaughter ground. The terrifying scene drained all color from the Divine Secrets Trading Company girls' faces. They did not know when such a terrifying executioner had appeared. However, in the eyes of these girls, his brand of terror was much better than young Master Blood Jade, who ate humans and drank blood. Oh! Seeing so many servants die simultaneously, young Master Blood Jade finally began to treat Yiyun seriously. This was a person of ability, and not some ordinary itinerant warrior. But even so, young Master Blood Jade wasn't concerned. Not bad. A person like you shouldn't be unknown. What's your name? Young Master Blood Jade could not think of anyone around Sun Burial Sandsea that used flying sabers. A dead person like you does not need to know my name. Yiyun looked at Blood Jade coldly. Ha 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 ha. Young Master Blood Jade roared with laughter, as though he had heard the funniest joke in the world. No one has ever been so arrogant in front of me before. Let's ignore the fact that you aren't my match. Even if you survived a few of my moves, the experts of my bloodlust sect are not far off. They would only take a few moments to rush over here. Do you think a lone person like you can escape?
Behind young Master Blood Jade, His Excellency Huayu also laughed.
The person in front of them truly did not know anything.
He also had several friends in the vicinity. They too would quickly rush in and, when that time came, Yun would be a sitting duck. He naturally would be unable to conceal his identity when that happened.
Bloodlust sect? Yun smiled nonchalantly.
When he first attacked, he had spread his perception to probe in every direction. The truly terrifying people, those at the level of the 7-star Dao Palace Deputy Palatial Lord, had long entered deep into the Sun Burial Sandsea. Although there were experts in the vicinity of the teleportation array, they did not pose a threat to Yun at all. Of course, he had to take care not to expose his identity, lest he attract the murderous attention of the 7-star Dao Palace.
Yun suddenly took a step forward as a blackish-gray aura emitted from his body. The aura had an indescribably vast and majestic atmosphere. When it emanated throughout the surroundings, everyone felt that they could not avoid it.
It was as if the aura had sealed off the world, placing them in an alternate universe.
What is that?
Blood Jade and His Excellency Huayu were alarmed. The strange aura had sealed the space around them. It was like they were isolated from the rest of the world.
Array? You obtained an ancient disc array?
His Excellency Huayu asked in shock. From his point of view, only an ancient disc array could seal off space.
Yun chuckled and shook his head. He said, "This is my Dao domain." This Dao domain was Yun's destruction Dao domain.
He had enveloped space around him, trapping Blood Jade and Huayu within. With them isolated as such, he could use any moves on them and no one outside would see. Naturally, that would prevent his identity from being exposed. The only danger was if Blood Jade and Huayu had the ability to destroy his destruction Dao domain, otherwise they would remain trapped in the area.
Dao domain? Stop bragging. Blood Jade was a well-learned person as well.
It was impossible that this vast and majestic Dao domain that made it seem like he was facing an entire universe could be generated by such a trivial figure. Perhaps even the palatial lord of the 7-star Dao Palace was unable to produce a Dao domain of such quality. Yun could not be bothered refuting him. He added, "I forgot to tell you. In my Dao domain, time moves a lot faster. I have sufficient time to finish all of you before the people on the outside can even react." As Yun spoke, he suddenly waved his hands. Cha! 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 Dozens of cold beams flew out and shot straight at Yang Yanguang. Ah! Yang Yanguang was frightened out of his wits. He had no way to put up any form of resistance. Dozens of flying sabers penetrated his body, and his limbs were completely diced into minced meat and bone fragments. The flying sabers that pierced his torso had lodged him to the stone platform as blood flowed incessantly. The stone platform was just at the feet of the row of girls. They were terrified as they gaped their tiny mouths. Their eyes were filled with horror and pleasant surprise. They did not dare believe that Yang Yanguang, who lorded over their fates in such a high and mighty manner, would die. He came from a powerful faction, allowing him to engage in nefarious acts for more than a century, yet there he was dying under their feet. Yang Yanguang's eyes were turbid as blood spewed out of his mouth. He breathed out more than he breathed in. It was obvious that he could not live much longer. He was struggling with all his might as he produced unintelligible sounds in an indignant manner. At his deathbed, he seemed to refuse to believe that this was how it ended. Back then, Ji Shuiyan cleaved off your limbs but spared your life. Who knew that an old dog like you would be rescued? Your limbs were even reattached. This time, however, I have diced them all. So how will you continue to survive? As Yun spoke, he waved his hand, sending saber beams to inundate Yang Yanguang. With a tragic cry, he was devoured by the saber beams as blood splattered, completely ending his life. But in that moment, Yan Tianzong could not be bothered with Yang Yanguang's death. Yun's words had given him a fright. What did you say? Ji Shuiyan. Ji Shuiyan imprisoning Yang Yanguang and cleaving off his limbs was a trivial matter. If it were a warrior from outside the city, there was no reason for him to know of the matter. Furthermore, the person in front of him clearly knew Ji Shuiyan. Combined with his ruthless display of strength, Yan Tianzong suddenly trembled as a realization streaked across his brain. You are Yun. Yan Tianzong had long been frightened by Yun. But wasn't Yun in the Clarity Pool Sword sect and besieged by the 7-star Dao Palace? How could he be here? Yun did not deny it. He had no intention of concealing his identity. From the moment he conjured his destruction Dao domain, he had already determined that none from the Heaven Amplification Trading Company would be leaving. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1100, I'll leave him to you. Chapter 1100, I'll leave him to you. Translator, Sitalan Editor. Yen Tiansong's emotions were stirring.
No wonder that smile from before had sent a chill down his spine. It was because the person was Yi Yun in disguise.
Yi Yun. He's Yi Yun. Yen Tiansong yelled loudly.
He looked at Yi Yun in fear, but upon realizing that his master was beside him, he was able to regain some composure.
Yen Tiansong, you have rubbed me the wrong way time and time again.
Today, I'll send you to your death so that you can be reincarnated.
Yi Yun said lazily. He was the lord of his domain, allowing him free reign over Yen Tiansong. You want me dead? Go ahead and try.
Before Yen Tiansong spoke, he had already taken a step back to a spot behind His Excellency Huayu. Simultaneously, he secretly crushed a voice transmission charm. Although he was confident that His Excellency Huayu would protect him from Yi Yun, he still wanted to inform the 7-star auction company.
They would want to send their experts to capture Yi Yun.
Yi Yun had seen the covert action, but he placed his hands behind his back and completely ignored it.
Are you done sending out the transmission? Yi Yun said with a smile.
His destruction domain completely isolated the space from the exterior world. If it was unable to block a simple voice transmission charm, then all the time spent learning destruction laws would have been rather pointless.
Seeing Yi Yun take on such a confident pose, Yen Tiansong's heart sank. He realized that it was impossible for him to send the information out. The only way out was to kill Yi Yun. Not a bad method.
It seems like you have Providence bestowing its light on you, to have obtained such an ancient array. Young Master Blood Jade truly looked at Yi Yun, this time with none of his earlier contempt.
Yi Yun, I have heard the stories about you.
It's said that your talent sits atop the central state divine territory.
Even the 7-star Tao Palace views you as a mortal malady. I have long intended to meet you.
Young Master Blood Jade smirked, his eyes glimmering with a greedy glint. My bloodlust sect cultivates in techniques that require the consumption of blood. The blood of beauties like these is tasty, but in terms of cultivation efficiency, it's far inferior to the blood of peerless geniuses.
Yi Yun, your blood is mine.
You must have had special encounters. Your interspatial ring will be mine, and I will inherit the light bestowed upon you by Providence, extending your legacy. As young Master Blood Jade spoke, his energy burst out, blasting off his top. His body began to grow red fur and his teeth sharpened. They looked the fangs of wild beasts. Although you are a genius, you simply haven't developed long enough. Today, I'll show you the difference time can make.
You will also understand the difference in our bloodlines.
As young Master Blood Jade spoke, his aura constantly surged higher.
Fei? Yi Yun's eyelids pricked up.
The 10,000 Fei Emperor in heaven had humans, so it was only natural that the Yang God Emperor in heaven had Fei.
The Bloodlust sect, it seemed, was a Fei sect.
That explained why they liked human blood.
So you are nothing but a red-furred monkey.
To think, you spewed so much nonsense, Yi Yun said disdainfully.
Upon hearing Yi Yun's sarcasm, young Master Blood Jade was infuriated.
You have no conception of your impending death. He roared as his figure swelled up suddenly.
Cha-cha-cha.
The back of his hands grew 3 long claws that resembled blades. They suddenly came slashing at Yi Yun's throat.
Roar.
At that moment, a gigantic red-furred beast phantom appeared behind young Master Blood Jade.
It was the power of his Fey bloodline.
But Yi Yun only waved his hand against young Master Blood Jade, who had triggered his bloodline. 999 flying sabers flew out and, like a snowstorm that touched down, young Master Blood Jade's claws clashed with the flying sabers.
Pi-pi-pa-pa. The tumultuous sound of metal colliding echoed.
The entire destruction domain was filled with saber flashes and claw shadows. Young Master Blood Jade, who had partially transformed into his Fey form, lost all previous elegance.
It was as if he had truly become a beast. Phew 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 phew.
Suddenly, young Master Blood Jade's red fur grew in length and shot out like tentacles, binding the 1,000 snow-flying sabers in midair. Young Master Blood Jade's red fur was a tough and tensile net that completely trapped the flying sabers. The flying sabers pulsed incessantly, but could not free themselves.
Ha ha ha. I want you dead.
Young Master Blood Jade began charging at Yi Yun with the hundreds of flying sabers wrapped up in his fur. Faced with the frenetic young Master Blood Jade, Yi Yun flipped his hand, and a rusty broken sword appeared in it.
You want to slay me with that sword of yours?
Young Master Blood Jade's red fur shot out and began hurtling at Yi Yun's hands.
However, at that very instant, Yi Yun's sword seemed to become absolute darkness.
It was as if all light in the world was consumed by Yi Yun's sword. Space and time appeared to be meaningless in front of the sword. Facing the sword was like facing the immensity of the universe. Iyun infused his heart of the sword into the sword. It seemed to pierce through the distant past, vast space, and straight into young Master Blood Jade's chest. It was too fast. Not only was it fast, it was completely unavoidable. The sword was like the heaven and earth itself. How could one dodge when the world itself was crashing down on him? Unless one's cultivation level and nomological insights surpassed Iyun's, allowing one to break his stance, there was no way to resist his sword. Pwah! Blood splattered as the countless strands of red fur twirling in midair were sliced off by sword beams. Young Master Blood Jade's body trembled violently and he flew backward like a broken gunny sack. Boom! Young Master Blood Jade crashed into the boundary of the destruction domain before bouncing back, eventually crashing heavily to the ground. This strike had not only penetrated young Master Blood Jade's body, it had also annihilated his vitality. With the broken sword in hand that somehow did not have a single drop of blood staining it, Iyun approached young Master Blood Jade. I thought you had adequate strength, but you are only at the level of Jian Fenghuang after all. Iyun shook his head. Unknowingly, he had already matured to such a powerful state. The expedition to the Azure Wood Great World had transformed him for the better. And now in the Sun Burial Sand Sea, he had more breakthroughs, especially into the way of the sword. They allowed Iyun's strength to rapidly increase. Now, ordinary warriors of Sun Burial Sand Sea could not put up any resistance against Iyun. Even the geniuses of large sects were also greatly inferior to him. Only seniors like Jian Wufeng and Jian Bai could subdue Iyun. But even then, the gap between them wasn't that large anymore. How is it possible? Young Master Blood Jade convulsed. He was already at the Dao Palace realm and had cultivated for nearly 5 centuries. Yet, the difference between him and Iyun was immense. How could someone who had not even cultivated for 60 years possess such strength? At that moment, Iyun brandished his sword nonchalantly. Phew! An unremarkable sword beam shot at the row of girls on the stone platform. With the sound of a gentle wind blowing across the surface of a pond, Ascension and Company's metallic shackles crumbled. The tough metallic chains turned to dust under the sword beam. The girls did not feel any pain in their wrists and ankles. Such a sword Dao was truly astounding. I'll leave him to you. Iyun kicked the crippled young Master Blood Jade to the feet of Ascension and Company like he was a wastrel of no consequence. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.